John and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ground ball left side coming in Bregman. He scoops the short hop, throws on the move to first in time, and that is a ball game. A World Series no-hitter for the Houston Astros as they blank the Philadelphia Phillies 5-0. This World Series is all square at 2 games apiece.
You know, blank the Houston Astros is what I say about that. That's not it's not a history moment for me, Choppy.
No.
That is a combined no-hitter, which I think is a non-no-hitter.
It's a non-no-hitter, man. It's tremendous feat. It's a great team accomplishment. It's far more embarrassing for Philadelphia than it is something that Astro fans can puff their chests out about. You don't have a pitcher that threw a no-hitter. You basically have a team, whatever the single game NFL passing yards record is. Mm-hmm. You hit that last night with your running back throwing for 200 yards. It doesn't count. It's not the same. Like it's got to be done by an individual guy. I'm not counting it as it's a no-hitter. But combined no-hitters, man, it's a cool feat. I don't get wrapped up in it.
It's more about how bad the other team was at hitting the baseball.
Yeah.
Now, granted, there was some good pitching from Houston.
Sure.
Last night.
God, Javier was great.
Very good pitching from Javier last night. I started texting Mike and Derek last night, and I was like, how much is it going to cost to get Aaron Nola? You know, I'm trying to figure out how to get Aaron Nola for part of the night because I'm like, man, this dude's been a really good pitcher for a long time. They're like $35 million a year, maybe about 6 years. Like, oh crap, that's kind of out of my price range right now. Just because I don't have any money, but maybe Ray Davis does. Who knows?
That much for Aaron Nola?
Yeah, man, pitching at a premium. Pitching at a premium is what is.
Isn't that more than Garrett Cole?
I don't know.
I think it is. I think it's like that's like Scherzer's at what 40-ish, 43.
That was the one thing though that Derek said was. He pitches well in the World Series. They win a World Series. Yeah, he gets inked up.
Oh, for sure.
And I that's when I started texting back gifs of tattooed up people, and I was like, "This kind of ink," and he thought it was funny. So we just kind of have fun. 877-881-1053. Do you believe in the full team no hitter in the playoffs or in the regular season? Do you think that's a real thing, or do you think I want to see one person do greatness? That's what, and somebody even messaged me last night on Twitter and was like, hey, at this point, are you kind of rooting for the Astros so that you can see greatness happen? Hell no, never. I won't, ever. I always think they're cheaters, for one. For two, no, also because it was the combined no-hitter. So on top of that, like I'm not a Philadelphia Eagles fan, okay? Mm-hmm. I don't care about the rest of Philadelphia sports that much. No. I'm not rooting for the Astros in any way, shape, or form, even if they're trying to get a real no-hitter with a single pitcher.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it kept my interest in the game. You know, I would have checked out of a 5-zip game in the 7th inning if it was a regular game. There's no no-hitter, but I did stay tuned in.
Interesting. All right.
It did keep me tuned in. No, because it still is a feat, but it's like, normally when there's a no-hitter happening, around the 7th inning, I will start to root for the no-hitter.
Okay.
All right. Regardless of who it is, who it's against, I will start to root for the no-hitter because, I don't put teams number one. I put my own selfish entertainment number one.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. I totally get that.
Yeah. I don't care. Yes, obviously, I would prefer my team win.
I'm completely against you on this, by the way.
I understand.
But I totally get selfish entertainment purposes.
My selfish entertainment rules the day. And that was, selfish entertainment last night. So I was rooting at some point. I wanted at least to get to the 9th inning. Then get a hit, whatever. I don't care. But, to me, this was far more embarrassing for Philadelphia than it was, a puff your chest out for Houston. It was cool for Houston. It was a tremendous feat, no doubt about it. Javier was great. The bullpen had to come in there and get 9 outs. But I just can't get into this. I can't. This is not a no-hitter. It's not historic.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of. I'm completely with you on that. Now, we did see. I wanted to clean a couple things up from yesterday because we started seeing all the news about Brandon Cooks and the Cowboys. Yesterday in the morning we were discussing all of what didn't happen with the Cowboys. And Choppy, you pointed out that it's probably a good thing that the Cowboys didn't get this guy. And I know it was 538 that kind of had their layout of why Brandon Cooks isn't, going to work out for the Cowboys in that shape, especially with the money that you would have had to sacrifice for him.
Yeah, $18 million. And I saw this. This is just a little from Next Gen, player tracking from Next Gen. So what they do is they basically, I think it's in the shoulder pads where they have it, right?
Yeah, it looks like there's one on the front and one on the back.
Yeah.
They're just kind of attached inside the. Actually, it's in the jersey now, I believe.
Oh, it's in the jersey now. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, Next Gen uses this GPS. You always hear McCarthy talk about GPS. And it evaluates every route a pass catcher runs and scores his performance in 3 phases from 0 to 99. Kind of like a Madden rating,
based on
right?
speed?
Well, I mean, I think
I guess it shows separation
yeah.
too. Okay, all right.
So one of those is getting open, which I think is the most important thing a wide receiver can do.
You need to get open.
Yeah. 2 is making the catch, then 3 is your yak. So,
Which I think, if you watch what the San Francisco 49ers have done over the last few years, they're phenomenal at getting receivers into yards after catch situations.
So this year, A.J. Brown's number 1. He gets open on an 80. His Madden rating on getting open is an 88.
It's insane.
His catch is 56. So I don't know how they decipher that in terms of like catchable balls and all that stuff. And then yards after catch is 72. And I went, Amari Cooper's like 13th, and CeeDee Lamb is in the low 30s, 32.
Ooh.
Noah Brown's 42, which is good.
You gonna give CeeDee Lamb any hey, your quarterback's back now, that should change things for him? Or does that shit matter with the quarterback?
I think it does, because his catch only 38.
All right.
His getting open 76 was good.
Yeah, really.
And I kept going all the way down. And I got way down to 94 for Brandon Cooks. So getting open is only a 54. And what does that tell me about a guy that it's a good route runner with his speed? It means he might be getting a little bit old.
Yeah.
He's 29. So I'm like, man, all right, I'm not going to use this as the end-all, be-all, but for $18 million, I'm going to need a top-tier guy.
Mm-hmm.
You just got rid of Amari Cooper because you didn't want to pay him $20. Well, this is only $2 million less. And you had to give up a pick. I don't know. If the Cowboys, let's say the Cowboys give up a second-round pick for Brandon Cooks or a third-rounder.
Yeah.
That's to tell me you think that he's 3 rounds better than Amari? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that would have, optically, it would have looked terrible on the Cowboys front office to do exactly what you just pointed out.
Because you wouldn't trade Amari for Brandon Cooks straight up.
Not at all.
Let alone
Not even if I hated him that much.
I know, right?
Not even if I hated him as much as the Cowboys did.
Yeah, it's just I couldn't imagine myself of doing that. So I was okay with them not getting Brandon Cooks. I think he's a good player, but they already got Michael Gallup, who's a burner.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people just want you to make a move for the sake of making a move to say, hey, you actually try to do something. And a lot of people get the idea of, hey, we can go out and just trade for Keenan Allen with a 7th round pick, and it's going to be great for the Chargers, And you know what? Let's go ahead and just let's get the best cornerback out there and just pair him up. Let's go get J.C. Horn for a conditional, unrestricted free agent. And people are like, people accept that trade. It's difficult to make trades sometimes.
Yeah.
The Cowboys have, hit and missed a couple times here and there. I do think, and when Jerry was talking with y'all this week, I do think that they are a little more on the conservative side than they are on the liberal side whenever it comes to let's go ahead and make a move. I
think you should always err
quickly.
on that side.
Everybody has their own philosophies on that. But let's hit this. I'm gonna go ahead and really tick off some people. Cut 11 here. Let's go ahead and hit this early and get people. Stephen Jones, were you disappointed you didn't get a deal done?
No, we were obviously there were situations where we thought it could help our team and would be good for us at where we were, and felt like maybe things were coming our way. And but we're very pleased with our team, and just because you don't make a trade doesn't mean that's not the only way you acquire players. Certainly, we can continue to look for ways to make our team better, and we will. But at the same time, we got some guys at certain positions that are going to be available to come off the IR designated to return that can help us. But we really like this team. We like the depth on this team. We were probably, for the most part, looking in an obvious area where, people might think we could use a little more help there. but I still like that. I like our crew there. I like CD. I like Gallup. I like Noah. I think Tolbert's coming, and then certainly, as I mentioned, we have guys that are on the IR that can come off that as well. In particular, James Washington, who's a veteran in this league, certainly can bring help. And then if you never know what other opportunities might arise out there if we feel like there's an upgraded situation there. And of course, left out Turpin, who's obviously an explosive player that as we continue to get our hands around some of the things he can do, can bring some offensive firepower as well.
There you go. That is Stephen Jones, who I think is getting very good at the delicate. I don't think so. Like, play that very beginning of that real quick again, Peyton.
I mean, we were obviously
No. The way he does something like that, it kind of it irritates you just a little bit. But they go make a playoff run and get something to happen. They could do what Stephen Jones. I've been saying he's been doing it all year. He's doing the "I told you so" tour. Hey guys, just be patient with me and let's see what happens. And they've been able to get this record with Cooper Rush starting most of the series there. All right, we got a lot going on, and I see some text starting to file in. Go ahead and keep texting in, because every time I fill in, I want to ask this question. Why are you up this early? This is so dumb for you to be up this early. And our clock still says 4 o'clock in the morning right now.
What's going on
text
here?
in, and we'll get to your texts next here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, the great former Cowboys.
screens. Luka drives all the way. Tie game. Mavericks have quickly climbed the mountain, and they forced Will Hardy and the Jazz into a timeout.
Man, I got a text somewhere in the first quarter from Mike that said I hate the Mavericks. And I'm interested to see if he
really
feels that way. Because, he's like, this team should just get out and run in front of everybody. They should never be behind. They're too good of a basketball team to even trail in a game. And I know we'll get into this a little more choppy because I know you have a different feel on what the Mavericks like consistency and carryover from last year is going to be into this season, just listening to the show. But you get a good outing from Christian Wood, 21 points, 10 rebounds. That's nice, man. And we're going to talk a little more about the expectation on him in a little bit. Luka with his 30, and then Spencer Dinwiddie gets 20. I saw somebody text in yesterday, right as I was getting ready to leave. I leave at 2 o'clock. I mean, on the dot, actually. I may have left a little bit earlier yesterday. And somebody texted in, Dinwiddie, Luka, and Wood all going for 20 tonight. Get ready, buckle up.
That's a good little bet in Vegas one night.
And then they all did. And like, there's a lot more that you need from this team. I went and added up the shooting percentages from three from Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith. It's at 34%. That's not good enough considering they were at 39.5 for Dorian. I think last year during the regular season, and Bullock was at like 36. So they need to bump that percentage up. That's combined for them at 34. That's not good enough right now this year. And considering what they were doing whenever they were in the playoffs, man, they were almost at a 40% clip of shooting of nailing threes.
Right. Oh yeah, they were on fire.
So I expect that's going to ramp up at some point in the season. Right now, Luka, Dinwiddie carrying you through this thing. We'll see how Christian Wood fits into it, if he can ever get on the same page with Jason Kidd as we go along. All right, 877-881-1053. I always like to do this whenever I'm filling in for Sean because it's too early to even be really thinking right now. 877-881-1053. Why are you up this early? Now, Peyton, explain to me why you're up this early.
Well, because my name is on the schedule every week.
Okay.
To show up. So I have to show up at this time.
Look at that, man.
It's impressive.
Yeah, because if I don't, then I'll probably get yelled at. And then we might not go on air on time if I don't show up,
Valid.
Kind of important role over here.
You don't think I could handle that?
Ooh.
I don't know if I could.
I know for a fact that I can't. I've tried. I've gone over there and pushed buttons, and I'm pretty sure Parker and Reggie were like, don't ever do that again.
I did that job like 15 years ago.
At ESPN?
I did it for like 9 years. I don't know. I have no idea what the system is here.
Yeah, me either.
I don't know which mic. I could turn the microphones on and get you on the air.
I don't even know if I can do that.
Labeled. You could definitely do it.
At some point, the commercials will stop, and then you'll just have to go on air, and then you'll just have to wait for someone to show up and run things.
That has happened to me before, actually, where it's just like we don't know what to do. We'll figure it out, I guess. Yeah. And somebody else had to figure it out for us. So there's no way I could do that. Hey, I commend you for getting up and being here. Otherwise, they'll demote you to our show, and you don't.
Ooh. Wait, so is this a promotion if you're moving up in the
yeah, man.
You're waking up.
This is big money.
5 hours
you get
earlier?
into the morning seat. This is where the big money is. And they obviously always pay me Sean's rate whenever I fill in for him.
Of course.
Yeah. That's something I demanded whenever, and they were like, agreed very quickly. I was very surprised
Really?
they agreed that quickly to me. 877-881-1053. From the 469 morning guys listening online, driving from Bossier City, Louisiana to Mesquite. UPS driver here, not texting and driving though. Thank you. Thank you for being safe out there while you're on these roads. Maybe you pulled over to a little greasy spoon, got a little breakfast, little diner, getting some biscuits and sausage gravy. Is that on your plate at all
absolutely
anymore?
not. Absolutely not.
Was there a time?
No. I'm not a fan of the white gravy.
Interesting.
I can't eat any kind of white sauce.
But what about the brown gravy?
Love brown gravy.
That's Thanksgiving gravy, right? Like
it's everyday gravy.
Every day.
Yeah, I can't eat ranch. I can't eat Alfredo, hollandaise.
You don't like mayonnaise?
Don't like mayonnaise.
All right.
I don't like any kind of white sauce.
That's a weird, like, I know a few people like that.
Yeah.
Is that a phobia
It
or
seems
something?
like it should be a phobia of some sort.
Gotta be a phobia.
We'll have to look that up. Peyton, if you can
White
look that
sauce
up
phobia.
and see what white sauce phobia is. I would really appreciate that. From the 469, I know y'all heard when Steven said they can still get players other ways than trading. Signing OBJ. Yeah, no, that's something that's been on my plate for a little bit. I've been kind of digesting that. As when Steven was on with us in Oxnard, I asked him, hey, you got this $14 million left over. How might it be used? What position? He said, obviously, veteran wide receiver is something we will be looking at. They've been looking at that the entire season.
They have. Are you going to get Odell for 14?
I don't know. I don't know how they, I don't know exactly what kind of contract you want to set him up with. If you want to, front load it, back load it, whatever.
It would have to be backloaded, I assume, right? If you only have 14 this year, although it's prorated at this point. I like Odell. I think Odell was a guy that should have gone and got last year at the deadline.
I agreed.
He was available, and look what he did for the Rams.
He could have been a difference maker against the Niners for sure.
Well, a lot of things could have been different against the Niners in that game too. So I thought he was a guy that they could have gone and should have gone and got last year, but now things are different. He's got a knee.
From the 254, I get up this early so I can cut the meat that y'all grill every day. I appreciate that, man. I love my butcher at my Tom Thumb. He's fantastic whenever I go in there and get something quick. There are a lot of other options out there, and if they would like to endorse, I'm more than happy to eat their meats. From the 214, I have to drive from Waxahachie to Fort Worth to build elevators. I've never met an elevator builder.
I didn't know people built elevators. I thought they just kind of came in a kit.
They just deliver them.
They just deliver them as an elevator.
Install real quick. It's not even an install. It's just line it up.
I knew you built the shaft. Okay. I knew there's a shaft builder. I don't know what her name is though. But I knew somebody built the shaft. And then I assume
you have to erect the shaft. Yes,
I assume once the shaft is erect,
right,
that somebody came in with this big box and put it on the shaft.
Yeah, but you didn't assume how that box was built. You never knew.
I didn't know how the box was built, but that box goes on the shaft and then it goes up and down.
From the 817, Corey, I've been up since 3 a.m. Work, buddy. Truck driver life, and got to watch the Mavs this morning on replay. I'll be honest, I did watch the Mavs replay this morning too. I had to refresh it because last night was a rough night. Difficult to fall asleep. Kid was up playing a baseball game late, so we had all sorts of stuff going on. You were talking about all the time on the clock, but no, that's a different one from a different source. From the 469, just got off from driving an 18-wheeler all night long. Get some rest. I would really appreciate you, getting your rest so that you can get back after it and go make some of that money.
What do they got? They could drive 10 hours now? Is that what it is? Truck drivers straight 10 hours.
They cut them off.
I know they cut them off, like long haul. They cut them off. It's like pilots, right? They cut pilots off at a certain time.
Do they explain to me, truck drivers, how that works? Does your truck just go into pull over on the side of the road mode? How do they cut you off?
I don't know. I don't know if there's an app or what, but I know there's a law I don't know if it's the same as a pilot's thing where you can only fly a certain amount of time. But I know you can't go. They can't drive 18 hours anymore, I don't think.
From the 817, start working out in the mornings and listening to Sean and RJ, and I like it. I appreciate that. That's awesome that you guys do that in Tolo all day long. I'm a high school basketball coach. Practice starts at 6 a.m. Get those guys putting that ball in the bucket. From the 469, just got off from an 18-wheeler all-nighter. Up this early because I work at a golf course.
Oh, yeah.
Is it this early? Nobody's teeing off right now.
Well, let's see. You won't tee off until about 7, but superintendents are there. Greenskeepers, they're changing the holes out.
Okay, all right. Tolo, Mobile, Alabama, delivering produce this morning. Thank you very much for doing that. From the 214, I have a mailman.
He has a mailman? He is a mailman.
Or maybe it's a she. Or maybe it's a he, and the mailman is just arriving at this time for...
Could be.
Delivering things.
Let's see. 14 hours. Is what the truckers are saying. 11 hours is what we could drive a day for our company. 11 hours and then 4 hours off duty. There you go. It's basically between 11, depends on the company, I guess.
And then from the 214, RJ Choppy in the 5:30 a.m. club. That's why I'm up this early. There you go, Choppy. Yeah. RJ and Choppy show. I'm Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif. Today, he is smoking up pastrami, so he's smoking them meats right now as we speak. I will be here until 10 o'clock, and then I will be going to sleep. Until then, let's get this sports action going. All right, we'll talk about more sports next.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com.
Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I think he's got a great opportunity to play against the Packers. So we'll, continue to monitor him. We're a ways off from when we play that game. We have the bye week. I think the bye week came at a great time. Obviously, we were missing, some really solid players that we missed on the field when we were playing the Bears. And a guy like a Hooker should be back. We really missed him. He's doing a great job for us this year, but I think most of these injured players, if not all, that were inactive, have a great chance to be back and play against the Packers.
There it is, Stephen Jones right there talking about Ezekiel Elliott and his opportunity to play against the Packers after the bye week is all said and done with. I had a dream last night that Zeke told me he was out for 3 to 4 years, and I was like, are you saying years or ears?
You were able to dream in the little you slept?
Yeah, in the 1.5 hours that I got of sleep last night. It was amazing. 877-881-1053. Tell us your dreams. All right, I'm Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif this morning. I got Chop by my side, and I got this from the Dallas Morning News. It is the top 10 stories of the Cowboys season so far.
All right.
And I think some of these are very significant and unexpected at the same time. By the way, from the 682, earlier you get to work, the sooner you get off. Thanks for starting to read my text on air. That's Brian Green right there. I appreciate all the Tolos that are out there driving around, getting work done, getting ready for work. Thank you for starting your day with Sean and RJ show. Always appreciate that. And look forward to y'all following throughout the entire day, Toloing all day long as you get to KNC, G-Bag, and the Get Right Late. And then Amy Lawrence, obviously.
Can't forget her.
Peyton's a huge Amy Lawrence fan.
Yep, that's
just
right.
Defeated me.
I wake up at 1 a.m. to listen.
Wow, look at you, man. That's commitment right there, and I always appreciate that. All right, top story of the year. I'm going to start at number 1, as a matter of fact. Or should I start at 10? What do you think?
I think number 1 has to. I think we already know who number 1 is. It's got to be Cooper Rush, right?
Number 1 is Dak's injury, which obviously lends itself to Cooper Rush. And I don't know. I don't even know if that's actually. Oh, that's the rise of Cooper Rush is number 2.
The rise.
Yeah, the rise of Cooper Rush.
Wow. Was he the Phoenix?
Yeah. The here's my question, and I don't know how much y'all discussed this on Monday. When you see Dak running running plays, do you hold your breath? When you see him get his hand stepped on, are you like, oh my God, not again. This can't be the storyline again. Other thumb broken now.
Yeah. No. When I see him running, I'm fine. When I saw him get his hand stepped on, I thought of Kevin.
What did you think of Kevin?
Because Kevin and I got in the, is he an injury prone guy? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's definitely his fault that some fat dude stood on his hand. I was like, how is Kevin going to find a way to blame Dak for this?
He's just a guy that finds himself in situations where he can get injured.
He's the, he's like, remember Mike Davis?
The
old cowboy?
Yep.
He got shot on 2 or 3 different occasions.
What?
And Bill Parcells found a way to blame him. He was like, sooner or later, when you're getting hurt, he's out there, he's got his ice cubes, he's chomping on his ice. And Parcells found a way to blame him. He was like, sooner or later, when you get shot multiple times, it's your fault. Like, what?
Okay,
he didn't say it exactly like that.
I will give you, if you put yourself in situations.
He was in the car on 635.
That one
he got shot through the door.
That one's unfortunate. That one's one of those that you can just chalk it up to the game. You're just doing your life, and then that rolled up on you that way. The rise of Cooper Rush is definitely, we didn't expect it. We didn't expect that kind of run from him. It was a great part of their schedule to do it. They were able to beat the Bengals. That's a team that's kind of figuring themselves out still. But the other wins they needed. And then, I really did not expect them to beat the Eagles at all. I was excited that the game was going to happen, but I didn't expect it. I know Dak gets up for Eagles games. I'm looking forward to that. Loved what Cooper Rush had to do. Number 3 story of the first part of the Cowboys season. The 1-2 punch at running back. Now, Choppy, you hate running backs too. I agree. Right? I presume, right?
I do. I don't hate them personally. I've killed the running back, and I will continue to do so.
But if you're getting the production that you get from Pollard,
If I'm getting 8 yards of carry, I'll play running back anywhere, and I will
3
use,
touchdowns and 14 carries.
I mean, like, the whole thing, like with like Derrick Henry that one playoff year. Yeah, if you're rushing the ball for 8.6 a carry, like then keep giving him the ball.
Yeah,
because that completely changes and turns upside on the head all the efficiency numbers, and then go with that.
but you don't think that just running for the sake of running is worth it because it seems more valuable to take a shot downfield and pick up 50 yards.
No. I think it's like if the defense is giving you the run, then take it. Check into the right play.
A lot of defenses now, though, at this time, a lot of defenses are trying to say, go ahead and run it. We would rather you run it for 2 to 4 yards or maybe even a 6-yard gain than we would you pick up a big, 50-yard play that's going to flip the field. And that's where I think you have to know when and where. You have to understand what defenses are trying to get you to do. They don't want you to throw the ball because they're afraid of it because the rules are built the way they are. So they are starting to do situations where they say, look, we're going to disguise our defense to look like it's a running option for you, but it's really not. And we're more than willing to accept it. It's like throwing a pitch in the dirt when you already have 2 strikes. It's like, hey, I'm willing to give this pitch up because it's going to benefit me more. I have a better percentage of you swinging at it and me getting you out.
Yeah, you got to make a competitive pitch.
So defensive coordinators are starting to tell people, go ahead, I dare you. Yeah, go ahead and run. That's fine. We think that you're going to have a false start soon. We think that you can't continue this drive.
The moment you get behind the chains, you're screwed.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I think this is going right now. And but I like what the Cowboys have. I don't think they need it anymore. I don't think that they need the Cooper Rush running back system to compete for the rest of the season. I think that they'll need it in the playoffs, but I think that now that Dak's back, they can be more of a far more balanced offense in the way of the pass than they were with Cooper Rush. That's where I will contend. I think they can go more pass now.
They could definitely go more pass now, I think, and then they can, with Dak, I mean, he'll increase the rush numbers. I would assume.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
He certainly did the other night or the other afternoon. No, he's not gonna do that every game, and I wouldn't have him do that every game. Just play it as is.
Yeah.
When it's there, use it. When it's not there, don't.
We do have the Micah stats come up here at 8:40 in the morning. The Micah stats you have to know. Number 4 on this list is the limitless Micah Parsons.
Oh baby.
And I just. He's so different. I don't know how many more superlatives can we come up with to describe this guy at this point, because he's even better than we expected him to be in this year. Like, he's already better this year than I even thought he would be. There's no place that I could have put him that he's not already better than, in my mind, because I didn't expect this much growth already.
He's far exceeded any expectation I think that anybody has had for him in his career to this point. Nobody, when you draft somebody, you don't expect them to be the best defensive player in the league in year 2, or the best pass rusher, whatever you want to say that he is, or however close to the top he is. You don't expect that from anybody in year 2, period. And he's there.
Yeah, and whenever you hear a guy say something like, as long as I'm alive, I can go, like that there are certain guys that will have a hangnail and they're done. And then you have guys like this. That right there, when you hear Michael Irvin talk about the locker room and what he was to that locker room and why people followed, this is what Mike is doing is why people will follow. What Mike is like go watch what happened it's an 8-minute and 25-second long highlight reel that the Cowboys put up each week. And after Micah gets his touchdown, every offensive player comes over to say something to him about it. It's like this thing has grown with these guys, and Mike is a massive part of it. Number 5, the NFC Beast.
It's big. Okay.
It's weird.
It really is weird. Yes, there's no doubt about it. It is weird how it's gotten so good. Although, has it gotten good? Are the records good or are the teams good? That's the thing.
The records are good. The records are definitely good.
The records are good.
The Eagles are good.
Uh-huh.
I think the Cowboys are good.
Uh-huh.
I think the Giants' record is better than they are, but I think they are going to be a good team under Dable.
Okay.
Right now, I think they're going to finish with a better record than they should.
Oh, 100%. They already have.
But
they should be a 4-win team.
But in the next few years under Dable, because Joe Judge is a moron, like Dable's that, and I honestly think Dave's is a good coach. I really do. And I think he's good enough to start filling in the holes that Joe Judge and Gettleman screwed that team over with. So in the next few years, I expect the Giants to be up and running.
He looks like a Lego guy.
Dave's?
Yeah. He's got a square head.
It's just connected to his shoulders.
There's no neck.
That's a big Lego.
Yeah, it is a big Lego.
It's got a boxy. My girlfriend says I have no neck.
You have high shoulders. You have high shoulders. You do have a neck.
Those are called traps, sir.
Well, you have high shoulders.
So she said I have no neck.
That's
so
not
I have to go to this decompression table now.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
She didn't make me do that.
I got to.
She didn't make me do that. I went and did it on my own. But she's like, you have no neck, and I'm like, what do you mean? And she showed me a picture of like when I was a kid, like that I found on my Facebook or something. She's like, look at the neck you had, so long. I mean, I could be 6 feet tall with
It's all those handstand push-ups that you do. It changed everything.
I would never do that stupid CrossFit crap. And I don't know what it is, but so I went to the chiropractor and he put me on this table, basically pulling my neck apart for like 20 minutes, like pulling it up.
Yeah.
Like attached to something. I'm just getting,
Did it change anything?
Not yet.
Okay. All right.
Not yet, but it will.
Oh, in time.
In time.
It's one of those things like erosion.
But I support Dayball because I support guys with no necks.
Okay. All right. That's a weird way to go about that, but you know what? You do you. All right.
Yeah, I am doing me.
Number 6, surviving other injuries. The James Washington injury threw a monkey wrench in their plans. They were like, hey, we're just going to replace Amari Cooper with James Washington. And then he breaks his foot in like the first practice. The Tyron Smith injury. Would you say the Tyron Smith injury has actually made this offensive line better?
Well, I think that happens, okay? That happens where you've got to put other guys in positions they're not ready for. And yeah, has it made it better? No, it's not better, but it's made those players better individually.
Okay.
All right, I think Tyler Smith is further along in his development because of that. You know what I mean? Like that's part of it. And then, you got to learn to work together.
Yeah.
It's now a best 5 or sum of all parts instead of individuals. So, yeah, I guess maybe you could say that it is.
The number 7 on this list, the Cowboys are not scared of number 1 overall picks. This seems like a little bit of a stretch to me, but they defeated Joe Burrow, then they took on Matt Stafford, and then they defeated Jared Goff. All 3 number 1 picks, and all those turned into what, Peyton? Victories for the Cowboys. I know you didn't know the answer right off the bat.
I was thinking about it.
I was going for. I didn't know how long it would take, so I didn't want you to just sit here with dead air for a long time.
You're right.
So I appreciate you just letting me throw that one at you. They still have another date waiting. Trevor Lawrence is on the schedule. So, and Mike's a huge fan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Trevor too. Trevor's a couple of weeks away from being Sam Bradford.
Interesting. So that's very, man.
Yeah, I shouldn't say couple of weeks.
So I'm an OU fan, and I watched every Sam Bradford play during that time.
Boomer.
And I was like, there's no, don't trust an OU quarterback. Never. There are system quarterbacks that you have to run that system and they'll be fine. Mm-hmm. They can run that system, but they don't know how to do anything else.
By the way, I have all the full trust in Josh Heupel.
He's fantastic mind.
Yeah.
And a great leader too. Like he led that team to a championship with no arm, essentially.
I know, noodle.
And he was hurt a lot of the time too. I don't know how they did. It was amazing. But Sam Bradford was one of those guys where I was like, he's never going to succeed. He had numbers in college. I look at Trevor Lawrence physically and watching his game very differently. But you might have a point if that team can't put anything together around him. And he might be at a point now where he's starting to do the Sam Darnold seeing ghost thing because his team screwed him over in not being able to protect him early in his career. And now he's trying to grow. He has to grow. He definitely has to grow.
He has to. And look, Doug Peterson is not a dummy. I don't think. He helped lead a backup quarterback to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I don't consider him to be a bad coach at all. Trevor Lawrence has got there is no excuse for him, and he is so. You cannot sit there and say. I mean, think of it this way: he has been compared to
Peyton Manning,
Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning,
one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
John Elway.
The comparisons are very difficult to live up to.
Very difficult to live up to. But if you're going to be compared to Peyton Manning, he went to a 1-15 team, and the second year they won 13 games.
Yep.
It's not like that team had. I mean, he had Marshall Faulk, okay, and he had a rookie Marvin Harrison. Those are good pieces. Like they're also still kids. Marshall wasn't. He has Travis Etienne, who's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. He's got a lot of. They still have some work to do. I think
they got some work to do.
The number 8 underdogs. Hardly the Cowboys have proven that they are nobody's underdog multiple times, holding opponents under 20 points. Run defense issues. That's still going to be an issue. It's still going to be a problem. I think it's more scheme than it is the players they have on this field. Just because the Cowboys are more willing to put pressure on the quarterback than they are to say we're going to keep you from getting 6 to 8 yards on a run. And then number 10, no deadline moves for the wide receiver at that deadline. And that's where the Cowboys are at the moment. And we will look forward past the bye week as we go along. Coming up next, though, the Mavs versus the Utah Jazz. Which version is the real Mavericks? Next on The Fan.
Coming up at 10.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Dallas moves all the way around the horn. Getty for Spencer Dinwiddie. A string music three-pointer. And Dallas is in front by 6.
Man, Spencer Dinwiddie with 20 points last night, 4 of 11 from 3. The Mavericks win 103-100 over the Utah Jazz, who are winning too many games for Danny Ainge's liking there, probably, considering he was like, hey, I got to get rid of all these guys, and now they actually have a competitive team. This is because, as I told you during the playoffs last year, Choppy, Jordan Clarkson is the only person on that team that gives an F. And he proved it last season during the playoffs when Donovan Mitchell quit. And he's proven it again while he's trying to run this team to something with Lauri Markkanen. All right, we'll get back to the Mavericks in just a second, but something just popped up on the Twitter world, and we wanted to get to it. Adam Schefter reporting the Dolphins and new linebacker Bradley Chubb, they call him outside linebacker Bradley Chubb, reached an agreement on a 5-year, $119 million extension that includes $63.2 million guaranteed. And it's always about the guaranteed money. So Bradley Chubb gets traded, and the Miami Dolphins immediately say, let's go ahead and hash out this contract extension. We want to keep you around for a while. You are a difference maker, and we need that right now. Now, I'm looking at the numbers, Choppy. You said that's 23.5, 23.8.
I'm sorry, 23.8. Learn your long division there, sir.
I'm terrible at that. Makes him the, at
Dude,
the
I
moment.
had to make one of those things, those little division things, whatever it is. What's that
He did
box?
long division. What is that called?
What is that thing that you do that goes inside the...
It's the thing that gives you the quotient. That's what it is. The quotient is the sum of the divided numbers or whatever.
Well, the quotient's not the sum.
No, the quotient is the outcome.
The quotient's the quotient.
Of the division. Yeah, that's what it is.
The quotient.
My kid came in last night and was like, Dad, what's the quotient? And I was like, playing Call of Duty. I can't answer you right now. So,
what are you, Kyler Murray?
Yeah. At the moment, according to Spotrac, which sometimes is wrong, that makes him the second highest paid defensive end in the NFL. $23.8 million.
Oh.
The highest paid defensive end, or I guess he's an outside linebacker. I call it the edge. So I'm going to make him an edge here. The highest paid right now, Myles Garrett, $25 million. Max Crosby comes in at 23.5. Leonard Williams at 21, which I thought he was a tackle, but that makes sense. Von Miller at 20, and Cameron Jordan at 17.5. So $25 million is where Myles Garrett is. Choppy, you've been begging the Cowboys to make Micah Parsons a defensive end. Mm-hmm. And obviously they were praying that he wouldn't put up defensive end numbers so that they could sign him in the future for a lower contract.
He'll be at 30.
$30 million. Mm-hmm. And at that point, are you going to have a quarterback? Or are you at the end of Dak's contract? Are you going to be able to make that happen? Because you're re-signing Diggs and you're re-signing Parsons, right? Like there's no way you're moving on from Diggs.
No, I would think that what they wind up doing is, well, here's the thing, you can't pay everybody. You know that.
Yeah.
You're going to pay Micah, and you're going to pay him $30 million. Dak is going to be making. He'll be up again by then.
Yeah.
Right? It's 3 years away. He'll be up. So he'll be making 50. And you're not going to I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you end up doing. Look, I personally wouldn't. I mean, what are you going to pay? I'm not paying Diggs $20 million.
This is the window right here for this Cowboys group. The Micah-led group, the Dak Prescott-led group. This is that window where they got to do something while you still have some youthful contracts. And some big contracts that kind of balance each other out there. By the way, the was it $60-something million, $62 million guaranteed?
63.2, I think.
Myles Garrett has $100 million guaranteed on his contract. No, I'm sorry, 43 signed, guaranteed at signing. Practical guaranteed is $100 million. That's the highest. That is the highest.
Practical guaranteed?
I don't know what that is, but that's the highest for, I guess, when it comes down to like the other incentive bonuses and everything that'll be guaranteed for stuff like that. I don't know. That doesn't sound very guaranteed to me. I'll figure that out later on in the day. The Mavericks win last night, though, 103-100. And this is a group that I don't know the identity of them at the moment. Last year's team only could go so far, and they have to evolve. Like they I don't know that they can run out what they did last year again and just say we're just going to do that again and hope that we get a different matchup in the Western Conference Finals, or that we get the similar matchups that we got on our track to the Western Conference Finals, because I believe that they got the best matchup for them with Utah. It was a team that was ready to fall apart last year. I believed that the Suns were on the verge of being able to be snapped. I just felt like they were kind of in that weird spot where nobody really knew what was going on. The Mavericks did it. They worked their way into snapping them. I don't know that they can run out the same thing this year and it be something that is going to be different than it was last year. And you're going to have different defensive efforts from some of these guys. But right now, man, my big concern is Luka's usage rate is out. I mean, it's just through the roof. His usage rate is too much for me at this. What
do you want it to be? Like how many minutes?
He's at 35 minutes, and I expected that he would be hold on. Let me make sure about this.
I'm totally cool with 35.
35 actually was what he was at last night. He's averaging. Man, he's about 36.9 minutes, 36.6 minutes a night so far this season.
I'm okay.
The ball's
with
in
that.
his hand all the time.
Yeah, okay, that's the other thing. They're tough minutes,
and he is more than happy to take the shots. And you know what? I love that the dude gets the opportunity to have those shots because he is the guy on this team, and I want the ball in his hand in a lot of situations. But I do have some concerns about what this team is going to try to develop into if they can't get all the other guys involved. My biggest concern right now is the low shooting percentage of Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock. At 34%, that's not where I want them to be because they were so good in the playoffs last year. Like, they were exceptional in the playoffs last year. And what they're producing right now is very similar to what they started off with at the beginning of last season. I mean, it was about Christmas time whenever they started ramping into what they actually are. But maybe I just expected and anticipated come out of the gate firing like they should be, and they're sitting here at a 4-3 record and struggling through some games that I think that, hey, let's go blow some teams out of the water. I think that if they're better defensively, that'll happen.
Trucker.com text line. The win last night was so bad. I'm glad they won, but only 3 players double figures while Luka plays 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Kids said the Mavs will not know who they are until December, mainly because his bar is very high physically for the defense. They trade for Clarkson. Look, there's one thing to keep in mind. The early season NBA is a mess.
Okay.
Right? Every year it is. It's unwatchable in the early part of the year. I don't care what team you're watching. Early season basketball is such a disaster. I can't get into it yet. It's just the play is bad. The players aren't in great shape yet. Like, they're in shape, but they're not fully crisp. They haven't figured out the cohesion within their own units because there's so much turnover within the league. It's just a mess. So I'm not gonna freak out. Yeah, they won by 3 against a rebuilding Utah team. They were down by 10 for much of the first half. I'm not gonna lose my mind over it.
Okay.
Do I want to see Luka manage his minutes more? Yeah, maybe, but I think 36 minutes is about what you want from him, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna
I don't want 40
that from him. Yeah,
I don't want 40 every night. It's too much. This isn't 1996 anymore, where Jordan's played 42 minutes a night. I don't care for that, but I also don't want them to sit him out there and have him only play 29, 30 minutes a game.
From the 6-8-2, they also start slow, but still been in very winnable games. I guess that's been my frustrating thing. When I looked up and saw them down last night to start the game, I was like, come on, man. Like, let's go ahead. And they seem like they have to fight, like you just said, difficult minutes.
Yeah.
Stressful minutes. Those are the things that they're putting on themselves because sometimes their starts are a little bit slow. We just saw something pop up on the screen that Choppy was like, hold on, is that real? Did he really do that? And it was Jalen Hurts, the Philadelphia Eagles quarterback, wearing his Houston Astros pullover and his Houston Astros hat in front of the Philadelphia Eagles sign.
I knew that was a thing a couple of years ago.
He is a Houston Astros fan, and he's from Houston. He's been a fan, and he has been very vocal about, look, I live here now. I live in this city, and I play for the Philadelphia Eagles, but my heart is always, I'm not going to finish this because I know how he'll use that. His heart is with the Astros. I know Peyton will try and make it sound like I said that, and never.
You did.
Never will I say something like that. 877-881-1053. Is that okay? Is that okay for guys to go to other cities and be fans of teams that are against their team? It's the world. It's a different sport. It's okay, right?
So if the Rangers won the World Series and Micah Parsons was repping a Phillies jersey, they were playing the Phillies, Rangers-Phillies World Series, and Micah Parsons, since he's from Philadelphia, if he's wearing a Phillies jersey.
He was at the game the other night.
Yeah, he was.
Right, he's a Phillies fan.
Yeah.
But if the Rangers are playing, that's our team. He plays for the Cowboys. Should he switch, or do we just let that slide?
He grew up that way.
Yeah.
Let him be a fan of where he's from.
Look, I would let it slide, but he's in Philadelphia. You can't let.
They're not going to let that
They're not
slide.
going to let that slide. You got to know where you got to have awareness. You know what this is? I have a problem with this as a quarterback. Quarterback should have better awareness than this.
Dak definitely has awareness, right?
Dak has awareness.
Dak walks into the city. He says, go get me a Stars jersey. Go get me a Rangers.
Yeah.
I want to go get a Rangers suite right now. I'm going to be at every Mavs game. Dak is that way, where he's like, I am supporting Dallas. He even wears the Dallas hats all the time. Which is the Nucci stuff, yeah. But even still, he's like, I want to represent this city.
I think Dak's a part of that. I think Dak's an investor.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Yeah, the guy's investing smart. But yeah, I'm perfectly okay letting them wear whatever they want. Be supportive of your team. But you're right. It is Philadelphia. Once his play drops off in Philadelphia.
One loss.
Yeah.
One loss, all it takes.
One interception, dude. One bad play. You start throwing a couple picks, Philadelphia fans are going to rip you apart.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That's why you shouldn't be an Astros fan. That's exactly what you're going to hear from them. So he has to keep his level of play up, which means the Cowboys have to obliterate him
now,
so that they can turn him into a useless piece on that team.
Eagles Nation on Twitter said that he did say that he is going to root for Philly in a series.
What?
I remember this photo. I think this is an old photo.
No, we talked about it the other day, but it popped up again after they win last night. The Astros tweeted it out. And what was I can't remember the tagline that they tweeted out on it, but the Astros tweeted that picture out, and he has continued to be supportive of them.
Yeah, they tweeted out 8 hours ago, how we feel in Houston, PHEE. So they're first of all, they're morons because it should be fillin'. PHILLING. Because in Texas you don't say feeling, you say fillin'.
No hits. That hurts. That was the line from the Houston Astros as they had a combined no-hitter in the World Series last night. Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, Dak is not on either of these lists, and how to get yourself more days off with only 18 days of PTO next to the fan.
And you know what you can do with those days off?
Back here on Sean and RJ, Corey Majors filling in for Sean this morning. Don't forget the KNC Masterpiece will be up at 10 o'clock, G-Bag Nation. And then the Get Right all night long. That's why you Tolo right here on 105.3 The Fan. And thank you for Toloing. By the way, this weekend, 105.3 The Fan has the best college football game that you could possibly ask for at 2 o'clock on Saturday, Tennessee and Georgia. Are you excited about this one, Chop?
Yeah. I kind of am. It's funny, like,
I think they can roll Georgia, actually. I think Tennessee can roll through Georgia on this one.
I'm fascinated to see. Because I don't think Georgia's as good as they were last year. And I don't think that if our offense is rolling, that Georgia can keep up with Stetson Bennett. I just don't know if our offense is going to get rolling. I don't know. I'm.
He's giddy, everybody.
I'm so giddy. Like,
you gotta watch
Sarah. Like, when the rankings came out the other day, I was hopping around the apartment or her apartment, or I can't remember. I think we were at her place. I was hopping around, just so happy. It was phenomenal. I could not. Oh, baby, there it is. I can't wait. I don't know what I'm gonna do for it. I'm gonna be at home.
Yeah, listening to it on the fan.
Listen on the fan. Be giddy. Cannot wait. Cannot wait.
I'm happy for you, man. That's really awesome.
20 years.
I have I'm an OU fan, but I went to UNT. So, Peyton, our football program has some work to do at UNT.
Yeah, they're not OU. Well, I mean, this year they might be OU, but
oh man, that's valid. That is very valid. I'm happy for you, Chop. Good luck. Good luck this weekend. Again, that's going to be at 2 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. Tennessee versus Georgia.
Go Big Orange.
All right, so the Matt Bowen and Jason Reed are NFL analysts and a senior writer for ESPN. They made a list of their top 5 quarterbacks right now in the NFL, and I always like this whenever there's two. When they've put out a panel of 60 experts, I'm like, you're not an expert. You're just a person on that.
You're just a guy.
But they put two out here, and they threw their lists out. Matt Bowen says the top 5 quarterbacks are as such, and I don't think anybody can disagree with the top 2: Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Jalen Hurts.
Disagree.
As a matter of fact, both Reed and Bowen have Allen, Mahomes, Hurts as the top 3. Hurts is undefeated at the moment. He's making some significant passes. Like he's making some small window throws right now. I saw one pass that I don't know how they do this. It had a 30% catch rate of possibility. I don't even know how you figure that out. That doesn't make any sense to me. I guess they use the GPS to figure that out. But I will say that Jalen Hurts at the moment is playing at a number 3 clip. He and Joe Burrow are the top are in that top 4 for me.
Yeah, I don't think he's the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL, but this year he is.
Yes. The 4 and 5, I think people will have problems with. Matt Bowen has Tua at number 4 and Lamar Jackson at number 5. And Jason Reed has Lamar Jackson at 4 and Geno Smith at 5. I don't know that I have Tua as my 4th best quarterback in the NFL right now, over Burrow, who's not getting help from his offensive line.
Right.
But
he does lead the league in QBR.
He does he?
Yeah. Which I find, like, he's at 78. 78.7 is a phenomenal QBR. Like it's like, oh my God, really? Like that number? I mean, you're encroaching onto, like prime Brady, prime Manning, kind of QBR numbers there.
Yeah, and he's at almost 70% completion percentage, which is, I mean, Stafford's at 70. So I'm kind of you're kind of
you could flog completion percentage up,
but his yards per attempt is 9. So 70% completion percentage with 9 yards per attempt, very good. Like that's quality quarterback play. Not a lot of yards.
Tua is he's not a dump off guy. The book on him and the reality of him, I think, are two totally different things.
I think you can still see times when the pass is not where it should. He can't outthrow Tyreek Hill.
Wow.
Mahomes could try to outthrow Tyreek Hill. Herbert could try to outthrow Tyreek Hill. Tua will never overthrow Tyreek Hill, in my opinion.
No, he won't. There's a couple of stats that I really like. So there's a stat called Alex. By the way, come up with better names for these things. It's basically a third down stat. The average distance between the length of the quarterback's throw and the distance needed for a new set of downs.
Okay.
So it's basically
weird
like
stat.
On third down, are you throwing the ball beyond the sticks?
Okay.
And he is by like 4 yards.
That's great scheme. Like
That's tremendous.
That is great scheme by Mike McDaniel, who's putting his quarterback in position.
Absolutely.
Who also did this with Jimmy Garoppolo, who's a poor quarterback as well.
He did. Now, he's 3.5 yards. Now, number one is Josh Allen at 5. So he throws it on average 5 yards past the first down marker on third down.
Right.
And Mahomes at 3.2, right, with Tua. Like, those are guys you want to be in there with.
Lamar Jackson, I'm going to skip past Lamar Jackson here, and I'm going to go straight to Geno Smith. Do you disagree that Geno Smith is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL right now?
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's top 5.
This is a guy that's 7.7 yards per attempt, 72.7 completion percentage, 1,900 yards. I believe that's 4th in the NFL right now, if not higher.
I'll say this.
Geno's playing insanely well.
He is. These guys obviously, and I can't kill him for this because I do the same thing. They're Geno's 4th in QBR. Tua's first. Tua is first in efficiency. He's 39% better than the league average quarterback. Geno's 5th. Like, if you're going based on those numbers, and you can't watch, these guys aren't watching every single play of both quarterbacks.
Right. Yeah, no, for sure.
So you got to go down. You got to go by these, some of these statistics a lot of times. If you go by the general, the kind of the older school stats, then you would say no. If you go by these, then it's like, okay, maybe I could see it. I wouldn't. I think it's too early to put them there. I think week 8, the numbers are pretty good, but I still think that you could get a hot streak, and I'm not ready to put them there. I know we're just looking at this year. I mean, tomorrow you're taking Justin Herbert over Geno Smith.
Absolutely.
You're taking Joe Burrow. You're taking Dak Prescott. You're taking a bunch of players.
So you're calling what Geno's doing is a hot streak, and he won't be able to keep it up for the rest of the season.
He's had a decade in the league, right? Or 8 years, right? I mean, I and maybe he hasn't had the chance that he's had this year. And he's got really good receivers.
And the Jets, I think, never gave him a really good opportunity to be good.
I agree. He's playing better now than he ever played in college, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would sit here and think, to me, I'm calling this a bit of a hot streak.
Okay.
I'm cool with being wrong on that.
Reggie was the one that before the season was saying, this is the year that Geno Smith puts it all together. And we all laughed at him and mocked him. And look what Reggie has proven us and disproven us on everything so far with Geno Smith. So there's that. Now, Chop, I do want the opportunity to get more days off. All right. I want, Belichick says no days off. I disagree with him on that. I want more days off. And a lot of people out there doing the silent quitting situation where they're just like, you know what? I'm not doing that work because I don't have to. That's not what you pay me for.
People do that in their relationships.
Yeah. And then they're going through this process. I don't necessarily want to quit, but I do want some more days off. How can I accomplish getting more days off of work?
Man, this is a viral TikTok by fan. Oh, I almost read this wrong. Not fandom fanboy.
Fandom fanboy. All right.
Fandom fanboy. You can get 46 days off in 2023 by using just 18 days of PTO. If you're lucky enough to have 18 days of PTO, okay? So you get 40, you could use those 18 days to get 46 extra days off. Are you ready? You take the Thursday and Friday before Martin Luther King off, before Martin Luther King holiday. That will give you 5 consecutive days. That's in January. In April, if you take the 4 days off before Good Friday, you will have a 10-day break. Assuming you get Good Friday.
Mm-hmm.
In July, If you take the Monday before July 4th off, you'll get a 4-day break. In November, if you take the 5 days off after Veterans Day and the 3 days off before Thanksgiving, you'll have 17 consecutive off days. And in
Holy crap.
Right? And then in December, if you do the 4 days between Christmas and New Year's off, you'll have 10 consecutive off days.
Wow. That's this year alone. It's kind of different every year.
Yeah.
But you got to remap and plan out your year.
It's just for 2023. So on January 1st, go put in your holidays for the year.
Uh-huh.
And again, the Thursday and Friday before MLK Day, which is in January, if you take the Thursday and Friday off, plus you get Monday off, that's 5 straight days. In April, take the 4 days off before Good Friday, you get a 10-day break. Okay, so you get basically Saturday, Sunday, all week, and then Saturday, Sunday. July, take the Monday off before 4th of July, and you get a 4-day break.
Yeah.
Okay? In November, take the 5 days off following Veterans Day and the 3 days off before Thanksgiving, and that will give you 17 straight no work days.
That's awesome. That's what I want.
That's what I want,
I want
man.
to accomplish 17 straight days of no work.
Of nothing.
Yes.
And then in December, if you take the 4 days between Christmas and New Year's off, you'll get 10 straight days off.
See, this is, you know what? If you look at my schedule on a yearly basis, very close to what I do. Mission accomplished.
I've never done the 17 straight days.
I've never gotten that. I did get like a week and a half off one year, the way I planned everything out and the way everything fell, that I got like a week and a half off while working here. And it kind of just landed in the right spot. I usually plan all of my days off around these times.
I do. I basically take off December 24th. I'll work, and then I don't come back until after the New Year. And sometimes you're lucky enough to where, your January 1st is a Friday.
Yeah.
Or Saturday
It
when
just
you
rolls in.
just roll through.
Yeah, no, and my kids. So I get busy in March, I guess,
Really?
because
Does she get like? Is that like her?
This is actually that's when we started dating.
Oh yeah.
So
your
we always
anniversary.
we have an anniversary on March 23rd every year. My kids, my oldest, January 1st. My youngest or my middle son, December 30th. So I always take that time off around that time because that's their birthdays. And I want to be around them for their birthdays and everything. So yeah, man, this is the way to schedule it. If you can schedule it this way, if your bosses are one of those bosses that are like, hey, you don't get the day off. You don't get that holiday if you take vacation around me. Sue, I guess. Can you sue him for that?
Can you sue him?
Yeah, I think you can.
I think you can sue your company. I think it's always a wise move.
Hey, listen to two guys that aren't lawyers tell you to sue your company. All right, don't ever do that. Don't listen to us. You go listen to the Frankels or somebody else. All right, coming up next here on Sean and RJ, it's time for headlines. The Mavs, Snyder going to sell that team, and the Bama quarterback, where he's going next on the Fan.
But let's get you over to the greatest of Diamonds Direct. If you're more price.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Time for headlines here on Sean and RJ. Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif this morning. I got RJ Choppy by my side, and Peyton is hanging out with us this morning as well. The Mavs win last night, 103-100 on 8 of 15 from free throw. Actually, 8 of 15 from free throw last night. Shot a meager 29% from three, yet still get it done. That's because Luka can do that thing. Christian Wood, after the game, went on and on about how much he loves playing here, how much he loves the coach, all these different things. We're going to get into that coming up here at 6. What time is it around here? 6:20.
It's 7 o'clock now.
It's 7 o'clock.
These clocks in here are an hour off.
I am so confused by what's going on.
The rest of the working world, it's 7:03.
Our clocks are broken right now.
In this room,
Fix the clocks.
We're obviously in Denver here somewhere.
Yeah. Is that what happened overnight? This is confusing to me. 8:20, we'll talk a little bit about Christian Wood and that conversation about where his mind is right now and what Jason Kidd's trying to accomplish with him. We will get to that at 8:20. But the Mavs do get a win, and I think that's, just keep adding those up, stacking them up, and move on about your business. Yesterday, the news broke right at the end of y'all's show, and I'm not sure how much things have changed since then, but the Washington Commanders co-owners Dan and Tanya Snyder announced that they have hired Bank of America Securities to explore potential transactions involving the team. They did have a team statement that said they're, still committed to having the best product and all their employees, yada, 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 yada. Now, Choppy, you brought up Bezos being one of the front runners in attempting to buy this team. You don't want a competent owner taking over for Dan Snyder in the NFC East.
Why would I? I was watching all these the dopey debate shows yesterday when I got home. I was just kind of turning it on. And they're like, gets us good for the league. Get this guy out of here. No. Let him stay out there. I don't care about the owner's money and his stadium. I want Dan Snyder in. I want Dan Snyder to be the owner of the Washington several names.
The Washington several names.
As Nate Newton called him last night, the Washington several names. I want him to be the owner forever. That's what I want.
Well, I hope the people, because I've listened to a lot of different things and just hearing people talk about the toxic environment going back even when Jay Gruden was there. It's a very toxic environment that working in Washington. I think we'll get a little bit to that tomorrow as well, because I got some audio that can kind of shed some light on that. I want people to have a better work environment. I think the NFL, all owners, have kind of decided, we got to have a different situation here. Otherwise, it's going to end up being bad for a lot of different people. By the way, from the 682, remember we change hours on Sunday. Yeah. And from the 214 time changes on Sunday, just leave the clock alone and it'll be right after Sunday. That's fine, I guess, but I'm still going to be confused whenever I'm trying to figure out where I am in the show.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to, it is psychologically going to be better for us, though, today.
Oh, really? Yeah, because we'll be like, by the time we get to 9 o'clock.
It's like, oh, my God, we're done.
Holy crap, I can't believe it. I thought it was only 8 o'clock this morning. Oh, man, that might work in our favor. Quarterback Julian Sayin committed to Alabama yesterday.
All right.
He is the number 34 overall in 2024 ESPN's Top 300, the second best dual threat quarterback in the junior class, and he attends Carlsbad High School in California.
Okay, why is this a story?
He said Alabama is the standard for college football. They're going to coach you hard. You're going to be disciplined there, and that's something I'm looking forward to. And I want to be in a system where it's going to translate to the NFL. He called their offensive system an NFL offense, and they're going to make a lot of projection changes as you go along. He's liking what they do with Bryce Young. Is Alabama running an NFL offense right now where they mix it up? It looks to me like there's so much shotgun, but I guess today's NFL is a lot of shotgun. But
it is. The NFL is a lot. I mean, hardly who's under center anymore.
Cooper Rush was. That can't do it.
No, he doesn't do it much at all. I would say Alabama Yeah, I mean, like, over the last decade, they probably run them more closely to a pro set than anybody, right?
Yeah.
They do run the ball a lot. They do throw it a lot. They're as balanced as it gets. They were a little bit behind. I think they've caught up.
I think my big question on that still is how many guys are looking at going to schools because that's the best setup for the NFL versus I just want to be able to play. And like when you're at the top of the list, you get that option of going, I want to go to this school. It's Bama. A lot of times you might not even start because you're going to be behind another blue chipper somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I was a high school hotshot quarterback, I'm going to Tennessee right now.
Tennessee right now. That's a hot place to be with Josh Heupel as your head coach.
You know, the SEC fans, man, they said, I was one. They said for years, that spread them out, fast pace ain't going to work here. It's working.
By the way, from the 817, there is no more time change. They passed the law and got rid of it. They had 8 exclamation points.
No, okay.
That doesn't enact until next year.
Next year. But I only think it passed in the Senate. I don't know if it's passed in the House yet.
What? Are you? No way. I thought they were just saying it wouldn't go until next. Well, the House better figure it out. All right.
Right.
Get the House right.
I love daylight savings time. I want to keep it. I want to keep it forever. Get rid of this standard crap.
Two-time Masters champion Bubba Watson isn't sure why LIV golf players are being heavily criticized by PGA players for taking guaranteed money from the new circuit. I guess there's a lot of guys going after him saying, yeah, they're just taking this guaranteed money and everything. And here's what Bubba Watson had to say. It makes me laugh because on the PGA Tour, I got paid behind closed doors to show up to tournaments all the time, many tournaments. And if Bubba Watson's not the best, that means the best were getting paid even more than me. And also, it's guaranteed money. I miss the cut, I still make money. I make the cut, I make extra money. Why are they upset about it now?
These guys used to go play. Tiger used to go play in other countries, in Asia and Saudi Arabia, wherever. He'd get paid like $3 million to go play in some of these tournaments. And if he won, they wanted him to win because they just gave him the money. He didn't get any of the winnings. Sometimes he did, but in some of these tournaments he did. He just got his money, his fee to show up. So they wanted him to win because that was money to pay out. This is nothing new. It's nothing new for guys to get paid. Look, there was public backlash. A lot of the players on the tour, who even though they agreed with the players doing what they're doing in terms of getting the guaranteed money, they just didn't want to be part of the public back. They saw what happened to Phil. They didn't want to join in.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
I'm fascinated when guys are mad at other guys for going and getting money. Like,
yeah.
I have friends who have left places that I've worked to go get more money. I'm okay with that. That was their decision. They thought they could get paid somewhere else. Go let them do that. Whenever Dak Prescott wants a contract, I'm not holding it against Dak Prescott to hold out for a contract. That's what he's supposed to do. Owners are making money hand over fist. If guys are going to go try and get some money, let them go try and get some money. Be happy for them if they do. That's their families. They can go add more to the lineage of what their family can do. I'm not going to be mad at players trying to get money from owners, business owners, anybody that's out there trying to squeeze you for everything that you're worth, and they're sitting there on their beach while you're working your ass off. The Miami Dolphins did acquire Bradley Chubb and reached an agreement on a 5-year, $119 million extension that includes $63 million in guaranteed money. That is a smart move for a team that is making smart move after smart move right now. This is insane what the Miami Dolphins have been able to do since they have brought in Mike McDaniel and that philosophy and what they're trying to do offensively.
It really is. It's been a quick turnaround, a very quick turnaround for them. Now, a lot of that is because Tua's played tremendous.
Yeah.
When he plays great.
Do you think it's him playing tremendous or the receivers give him better opportunities?
Oh, they give him good opportunities, but I mean, I would put usually it's like what, more than 50% of the quarterback. To me, I put 60, 70, 80%. But I mean, Tyreek Hill is a matchup nightmare for anybody.
Yeah.
He put him in you put him. There's a reason why he's been so good. That said, the Chiefs average, about the same amount of points this year as they did last year. And without Tyreek, that's because of Patrick Mahomes.
Do you think that adding Kadarius Toney to the mix is going to
That's
be.
probably a negative.
You think it's see, like I was listening to Andy Reid talk about him, and he's like, he picks stuff up pretty quickly. He's we'll try and see if we
Florida
can.
guys, man.
We'll try and see if we can fit him in somewhere this weekend.
I don't trust those Florida Gators, man.
But that dude can be a game breaker.
Oh my
too.
gosh,
For
he was
you.
a high pick. I mean, he's a good player.
He just
Or at
get
least
his
talent.
head on straight.
Yeah, he gets head on straight, and he got the right guy now with a quarterback to do it.
From the 254, the Dolphins also had a ton of draft picks stacked up too. Yeah, Bobby Belt, who we'll have on at 7:20.
So,
an hour.
according to our clock, an hour and 5 minutes from now.
So we'll have Bobby on, and he posted a chart that showed all the draft picks from like Wentz and Tunsil and where everything's gone since
the
then.
Tunsil draft, that was it. That bong rip got the Miami Dolphins where they are. Everybody's giving it to Trey Lance, all right, and that trade. No. It was the bong rip because Tunsil dropped to them. They trade him to Houston. That Houston pick became the third pick in the draft, which they sent to San Francisco. And in return, they got Tua, Bradley Chubb, and Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, man, it's insane what they've been able to do with the amount of picks. Like, collecting assets is huge.
A single gas mask.
See, I know the Cowboys were looking to trade Tristan Hill for Brandon Cooks. Like, they were trying to do player swaps. And with some of these pieces, every once in a while, try and get some more assets so you can get younger and so you can build that team. Or whenever it is time to go for it, you have the assets to trade to make a big move happen. Cowboys, though, we'll just keep drafting and we'll keep putting things on the credit card. We'll roll it out there for you. That's the way that they're rolling right now. Wanted to add this about Luka. Do you think he's Wilt Chamberlain? I think a lot of people would say no. Very different type of people. Doncic has scored at least 30 points in each of Dallas's first 7 games. The longest 30-point streak to start a season since Wilt Chamberlain in 1962-1963. It's only been accomplished 3 times previously by Chamberlain twice and Jack Twyman, of course, 1 time. Doncic is averaging a league-leading 36.1 points per game. And according to ESPN stats and information, that is the 3rd highest scoring average through 7 games in the last 60 seasons behind Michael Jordan and James Harden at this point. Jason Kidd obviously saying, look, this is rare air that we're dealing with on a nightly basis. You get to see this kind of a player. It's pretty cool. 23-year-old kid that is playing on the highest level in the NBA at this point. I know it's early.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, because last year he was bad to start the season off, he was out of shape, lots of things, this early part of the season, doing what he's already done, is he already staked his claim as being MVP kind of, I want to go get my MVP this season? I think this is the beginning of that run, man. I think this is that moment.
He's an MVP candidate every year.
Yeah, top 5. It's just, I think the slow start last year put him in bad position to be a real consideration.
It did. Didn't Joker have that, though, where he had that slow start and then he still won it anyway?
Yeah. Being that kind of guy that he is, he does that occasionally.
Yeah.
But I think that Luka can do this.
Those Euros, man, they go home, they start ripping cigs. It's hard to get
ripping some cigs.
Hard to get back into shape, right?
Chugging some lagers. All right, guys, coming up next, it's time to open up the expressway, and we do it with Bobby Belt next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy, boys and girls.
5-3 The Fan segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Back here on Sean and RJ, Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif today. He is smoking a pastrami right now. Actually, it looks like it just came off the grill.
He literally took today off just to smoke his pastrami.
That's not he has vacation days.
Yeah.
He seems to have more vacation days than anybody at the station, but he has vacation days and he uses them. And
to cook pastrami.
The bye week is a time to do that, right? Like the bye week is usually a time you guys kind of take that moment to rest. Am I wrong about that?
Well, I would think so.
Okay.
I didn't take my time off during the bye week.
You planned ahead. You took it off right before the bye week. That was smart.
I did take it up before the bye week, like it'll be a week before.
Okay.
And then you basically won't see me after Thanksgiving. I just
because you figured out how to get 17 straight days off recently due to our lesson on PTO. All right, we do have Bobby Belt as we start the expressway here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, how you doing today, man?
Good morning, Metroplex. See, I'm knocking that out for Sean since he's not here.
Yeah,
morning, Metro.
I've heard the word Metroplex.
Good morning, Metroplex. I got to get a Sean Sharif impression down.
My entire life. Good morning, Metroplex. Yeah. I've heard Metroplex my entire life. I don't think I ever say it. I always say DFW.
I agree. I agree.
I don't know when Sean adopted Metroplex into his vernacular, but I'm sure it wasn't until he moved here.
It's out to outsiders. It's known as the Metroplex.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I've always just referred to it as DFW because that seems like an all-encompassing both big cities and the surrounding areas. But I guess Metroplex does kind of work. 877-881-1053. If you like the use of Metroplex or not, you let us know. All right.
I like saying Metroplex. It's fun to say it. But I typically say DFW. I will refer to it as Metroplex, but typically, even when I refer to it as Metroplex, it's the DFW Metroplex.
Okay, all right. That seems redundant. That's like the Goonies movie when he's like, down here's our time's down here. Very redundant.
I just call the whole place Fort Worth.
Okay. A lot of Dallas people.
That's where I live.
Dallas people don't care if you call it Fort Worth. It's the Fort Worth people that get really upset. That is a fact. I haven't lived here my entire life. All right, Bobby. Why didn't the Cowboys do anything yesterday? Can you please explain why you let this happen?
They didn't do anything yesterday because the trade deadline had passed.
Yeah,
it was on
but
Tuesday.
2 days ago, they didn't do anything.
No, that's valid. This is very valid. Well, what did they do yesterday? Explain what they did yesterday.
Well, they announced a Billy Joel Stevie Nicks concert yesterday at AT&T Stadium on April 8th, which, by the way, when Steven announced that, he said, we're excited to bring Billy Joel here, and talked about it, and then he put up a music video, and that's only when we found out Stevie Nicks was part of the concert too, and I personally think he's burying the lead. I prefer Stevie Nicks over Billy Joel. I like both, but I'm a bigger Stevie Nicks guy personally.
Okay.
So I think that's important right there. But
I'm
on
more
the trade
of an Uptown
deadline
Girl,
front,
Bobby.
Uptown Girl's a great song.
It is a great song.
Christy Brinkley running around in the video. It's great.
It was a good time.
I think the biggest reason things didn't get done is because Houston wouldn't pick up any of the salary on Brandon Cooks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's $18 million they just didn't want to pay. And so, the way Steven talked about it yesterday was that it wasn't just Brandon Cooks he didn't mention Brandon Cooks by name, obviously, but just said they had a few things they were working on. A few things didn't work out. I think Brandon Cooks was clearly the closest one. But he also talked about how they tried to trade Tristan Hill and went as far as to say they were player-for-player swaps with Tristan Hill. And
interesting.
They couldn't make it work out, and so they ultimately had to make the release. But I think they absolutely tried on the Brandon Cooks front. They couldn't get Houston to budge on the money, and so ultimately it didn't happen. But I think they tried, and they believed they had compensation worked out. It just the final hurdle wasn't able to be cleared.
What was the total comp?
That is not totally clear. My sense of it from talking to people is it would have been some sort of escalating comp based off of how he played. And so my best guess after talking to a few people, I think it would have been something along the lines of a third going into a second if he played well enough.
So what they would have done is and that would have bugged me if they would have given up a 2 for him and only got a 5.
But it's 2 based off production, right?
But then, they basically would have said, like, because you would not trade, if you were the Cowboys, Amari Cooper for Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, have you I mean,
You know what I mean?
But they were ready to be done with Amari.
I know,
right?
I know,
so
I know.
It's one of those things where I think the Cowboys know they didn't get fair value for Amari when they did it. I think they just viewed it as it's one of those things where you ever have anything in your life, a car, for instance, that you feel like it gives you problems or you don't like this or that about it, where it's like you're not even getting fair value once you get rid of it, but you're like, I don't really care, I just want to get rid of it. And that's kind of where I think they got. They just were so frustrated by everything by the end that they didn't care to shop for value or anything else. And I think a lot of the league knew they were going to release him, and so they weren't going to get fair value, but they didn't care. They were just ready to be done and ready to move on. And so now, was that the right perspective to have on Amari Cooper? Were they being overly critical, overly harsh about his situation here? I think so, but that's still the point where they reached, and so they were just ready to be done.
So basically, they look at Cleveland as the Goodwill. Is what they were like. We're done with this product.
UNICEF,
we're gonna donate it to somebody else, and we'll take the receipt for our tax purposes.
Yeah, ask Houston. They will also tell you they view it as Cleveland as Goodwill. That'll take your problem off your hands.
Wow, right. Is that a Deshaun Watson take?
I don't know what you meant by that.
I think it might be.
No,
The fans voted Tony Pollard as the FedEx Ground Player of the Week for his 131-yard rushing day, combined with his 3 touchdowns.
Don't tell Broadus.
I know. Well, Broadus, man, how much work have you done teaching him the way of the troll? Like, it seems,
man, it's kind of like your kids. Like, you know how when they, and not that Broadus is my kid, but like when you hang around somebody long enough or you got your kids, they start like mimicking your mannerisms and everything. Yes. I think Brian's just picked it up. I haven't even intentionally done it. I think I've just trolled Brian enough that now he's internalized some of that, and now that he's using it on them. I got to say, I was just disappointed in G-Bag that they didn't pick up quick enough. Like, oh, Brian is clearly trolling you guys. Like, they thought he was.
Well, they're not used to it.
For a long time.
Giafollo's, he's just an innocent little puppy running around anyway, right? Like, he's just a.
I have the opposite problem on the air when people then have to say, like, wait, are you being serious? And then it's like, yes, this is actually a real point that I'm making. And so.
No, haven't been listening to you for quite some time. I completely get it. I am kind of interested in where Zeke fits in, where Pollard fits in. If what they saw makes them go, okay, we can do some more things here. This does give us an injection here. Or if it's like, hey, what we saw actually proves that we can put points on the board, but our defense is going to be out on the field a lot more. What's the feeling with the balance whenever Ezekiel's back? Same.
Yeah, I think it's funny. You remember when Jerry talked about Cooper Rush, and he's like, "I welcome a quarterback controversy. I'd love that." Like he absolutely doesn't seem to want to welcome a running back controversy. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to talk about Ezekiel Elliott's workload or him functioning as the primary back. And I get it's different with a running back position. It's not the same as saying there's a quarterback competition where somebody's going to the bench completely and another person is starting the whole game. Like, they can split reps and they can carry the load differently. But I just think that we're all, just about everybody here, like even when you hear people like around the league talk, like the Richard Sherman cut that I know Sean played yesterday, people around the league view it as an obvious question, it seems like, that Tony Pollard's the better player at this point. Why wouldn't you just run with Tony Pollard? But they believe in what Zeke can do to, the way that you can ask Philip Tanner this. Philip Tanner, the old Cowboys running back who was on staff with the Cowboys when Zeke was here. He's now a coach around the Metroplex. When Philip has talked about things, he says that Zeke's run, the way he runs the ball and the punishing way that he delivers, like, we all underestimate on the outside what that means to the guys on the field and how that gets them involved, and that they get juiced up by that, and it gets them emotionally charged, and the way that it taxes defenders and how they feel like it softens things up for them. And so the team believes that Zeke gives them that benefit, and then that Zeke helps them stay emotionally involved and helps them soften up defenses for Tony Pollard to have the day that he does. Now, I think that that argument about, hey, it softens defenses up for Tony Pollard makes me then go, okay, then why did he have 10 yards per carry without Zeke in the lineup the other day?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably enough studies out there to show that there's no such thing as softening a defense up through punishing them like that. Like, there's probably enough.
Probably some placebo effect.
Yeah,
probably a little bit, but that's the perspective that they have, and I absolutely believe that Zeke is like kind of the emotional core of the offense at times. Like, Dak is the leader, but in terms of like the emotion and getting guys invested and things like that, that's a big part of Zeke's role. And so I understand all of that, and I understand that it's harder to do that when you're leading from behind. Sean Lee had that trouble. When Sean Lee became kind of a part-time player, it made it difficult for him to kind of be out in front and lead the way that he used to. And
Makes
when
sense.
that happened, they had a void and things kind of fell apart.
Okay.
But ultimately, I think that Ezekiel Elliott's role on this team, when he's back, Zeke and Pollard are likely going back to the same combo we've seen for the whole first half of the season.
See, it's very difficult, Bobby, I think, for people to say, well, the production on the field isn't as valuable as the leadership in the locker room sometimes, right? I think people kind of, well,
sure.
If Zeke can be that kind of an inspiration to his teammates, which I believe Micah has really done, taken on that role as well. Mm-hmm. But if Zeke is that guy, they're like, but it doesn't matter if he's only getting this many yards. And I understand where you're going with that and where the Cowboys believe that. And how that does help them in some way, shape, or form. But more than anything, I was listening to, I don't know if you've gotten a chance to check it out. For Love of the Star, by the way. It's a great podcast.
Oh, thank you.
I was listening to, it was the Adam Schefter podcast, and it was F the Picks. And we're going to talk about this a little bit more tomorrow, Bobby. It's pretty interesting. It was McVay and Matt LaFleur and Shanahan. They all sat down together and had a conversation with
three
Schefter.
guys still living off their quarterback.
and they had there was one point in the conversation where they were talking about mobile quarterbacks and how
tell Bobby
they
this
changed the game, like how they when that season with RG3, how it was successful. They also pointed out the misery that they had in Washington, like how bad they actually were, but they said,
don't tell Choppy that one.
What defenses were doing at the time was they were playing 11-on-10 football, where you had, basically the defense could say, your quarterback's going to be in the pocket. We don't have to worry about him other than putting pressure on him. Well, what they did was they made them play 11-on-11 football by making the quarterback a player in the offense as well. And this is their words. I'm kind of using.
It really makes the offense play.
No, it's honestly fair. Like, I mean, that's why I think you can get. And look, this is not meant to troll Choppy. That's why I think you can get away with a average to at times below average passer in Lamar Jackson, is because of the threat that he creates. It causes the defense to account for other things and gives him softer looks and softer throwing windows.
You're also only going up against 10 defenders because one of those guys is a spy for you.
Yeah, but the other thing though that as they got further into that conversation, it was, and then if you can do that, and then when you play a defense that does the opposite, then if you can flip back and be that kind of offense too, if you can be both, then it really puts you in a good position. Ultimately, it's who has the chalk in their hand at the end of the game, designing these plays and drawing it up. I believe that, I use the Spurs as an example, Bobby, that having the ability to adapt to whatever situation you are in at that moment. There may be a moment where Zeke is the best option. If you didn't have that option, you would be complaining about not having that option. There may be a time when Tony Pollard is the best option in a game. And if you didn't have that option, you would say, why don't we have the ability to do that? So I think the Cowboys actually are in a position they can play multiple different types of defenses. They can play multiple different types of offenses. It's just whether Kellen Moore can design the plays and design the scheme and understands within game flow when to use those pieces the right way. That's what I believe the most, is the ability to adapt as an offense.
Which he did it last week, which was encouraging,
yes,
and they were really successful in the red zone, which is somewhere where they've struggled before. A lot of I know I've mentioned this before, but a lot of the struggles for Kellen Moore, the belief around like league circles that Kellen Moore struggles when the field gets tighter. Like, he needs the space to be able to create.
Interesting.
And to get some of his concepts done, so that when the field gets shorter and he doesn't have the same amount of space to draw stuff up, that's where his creativity starts to lack a little bit, and that kind of is where you see struggles in the red zone. And so last week, seeing 4 for 4 in the red zone and seeing some creativity and things like that when they were down in the red zone area, that's encouraging. And so I'm hoping that what we're seeing is Kellen Moore's got his full complement of weapons back, and he is at a place where he thinks he can effectively draw them up and put them into positions to succeed like he has the last couple weeks. And I think that, he always has done a great job when he's been lacking weapons. Whenever his primary quarterback is out, whenever he's had to drop a game plan for Garrett Gilbert or Ben DiNucci or Andy Dalton or Cooper Rush or whatever, he generally does a good job of tailoring it to them to be in the best position to succeed. And so I think that that's what's frustrated some people is like, it doesn't feel like that's always the case when Dak's in there. And I think these first couple weeks you're seeing he's drawing it up in a way that's really helpful for Dak. And I think you hope that it's just, hey, he's here in year 4 as a coordinator, and he's starting to find his own, which is what happens a lot of times with these coordinators.
Bobby, that right there is something that I wanted to ask you there, because in listening to that podcast too, they talked about how much of that part of it was a learning process, but it was a school of football during that time. And you can see, one's been to 2 Super Bowls, another one's been to a Super Bowl and multiple championship games. And Matt LaFleur's still trying to figure it out with his quarterback. But they grew, they learned, they developed their own philosophies from that. How much growth do you think Kellen Moore has had from day he took over as coordinator to right now? And how different is he? Or is he that different at all?
Yeah, I think that a lot of times whenever you've seen the first couple of years that Kellen Moore's been here, it always feels like the first few weeks are really dynamic, and then things kind of trail off into the second half. And so, we're heading into the second half of the season. This will be a big part of the narrative for Kellen Moore is showing that he can maintain creativity and continue to evolve and respond to what defenses are doing to the offense into the second half of the year. That'll be a big part of if they're going to be able to have success. And so I think that he has grown. He has changed. He has, I think, seen the game differently, approaches the game differently. It's kind of been from year to year been a little different, and they have some success at first, and then it trails off. I think this year, what we've seen from Kellen Moore, he's done a pretty good job of putting guys in the best position to succeed, regardless of who he has out there. And so I've got confidence that it's finally starting to click for him, and he's finding that footing, which is what can happen sometimes. My goodness, like Sean Payton got his play calling duties stripped from him in New York and was ostracized and fired, and ended up here in Dallas as a damaged product, and ultimately rebuilt his reputation and goes on to become head coach of the Saints and develops this reputation as an offensive genius. And that is something that occurred several years into his career of drawing up offenses. And so I think it can be a similar thing where offensive coordinators generally take a little bit of time to find their footing. Not everybody's Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay in that they become these boy wonders and continue to evolve and progress. Those guys are outliers and we marvel at them for a reason. I think that Kellen Moore, though, has a lot of really encouraging traits and knows how to use personnel, knows how to draw things up, and you're seeing him improve in areas that he hasn't necessarily been strong at over the course of his career.
It's amazing what Drew Brees can do for somebody's career.
A good quarterback changes everything,
God.
man.
Well, look how much easier it makes Kellen Moore's life.
Yeah. And
when
look how
Dak
much
plays
easier it's
well,
making
Kellen
Pete
Moore
Carroll's
looks like a genius.
Pete Carroll's looking amazing right now because of the greatness of Geno
He's finally
Smith.
got a real quarterback.
Yeah, finally. Like we've always been saying here.
It's the old Ernie Zampese line. When it's a good play, or when a play works, it's a genius play. When a play doesn't work, it's a terrible call.
All right, who gets the call on this? And I know it still feels like we're 7 weeks away from this, but who gets the call on what this offensive line looks like? And again, things can change dramatically between now and then. But at this moment, the way that Tyler Smith's playing, what would you do if you're revamping this offensive line when Tyron comes back?
Man,
is this why Steven keeps saying let's get there whenever we do and not worry about it yet?
I don't know that they know yet.
Yeah.
And that's why they keep saying I'm sure Tyron's part of it somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's part of your best 5 in some way, is because I don't think they totally know what it looks like yet, and they're hoping it'll just kind of work itself out. It's like, Brian's always had that line that guys tend to cut themselves during training camp, so no matter how hard the decision looks, over the course of a few weeks, it'll work itself out. I think that's what they're hoping, is that over the course of a few weeks, we'll see Connor McGovern struggling, or Tyler Smith's hit a rookie wall or whatever, and they can just easily make a decision to shuffle it. But, I think that if this were to start, tomorrow, if Tyron Smith were to be healthy, Man, I don't know that it's just as easy as, go ahead and plug him in because they've had success. Tyler Smith has had his rookie moments for sure. But, for me, I would probably Connor McGovern's been good. Like when he's been healthy. I would probably today with Connor McGovern and the banged up ankle, just say if it was today that Tyron Smith was ready, I would put Tyler Smith at left guard, see if Tyron Smith looks better because he played awful against San Francisco last year and made people think that he was entering a potentially steep decline, and he looked bad at times in training camp. And so I don't think it's just a slam dunk that he comes back and he's great, but that would probably be the combination that I'd start off with, would just be Tyron at left tackle and Tyler Smith at left guard.
I mean, he should be back this week or next week, right? I mean, meat of the schedule and all.
Yeah, meat of the schedule. Actually, they said he's about 3 to 4 weeks away from being within his 21-day window. Is that correct, Bobby?
Yeah, the real meat is whenever he's back, Chop.
Is that what it is?
Back, then they'll just whenever he's back, then he'll be like, "This is the meat."
This is the meat.
If he was back last week, that would have been the meat of the schedule.
That would have been the meat too.
But yeah.
The Bradley Chubb trade looks good for Miami. Now he is getting
23.8 a year, which means that Mike is going to get 30.
That's right behind Myles Garrett at 25. Where do you put the future of Micah Parsons' monies here after this?
I've been dreading the Micah Parsons negotiation for a long time. One, because he has arguably the best agent in the NFL in David Mulugeta, who will get everything that he wants in a negotiation because he's really good at it.
He is good at that.
I mean, he's the one who negotiated that Deshaun Watson deal that got everybody so angry. Because like league owners so angry because of the guarantees that were in it and everything else, and felt like it messed up the market. David's on top of that, and so he'll get everything he can for Micah. And the Cowboys love to win negotiations, and the Cowboys have shown in the past a history of trying to do the like with DeMarcus Lawrence, where when he wanted a certain amount for being a pass rusher, like, hey, these are what the top guys are getting paid. Then they went, but those are 3-4 outside linebackers getting paid.
You're not that. You're a
defensive end. That's not the same position. So I'm already prepared for us to hear about, we've offered Micah top money in the game, and then for Micah's side to leak out, they've offered to pay him as the top linebacker, and he's not the top
and then
linebacker.
We're have to go through a franchise season, and it's just going to be a top story every for 3 years.
Ultimately it gets done for I don't know, it's something that ultimately gets done for 5 years, 130 or something like that. So I'm sure it'll get done. I'm sure it'll just be along the way. We'll all be annoyed with it.
Man,
and then ultimately it gets
I would
done.
love to see them try to tag him as a linebacker.
But come on, Chop, don't you knowing how they've negotiated in the past? Don't you see that's what their first volley will be? What, this pays you as the top linebacker in the game. What are you upset about?
That's exactly what they're going to do. There's no doubt about it. They would it's garbage if Travis Kelce got tagged as a tight end. He's not really a tight end. He's a tight end. Really.
The 214 Diggs and Micah are going to get $65 million between the two of them. Man, that could be a future of the Cowboys. But that's, you know what?
I hope you're ready to pay CD 23 annually too, because that's his floor.
Let's just go draft another rider. The Steelers have proven you can just draft receivers and everything's going to be fine. I mean, that's
fine if you mean 2 and 6.
Year after year. Hold on, that's this year. That is this year.
They have Kenny Pickett. Well, they really have Matt Canada. That's another one of their
That's
problems.
a real big problem for them. Bobby, thank you for your time, man. Have a great one today. I'll talk to you again tomorrow.
I love you all.
Love you too, homie. I like Bobby Belt.
Do you love him though?
He
loves
Bobby.
you. He said he loves you.
I did say it back to him, and he did drive me to and from camp in Oxnard the whole week. The week and a half we were there. Now, you drove a lot, by the way. I still give you a lot of credit for getting us home safely on most nights. But
that was not all nights. I believe we're still
here.
here.
I didn't ride with you every night, though. There was one night I rode with Broadus.
That's true.
Very, very smart move on my part.
Very smart move.
But
I don't
yeah,
know how I did it half the time.
I still credit you for. There was one night you were very mad about having to do it, and I still appreciate you for doing that for me that night.
I don't even remember that night. I don't remember.
Oh, no.
I don't even remember.
But even still, I appreciate that Bobby made sure every morning he would go do a hit with y'all at the tennis courts, drive all the way back to our hotel, pick us up, and take us back. I really appreciate that from the man. I do want to go through the grading of the Cowboys offseason moves because a lot of people are upset still that they didn't do anything at the trade deadline.
All right.
But did their offseason provide anything that gives you know what? They've done a lot of work to build a team that's a winning team right now with a top 3 defense. Does anybody disagree that this is a top 3 defense at the moment? I mean, I would almost put them at 1.
I think it's right there. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, if you put them anywhere in that range, I think it's fair.
Stephen Jones took. I mean, just ask Kevin Gray. He took hit after hit after hit this offseason for moves that looked pretty bad. And Kevin Gray will not let go, by the way. I appreciate Kevin Gray's work on the get right. He will not let go of the Amari Cooper moment. He will never let that slide
Of
in the
the
Cowboys.
trade?
Right. He will. Yeah. He is like, every time I look at Twitter, he will. It is a tweet that says something along the lines of, I said it then and I'll say it now, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I wanted everybody to kind of take a look at what the Cowboys did this offseason, and do you think it has paid off? KD Drummond posted this a couple days ago. Actually, yesterday. Stephen Jones' work in this offseason. First-round pick, Tyler Smith. What grade would you give Tyler Smith at this point?
Grade. B?
Okay. KD Drummond gives him an A-.
Okay.
Saying that the pick was maligned originally.
Yes, it was.
And so far, like the Tyron Smith injury, it kind of looks really smart on your part that you have this guy lined up for you and that he can take on this role. And that you were kind of like, even when you drafted him, you're like, he's raw, he's going to need some work. But he stepped in to take over for Tyron Smith, which we all thought Tyron was probably going to be injured at some point anyway.
Uh-huh.
And he's done a very good job. I don't know what his grades are from PFF, but you get an A- from KD Drummond, and I don't think that that's too bad. I think that I really think that an A- fits perfectly for Tyler Smith right now. What's his grade right now on PFF?
It is a 63.
Ooh.
Which is
got some work to do.
You got some work to do. You're not like, you're not a negative. You're not a positive either.
Okay. I think that I'm gonna stick with the A- there. I'm perfectly okay with that because it's working out. Second round pick, Sam Williams.
I mean, especially over the last couple of weeks, you got to put that in the A category. Now, if you do the entire season, maybe not, but A-.
They gave him an A.
Yeah.
They said he looks like the real deal. He had a penalty issue, but those are aggressive kind of things, and you can't hate a guy for being aggressive.
No,
and Dan Quinn's using him right now.
Yeah, I mean, there are some times where you want guys to be aggressive. There are some times where you want them to be more conservative in how they approach their position. Certain positions you want to be more aggressive than others. Defensive line, I kind of want to be aggressive.
Yeah, I want that guy, and the dude has the physical abilities to go along with it. That's the thing that I think is a big difference. You can have a mentality, but the physical ability to go along with the mentality, that's huge. Third round pick, Jalen Tolbert.
It's an incomplete.
They gave him a C-. I thought he showed some good stuff in camp. I thought he had better stuff on film from college. I haven't seen anything so far. Wide receivers coach says, hey, he did a really good job in doing what we asked of him to do on Sunday.
The best thing he did was he held up the safety on the CD touchdown last week.
You're damn right there. And hopefully they can use this bye week to try to incorporate a little bit more for him, or maybe figure out he's not the piece for him.
Right.
Fourth round pick, Jake Ferguson.
Oh, that's an A+, man.
Yeah?
Yes, it is. He is going to make you. Him and Hendy are going to allow you to let Dalton Schultz go bye-bye.
I agree with you there. The more I watch those highlight films on the Dallas Cowboys website, the more it's like Dalton Schultz is telling those guys like how he's setting them up. They're a group. They're a really tight-knit group over there. It's just you can't pay one guy that much and then have Hendershot and Ferguson, who we refer to as Fergushot. You can't have those guys out there, chasing the Dalton Schultz money and getting that same production. So I think you're right. I think that the play of that guy and those two guys really making it look good. Fifth round pick, Matt Letzko, incomplete. I'm going to say an incomplete on that guy because he hasn't done anything. He had the shoulder injury in camp and hasn't turned anything out. Fifth round pick, Deron Bland.
Oh, that's an A.
That's an A for you?
I think so.
That's an A for. They have him a B plus.
Okay.
But obviously,
A-minus,
he's just now starting. I think that
he's been really good.
This dude's gonna be a baller for you. I was trying to figure out how to get him in the lineup over Anthony Brown.
Yeah, he's been very good. I saw what you did there, and I'm not gonna let you say that.
What's that?
I love Anthony Brown's a good player. This
Okay.
Anthony Brown, contraband everybody's got going on here. This hate for AB. He's exactly what you want out of a number 2 corner.
Okay, exactly. I mean, I do want.
He's not a number 1, and no one's saying he's number 1.
Like I want J.C. Horn across.
J.C.
from
Horn's number 1.
Diggs. Yeah,
J.C. Horn's number 1.
No, that's what I'm trying to. I'm trading first round picks for those guys.
He's a number 2.
Okay.
Some teams have 2 number 1s.
I think Bland is good though, and I think he can be better than Anthony Brown.
Like everybody still gets on it. Like Anthony Brown has never recovered from Antonio Brown in week 1 last year.
And I think it was more of the Raiders moment when the Raiders attacked him over and over on that Thanksgiving game where it was just boring. Like it was because they threw 700 flags.
Yeah.
That was the day that you were like, Anthony, like, did they see a weakness that they're trying to expose? I do think, though, he does go out there and give you some pretty good, consistent play as a number 2 corner.
He's more consistent than Diggs. He's just not as he doesn't have the upside. Like Diggs makes the bigger splash plays.
Yeah, the upside
but Diggs,
for Diggs.
I mean, did you see that one play Diggs had the other day?
Hey, you do not. We're not bad mouthing Diggs while I'm on this show.
I'm not bad mouthing
I
him here.
drive and I listen to you bad mouth Diggs all the time.
Hear it again,
and
baby.
I want to call in. By the time I call in, Joey's on the phone. He's like, "Oh, sorry, we just ended the segment.
Yeah.
You're not going to bad mouth Diggs today."
Yeah, I'm not bad mouthing him here, but like he got so turned around. There was 20 yards of space in that game last week, and so he'll have those plays. They don't have the great plays where he is, having great catch up speed and making interceptions and knocking balls away. He's got an upside that Anthony Brown can't touch. But he also has a downside that is like, well, okay.
Let's roll out a couple other things real quick on their offseason. They did add Devin Harper. They added Damon Clark, who they really like a lot. They got an A+ on him at the moment. The trade for Amari Cooper, they have a B- on that. The
what?
Releasing Lyle Collins, A+.
They had a B- on that trade?
That you're saying that's a lower, like a C?
Look, you can't. I don't think you have to be a homer to think that the Amari Cooper trade and the compensation they got in return is anything better, anything above a C-.
Yeah. Okay, I see that. By the way, from the 817, Tyler Smith not being a negative is a positive. Absolutely. Releasing Lyle Collins, A+. Releasing Randy Gregory, B+. And don't forget they added Brett Maher. They added a kicker that can actually kick. And then they gave you Kevontae Turpin, Jason Peters. I think the Cowboys have done a pretty good job re-signing Jaron Kearse. That was a smart move, strong move.
Oh, he's very consistent.
For as often as
really
people
tackle.
kill the Cowboys about some of the moves they didn't make or some of the things they did a very good job at keeping a defense that was very good last year together, and now it's a top 3 defense for you right now. Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, Tim McMahon says this about what Jason Kidd's trying to do with Christian Wood next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW, or Metroplex, as Sean likes to call you every once in a while. Hopefully you're out there driving safely. It looks like Central Expressway heading north right now. Kind of log jammed a little bit. Hopefully everything's okay for you out there. Peyton was just saying it feels like it's 7 o'clock in the morning right now because you're looking outside. It's kind of overcast. You got some haziness going on, some fog in your way. You can make it a good day, though. You can make it an awesome day. All you got to do is change your mindset just a little bit. Everything's going to work out for you, man. Good luck out there on your ventures into the world. And, Sean will be back Monday, I believe, is next week sometime.
Next week sometime.
I think it's Wednesday. Sean will be back. I'm only with you until Friday. All right, I'm only with you until Friday, and then I'm back on the middays. I just did see on Twitter, 105.3 The Fan, at 105.3 The Fan, tweeted out that Sean and RJ are on right now, so listen in. So if you clicked on the link and you're listening to me and you're confused, it's not the midday. It is actually just that Sean is out for a little bit of vacation during the bye week as we get things rolling here. So keep an eye, an ear out on what we're doing all day long. Listen to the KNC Masterpiece with Mike Bassick and Kevin Hagelin and whoever else they have on the show behind the board over there. And then you'll have G-Bag later on in the afternoon. But right now, we had this audio yesterday on the show, Chop, and you know Tim McMahon. You worked with him for a while.
I do know Tim McMahon.
Sarcastic fella?
Never. No, I don't know him as having any kind of sarcasm.
I think he's hilarious. There have been times I've listened to that guy. I think he's hilarious. But I'm interested in what he's discussing here. By the way, from the 469, killing the morning show, Corey. Does that mean I'm killing it like I'm doing poorly or I'm doing well? I just want to know from the 469, not everybody else.
Well,
right?
I think
I'm very fragile, so if you say mean things to me, it'll throw me off here. All right, so please don't do that.
If you're killing it, it's good.
Yeah.
If you're right,
killing the morning show means I'm destroying it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you got a hater.
From the 817, the new Sean is better than the old one.
Oh no.
I love Sean Shreve. Dude, Sean Shreve does a phenomenal, I almost said another word, a phenomenal job at being, like, the way that he lines this thing up, man. He's very good at what he does. I always commend him on that. And I also think it's a lot of fun to hang out with that guy. You guys are a blast to party with whenever we go out of town. I love it.
We are fun.
Yeah,
there's no doubt.
Y'all are a fun show.
We're very fun.
And that's why
Me.
Kevin not being there, Kevin's a fun killer. I don't know if you know this about him. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't wear shorts.
Listen to our show, dude. Every day he has to kill. Mike and I are trying to have a blast. And Kevin's like, guys, let's keep it. Let's be in order.
Yeah.
He's just always.
We've had too much laughter.
But yeah, exactly. And so he's like, let's get back on track, guys. And everybody's like, no, more fun. And Kevin's like, oh, I kill fun. So just enjoy Kevin for what he is. You did that on purpose, Peyton. All right, let's play this Tim McMahon audio. This is him talking about Jason Kidd and Christian Wood and their relationship right now.
Very blunt. I almost feel like he's trying to break him. Like Jay Kidd is trying to hey, you're not a star on this team. We don't look at you as an all-star caliber player. This is your role. You need to accept it. And we'll see. I've said before, I think the Christian Wood experience in Dallas could be anything from sixth man of the year to see you later by Christmas.
That's interesting.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot to break down there. By the way, somebody said the 817, Corey, you're doing great, but I wish Kevin would fill in for Sean so him and RJ could fight the entire show. So
no.
There would be punches thrown. I love it. All right, so Tim McMahon thinks, and I don't disagree with him, but this is it's a risky play on the part of Jason Kidd if this is a fact. And I think that Tim McMahon is definitely talking from a place of good information. He doesn't just throw things out there that don't stick, in my opinion. From the work he's done over his entire career, you see a lot of the coaches respect his work. And I think a lot of the people in this industry respect what he does too. So when he's bringing something like this to the table, I think there's information that's legitimate that goes along with it. But he says he thinks that he's trying to break Christian Wood and show him, look, you are not this. You are a piece to the entire puzzle. Luka is a superstar.
Yes, he is.
You are a part of what can get Luka there. You just have to play your role and help us. Jason Kidd's very big on saying participate. He said that about Luka last year whenever he wasn't playing defense. He was like, look, Luka's got to participate on defense. And it's not, hey, Luka's trash out there. It's a very, very small way of saying you got to do your job. But he's now saying that Christian Wood, a guy that they bring in who thinks, maybe his agent thinks he should be a starter in the league somewhere, come off the bench, play a six-man role. You can be a star as a six-man. We did it with Jason Terry. You know, they've done the Jalen Brunson.
Manu Ginobili.
Yeah. Jalen Brunson just made a huge contract being a six-man.
Yes, he did.
So you can be a six-man and be successful on this team, but you have to do the stuff that we're asking of you to do. This is a risky play. But do you think that Jason Kidd is trying to get the most and will get the most out of Christian Wood with this kind of approach to him?
I would say that Jason Kidd probably has a better understanding of what was going to make him tick than I do.
Okay.
You know, maybe he has talked to guys around the league, what motivates him, what's the best way to get through to him. I mean, I think I don't want to sit here. I don't want to fall in the same trap we did with Rick.
Okay.
With
all right,
Carlisle,
this is interesting. I'm interested in this.
With Carlisle, we just said all faith, all blind trust.
Championship, and we gave everything to him.
You know, Randy Galloway says about Bill Parcells, trust in Big Bill.
Yep.
Okay. I don't want to fall in that trap with Jason, because we fell in that trap with Rick. We just trusted in Rick Carlisle. And then what did Rick do to end his career? He hit the under 9 straight years in with season win total. Or he didn't end it like that, but you know what I mean? Like, he hit the under 9 straight seasons after the championship.
In what appears to have, like, devolved into a bad work situation. You know, like the Mavericks just, their whole relationship fell apart when Vegas Bob came in.
So I don't want to, like, sit here and say that Jason Kidd is you know, immune from any criticism, but you know, he made enough right moves last year to where I'll give him, like, all right, I'm just gonna give him a pass here. Like, you know, if this is what he thinks is best, then I'm gonna go along with it for now.
Last year was a surprise to a lot of people that he was able to get that team to do what they did, and I think that's where a lot of people are starting to say, well, we'll put that faith in Jason Kidd. Obviously, this guy was a star in the NBA. He was an all-star in the NBA. He's won a gold medal with the Olympic team. He's won a championship. He's seen multiple different things happen in the NBA. But then he's been knocked as a coach along the way for playing mind games with players when he didn't necessarily need to play mind games with players. Now, Giannis will credit him for playing those mind games and getting the best out of him. And I do wonder if there is a part of Christian Wood that's untapped, that they just haven't. Like the dude last night, for that matter, put in 21 points. He was 10 of 15 from the field last night, gave you 10 rebounds. He has the potential to be a very talented offensive player and a very big part of what you do offensively for this team. But just like with Luka, if you do not do what they need you to do on defense, the team will not succeed. And I think that more than anything, I think that's what they're trying to get. Willie Calhoun. Every coach that managed Willie Calhoun would say, you know what? He had a big month or he had a big couple of weeks, and that's great. But you have to prove that you can do it consistently as a big leaguer. The big league guys, if they have that bad streak, it's not going to last very long. If you want to be that guy, you don't just get entitled to the moment. You have to earn it and then keep it while you're there. The Mike Trouts, they put the work in every day, and they have that natural ability to do it.
Wait, to what?
To be what they are.
Which is on the DL?
That too, yeah. The Bryce Harpers put in that work every day to be MVPs and season their MVPs and in the World Series. And I think that's, like, I don't mind it, because I've had bosses that have really not played mind games with me, but they expected more.
Spittle. Shots fired.
No, yeah, absolutely. Gavin Spills expected more.
Oh, I thought you were saying he plays mind games.
And there were times early in our career with our show where he would challenge us, and we met the challenge, which is why we earned the midday show. It wasn't just given to us. We worked our asses off for that. And that's why we earned that opportunity. And a lot of Tolos have been kick ass going with us every single day. And we appreciate that part of it. But I think that Christian Wood, if he can let his ego, this might be, I said this yesterday. Jason Kidd has a lot of respect for Coach K. Coach K coached that Redeem team. Jason Kidd was part of that Redeem team.
Yeah.
Coach K's philosophy comes from West Point, where in the military, you break somebody down to let them be built back up.
Man, does that still work today, though? Does that work on the modern day player?
The military works every day.
I know.
There are guys that go into the military every day in this environment. I understand. They're making
built
millions of dollars.
They are built differently, and they aren't making millions.
I do wonder if. By the way, that was Tim McMahon. That wasn't Tim Cato on that piece of audio. I had the video of it, so I know it's Tim McMahon.
Are you sure you know what Tim McMahon looks like?
I absolutely.
Okay.
I worked with him over when I was an intern at ESPN. But yeah, I think that this is definitely an ability to you got to. It's a risky play, but you got to have a guy that he's on the last. Like, this might be his last chance to really go prove that he deserves a big time contract. Like, if he wants to get that big contract, this might be that last shot for him with this team because he's been moved around so many different times. This is kind of the perfect opportunity to do it. A lot of people are concerned, like you, Choppy, that in this day and age you can't do that with players. But Jason Kidd just did it kind of last year with a couple of these different guys. So I'm interested to see how Christian Wood responds. If he is going to be a great second player on this team, I think he'll respond appropriately, which means I think he'll respond in a way that will be better for this team. Last night after the game, I saw lots of different people saying that he was talking about how much he loves playing here while he was at the podium. Like, talking about how much he loves Jason Kidd. He could be saying all the right things. He's got to be doing all the right things along the process. That's where I think Jason Kidd's monitoring and watching this guy right now. From the 817, it's Tim Cato. Interesting. The video I watched was definitely Tim McMahon on that one. I don't know what to tell you on that. So yeah. Choppy, what's your side hustle? Do you have a side hustle?
Yeah, kinda.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, I saw
I
a
don't
guy
want to talk about it, but yeah.
I saw a guy making $300,000 just last year off 25 vending machines. I have a friend who now owns Gapco Pizza Company. He runs Greenville Avenue Pizza Company. I went to high school with him, played baseball with him. He had ATM machines.
I've always wanted to get into that.
When he started out. And now he runs a pizza business, which has multiple, he's a chain pizza business place. And that place is making money for him, and he doesn't have to work all the time. He still works. But there's a guy in New York that's making $300,000 a year, letting his vending machines do work for him.
He's 31. He bought 2 vending machines, refurbished ones. He spent like $5,000 on them. He now has 25 machines in all. And he makes about $300,000 a year as a side hustle on just basically hawking, crackers at $1.40 a pop. Yeah. I've got to get in on this.
Yes.
We need to go. We need to pool some money together and buy a bunch of vending machines and start putting them around town.
Yeah, and we just put the Chop logo on it. What are you going to sell? What do you want to sell? You want to sell sodas? You want to sell snacks?
Dude, you know what? There needs to be
Say
like
health food. I dare you.
What?
Health food.
No. There needs to be like I'm sure there's a call for that.
Oh, you can buy your asparagus. A7.
You need to buy. There needs to be like an all energy drink vending machine out there, just like Monster, C4, the Red Bull.
Yes,
it's all energy.
I'm sure
drinks.
Monster has that. Let's go talk to Monster about investing and getting all these set up so all these kids can get all juiced up on caffeine.
Yeah, but I'm talking about not where you just don't have. Oh yeah, get some taurine in there.
Chlorine.
Stop it.
What?
Stop it. Yeah, Corey manages with the anabolic vending machines that he's going to throw out there. That's like, But I'm not talking about where it's just one brand. I mean, you just throw a generic one out there and just throw a bunch of different brands in.
Man, yeah, that's what we're going to do. That's our new business. We're leaving the show. Good luck to you, Peyton.
We just told everybody this.
Yeah.
Everybody out there with some extra money is going to go out there and steal our idea.
We're going to go make some deals right now. We're going to be awesome and rich. Good luck, Peyton. Enjoy your show.
I'll
All
do
right,
it.
coming up next, let's go around the NFL after the Bradley Chubb information next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, the great former Cowboy Barry Church joins.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Thank you, DFW, for joining us this morning. Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif on the Sean and RJ show. RJ Choppy is in studio collecting dogs as we go along. If you were watching the fan cam during the break, you may have seen what I do believe was a Scottish Terrier run in and start barking at Choppy. Choppy, are you afraid of dogs or do you love dogs?
Neither.
What? You like dogs?
Mm-hmm. I like dogs.
You can tolerate dogs?
I like dogs.
All right. Do you have a dog?
I do not have a dog.
Did you ever have a dog growing up?
Never did. Never had a dog.
You have cats?
Nope.
No pets.
I had a sister.
That's not a pet. That is a family member.
We would feed her.
Hold on.
I would feed her things, weird things.
like
I gave her Miracle Grow one time.
Why would you do that?
Well, she was short. I thought it would help her.
Well, Corey, you have lizards, don't you?
I have 2 lizards.
Wow.
Yeah. Actually, during crosstalk, we're going to get to that conversation.
I just have one lizard.
They're my kids' lizards. They're my son's lizards.
Okay.
They are a bearded dragon and a leopard gecko. So they're 2 different little lizards. And we have a dog. We have like a 97-pound Rhodesian Ridgeback. I have never been a big fan of big dogs. I always had I had a Pomeranian growing up. He was awesome because he just kind of fit. One night, I woke up and I thought he was my blanket, and I picked him up and threw him on the other side of the room, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." But Taz was the coolest dog ever. But now we have
Taz.
Taz,
because
he'd spin in these little circles.
Yeah, no, that's a good name. No, I would get a dog. I mean, Sarah had a dog that recently passed, and she wants to get a new one at some point. So we'll get one, and but no, I've never had one of my own. But I like dogs. That dog came in and looked at me like I had kicked it at some point.
Oh no,
it did. I don't know what happened, but it comes running in here, goes right at me, starts barking, and I'm like, bro, what up with you, man? Why'd you coming at me so strong?
Mm-hmm. And then real quickly though, that was really cool because the lady ran in and she grabbed him and she was like, "I'm so sorry." I was like, "It's okay, we're off air." It would have been cooler if we were on air.
Way cooler.
And he ran in here and started barking, and she was like, "I promise he barks in English." And I thought that was hilarious. I just thought it was a funny joke that she made because they were down in La Grande, down the end of the studio, and she said that. I just cracked up. By the way, my big dog Landry, I love him to death. So, but he also sheds too much. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah,
shedding season's terrible. I got to figure something out. This is why I have a Roomba. So that I can, because of shedding season. Yeah. Get the Roomba. I don't want to sweep and vacuum all the time.
Put clothes on him.
And he was a rescue dog. He was a rescue dog. We rescued him. That's something that I'm really a big advocate of. If you can rescue a dog and help them out, man, there are a lot of them out there. Just find your local rescue. Somebody just texted in, "Corey, I foster dogs for a rescue group called Recycled Pomeranians. Check it out." From the 972, I have 2 Ridgebacks over 105 pounds. They are amazing dogs. Yeah, they're called lion tamers, Choppy, because in Africa, people have packs of 6 of them, and when lions try to come invade your camps, their bark is so terrifying that the lions run off. So they protect their lion tamers. So that's why I appreciate having him around the house. He's a big, scary dog sometimes, but he's just a little puppy. You know what I mean? He's just a little puppy. He's just a good old boy. All right, so I wanted to get into some around the NFL discussion as we have a lot of NFL topics to get to. Bradley Chubb has agreed to a 5-year extension with the Dolphins. That's around $23.8 million that he's going to be making. He's the second highest paid defensive end. Very talented player. You knew him coming out of Georgia that he was going to be a talented player. Here he is. He goes to the Broncos, and now he's been traded, and the Dolphins said, "Let's go ahead and lock you up for the rest of your career until you're out of your prime." They want him for his prime. Do you think that that's a significant move for the Dolphins to continue adding to what they're doing there?
Look, I like what the Dolphins have done. They've got a really solid squad. I don't know that I would put they're not in my top 5 in the league. I had Baltimore in there over them, even though they beat Baltimore. Baltimore was completely controlled that football game for, 50 minutes of it. I like what Miami's done, though. They were able to get capital for Laramie Tunsil and then for the Trey Lance pick, and they've done the right thing with it. I mean, look at that. They went out, they found a quarterback, and then they continue to add pieces around him. Like, that's what you can do when you find a quarterback. You can make these other moves. They feel like they found their guy. I like what they've done. I think they put on kind of a clinic in team building. They really have. They recognize positions of importance. They've gone after them. They've done a really nice job of it. I think Miami's put themselves in a good position.
I was definitely wrong. He went to North Carolina State. I was thinking of Nick Chubb, I do believe, who he and Sony Michel were at Georgia, if I'm correct there. The Nyheim Hines trade to the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen says, "Holy crap, this guy is fast."
Yeah.
It's still not a running back. He's a receiving running back that maybe he can play what we imagine Tony Pollard can do, what we imagine Alvin Kamara can do. Nyheim Hines, though, is one of those guys that I think he's explosively fast, but they don't have a true running back, which their game is missing. The balance of their game is that Josh Allen is their running back. That's where their balance is at the moment, and I don't know if that's going to wear him out. It looked like it didn't wear him out against the Chiefs in that game, where he was still the running back and he was making all the throws. That's the difference. That's the guy right there. Him and Mahomes are two guys that are mobile, can run, but can also stand in the pocket and deliver quality throws whenever it's clutch time. Those are the only two guys I think in the league that really do that well right now. And maybe Jalen Hurts will grow into that. Maybe Jalen Hurts becomes that product. But do you think that Nyheim Hines is going to be a big factor for the Buffalo Bills, or just another guy in the group?
I think he's a good complimentary piece. Buffalo didn't need anything. Let's be fair. Buffalo did not need to give up any future assets for Nyheim Hines.
Mm-hmm.
They did not need to do that. They have the guy who's playing as good as anybody in the league right now, in Josh Allen, who also is probably their best running back too.
Yeah.
They didn't need to go do this. This was a luxury move that I hope for their sake doesn't bite them in the butt when they need a depth guy later on. They're not going to be able to get that in the draft.
Yeah, no, you got a good point there.
Because when Josh Allen's money fully kicks in, and then you got to pay other guys around him, you're going to want that mid-round draft pick to be able to shore up some depth. So I hope for their sake it doesn't bite them in the butt, because they didn't need to do this. They were already the best team. This isn't gonna. I mean, it's gonna help because it's another guy to get, but they're gonna need depth sooner or later.
Yeah, I think the interesting part is I think that Josh Allen knows how to utilize all of his tools. I think Dave's taught him pretty well on how to see their offense and everything that they're trying to do. Dave's obviously isn't there, and here they are continuing to be one of the top offenses in the NFL. I'm interested to see how it plays in. Immediately when I saw the trade, I went to go try and make a trade in fantasy football to pick this guy up, because I was like, yeah, that's one of those offenses that you're just like, just add it to it. Just give me that guy. Like I need guys from the Bills offense. You can't figure out the Chiefs offense in fantasy football right now. You just never know who's going to pop each week.
No, you don't. You know what they're going to do? They're going to score. I'll tell you who's going to pop. Patrick Mahomes
each week.
Yeah. I'll say this. One more thing. Go back to Miami. I will say this about them. They're in a weird spot because there's no move they could have made that would have vaulted them over Buffalo or Kansas City. And they're not going to be better than Buffalo or Kansas City for the foreseeable future.
Valid, yeah. That's
so
valid.
What are you really trying to do? You're trying to be. It's like in the AFC during the Brady and Manning days. Like, what were you trying to do? You were trying to be. Like if you're the Chargers were never going to be, they were never going to go to the Super Bowl with those two teams,
right?
So you
had Phillip Rivers and LaDainian Tomlinson, a really good group, but
trying to get a little lucky every now and then.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Miami is. They're just trying to okay, maybe we can get there every now and then, but it's really not likely.
They might be like the Niners with Shanahan, where they're kind of in that mix all the time.
Yeah, now look, if Tua hits, if Tua really is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, like he has been playing like this year, then I think, even though I don't like trading picks for players and then paying them, when I have a quarterback, I can make those kind of moves that I wouldn't necessarily make, right? Because you can do things when you have a quarterback that you can't do.
Absolutely.
You can get away with more.
Yeah, he gives you the ability to make those kind of decisions.
Mistakes.
Yeah,
you can make mistakes.
Joe Flacco says that he is he is sad. He's disappointed that he's been demoted to the third-string quarterback on the New York Jets. Robert Saleh said Joe Flacco should be an NFL starter. Yet Zach Wilson and Mike White are in front of him right now. Do you believe in Zach Wilson? Because Kevin has already given up on him.
I haven't given up on him yet.
You haven't given up on him?
I'm not. I can't give up on a guy in his second year.
But Kevin also didn't believe in him going into the draft. He
He's
thought
a project.
there was too much hype.
He's a project. Yeah, for sure, a project. No, I see some of the throws. You see that they're there. I love those aggressive guys, but I'm a sucker for them.
Yeah. No, I am too. I want somebody who's willing to push that a little bit too much. And like you said, when those guys are the right guy and they push it a little too much, they make the right decision. They make up for their mistakes.
I'm a little too slow on quarterbacks. Like, I try to give them more time than they probably should have. I don't think. I think every quarterback needs like 6 years, honestly, to really figure the league out. Like, really. Now, some guys do it right away. Like Mahomes, Allen did it in year 2. But man, Josh Allen was terrible in his first 20 games.
Yeah,
terrible.
He grew a lot over that time.
You got to give these guys time.
By the way, speaking of offensive players that need some time, Derrick Henry was reported early in his career to need a runway, and he would probably never be a good running back if he didn't have a runway. He was named the AFC Offensive Player of the Month. Another man who was discounted going into the season by everybody except for Reggie Atatula, Geno Smith, named Offensive Player of the Month for this past month. The dude hit 69.4% of his passes for 1,207 yards and 9 touchdowns and 1 pick in 5 games and rushed for 143 yards and scored a TD.
He's having a fantastic year.
I don't know if he can keep it up, but man, this is one you can hang your hat on for sure.
If I was betting, I'd be like, okay, he's going to have his drop-off. I'm waiting for it. We all are. I'll say this, though. He's got a really good group of receivers. You got Tyler and DK, and it really doesn't get much better than that.
No, yeah, that does help out a lot. I mean, DK being injured for a little bit, both of them being ready to back out there. But, man, I'm just impressed with the coaching that Pete Carroll's done and the job that Geno Smith's done in that role. Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, the Micah Parsons stat that you have to know next to the fan.
2 of the Cowboys.
RJ Choppy alongside Peyton Russell hanging out with us as well. The KNC Masterpiece will be on here coming up at 10 o'clock. They'll hop in studio with us at 9. Oh, crap. I forgot to put Nick Eatman on the list for 9:20. Do we need to?
No, it's Thursday. He's only Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, thanks, Peyton. Thanks
for
a lot.
following, Corey.
Thanks a lot for, making sure I knew what I was doing there.
Real quick, truckrent.com text line. I want to shout this one out.
All right.
From the 972. I appreciate this. He writes in, I've been trying to get an answer and nobody knows. Maybe you guys do. A cop pulls over a U-Haul as he trying to bust a move.
What does that mean? What do you mean? Why are you grinning like that?
I appreciate that, man.
What does that even mean?
That's a funny one.
Oh, no. Why are you thinking
8 out of
that's
10.
It's a good dad joke, man.
Bust a move.
I approve.
Oh, because
U-Hauls
you use a U-Haul to
using
move
a U-Haul.
things.
You use yes.
Thank you, Corey.
Yes. About time.
I thought they were asking if the cop was
Penske truck or a Ryder truck.
Yeah, I've driven those before. Yeah, they're useful.
I don't see you're not Penske material. I don't see that.
I've used U-Haul is the way I've gone. No, I'd never a Penske, but I've definitely done the U-Haul before. And like they have a governor on them, I believe. Like you can only go a certain speed. Or at least mine.
Politics here. Have you voted?
What? No, don't worry about it. We're not doing that right now. All right.
I did. I went there earlier this week.
I am, hey, anybody who's like, why is Corey on the show right now? Sean is usually the guy that's leading the show and everything. I work on the midday show. I am an East Dallas hood rat. I grew up over in East Dallas, went to Bryan Adams High School, went to Richland College, went to the University of North Texas. I'm born and raised here in DFW, and that's why I love working here on The Fan, where my entire goal of getting into this industry, very simple goal, wanted to go to camp in Oxnard. That's it. That's all I ever wanted to accomplish. And now here we are with a fantastic radio station and a fantastic radio show on middays, and I get to work with you fine fellas today and be here with you Tolos. So I wanted to just let you know who I am real quick. Just wanted to throw that out there. And we'll have Kevin the Fun Killer coming up here at 9:40. What do you think about Kevin the Fun Killer?
He's definitely a fun killer.
Yeah.
I haven't worked with Kevin in a long time, like doing a show together.
877-881-1053. Please text in how you think we can get Chop and Kevin to argue this morning. Because I'll set it up, dude. I will definitely throw the grenade in the middle of the mix and just watch that thing go. It's so much fun. This is a stat for Micah Parsons that you absolutely need to know. Now, Choppy, you and I have had this disagreement in that you were like, just put the guy on the edge.
Let him go.
Let him eat. Let him go. The way I've looked at it, and I think the Cowboys kind of still look at it this way, is just move them all over the field if you can and line them up in pass rush situations. I think Ross Tucker did say something in like in that vein of indefinite pass situations, he needs to be rushing the quarterback. For the other times, let him go be a playmaker. Let him stop whatever it is. Let him read and everything. Let him do his thing. Where are we at the moment? Because you asked the question, you sent this over to me and said, have the Cowboys made Micah Parsons a defensive end and just not told anybody?
Yeah. That's, it's kind of like he's playing the position of a defensive end, but he's listed as a linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
Todd Archer wrote on ESPN, he technically remains a linebacker, and he wants to be, he still believes himself as doing both, right? But, let's be fair. Go look at his snap count. He played 100% of the snaps in week 1. Played 60-something% of them last week. That's a clear transition to another position. I rhymed it. It just is. Linebackers play dang near 100% of the snaps. At least he does. Edge rushers don't.
So you're saying that they, like, when we see him on the sideline and he looks all pissed off about it, it's because they're trying to keep his legs fresh or like his body fresh for being
the natural rotation of being the edge rusher. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Now look, I don't have a problem with him playing linebacker. I have a problem with him spying on the running back or being put in coverage against a tight end.
Because you think that that's a useless kind of
way
to use him?
No, I just think he's so valuable
in other areas.
Pass rusher.
Okay.
Like you it doesn't mean he can't do it. Like you get the best. The Steelers don't put T.J. Watt in coverage.
Okay, so this is what we were discussing a little earlier this morning that was very similar to what we'll discuss tomorrow with the Shanahan approach to things and being multiple, not only on offense, but being multiple on defense too. If you go up against the Tennessee Titans, is your best matchup not to have Micah Parsons stopping Derrick Henry? This is a one-off situation, so this is the Tennessee Titans specifically.
Right.
Is that not like you can isolate? You can pretty much take Derrick Henry out of a game if it's Micah Parsons.
Yeah, you could.
Okay.
You could.
And I know, like Joe Witt has said that out of all the people that he's coached and seen, he thinks Micah Parsons could play safety on 32 different teams right now just because of his ability and everything. But that's what I'm trying to get at there, Choppy, is I think on any given game plan against any given opponent, because they're all different. Like what we saw against Philadelphia, we got great practice against the Chicago Bears to go out, learn from what you did against Philadelphia, and try and say, okay, here's how we're going to approach this if they try and do this to us again. And I think that Micah Parsons was actually a lot better on some of those reads. The whole Cowboys defense was a lot better on those. On certain game plans, I think Micah Parsons is more valuable in different areas. That's the unique player that he is, and that's the benefit I think the Cowboys have with him. And turning him into an edge player, it's going to give him all the credentials. He's going to get the Pro Bowls and the All-Pros, and he's going to get the sack numbers that put him in those categories to be considered one of the greatest at whatever position. But his ability to be on to change your game plan week to week because of what he does, and I think McCarthy was talking about the entire group, Damone Clark, Anthony Barr, and Micah, like all three of those different guys give you so much ability to swap and move, and you don't know what's coming at you defensively.
Yeah, no, you don't. And I'll say, I think that, let's just use the Titans, for example. If you go after Tannehill, I mean, you make it impossible for him to do anything. He's useless. And then, I mean, Derrick Henry, he ain't going to beat you 4 yards at a clip for the whole game. They're not going to win that game.
Well, with this Cowboys run defense,
he might get 8 with this Cowboys run defense, man. You're right. You're absolutely
right. But not every team's. How many teams in the NFL are built like that? How many teams are
right? Yeah, you got. I mean, every game is different.
How many teams? So let's look at the NFL right now. You have
they messed up against Philly, I think.
You have a collection of 4 teams that run kind of what Philly can do. In Philadelphia, Chicago, Baltimore does that.
And maybe Arizona.
Daniel Jones sometimes can. Arizona's different because I don't think
they throw more.
Yeah, and they just say, "Hey, drop back and scramble, Kyler. Just figure it out, buddy."
Yeah, that's they don't have a plan.
They probably could do a lot more if they planned better, and that's why I think Coach Bro's out. But so I think that there's a handful of teams that do what Philadelphia does. I think there are a handful of teams that do what Green Bay does. I think that Green Bay's not doing it well anymore.
Which is not give their quarterback help and then complain about it? Is that what they
stand in the pocket and throwing it and being able to escape. I think the Rams do that pretty well. And I mean, there are a couple of other teams that have a pocket quarterback, and they rely on that to make the plays for them. And their offense starts from there. I think the Bengals are very in the similar situation where you say he doesn't have any help. He doesn't have any help on the offensive line, Joe Burrow. So I think that you just look at the NFL. Fish used to say this all the time. How many different ways are there to skin a cat? Well, there are all these different ways to do it. And I think if you can match up with each one of them, you get yourself in a position to have a good record at the end of the season. And you can be flexible to playing different types of opponents whenever you get into the playoffs. Micah being that type of player for you definitely gives the Cowboys lots of different opportunities to do different things with him all over the field. But it does seem like they are playing him a lot more. But you said that he makes more plays as a linebacker, but bigger plays as an edge rusher.
I think so. I mean, when you're playing 100% of the snaps, you're obviously going to make more plays.
Mm-hmm.
He'll make more tackles. He may have, maybe have 1 or 2 more tackles for a loss. Still get to the quarterback. When you're an edge rusher, now you're talking about sacking the quarterback, which is huge. Impacting the passing game by having that quarterback be on his back foot.
Probably more running for loss, too. You can still make those as well.
You can. So I think there's no doubt when you play linebacker, you're going to make more plays. than you will as an edge. But I think the bigger plays that you make are going to come with that edge rush. So it's just a question of what do you want? You want to make more plays or more impactful plays?
I'm interested to know. I gotta talk.
I'd be interested to see how a coach would feel about that.
I need to talk to my 4 horse people about this. I don't know if I've told you.
Like Arn Anderson and Ric Flair.
Broadus has the gang of 7. You know, his all his people that he knows that are really in tune with what's going on. I got 4.
You have 4.
Broadus is one of them. I'm not supposed to tell, but yeah, Broadus is definitely one of them.
So now we got to figure out who the other 3
the
are.
The other 3 are
is Bobby one of them?
Nope, definitely
Fish?
not. Nope.
Mickey?
Nope.
No?
No, these are all people that
These are just smart people.
Very smart people.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact. And they're my horse people, is what I call them. Will Chambers got mad because he thought I was talking about people that know horses.
Kentucky. Yeah.
Not that kind of horse people. They're just the 4 guys I trust when it comes to talking football. I want to know if Dan Quinn had this type of vision for him. You know, this type of we can do all these things. I think they knew the athleticism and the speed. I don't think that and I think they also knew the motor, like the internal motor of this guy of just everything is 100% all the time. If I'm going a direction, I'm going that way 100%. I love that about Micah Parsons, but the ability to just make this defense so different on any given week is something that I think is, and still learn at the same time, is something that I don't know that they had that in mind when it was coming along. It is fist bump time, everybody.
Oh, yeah, I love fist bump.
It is fist bump time. It's time for some mid-season grades for the NFL next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the Truck Wreck. Studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It is fist pump time here on the Fan Cam, twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam, and you can see Choppy doing his fist pump. Peyton, why aren't you fist pumping right now?
I just headbang.
You headbang?
Like a rager.
All right, I like
you don't
that.
have hair. You don't have hair to headbang.
Yeah, you do need to have long hair to be a headbanger.
It's a little longer than usual. It's curling at the top. You see it?
No, but you got to be able to have the thing flow,
like
right?
the Chiafalo hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Chiafalo hair. Look, I would kill to have Chiafalo hair.
It is fantastic hair. It really is. From the
I would wear pigtails, though.
What?
All the time.
He did. Did you see him wearing pigtails the other day when he was dressed up as Harley Quinn? They had the
that's for Halloween. That didn't count.
No, it was for a bet payoff. It's for their show Bet Payoff. They do the death pool every week or whatever it's called.
See, I would 1,000% rock an old school scrunchie.
I don't know. My kid has long hair, and he will put his hair up in a man bun every once in a while. And he's like, "Dad, it bothers me while I sleep." And I'm like, "Okay, whatever."
Does he wear like a butterfly clip ever? Do you have one of those?
No, he doesn't have. But I have done the scrunchy thing with him a couple times, and I just think it's hilarious.
How about chopsticks? You put the chopsticks in there.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I should try that with him next and see how he feels about that. From the 469, Chop and Kevin talking about morals is great content. Bubba the truck driver. Was I talking about?
No. We were talking about trying to get, I think, how to get me and Kevin into a fight.
Yeah.
Somebody said, for me to ask him his thoughts on iron covers. Kevin looks like an iron cover guy.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I could see Kevin definitely being an iron cover guy in his golf clubs.
I can tell you this. Knowing Kevin as long as I have, he doesn't have golf clubs.
Yeah, I can see that.
He does not like golf.
I know.
He thinks golf is boring, which
it can be.
I think if you play golf, like you understand, if you're good at golf, you're there to compete against yourself or maybe against the guy you're playing.
I mean, I love playing with myself. What?
If you're bad at golf like me, you enjoy the company of just hanging out with your buddies and getting drunk on the golf course.
Yeah.
Or just hanging out with your buddies. You don't have to drink. Not everybody drinks. I get it.
It depends. If I'm playing golf by myself, I don't drink.
Oh, really?
No. I go out there. I find that I play my best when I'm playing by myself. I just go out there. I'm not thinking about anything. I play very fast. I focus on the game. If I'm playing with other people, like if me and my girlfriend go play,
you're busy chatting.
No, I'm just out there. If I'm playing with, and if I'm playing for money, I play much better. But if it's just me and friends or whatever, I'm just out there. I'm not concentrating. I don't worry about score. I barely even keep score. If I'm playing by myself, it's like, okay, let's go.
Okay.
Like I really buckle down.
When I was at UNT, I used to have to be out there at like 9 o'clock in the morning for a class, and then I wouldn't have another class until like 4 o'clock. But
That's
I was
a bad schedule.
Yeah,
Bad schedule.
and I drove, but it was just the way that my schedule had to be. But I drove from Dallas. I lived in Old Lake Highlands area over by White Rock Lake, and I would have to drive all the way out there. So there's no way I was leaving and driving back home and then driving back out there. I found out the TWU course, I had a hookup over there and I could play for free. So on Mondays, every Monday and every Wednesday, I would play for free by myself with maybe one other person on the course every day, every time I was out there. And it was the best.
I don't think I've ever seen that course.
That is why it's not a great course. There's one hole that's like 700 yards. Like it's insane and it's uphill. But it's one of those that it was worth it just to go play, and it was perfectly fine. It was cheap as a college course, and it was a lot of fun. Man. And again, nobody on the course. That's the
key. Oh, that's the best.
If I cannot, that's something I stink at is I get real upset if people are behind me because I stink so bad at golf that I'm going to be in your way for an hour. So just play through. And once I let that happen, now I have 15 people playing through, and it's just going to ruin my day. So I wish I was a better golfer, Chop. If I could say I want to be better, one thing, I wish I was better at golfing. Maybe one day. I need a set of rules. I don't have any rules to play by.
You don't know the rules to play by?
No, like I don't approach with a hey, I need to do this on this shot.
Oh.
And so like when I'm hitting the ball, I'm just hitting. I don't have anything that like tells me I need to have my wrist this way or what. I'm just trying to hit the ball. Like I played baseball my whole life. So I have no rules. I knew rules in baseball.
You already have an advantage though. If you played baseball, if you swing the same way, like with the same side of the plate, if you're a righty and you bat righty, and you golf righty, you already know how to get your hands through the ball.
Yeah, hand-eye coordination's fine.
The hardest thing to do is to be able to know how to get your hand through the ball.
Okay.
All right, so you're not leaving everything out to the right. You can do that. If you can master that, you know how to get you know how to clear your hips. It's at the range. I hate to say it. It's all down at the range.
I'm going to go to the range with Chop one day, and we're going to fix this. By the way, people are telling me right now that the TW course is now a grass field or a parking lot. They're saying that it's not even doesn't even exist anymore. So for anybody that wanted to do that, sorry. I mean, like my schedule was a tough one to work with, but RIP to the TW course. It's not open anymore, but was great value for college students back in the day.
I bet.
It was awesome.
There's things out, there's programs out there. I do some charity work for Youth on Course, which is for kids. Kids can play golf. They sign up. They can play golf for $5 at like area courses.
877-881-1053. Your favorite course in DFW. I'm a big fan of Keaton over here in Dallas.
Yeah?
I like Keaton a lot. It's a lot of fun. It's a really good little course, man.
Man,
it's kind of a gym.
There's quite a bit. I mean, I play at Tour 18 a lot. I live out there. Grapevine's a great value. I think Texas Star is the best value in town.
Really? I have some people that have asked me to go play that with.
Okay, so like after 3 o'clock, it's like $40, $30, and it's tremendous.
Okay.
I think Grapevine and Texas Star are probably the best values in town.
And I know we got Pecan Hollow out there in Plano. I like that little. There are a couple of different little courses in Plano that I like. But go ahead and text them at 877.
River Chase and I think Coppell.
Okay.
River Chase, I really like that one.
Nice. I said text it in though, Peyton. So if you could
let me
just
text it.
Yeah,
What's the number
just
again?
text it, and I'll read it off whenever I see it. Here in just a moment. Thanks though for participating in the show. Really appreciate that, Peyton. You're good at that. NFL midseason awards so far. Who do you think is your MVP according to CBSSports.com at the midseason?
Who's the MVP?
MVP
according to
CBSSports.com. And like it's very easy to narrow down the position.
I think they're going to go one way. I would vote Jalen Hurts as the MVP. I think they're going to go Josh Allen.
You would vote Hurts over Allen and Mahomes?
I don't think he's better than them.
Okay.
All right. And look, none of those teams are going to be there without those guys anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
You're absolutely right.
No. I would go Hurts because of the surprise factor. I'm a big surprise factor when it comes to MVP. But it's gonna be Josh Allen.
They said you wouldn't be wrong to suggest Mahomes or Burrow or longtime betting favorite Josh Allen, but they settled on Jalen Hurts as their MVP candidate for the first half at 1,700, almost 1,800 passing yards, 10 touchdowns, 2 picks, a 67% completion rate, and 105.1 QB rating, plus 303 yards and 6 rushing touchdowns. That's where he hurts you, man. Like the fact that once he gets near the goal line, he is an option like no other option. And I mean, we saw Dak score the other day on a design run play near the goal line too.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go watch what was really interesting, go watch that 8-minute Cowboys piece, and you'll see that the tight ends, as they were walking out when Ferguson got his touchdown, they were walking out and they started dapping Malik Davis up to make the defense think that they were just going to go to Malik Davis for the run because he got there already for you.
Wow.
So they're acting like they're about to give him the ball for the touchdown, and then they do the play action for that pass to get the touchdown. Cowboys are playing some smart football, but that's Jalen Hurts too. He can be such a difference maker around the goal line for this team, and he's passing at a pretty good clip right now. Coach of the Year. Who do you give Coach of the Year credit to right now, if not Mike McCarthy? Because I know we talk with him on Fridays. You want to have that relation. You want to keep that relationship.
Yeah.
So, you're going to give that to him. But who else might you give it to? Pete Carroll's a good option with Geno Smith.
I mean, how are you going to say anything but Sirianni?
Really? Okay, I guess at 7-0 at this point. That makes a lot of sense.
I love Sean McDermott, and he's done a great job.
What about Kevin O'Connell with the Vikings?
I think Kevin O'Connell has got to be up there. I think Mike McDaniel has to be up there. I think Mike McCarthy has to be up there. To me, the top 3 candidates I think are Sirianni, McCarthy, and O'Connell.
Okay. They threw O'Connell and Carroll out there as options. They did not throw Sirianni in the mix. I think a lot of times people will try and say a coach that took less or lower expectations and I got out a better result rather than Sirianni, who has lots of talent and is expected to be there. They went with Dabes. They went with Brian Dable as the Coach of the Year option right now.
I didn't even think of him.
6-2, number 4 offense, number 9 defense.
You know what my problem is that I don't believe in that team.
I understand.
That is a fake record.
Do you think that he's a fake coach?
I didn't say that.
I think that he's a good coach.
I don't think he's a fake coach. I also don't think he'll ever have a run like this. Like if he needs a real quarterback. So I think that's a fake record that the Giants have.
Okay.
I'm not going to take it away from him. And look, those wins and those losses, they go on his resume. At the end of the day, wins mean something.
Yeah,
they mean something. I would not put him ahead of McCarthy or Sirianni or O'Connell. But
I think O'Connell's the only guy that I would say you're not looking at him going, he has everything.
Yeah.
But I don't think that, man, I really don't think that New York has anything. They got a good defensive coordinator, and that's helping them out a lot right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure I put him ahead of McDaniel either. Like Mike McDaniel. Okay. So
that's impressive work.
Daniel Jones has not taken some
huge leap.
You're right. Tua's become, arguably, this year at least, over through 8 games, he's become a top 5 quarterback in the league. He's around there. Now I don't think he's a top 5 quarterback in the league, but through the first half of the season, he's played like one.
Yeah.
He's tops in QBR and tops in efficiency. Like it doesn't really get much better than that. And now has Mike McDaniel had a lot to do with that? I'm sure he's had some to do with it. I mean, of course, Tua was a high pick. But so is Daniel Jones. So Dayball's done this without improving his quarterback. McDaniel's done it, and he's made the most important position on the field better with some of his coaching. So I would give him the edge there. O'Connell, they're 6-1, dude, or 7-1.
Yeah.
Sirianni has gone and taken Jalen Hurts, was not a high pick and was not a great college quarterback, and turned him into an MVP candidate.
offensive player of the year, and I will go ahead and tell you it is not a quarterback. They went with a skill position
Offensive player of the year.
Offensive player of the year.
Tyreek?
A lot of different options. Tyreek is the one. Yeah. He had Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, all to start there. Nick Chubb. I mean, if you've been watching what Nick Chubb's doing, if you're one of those guys that's trying to figure out, like I was talking with Derek yesterday, and he was like, the Browns have this situation where they have a great 1-2 punch, and they're just trying to figure out how to balance Chubb and Hunt and have both of those guys produce at the same time. But Chubb's the lead back. But Tyreek Hill, 69 catches, 961 yards, only 2 touchdowns. That's interesting. I know Waddle's doing, like cleaning up there a little bit too. But the only 2 touchdowns for Tyreek Hill is pretty interesting for me. But he is the offensive player of the year so far, according to CBS Sports. Who do you got for defensive player of the year?
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons.
I don't know who you could actually say is second. Do they have Patrick Surtain on there?
They don't. Everybody they have on here
is an edge.
Is a pass rusher. They have Zadarius Smith.
Man, I'll tell you, it's so hard. It's so hard for DBs to ever win that award.
Yeah. Just look at what Diggs did last year.
He didn't even sniff it.
Mike was pointing out he wasn't even in the conversation.
No. Jalen Ramsey, Jair Alexander, when they've had great years, they weren't even close. Did Revis ever win Defensive Player of the Year?
I would have to go back and look to see the history. I think maybe he did one time. Let me look at this. I want to make sure I'm getting this right. Ed Reed won it in 2004. Bob Sanders won it in 2007. Charles Woodson in 2009. Troy Polamalu in 2010. And then Terrell Suggs and Watt. Those are linebackers. Luke Kuechly. Everybody else. Oh, here you go. Stephon Gilmore won it a couple of years ago. Other than that,
yeah,
nobody's even considered in that range because it's like the J.J. Watts and the Aaron Donalds are going to get that consideration.
In no world was, Luke Kuechly, more valuable than like Darrelle Revis to a game. Revis shut down your one every single week. Deion Sanders, let's go back to the 90s. He won it in 94 with San Fran. You telling me that the only year that Deion Sanders was the best defensive player in the league? That's it.
Was late whenever he was with yeah, I don't agree with that. And then lastly, comeback player of the year. This is interesting for me.
Okay. Let's see.
Derrick Henry's in the conversation.
He had an ACL last year. Is that what he did?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not the guy.
All right. Here are your candidates. Tua.
All right. It is a quarterback.
It is a quarterback.
It's not Tua.
It's not Tua.
It's not Jimmy G either.
It's not Jimmy. All right. Let's see. Oh, Lamar?
I will say this, Peyton. This is the year that Geno Smith.
Oh, I didn't even think of it. Yeah. I was thinking injury.
Puts it all together.
I was thinking injury, not that he's coming back. Like Geno Smith, he's coming back from being Geno Smith.
Reggie started that as a bit. I believe he kept saying this is the year that Geno Smith puts it all together, and he's right. And that's the most amazing thing is that a bit that he started has actually turned out correct. Coming up next on Sean and RJ, it appears 4 teams reached out to Odell Beckham Jr., plus Choppy has finally cut the cord. Next on the Fan.
Yes, I have, but let's go on over to Platinum.
RJ, it is still fist pump. Is it still fist pump time? Fist pump time? Do you keep doing it?
No, you don't keep fist pumping.
You just started at the 9.
It's 9 o'clock, Corey.
And then it exists. All right, I'm just trying to make sure I get all this stuff straight. I want all the Tolos out there who are Sean and RJ-ites to get, their fill of whatever is, your typical Thursday morning as we prepare to talk with the KNC Masterpiece. Kevin and Mike here at 9:40. We'll roll into that. Now, Choppy, you told me that there were 4 teams that reached out to Odell Beckham Jr. Now, we had Jerry Jones on a few weeks ago. I asked about that, and he said, I admire Odell. Yeah, he made the greatest catch I've ever seen, aside from Dez's catch against Green Bay, which I loved Kevin's follow-up question on that. And he was like, does that still irk you? And he was like, every waking second of his life, you can tell it irks him. But Odell Beckham Jr. is one of those type of receivers that the name keeps popping up. People keep wanting to know what their plan would be with, if you didn't make any moves at the trade deadline, if you said that veteran wide receiver was something that you were looking to spend some of that money on in the future, then if you hear that 4 teams reached out to Odell, the Cowboys have to be one of those teams, correct?
They have to be. They have to be one of those teams.
Except,
I would think.
Oh, no. They weren't, were they?
It doesn't appear that they were. I mean, look, I'll tell you, I'll be perfectly honest, brutally honest here. When the Cowboys did not make a move for Chase Claypool or Brandon Cooks or anybody at the trade deadline, I thought, okay, that tells me they've got a handshake deal with Odell Beckham that they know or whatever, that they're going to go hard for him. And then
I wonder how often those handshake deals are already in place. I know there are some wink deals whenever you're cutting a guy off a roster and all that stuff, but I do wonder how.
It was taught that you cut somebody, and that they know you're gonna re-sign.
Yeah.
Dove Kleiman. Did I say his name? Dove Kleiman.
Sounds good to me. I think Dove usually has an E on it, but, there's no E.
Dove Kleiman?
We'll call him Dove.
Dove? This can't be a real name. Maybe it is.
RJ is a real name.
Yeah, that is true.
I didn't think Choppy was your real last name.
It is.
That's wild.
It is.
How do you get that lucky to have a cool last name like that?
Somebody misspells it 110 years ago. Whatever.
That's how my name's misspelled.
Yeah?
Yes, my great multiple great grandfathers was in the Army. When he got his pension check, it was misspelled, and he was like, "I'm not going to try and tell them it's wrong because then they might take it away. So I'm just going to leave it be." So my last name could be Choppy for all we know.
Interesting.
Yeah, I could be a Chopperelli.
Yeah, I just got it misspelled, man. Okay, so Dove Kleiman tweets this: the Bucks, Packers, Bills, and Rams have contacted free agent wide receiver Odell Beckham.
Okay. I believe two of those teams are real contenders to have a discussion with them.
I believe all four are real teams.
I don't think. Well, no, I don't think the Bills I don't think they have a place for them anymore. I think the receivers that they already have, they're good there. They just added Hines to the team. Mm-hmm. I think that they have the speed, they have the receivers they need. They just need to focus on stopping opponents. I think their offense is set. I don't think the Bills are real in the conversation anymore. They may have talked to him just to see how he's doing, see where he is on things, but once they made the move for Hines, I think that was it. The Bucks, the only revealing thing about playing for the Bucks is playing with Tom Brady. I don't believe that's real either. I think they're set at receiver as well. Now, they have some injuries that have been problems for them too. But the Rams, a team that he won the Super Bowl with and was a very good teammate for, I believe that's a reality that they could add him, and they need him. But is he looking at the Rams right now and saying that's not a chance to go to be a contender?
I think he really liked playing there. I think he really liked playing with Stafford and for McVay. I think he loves the city. I think he would easily go back there.
The Packers are fascinating to me.
Fascinating. That is the by far the biggest need. Right? For
yes.
them.
Oh, absolutely. And he would walk in, he would be their best receiver on the field, even if it takes him a while to get back from the injury. He would be their best receiver on the field immediately. But here's my thing about not, and maybe because it's a short period of time, that dude loved LA because he could be around the fashion world. There's all those other things going on. You're telling me he's going to go to Madison, Wisconsin? He's going to go to Green Bay and he's going to and just enjoy life as a Packer? I don't think that's going to work for him. I think he likes other parts of lifestyle. And I don't know how he's going to. He already hated Cleveland, which, I mean, I can understand that. I've been to Cleveland plenty of times. I mean, it's a fine city. It's fine.
I've let's see. I've been there one time, but I don't remember. I was a kid.
I was there for the polar vortex that they had, and then as we landed, it just dumped snow on us. And
that's cool.
I had to walk.
I had to
walk for 3 days, and then in a polar vortex from the Ronald McDonald House to the hospital. It was terrifying. Just how I'm not used to that kind of cold, Chop.
No,
I have lived my entire life here in Texas. It's awesome. So I just don't know how he's going to respond as a Packer if he was to go to Green Bay. But I think the Rams and the Packers are the only two real legitimate teams that he would go to. The Bills and the Bucks, I don't think he would choose.
So
those
why
guys.
would he not go to the Bucks though?
I really don't think that I think they have a room full of receivers.
They do.
And I don't think that's a reality. I just don't. Maybe hey, do you want to come be our Antonio Brown and just take you'll have a game where you take over? Maybe so. But I think if you're watching Tom Brady play right now, you're kind of going, nah, he's not there anymore.
Something's going on there. Maybe the divorce.
Yeah,
you never know.
Probably so,
dude,
man.
I've been divorced. It puts a lot of stress on you, dude. There's no doubt.
I can't imagine working through that.
It doesn't matter whether you want it or not.
Yeah.
If you want the divorce, if you don't want the divorce, it's crazy the amount of stress it puts on you, your people around you. So it's definitely impacting him.
What's interesting here is that the Cowboys aren't a name here. I guess the Chiefs also showed some interest but haven't really contacted. But the Cowboys aren't a name that's been shown to contact, and that's something that's kind of surprising to me considering some of the nods and whispers we've gotten along the way as we've been moving through this offseason and in this season. Now, Choppy, You put this on your email. You have cut the cord.
I have.
What is that? What does cutting the cord mean to you? What did you have, and what are you doing now?
I had AT&T Uverse.
Okay.
I got to look at these bills, and I was like, okay, we gotta come back here a little bit.
Spending a lot.
I think my TV and internet I saw after because all my discounts went away. Right? You get those discounts.
Yeah, but then you got to call them up and be like, "Hey, give me the new discount."
It was like for the two, it was like $250 a month.
Yeah, that's a lot of money to be spending on TV.
And I was like, all right.
And you don't write that off on your taxes, right?
Well, they stopped letting you do that, really.
What? Are you serious?
So that they raised the standard deduction to like $12,000 now, and like that's. I don't have my own company. I don't have an LLC. I did. I do now.
Somebody messaged the other day and they were like, "Hey, you guys just write that stuff off." And I was like, "If you want to itemize, but not necessarily."
I mean, I itemize, but like even when you itemize, it's like they've made it so difficult. It's like a red flag.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not worth it. So I did use, so I was paying that, and I was like, okay, I'm trying to cut. My car's paid off. I'm trying to just cut back all these bills and everything.
Time to start saving money.
Yeah, time to start saving, baby. So I got a streaming service now.
All right.
So is that cutting
YouTube
the cord?
TV?
DirecTV Stream.
That's interesting. I don't know if that is cutting the cord because it's still DirecTV.
But it's the stream.
It's not the I don't know. 877-881-1053. Does that count as cutting the cord? I want to watch the Mavericks. And so that's an option to do that is to have the Bally station through the DirecTV stream, correct? You should have Maverick stars and
I had
Rangers.
Bally anyway.
Okay.
Uverse had Bally anyway.
But you don't have NFL Network, right? So there are going to be some things, like some games
I
you'll
did
miss
not
here
have
and
NFL
there.
Network on Uverse. I don't know if I have it on this or not. I haven't
think
looked.
you do.
I literally just got it the other day.
Like for me, I have YouTube TV plus Netflix and all the other stuff too,
Yeah.
which some of those are on illegal accounts, allegedly. But I have NFL Network, I have Red Zone, but I don't have the Bally app, so I have to get that in a different form too.
So
do you feel free? Do you feel freer right now, or like what's the?
I mean, I'm paying. I've cut my bill in a quarter.
Okay.
It's pretty nuts. It's like I wound up getting. I think I paid like $60 now, $70.
Yeah. From the oh man, there were a bunch of texts that just popped in. Get YouTube TV and split it with 5 friends. That is something that you can do. Allegedly.
DirecTV Stream does not offer NFL Network, they're saying.
Oh, man. Well, here's what's crazy. Here in a minute, you will see about 5 or 6 texts that explain how to use a Roku or Fire Stick.
I've got it.
And to do it that way.
Yeah, I know. I can unlock this for you.
Yeah.
I can unlock. You'll get every channel in the world. I can unlock this for you.
Yeah, you can watch something on the other side of the planet.
Yep,
You'll be just
absolutely.
fine.
Yeah,
there it is. Get Cody on a Fire Stick.
Yep. 5 FBI agents are going to bust down my door.
No, you're never going to get caught.
Oh, I'll get caught, man.
Look, they'll just turn it off, and then you'll have to get a new one. And it's like every 7 or 8 months that you'll have to do that.
Yeah?
And it's cheap, yeah. And it's free, right?
It's free. Yeah, why not?
Everything's going to be fine. All right, Choppy has cut the cord. Will you guys help him out with a VPN and show him how to do all that stuff? Coming up next, let's crosstalk with the fellas from the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to K Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official. Why did my voice crack there? The official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
What?
Yeah.
What?
If y'all just heard that promo of Jerry Jones, where he said that it was what he said was basically he told
It's not in good taste.
somebody not to F with him, and he said, it was not in good taste, maybe, allegedly.
Right.
I was on that show where we asked those questions.
I remember
to Jerry
that.
Jones. Now I'm on a new show, guys.
What?
And Choppy, it's been a great morning.
It does happen.
And it's been awesome. And Kevin, I told you all day yesterday that our show is going to blow your show out of the water.
It was a
in the
really weird
ratings.
take because you were telling me that while you were in the midst of being on our show, and you're like, "Man, our show tomorrow is going to destroy you." And I was like, "But you're on our show now," and I just didn't understand.
Yeah, it was a great day, and it's been a great day so far. And tomorrow we'll be back at it. We're still trying to figure out a couple of things in the scheduling to figure out, how the show's going to look. But guys, what do y'all have coming up on the showgram today?
That's a Corey question. Corey, what is on the show today? All right.
It's Thursday.
Kicking things off, how long till the Mavs find a rotation that they feel good about and the fans do too? What's been the biggest positive development for the Cowboys thus far this season at 11? And at 12:20, who's your favorite athlete that you've ever gotten an autograph from, and how did you acquire said autograph?
Oh, that's interesting. Can I go ahead and hop in on this conversation now?
Are you not staying for our show too?
Absolutely not.
What?
I'd
like for you to drive back up here at noon.
I will gladly still be napping at that time, but I remember this specifically. I was at a softball game, like a charity softball game that the Dallas Cowboys had going on.
Okay.
And I walked up to Jim Jeffcoat, who you're best friends with.
Drop that name.
And I said, "Hey, can you help me find Tony Dorsett?" And he said, "Do you want my autograph?" And I said, "I actually would like Tony's first, but yes, what is your name?"
How old were you?
I was like 6 or 7 years old.
Okay, you're fine then. You're
And I was
fine.
like,
If you're like 15.
I was like, "What is your name, sir?" And he was like, "Jim Jeffcoat." And I was like, "Oh, wow, this is amazing." So like that was, but I ended up getting Tony Dorsett's autograph face to face with Tony Dorsett, and I also got Herschel Walker and Jim Jeffcoat and Ed Too Tall Jones. There are a bunch of different people involved there, and now that Herschel Walker autograph might be even worth more in the future, Mike. As things
I voted yesterday.
Oh my
there you
God.
go. That's my guy.
You
I
do
did 2
not
days
get
ago.
to vote for that
I didn't vote
race.
for Herschel, though.
Okay.
I voted 2 days ago.
I would have voted for him, though.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure.
All right.
You don't live in the state of Georgia. You're not eligible
But he
to
said
vote in
if
that
he
election.
could, he would have.
Man,
Okay.
I like Herschel Walker. He's one of my first ever favorite players. In 1986, they came out with They came out with McDonald's cards,
yeah.
and he was like a special addition to it. And Herschel Walker was kind of one of my first ever favorite Dallas Cowboys, so I would vote for him without even knowing all of his policies.
And he single-handedly got you like 3 Super Bowls.
Hey, look,
like by himself.
Everybody
by not being here.
Everybody votes for their own reasons. I would just encourage you, if you're interested, to go vote. I have also voted already because my wife said she wanted to early vote. Usually I like to vote the day of, but she's like, let's early vote. I was like, all right.
So you're saying read up on candidates before you vote for them?
Just
brush up just a little
everybody makes their own votes in their own ways. I would encourage you to read whatever trusted sources that you have and make your decision accordingly.
Have you ever thought about just flipping a coin on each category and just being like, I'm going to see if this weighs out good this year?
I don't think
start at governor, flip a coin, and just see each way you go down if that would work out.
I feel like that's what the Democrats and Republicans did at some point. They're like, flip a coin on abortion. You got this one.
You got
that one.
You got this one.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you saying our political system is first take?
Flip
we
a
just
coin.
get assigned things? And
Yeah, it is.
All right,
kinda
you're
is,
against
dude.
it.
I mean, it kinda
And they're
is
like,
right
I don't
now.
know. I kind
All
of
right.
support that. No, you don't.
All right.
You took on it's okay to do that to an unborn child. We'll take it's okay to kill a person if they do enough in real life.
Just a lot of different ways that you can look at the way
Right?
you look
Isn't
at
it?
society.
It's interesting.
It's
like
crazy,
you just
man.
look at it. It doesn't make any sense. We're like, no choice. And they're like, nope, we choose to kill you if you do something bad on
You
Earth.
have lost complete control of this
This is
crosstalk,
your
Kevin.
crosstalk. I'm responsible for the GVAC crosstalk. I take no responsibility for
tomorrow's
this.
Mike's, though.
You know what? Hey, Choppy, I didn't get y'all involved in an argument though. I didn't. I was
people
going
are
to
saying
promise
that, we could talk about my affinity for herbs and spices.
and then that could.
Do you hate herbs and spices?
The thing about that is, and I don't know why it bothers people so much, is I'm not on a platform that you're not allowed to have herbs and spices. I'm just like, for my food, probably not. And I don't know why that bothers people so much. And they're like, F you! You can't make me. And
Are
I'm
you
like,
against oregano?
No, you're right.
Is it oregano?
I thought it was oregano.
Okay.
What is
But
oregano?
then again, I don't know.
It's from a movie. But are you against basil leaves? Because that's what makes the great flavor of tomato sauce.
Look, I'm going to tell you this.
Marinara.
There's lots of reasons to hate me, but if I see those little leaves on the piece of chicken or whatever, I'm going to brush them off. I don't want them on there. But you're allowed to eat your food however you want.
All right.
I'm just going to brush them off.
I do want to ask this question because we haven't gotten to it on the show. I keep pitching it as a topic, and Kevin keeps shooting it down.
Whoa! Hey,
go ahead and dump that real quick.
Hit that button there.
Yep, I don't think
Pay
he's listening.
attention.
There
Wake
you
up.
go.
There we go. Hit that
Thank
button.
you very
Thank you very much.
Shooting.
God.
Maybe this is why I shot it down. Corey's like, what happens if I just drop swear words into this segment? I was like, I'm out on that.
My nose is stuffed up and words sound different.
Is it how much money would you donate to not have to apologize?
You know what? I'm going to do this topic tomorrow. Mike,
Okay.
what are your thoughts on the Mavs?
Great win, hard fought. The Utah Jazz work their butts off on a basketball court. Now I know why they are 6-3.
That's a Clarkson team.
Talent wise,
They're a regular season team though. They don't have the talent to win the playoffs.
100%.
They can effort you to 40 wins in the regular
Which
season.
I do not believe is what they want to accomplish.
I was wondering if Danny Ainge was like, yes, we finally lost last night after they were up by 15 in the third quarter. Or, I don't know, his value of his players, Jordan Clarkson, Lauri Markkanen, guys that he's probably going to look to trade at the deadline.
Markkanen's value's got to be skyrocketing,
Right? I mean, he's
right?
probably like, hey, even though this is bad, we're winning because it ruins my chance to get Wembanyama.
Yay!
Yes, is that
Nailed it, buddy.
he's going to probably get a couple extra first-round picks out of these players.
Oh, so he'll flip them.
I
mean,
so.
if you're
If you didn't think you could win it with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, there's no way you think you can win it with Lauri Markkanen, Mike Conley, and Jordan Clarkson. So, I mean, you're going into a total rebuild. And if these guys are winning, it's not good. It lessens your chance of getting a top pick. But at the same time, it helps you maybe. Lauri Markkanen coming into this season was maybe worth a protected first-round pick, like top 20 protected. Maybe.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm not saying he's getting traded tomorrow, but right now a team would definitely
He's been awesome.
give it. Like the LA Lakers would give up their 2027 first-round pick in a heartbeat for Lauri Markkanen right now.
Unprotected. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I believe that. Stop.
Yeah, it was.
Unprotected for the lottery pick, not whatever other direction you want to steer us.
And Mike, how do you feel about the team no hitter? How do you feel about that, man?
I don't think it resonates in the history of baseball. I think 5 years from now, nobody's going to remember the Houston Astros threw a no-hitter in the World Series. It's the second one ever. Everybody remembers Don Larson. You say Don Larson, he wasn't the greatest pitcher in the world, but you're just like, yes, World Series, perfect game, bam, there it is. I don't think we're going to go, yeah, it was Christian. I'm going to be honest, Christian Javier and 3 other dudes that,
All I know is Ryan Presley closed it. That's it.
I know Montero came in, former Texas Ranger, in the 8th inning.
Well, and, I told my wife that.
It was Stanek pitch too, didn't he?
I believe so.
Well, and see, my wife was like, oh, did they take the pitcher out? It seems like he's doing really well. And I was like, no, it was just another guy. Like the guy who started the game, he's been out.
Yeah, and look, I get it. He was never going to finish. He was almost at 100 pitches, 97 through 6. He's not going to finish. Right. But man, it's like it's game 4. He could theoretically come back for game 7 on short rest.
Right.
But to me, like history, he's got 4 months to recover. This isn't like, you throw a no-hitter in June and then you extend it 130 pitches, then all of a sudden you tear your rotator cuff the next week.
Yeah.
Like Corey Kluber did when he pitched here and he threw the no-hitter.
Valid.
And the next game he started, he was out, and then all of a sudden he barely pitched again.
I know game 5 will determine a lot, but do y'all feel like advantage Astros because that's what you thought ahead of time, or still digging the Phillies?
I'm liking Philly still.
Okay. I picked Astros in 5. Obviously, that's not happening.
Right.
I went to Astros in 6 after they lost game 3. I just look at it, and I just think they're the much better team. I get how well Philly has played, who they've beat in the playoffs. They can win this. It's a 3-game series.
Yeah.
But I just look at Houston Astros, and I just think that they're the better overall team.
I think Houston's the better overall team. That said, like, what is Verlander? What's wrong with Verlander in the World Series, though?
So this is what I'm going to talk about in Baseball Nuggets is how much does Dusty Baker have a short leash on Verlander because of his history in the World Series? I get he's pitching one of the greatest pitchers in the history of baseball. But in the World Series, he's below average.
Yeah.
So how much you gave him a long leash in game 1 and he blew it. And so now you go into this game, if you're, let's say, up 3-1 in the 5th inning and the first guy gets a base hit, I'm getting somebody up in the bullpen immediately. Like, you can face 2 more guys until my guy's ready. But if one of those 2 guys gets on and it's 2 guys on with 1 out and I'm up 3-1 in the 5th inning, I'm sorry, Justin. I have to go with, for some reason, you're a below average pitcher in the World Series. You're one of the greatest of all time. You're a really great, honestly, playoff pitcher until we get to the World Series where everything goes haywire for you. So,
all right, Mike, save the rest of that for your show. You guys got to I got to get y'all on clock here, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and get it done
all
right.
over the place.
All right, hey, that's the KNC Masterpiece. You got them for the next 4 hours. Enjoy. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You just heard Corey on the morning show, so he will not be with us the next 2 days. But we still got Mike Bassick, and I do believe for the first time ever on this broadcast, we have Ruben running our board. So everybody welcome him to the show. You're probably already familiar with him, but first time
Ruben
on
High
our show.
Sierra.
That is not his last name, but if that helps you remember his name.
Ruben, everybody's going to hear your voice for the first time ever on these airways. Okay, don't say anything yet. Here's the answer.
I think they've heard him before.
Do you know who Ruben Sierra is?
He does not. And so he chooses not to speak in this moment.
Wow. They told him not to talk no matter what?
No. That is not true. He is most certainly allowed to talk. He's just, I don't think he wants to introduce himself by saying, I don't know who Ruben Sierra is. So just something for you to consider. Find a subject more recent and he'll chime in on it. Actually, he's a huge basketball fan, so maybe he'll be interested in this topic to kick it off. Mavs beat the Jazz in a game that for much of the evening, it did not look like they were going to win. Plus, how long till the Mavs find a rotation they and the fans approve of? Do you want to start with that, or do you want to start by breaking down the game real quick?
Well, I think real quick, the game looked like it was getting out of hand multiple times.
Yep.
And Dwight Powell, not the MVP of the game, but really did a good job of changing the energy of the game, whether it was in the first quarter or the third quarter, where it goes hand in hand into your question. The Mavericks right now have a major situation. Their starting lineup sucks. and they struggle to get any type of rhythm or consistency. And so after 4 games, Jason Kidd has said, if it really is bad for the first 4 to 5 minutes, I'll give it 4 to 5 minutes. It might have only been 3 minutes in the third quarter. And then if it's bad, I'm going to bring in Dwight Powell to see if the energy changes. And so Dwight Powell, multiple times yesterday, he was a plus 25, plus minus. Multiple times he came into the game and changed the energy of the game. So great job by Dwight Powell. I think a lot of people are like, you hate Dwight Powell. And I don't hate him. I know that it doesn't work at all in the playoffs, but he is providing something valuable after sitting out the first 4 games of the season.
Do you want to dive at all into the Dinwiddie audio we have? Because I believe we have. Yes, we do. So Spencer Dinwiddie took about 2 minutes to talk about Dwight Powell yesterday. And we can fire it off if you want, and we can stop and break down whenever you want. This is Spencer Dinwiddie last night in his presser, taking the time to talk about Dwight Powell.
That's plus minus with the plus 25, and I said this on the radio as well. Haven't been a guy, speaking about myself right now, that's played every role from 15th man up into second guy, right around all-star level, anywhere in between. Dwight being a guy who started on a Western Conference Finals team, lost his job, is the first man, probably first, second, or third man in the gym every single day, lifts after every game, eats right, takes care of his body, doesn't drink, does all the things that you should do as an ultimate pro. Cheers the hardest for the people that play over him. You know, JaVale gets a dunk. He's one of the first people off the bench. It's an extreme credit to his character. It is the hardest role to have in this league, to know that you can play, to have started and had success and be relegated to the bench, not playing at all, stay ready, stay focused.
All right, let me stop real quick. All right, now I want to get back into this, but thus far, and I know he's about to transition into more of like game stuff, but right there, I appreciate everything he's saying, but some of that stuff is not as... Do you feel like it's not as tangible on the court? Like, it makes him a great teammate,
right?
But it's not necessarily as tangible in on-court results.
Right, and I think this shows what type of person Dwight Powell is. Dinwiddie is saying, what a great teammate, what a great person. He's going to give everything he has, whether he's playing 0 minutes or whether he's playing 19 minutes as last night. And that's what you want from every player. He's getting the most probably out of his ability.
Yeah.
And I know he's not doing this. Spencer Dinwiddie is not taking shots at JaVale McGee. And I don't think he's taking shots at anybody else on the team. But it makes you wonder and think, is JaVale McGee coming with the right attitude, energy so far in the season? Because he is a negative player for the Dallas Mavericks so far. And I'm not giving up on JaVale McGee, but it just doesn't look like he has a fit on this team right now. And hopefully by Christmas time, JaVale McGee looks like he fits somehow, some way on the Dallas Mavericks. Christian Wood, obviously there's a whole bunch of up and down with Christian Wood. He had a great game last night, but the Mavericks, I mean, Jason Kidd spilled the beans. He hates the way he plays defense.
Yeah.
He kind of hates the way he plays basketball a little bit in general, but he knows that he's very talented. So Jason Kidd, according to Tim McMahon, and I agree with this, is somewhat trying to break him into having the right attitude. You have to have this type of attitude to be a valuable piece on my team. So I think Dinwiddie,
which I still don't think is a bad thing.
Right.
I really don't. Also, did you see, and I want to get back to Dinwiddie, because then he transitions into talking about the more tangible basketball things, but did you see Jason Kidd talk about zone defense?
Yes.
And he was
They played
like,
a lot last night.
yeah, and he goes, well, since we can't guard man-to-man right now, we'll try everything. So I feel like everyone got that blast right there. All right, so the first part of what Dinwiddie was kind of saying was talking more about those intangible things. And there's a little bit more about that, and we'll pick it back up. But then he gets into the more on-court difference-making aspects that he believes Dwight Powell brings to the team.
So, because sometimes he doesn't score or get a bunch of rebounds or whatever. I know Mavs fans give him a lot of flack for, fouling a lot or falling on the ground and things like that. But the things that he does in terms of rolling every single time, regardless of whether he gets the ball, getting hit, getting hurt, getting knocked in the face and all that other stuff, that is a gloryless job that allows guys like Luka and myself to be able to make plays, because his rim pressure is what then gets the weak side to pull in, so we can pass to Reggie and Dorian so they can hit corner threes, or if there is a lob capability, or it puts the indecision in the big's mind so that we can get layups. So in a lot of ways, he's like that, great left guard for
So stop right there.
football
That's
team.
good, because he's going to now compare to Tom Brady and his offensive line, and I totally get it. I love what Dinwiddie's saying there. Now, that being said, Dinwiddie was on the team for the 18 playoff games. And so I think this goes into the whole, when are the Mavs fans going to be okay with the rotation and happy with the rotation? Here's what we know. And Spencer Dinwiddie was here for half a season. I've been a Maverick fan my whole life. I've seen Dwight Powell play his whole career here. And what happens is Dwight Powell had a great finish to last season. I mean, he's going in shooting 80% from the field, giving you 10 points and 5 rebounds every game, and you're just like, oh my gosh, Dwight Powell, here we go. And then we talked to the former Phoenix Suns general manager,
Ryan McDonough.
Ryan McDonough. I asked him the question after a first round against Utah. How is it that Dwight Powell can get 5 dunks a game on pick and roll, and he gets no dunks a game, is a worthless player in the playoffs? And he said it's the easiest thing to take away in basketball when you're going to play a team in the series. So I think this is the tough thing, is Dwight Powell is a valuable piece in the regular season for anywhere from 0 minutes to maximum 20 minutes a night.
Right.
The issue is that we played 18 games last year in the playoffs. He's played over 30 playoff games for the Mavericks, and he averages 3 points and 2 rebounds. He can't get rebounds in the playoffs. He can't guard people in the playoffs. He doesn't get any dunks in the playoffs. So I like what Dinwiddie's saying. Unfortunately, Dwight Powell doesn't provide really anything for playoff basketball, and that's why Jason Kidd went out and got JaVale McGee. That's why they got Christian Wood. That's why the first 4 games of the year, Jason Kidd was going, he's out of my rotation, because I know in game hopefully 83 through 103 that the Mavericks play this season, I can't really play Dwight Powell because he doesn't do anything in the playoffs.
Do we not? And I know a lot of the rotation has to do with Christian Wood, and I promise we'll talk more about that, but do you want to take advantage of these spots where it will work in the regular season to set you up for more advantageous playoff run?
Yes and no. If I use Dwight Powell 20 minutes a night, like last night, have I improved at all come playoff time?
Okay, so then you don't think because then you'll be switching up
at
least elements
now
of
you're
your
like,
lineup.
hey, here's what I did in the regular season. And now I have to totally eliminate this, because even last night, there was a possession. If you're watching the game, I think you'll remember this one. The Utah Jazz got 3 offensive rebounds on 1 possession. And luckily, Dorian Finney-Smith blocked the last shot attempt. And Dwight Powell is doing his best. Dwight Powell is giving all the effort in the world to try to get a rebound. He's just not good enough at this level to really compete and get rebounds when you need them. That's why Looney looked like Bill Russell against us in the playoffs. And so I love what Bullock's saying. I love that Dwight Powell is on this team. He is the ultimate great teammate. I hate that he's making $11 million. That was a stupid contract. Should have never been given to him, but great for Dwight Powell and his life and everything. And he worked so hard. I use him as example to kids. And I say, sometimes you get what you don't deserve by being a great person, by being a great teammate, by doing all these things. Dwight Powell is a great example to kids on how if you are a great teammate and a great type of person and you work as hard as you can all the time, sometimes people will give you a lot more than you deserve because of the person and character that you have. And that's Dwight Powell. So there's a lot of positives to Dwight Powell, and he had a major impact on the game. But what I worry about, Kevin, is if this is what the Mavericks have to do for the next 75 games, then what happens come playoff time when we know that Dwight Powell can't get rebounds, can't defend anybody, can't get any alley-oops because every team knows how to take that away?
And I think that is fair, but my question was about one specific thing that Dinwiddie talked about, and because it doesn't always show up exactly on the box score. Like if it's more direct, I know it can be an assist. What about the idea that he can help create by, whether it's dishing to Luka or whatever, help create some of the open 3-pointers?
Why doesn't he play more minutes in the playoffs, and why didn't that happen in the playoffs?
You didn't feel like we saw that at all in the playoffs?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
All right. So
did you feel like when Dwight Powell was in the game last year in the playoffs, and you're like, man, thank God he rolled to the basket there because they went and took away Dwight Powell and the corners were wide open because of Dwight Powell?
I could certainly, over the span of it, I could pick you out 2 or 3 plays.
For sure, yeah, he got a couple rebounds here and there.
But to your point, not to a discernible degree that I'm like, that's why you have to have him in the game. All right, as far as, by the way, Jason Kidd, he did weigh in on this. He was kind of joking, but they asked if you consider Dwight Powell a starter, and he said, if I can start 6, yeah. If I can get away with that, I'll take the T, pay the fine. No, but he deserves it, and that'll be something we talk about, so we'll see. So
how long does a promise last?
In terms of, are you talking about in terms of JaVale McGee being a starter?
He promised him, if you sign here, I promise you're the starter.
I think it's not working. My concern about that is this, and because you talked about if the Mavericks are trying to break Christian Wood. It's so tough to say because everybody reacts to things differently.
Yeah.
And so will JaVale McGee's reaction, if you're not going to start anymore, be, screw you guys, that's what you promised, I'm not doing it, or I'm out? Or will his reaction be, my ass, you watch, I will make it so you have to start me? That's really tough to say. I am intrigued by the concept of, hey, it ain't working to start things off. I also think it's not the end of the world if he doesn't start for 10 games.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, let's see how that experiment runs. Give him the next 3 games. Let's see. We tried it. Next 10 games, you're not starting. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. And by the way, Christian Wood got off to a miserable start last night, but ended up having a great game. He had a great
21-10.
Yes, and he had a great third quarter / early fourth quarter where he really helped the team out. So Christian Wood, I know he's trying to respond to what the Mavericks want him to be. And I thought last night, it started off the first half. I was like, oh, this is ugly. And they might be breaking him into not going to be a productive player. And I know that it's not just one game. It's going to take time. But the second half, he was tremendous. He was grabbing rebounds, contested rebounds. He was making big shots. Luka gave him a couple of good looks that he took advantage of. He made his own shot a couple times. So Christian Wood was great. Dwight Powell is great. I don't want this to come off because I hate on him enough. I don't want this segment to come off on that, oh, Mike hates Dwight Powell no matter what. Dwight Powell has been a major difference maker in the Mavericks' last few wins. If Dwight Powell was not on the team last night, the Mavericks lose.
Okay, and then can I tell you something about that? This is just my gut instinct off of what Kidd said. Like it, don't like it. I do believe that there is going to be consideration for the Dwight Powell, JaVale McGee flip, at least for a few games. And if not, I think you're going to see a run of him getting some more minutes. We'll see if that plays out. That was my takeaway from last night.
Nico and Jason Kidd know they can't do it. This is So think about this logically here. They went into the offseason and said, we got destroyed on the boards. We got destroyed by centers. We have to totally change this. And they immediately went and traded for Christian Wood. And then the first few days of free agency, they got JaVale McGee. So they knew that Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber is a losing formula at that position come playoff time. We have to improve if we ultimately want to win it all. And they tried to do it in the offseason, and I'm not giving up on JaVale McGee, and I'm not giving up on Christian Wood. There's plenty of time for them to figure out. Reggie Bullock was a piece of dump for the Dallas Mavericks last year up to about Christmas time.
Yeah.
And then he started taking off as a valuable piece to the Dallas Mavericks. So it might take JaVale McGee up till Christmas time or 2023, and same with Christian Wood, to really get a feel on how they fit on the team, what's their role, how they best fit the Dallas Mavericks. And sometimes new players that have been in the league coming to a new team, new coach, new system, it might take them some time. So I'm not giving up on any of these new guys. I think the Mavs can be a very good team. Really, to me, I don't want to worry too much about the center position right now. I just think that when we get to trade deadline or before, the Mavericks are going to desperately need one of those Utah Jazz guards that was on the court last night.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
214-INJURED, online, Mullen and Mullen.com.
And segment brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Now, I know we need to talk about football, and there are important football things to discuss before you disappear and take a little bit of a holiday, but
I knew there was a but coming.
Are you impressed by the combined no-hitter, or does it get a shrug of the shoulders from you?
Yeah, when I tuned into the game late, and so I heard it was a no-hitter, and so I was kind of working off to the side. And then I realized they were on either their third or fourth pitcher.
Right.
And it's like, all right, are we going to compare this to Don Larson?
I mean, you saw it. It's the second one ever behind only Don Larson.
I know.
So
It'll be forgot, Mickey.
Right?
5 years from now, nobody's going to – hell, I don't even remember the three guys that came in last night after Christian Javier.
I just remember Abreu pitched, and then was it Presley? There was somebody else.
Presley.
Montero, who used to pitch for the Rangers during COVID year.
I mean, I just thought that was a little bit of a stretch bringing up the video of Don Larson celebrating a perfect game by himself when pitchers actually pitched 9 innings,
and
right?
I could tell the way the Astros celebrated. Like, they were pumped that they won. Yeah. They were pumped for the no-hitter, but they kind of jogged out there and they're like, yeah,
all right.
And it didn't have that same, that same kind of feel. Now, Mickey, as long as we're talking about things that are being blown out of proportion, why in the world are people pretending like Ezekiel Elliott leaked the Thanksgiving helmet that back in July, the Cowboys tweeted out a video of?
I have no idea.
But you've seen that, right? People are like, oh, did Zeke just let... he showed off the helmet, and there's all these sites and social media spots that are like, did Zeke just let the cat out of the bag? And I'm like, didn't we already know this in July?
Yeah, was it before training camp or during training camp?
I think it was right when training camp was starting, maybe.
Yeah. Well, that shows you how much people pay attention.
That is very fair. Now, I know you kind of... actually, I want to stick with Zeke for just 1 second.
Okay.
I know Stephen Jones was talking about how he thinks he has a great opportunity to play against the Packers, and you made reference to this yesterday. You never know when the right time for the bye is going to be until you actually get into the season, but it really does feel like, from a health perspective, that perhaps this is the perfect time for the Cowboys bye.
Yeah, if you had the ability, at the last minute, to say, we need a bye this weekend, this would have been the weekend they would have picked, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's absolutely perfect with the amount of nicks and bruises and, the things with Zeke and Anthony Barr, on and on. Noah Brown missing. That they can, have a chance to get healthy by next week. And for guys that didn't play in the game on Sunday, that didn't practice all week, think about it. That's 3 weeks before you have to play another game.
Yeah.
So you got a good chance of getting some guys back. I'm not going to say all. Who knows, the degree of the hamstring strain that Anthony Barr has. But, I think Zeke, just seeing him do some of the rehab work that he does, he seems to be moving pretty well. And, as I told you yesterday, Skip Pete, the running backs coach, said that he came to him on Friday and said, yeah, coach, I can go. So that's a good sign, even though if he's being maybe too bold. But give him another 2 weeks before a game, I think he has a good chance of being able to play.
Is there anything that you find, over the years, that players do or work on the bye week individually, or do you just get the sense that everyone is just kind of healing up and decompressing?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I think it's healing up and decompressing. Guys that have injuries will continue their rehab. As a matter of fact, I could see a couple guys out on the field right now doing some rehab. And then, I don't know if this has changed, but I could remember when, I don't know how many years ago the bye started. but it was almost a race to the airport to see who can get out of town fastest.
Right.
And now at least they know that they have to have 4 consecutive days off during the bye, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday usually. But before, they didn't know. It was at the head coach's discretion. And Bill Parcells, as perceptive as he is, would not tell them until like Thursday night or Friday morning that they've got the rest of the weekend off, because he didn't want everybody going back to the old school and getting in trouble. He figured, if they have this much time on their own and everybody's running to the airport to leave, that's only inviting trouble. So he's probably the reason the new CBA came out in 2011 and mandated how many days off you have to have in a row, and it had to include the weekend.
What do you think about my prediction? I don't know how soon it'll happen, but in the next, let's say in the next 6 or 8 years, that it will be a 20-week season with 18 games and 2 byes.
I could see that.
Okay.
But hopefully I'm handing that off to you.
Right.
But yeah, I could see that. I could see that, very well. Although I think what's going to happen is they're going to have to reassess what just 3 preseason games has done to the makeup of a roster, because you have less opportunity to give young guys that maybe weren't drafted, that will get left behind because they don't have much of an opportunity to prove themselves in a short period of time if there's only 2 preseason games.
Right.
I think that makes it much more difficult. But I would imagine the players that would be playing or have been playing on a roster during that time period would say, yeah, that's great. I got less opportunity to get beat out for my job with some young guy that comes in. But yeah, think about if, they didn't have the 3 preseason games at least. Who knows if Marquise Bell or Peyton Hendershot would have been able to do enough to make the roster as rookie free agents.
Yeah.
Who knows what would have happened at the kicking position if Brett Maher didn't have a decent opportunity to show what he can do, not only in training camp, but in preseason games. So, yeah, from a financial standpoint, having an extra home game, I can see that happen every year, by the way. I could see that happen in lieu of giving up a preseason game. But I think from a construction of your roster, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
All right, Mickey, I have no clue what it's going to be because I'm not in Philadelphia. Do you think more people tonight watch Game 5 of the World Series in Philadelphia, or they watch Eagles at Texans?
Ooh.
Oh. Boy, that's going to be a tough one because you know what? That they have embraced that baseball team, right?
Yeah.
And
if the Eagles were playing somebody better, do you think it would make more of an impact?
Like if it was Eagles Cowboys, I know it would be Eagles. But
no
Eagles
question.
at Texans, I just wonder if the Philly fan is going to go, I'm going to really kind of watch the World Series and keep peeking. Obviously, you can have 2 TVs.
That's what I was just going to answer. This is a 2 TV night in Philadelphia.
Are you fancy enough to have 2 TVs in the same room, Mickey?
I have to move one in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I do. I got kind of a smaller one that I, can carry around and hook up somewhere else. But when I don't have much to do on a Saturday, I'll do that watching college football.
Oh, man, that's going to be a good transition into what we're about to get into. All right, anything else we need to know before we bid you farewell?
It's pretty quiet around here at this point in the morning.
All right. Well, we appreciate your time. Enjoy a little bit of time off. We'll catch up with you next week.
Catch up with you on Monday.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And in case you didn't know, this is one of the teams we got playing on the Fan this weekend.
Hooker well protected. Wide open is high and running free. A total bust and a quick strike for the Volunteers.
The Tennessee Volunteers are the #1 team in all of the land of the college football playoff are going to be facing Georgia 2:30 o'clock. That is what I was going to say. That is embarrassing.
Technically right.
2:30 p.m. with kickoff starting at 2 o'clock right here on the Fan for that pregame kickoff at 2:30. Really messed up all of that. The point is, it's the biggest college football game of the year thus far, and it's going to be right here on the Fan. And I got a couple of notes for you, and then I also have something that I'm going to read that Carter sent over, I think, to sabotage me and set me up for Masterpiece of the Week. I'm not 100% on that, but before the season started, the get-in price. So the get-in price is the cheapest you can get into the game for Tennessee, Georgia, was $197. Today, the get-in price is $626 for that game, and the most expensive ticket is $5,233.
No, thank you.
Is there any college football game
Nah.
that? Okay, I could see that.
I paid quite a bit of money for the A&M Alabama football game when Tua T was the quarterback, just because we had made travel plans to go down there, and I thought it'd be fun for the boys, and they still remember it to this day.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not really a fan of any college football team. I mean, I root for the Texas teams. I think that makes some people mad because I'm like, I don't care if it's A&M or Texas. If one of them's the best, I want them to be in the Final Four. I'd love to see them in the national championship game. If it's TCU this year, go TCU. I don't really have like a ton of hate towards any college football program, but I'm not like a huge also college football fan.
And this is the thing in the college football vein, and I'm going to read it to you, and I'm going to let you decide if Carter really thinks this is a relevant bit of news or if he did this just to set me up. This is an actual release put out by the Duke's Mayo Corporation. Quote, "The Duke's Mayo Bowl has decided to make a change in our mayo dumping personnel. It was a difficult decision and we appreciate their hard work, but we felt last year's dumping did not meet the standards of the Duke Mayo Bowl. We have started a national search for our 2022 Mayo dumpers." So they did not like the way they dumped the Gatorade bucket or whatever of mayonnaise.
That was disgusting.
Over the winning coach. They do that every year.
Yeah. I like mayonnaise. I don't want any condiments thrown on me.
I was going to say, even if it meant winning a key bowl game, but I get the sense that usually that game is not like the most important bowl game in the world. Now,
I'll tell you what, the Mavericks win the championship this year, you can take a bucket of mayonnaise and throw it on me.
You best mark that, because if it happens, not that people are rooting for the Mavericks already.
I would love to get mayonnaise all over me for the Mavs to win a championship.
All right. That is fantastic.
Just like Jerry Jones would pay all the money in the world to have a new Super Bowl, but he made sure to get a salary cap put in the
Look,
NFL.
Don't worry about that, and don't try to bail on this mayonnaise thing if it happened. And also, this is more interesting in the basketball space, potentially, is Gonzaga has been in talks for weeks about joining the Big 12. Now, I know from a football perspective, you might be like, oh, who gives a damn? But the Big 12 is usually a pretty strong basketball conference, and I know you're bouncing out Texas and OU, but bringing in Gonzaga, who is a national powerhouse, that feels like that could be a pretty big deal for them.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to keep the Big 12 alive somehow, you got to start adding schools that bring value in a big way, and having a team that's at now usually a top 10 team in the country every year in college basketball would help. Obviously, football, it doesn't help at all, but I wonder if they go there. I don't even know if that intrigues Arizona State. I don't know what. You would think you want to get to 16 teams.
Yeah.
The way everything's going, you want to get
so
to
you
the
can split it off in the two 8-team divisions,
right,
and everything
the
like
Big
that.
16, and I don't know the other schools to get.
Hey, don't worry about it. They don't have to change the name. They didn't change it when they didn't change it when they had different.
Because the Big 10 screws us up.
Yeah, I know. But then the Big 10 built in their logo so you could see the 11, and then when the Big 12 changes, they're like, I don't really give a damn.
Wouldn't you really want to change it too? Because if you think of the Big 8, which that's what it was. Nebraska's not in it. OU's not in it. Missouri's not in it. Colorado's not in it. There's 4 of the 8 teams. Who's still in it? Kansas, Kansas State, Oklahoma State. And what other school is the original Big 8 in? That when they added the 4 Texas schools to make it the Big 12, like, what's the point of being the Big 12? The Big 8 is completely done with.
Yeah.
There's only 4 schools left, I believe, in the whole big Iowa State. Is that the other?
Yes. Yeah, that is correct.
So four teams are left from the Big 8, and yet like we have to keep the Big 12 name. No, change it to the Super 16, you know?
I just want to let you know that Corey is listening, and he said 2:30 o'clock isn't a thing, but he can understand because sometimes clocks are confusing.
It's a thing twice.
Were you going to say twice a day?
Yeah.
Okay. And then don't forget to set your clocks back.
Oh, after the tornadoes tomorrow.
This weekend. No, not because then you'll be a day early. You have to wait until overnight Saturday going into Sunday. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick, but also I will respond to a fan texter who says, why aren't you rooting for the Astros?
Ooh.
Next on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about D.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricade. If you need a traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricade, they are the Texas authority of barricade rentals. BuyersBarricade.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and this is a very rare move. I'm going to ask for your permission, Mike. Is there any chance I can read a text to start off Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett?
You're the leader. I follow.
Okay. I think you're going to like this. Somebody texted in, y'all are haters, man. And I just responded, how so? It's a Texas team versus a Phillies team. Y'all can't be at least a little happy for the Astros? Come on, man. And they said the fact that y'all are pulling for the Phillies is disgraceful. And then they followed up. They're like preemptively arguing against me, which I like. Kevin, don't even start with the cheaters excuse. That was 5 years ago, dude. It's way more simple than that. The Astros are a rival, a huge rival of the Texas Rangers. F them. F the Yankees, and as long as they're not playing the Cardinals, I will always root for the National League team against either of those teams in the World Series. If they're playing the Cardinals, I don't know what. I'm just going to give up.
You just hate the Cardinals because they stole it from us?
Okay. Exactly. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like,
yeah, I guess, yes, I do. Because, look, I'll never root for the Lakers. I shouldn't say that. When Dwayne Wade plays basketball, I root against him no matter what.
Right.
He could be playing the devil, and I would probably root for the devil.
Do you root against Dwayne Wade now?
Yes, I still do. On the Redeem team, my son asked me, well, were you rooting for them? I was like, no, I wasn't rooting for them. He's like, why not? And I'm like, because Dwayne Wade was on the team. It doesn't matter if it's Team USA. I'm not rooting for Dwayne Wade in anything he ever does.
And that's what from the 469, F the Astros from the 682, F the Astros from the 254. Houston sucks, and that's from a Texan. There's a lot of F words sprinkled into the fan tag.
I would tell that texter, dude, first of all, you're an Astros fan looking for other fans.
I can't do it.
They're not
I'm
Ranger fan texting in. Yeah, I'm a huge Ranger fan, but I'm rooting for the Astros. No, you're not. You're an Astros fan looking for more people to jump on the bandwagon. It's fine. Be an Astros fan. I don't care. Like, if you guys win, great. If you lose, great. I personally don't care.
I will admit, for this instance, I'm 100% a hater, and I'm actively rooting for them.
Yeah, and I think that it does bring intrigue. I will say this. This has been a very popular World Series, more than I thought it would be. Obviously, they did and I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on the name they called it, but it was the Dodgers versus the Yankees, kind of 30 for 30 going into the playoffs. The Uncivil War, I think it was called.
I think that is right. I did see that.
And so they were really hoping, Major League Baseball was really hoping, we have both New York teams who have a chance. We're really hoping the Dodgers make it back because the Dodgers are very popular in a major city. And so if we could somehow get Dodgers versus Yankees, this would be the ultimate World Series. And they didn't come anywhere close to getting that. And yet you brought up the tickets for Tennessee versus Georgia. And you said to get into the building Saturday,
$650.
$650.
That's the cheapest.
How much do you think it costs to get into the building tonight for Game 5?
I say $700.
You're correct.
Shut up.
$700 for horrible seats to watch the World Series tonight in Philadelphia. $700.
I was thinking about this because I promise I did not know the answer. But since you said we were going to talk about it, these are two very rabid fan bases. So I know it might not feel like the sexiest matchup like the LA New York ones are, but these are two very intense fan bases. A lot of my in-laws and their family are Astros fans. Before the series started, they were all like having a family dinner, and we were on the chat.
TikTok.
Yeah, not TikTok. I was trying to think of FaceTime, and it just wasn't there in my brain. And I was like, oh yeah, also go Phillies. And they all were like, come on, dude. And it got really intense, and so it was super fun.
All right, so if it's costing that much in Philadelphia, this is their last game in the World Series, as in they have to go to Houston after this is over, day off, and then they play Saturday for sure, possibly Sunday, Game 7. How much for Game 6 in Houston right now to go to the World Series?
I'm trying to figure out
the cheapest ticket to get into the building. If you want to drive down to Houston Saturday and go to the World Series, this is how much right now you have to pay to get into the building.
Could be way off. I'm going to scale it down a little bit. because you might have one more shot. $550?
Almost $600.
Okay.
But that's a lot of money. I didn't know that going to the World Series. I don't remember here. I thought like $200 could get you into the upper deck.
Can I tell you what's going to change that? If the Astros win tonight, that's going to spike. Because
them win.
Yeah, because if you have the chance to watch them win. Now, if they lose.
And in 2017, they won in LA, I believe so.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm not saying the market's going to drop off if they lose tonight, but if they win, it's going to go up.
Yeah. So anyways, ticket prices are very high. Now, before I get to the no-hitter, because I know we'll talk about that possibly later in the show, I want to get to two-strike hitting and the Houston Astros.
Okay.
I get the no-hitter took precedent over everything that happened offensively for the Astros. But yesterday, Aaron Nola, he's getting himself into a little bit of trouble in the first 4 innings, but he's getting out of it and just having a really good game. The Astros are a great hitting team. There was pressure on the bases, and he was getting big strikeouts with first and third and 1 out, and he was getting out of situations. So it doesn't play out perfectly. But in the 5th inning, the Houston Astros against Nola and then against Alvarado, who came into relief, they were so outstanding with two-strike hitting. If there's one thing I could preach, and I do like that Bruce Bochy is our manager now, I do not think this was being preached enough under the previous regime. And I think Chris Young believes this too. He's my buddy. I played with him. Maybe his thoughts have totally changed from 2004 when we were teammates in Oklahoma City and the Texas Rangers. Two-strike hitting is a different approach. And I don't want to put in it negative terms, but I'm going to say it negative. You can say it in a better way, but you're not going to strike me out. I'm going to make contact. This is the better way to say it if you're, talking to a guy like Donnie Cockstein, who's, a psychological psychologist, like a coach for the just Mavericks now. It used to be for the Rangers when I was there, is you would want to put it in a positive term. I'm going to make contact. I'm going to make contact. And a lot of the damage done in the 5th inning, yes, Yordan Alvarez wore 100 miles an hour in the kidneys, which probably hurt really bad.
Yeah.
But two-strike hitting, Bregman, two-strike hitting and I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on all the other guys that got up there with 2 strikes because there was a guy with a runner on third and less than 2 outs, and he got a hit too with 2 strikes. And
it felt like Bregman especially was doing a good job.
Yes. When you get 2 strikes, get closer to the plate, choke up on the bat, widen your stance. I'm not saying do all of those things, but do something. One of the reasons the Astros is a dynasty, not the reason, but one of the reasons, back when I'm still buddies with AJ Hinch, but back when he was the manager of the Astros and I talked to him, one of the things that he was really disappointed with 2015 and I believe also 2016 is he had a younger team, Carlos Correa, Altuve. They knew that Bregman was coming up here pretty soon, and they seemed to be okay with striking out. And I know that they cheated, but they said, we have to change this. We cannot be a strikeout team. We have to find a way with 2 strikes to put the ball in play, because you know what happens when you strike out? Nothing positive can happen. Yeah. Literally nothing good can happen. I guess you could say the catcher could miss the ball. That's the only thing that could happen.
More unlikely than all of the other outcomes.
If I put the ball in play, there's a lot of holes in the field. Even, I know the shifting is going to be over, but there's still holes in the field even without a shift. Sometimes balls find holes. Sometimes you fart a ball over the shortstop's head for a base hit. Sometimes you get a sacrifice fly and you move a guy over. There was a good job by Kyle Tucker last night, I believe, with 2 strikes. I'm not 100% sure if it's 2 strikes, but he hit a fly ball to center field with nobody out, runners on second and third. Runner came home from third. Kyle Tucker actually tagged up. So I'm way off on my guys, but that inning, I was just like, dude, this is baseball. 2-strike approach. Yes, you get 2-0, you get 3-1. Different approach. And I don't know what has happened in the game of baseball, but the Houston Astros do it right. If you want to know why the Houston Astros kick everybody asses, including ours, the Texas Rangers, they do a much better job at 2-strike approach, 2-strike hitting. It started under AJ Hinch in 2015-16, and I know that part of it was he got Carlos Beltran to talk to those guys. He wanted a Latin guy on his team. He was teammates with the Kansas City Royals. Hinch and Beltran were teammates then. And he's like, I know this guy. I know he's a great leader. And I know that he can be a better speaker to Jose Altuve and Carlos Correa and what I want accomplished here with our approaches at the plate. And so he gives a lot of credit to Carlos Beltran for really helping out in that. And yes, I know that Carlos Beltran did a lot of the cheating situation too.
Yes,
I can't take that out,
did.
right? But there's a lot that went into why are the Astros this good? Yes, talent. Yes. In fact, one of their scouts, and I know I'm out of time and have a lot more, but one of their scouts last night who's become the assistant general manager of the Miami Marlins, if you're wondering where all these guys came from, they had some Latin scout that signed Christian Javier, that signed Framber Valdez, that signed Urquidy, that signed Garcia. I was like, son of a B, man. Like, he just went and got every good Latin pitcher there is and put them. They have 7 quality starters, and maybe I'll get into that, and Mike likes it. I know I'm out of time, but I enjoyed last night's game. The no-hitter, I'm impressed by it, but I don't really care about it. It's great they did it, but I don't care about combined no-hitters. It's not Don Larson. It's not anything special to me. They did it. It's great. They won a game. You go to tonight, and it's Justin Verlander trying to bounce back from game 1.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get to it in just a minute, but Adam Silver had some thoughts about Kyrie's non-apology. But coming up next, what has been the biggest positive development for the Cowboys thus far this season? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What has been the biggest positive development for the Cowboys thus far this season? I want to warn you, tomorrow we're going to have to do the flip side of that topic, so I don't want to be called haters again.
I thought you were warning everybody that they're already predicting tornadoes tomorrow in our Metroplex.
Actually, you know what? And here's a quick thing about that made me nervous when you talked about... Did you say you're going to Mavs game tomorrow?
I am.
Okay, here's what makes me nervous about that. I have very bad history with that. Is the day after Christmas in 2015... me and Brandon went out to the AAC to go watch the Mavs and the Bulls because my son's favorite team, we have a lot of family in Chicago, is the Bulls. And when we left, it was just raining like really hard. And I remember they delayed the game a little bit. And the closer we got to downtown, the more rain it was and everything like that. I couldn't tell you a whole lot about that game because in the first quarter, people started texting me and they're like, hey, are you guys okay? Because like tornadoes were coming through that Rockwall, Rowlett kind of Garland corridor. And then I saw a post on Facebook that said, stay away from the intersection of Bobtown and 30 and I was like, that's my exit to get to my house.
What's your address?
That's my old address, so I can tell you that. But yes, I do not. Yes, somebody tried to dox me before, so I probably will not say my address is. But yeah, that was the exit that I got off to go to the house, and I was so nervous, and they just again and again and again, and people are like, oh my God, it's so horrible out there. And at this point, my son is 10, or maybe 11 at that point. And so I'm trying not to worry him so he can watch the game, and he's having the best time. But I remember we got in the car, and we're driving home, and I'm like, I don't know what we're driving home to.
That wasn't the same night as a Dallas Cowboy game, was it? Because I know that tornadoes ripped through kind of North Dallas around that 7 years ago.
I don't recall. It could have been, but I became so tracked on that, and it ended up that was a night where we got 3 holes torn in our roof. And when we got off at that exit, there was no power, and there were cops there, and they had to take us to the local high school to do a caravan in because people had already started looting, just trash human beings who were like, hey, I know your life's probably already ruined or really messed up. Let's go ahead and loot it. And so we drove to our house, and I remember that moment, and I'm hoping this doesn't happen to anybody tomorrow or this weekend or anything like that, is we're in the backyard, and I could see the holes in the roof, but I was like, our house is still here. And my son started to cry. And I was like, it's okay, buddy. The dog's okay. And he said, I'm not crying because of that. He goes, I'm crying because I'm happy our house is still here.
Yeah.
And in that moment, I was like, all right, dude, you need, not to him, to me, I was like, all right, you need to keep it together.
That's when you yelled at him?
No. I was like, your little boy is standing strong, so you need to make sure you keep it together. And we didn't have power for multiple days and everything. So I mean, it's scary.
It's gonna be bad tomorrow. I remember early September, we just had a big storm come through. It wasn't even the worst. It wasn't even considered like tornadoes, but it knocked down all of my power. It knocked down a tree in my back. And trees were all down in the Oak Cliff area. Yeah. So I'm like, how is there not a tornado if all of these trees were uprooted that are a good 20 to 100 years old? And so unfortunately tomorrow it looks like somewhere in our Metroplex, hopefully not, but it just looks like the weather people are predicting we're going to have some horrible weather tomorrow.
So, just keep an eye out on that. And obviously we're all hoping that you guys stay safe. Now we're asking for some of the positive developments for the Cowboys this year. And I actually want to go ahead and throw it to cut 24. This might seem like an odd choice, but I have a very specific reason for this. Let's fire off cut number 24. This is my number 1 positive development of the season thus far.
So it's 3rd and 16 at the Chicago 19. Fields in the gun, back to throw. Parsons coming. He flushes out left. He stops. He dumps it short to the 25. Still moving Montgomery. Fumble the ball. Recovered by Dallas. Micah Parsons is on the ball.
And he's still alive.
He's still running. He's still moving with the ball. To the 10, to the 5, to the goal line. Parsons recovered a fumble and brought it all the way back.
My biggest development is I really do think that Micah can be a defensive generational player. Like, I know he had an incredible rookie season and he was a no-brainer. He's gotten better and is now the front runner for defensive player of the year. So I'm not saying like, oh, Micah's good. Like, I know we all knew that. I'm saying like, I am starting to believe that maybe Micah could be generational. There's still a long way to get there.
I love what you're saying. I'm going to test Ruben here and his skills, okay? We got Ruben in here, and he's new. Ruben, can you isolate or get to that highlight again? And I want to hear Brad Sham and Babe Loffenberg and a little bit of their confusion as he was laying on the ground for a second or two, and Justin Fields was right there. I love hearing Brad Sham and Babe Loffenberg trying to figure out in live form right there. He's still running. Like, is this happening? I'm pretty sure he was down, but let's just call it as a touchdown. So let's play it again, Ruben. Let's hear Brad and Babe.
Still moving Montgomery. Fumble the ball. Recovered by Dallas. Micah Parsons is on the ball.
And he's still alive.
He's still running. He's still moving with the ball. To the 10, to the 5, to the goal line. Parsons recovered a fumble and brought it all the way back.
Did you hear Brad? He like stopped. He's like, it's over. And then Babe's like, he's still going. And then Brad's, he is still going.
Also, I don't believe he said to the goal line and didn't say touchdown because it was kind of like, I think touchdown. And Micah even said himself, he was like, I was just running to celebrate. And everyone's like, go, go, go. So I went. And so, by the way, kind of feel like Ruben did a good job there.
Ruben, holy cow. You're awesome.
Now,
you just gotta do a little research on Ruben Sierra.
Let's find out if Carter or the Tolos will help him out leading into Gridiron Gravy, if he's already prepared or if he's destined to fail. All right, so that is my number one. And by the way, I saw multiple people from the 214, Micah Parsons being LT 2.0, and from the 903, let's talk more about Micah Parsons. And so I think a lot of people are there.
Well, I'm with you. I mean, as long as he stays healthy, he's going to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest, defensive player in Dallas Cowboys history. It's obviously tough for us.
That's an insane bar to reach.
I think people that are our parents' age would say, look, Bob Lilly's the greatest defensive player in Dallas Cowboys history. I'm sure 50% of the people listening right now don't even know who Bob Lilly is.
Fair.
So
you can meet him at the Dallas Card Show.
Yeah, but I mean, most people would say he's the greatest Dallas Cowboys defensive player of all time. And obviously, yes, it was back in the 60s and I guess early 70s when he was playing. But yeah, he's generational. I will say this, and maybe his position is getting moved. I can't believe how good/great Smith is at tackle.
Okay. That is part.
He didn't even practice it.
That is part of and somebody did say the development of Tyler Smith. And one of the things that I noted was our offensive line depth is better than I anticipated. Like, if you told me our offensive line was shaky and then Tyron got hurt, we were effed, I would have totally believed you. But now you think about it.
I thought we were.
Yeah.
Watching, and maybe Terrence Steele, I need to put him in this too, is he did not look good in training camp.
Yeah.
And so him becoming also a good tackle on the other side is a very pleasant surprise. So if I wanted to be more general, I could say the future tackle situation looks really good because last year, going into the season, we thought it's going to be Tyron Smith and Lael Collins.
Yeah.
And probably for the next 3 years, I think we were probably going into the 2021 season going, hey, at least the next 3 years, and then we got to make some major changes as their careers come to a close. And yet this year, we've added 2 young guys, and I know Steele's been here. And
you played neither of those 2 that you mentioned, though.
And they have just been great. So I think the future at tackle looks great for the Dallas Cowboys. And I would say this, expanding.
Terrence Steele, I think, is going to be a free agent, by the way.
Already?
I think so. I'm going to double check that.
Okay. For some reason, I thought he had 1 more year left.
Maybe you're right.
I thought this was his 3rd year in the NFL. But, because wasn't COVID year his rookie year? And don't you get 4 years?
I am checking on that. I believe he is a restricted free agent.
Okay.
But yeah,
I
you
just
can keep him if you want, of course.
I think that wow, I thought that the tackle situation was going to get us in a lot of trouble this year, and it has been a positive, and it looks like for the Cowboys, this is what I was going with. The Cowboys have to be known as the best evaluators of offensive linemen in the NFL.
You know, what's really funny about that, too, is you were talking about if his position's going to change. All right, let's say in our magical world that Tyron Smith comes back and he's healthy and he's ready to go. All right, well, then you probably kick Tyler Smith into left guard, although I know there's some people who would like to see him go out to right tackle. Well, Terrence Steele has done a perfectly acceptable job at right tackle. All right, well, then you're going to move him to left guard. Well, now you're bouncing off the combination of McGovern and Peters, which, I know they've had their struggles here and there, but I think they've probably been better than we anticipated. And so you would kick Tyler Smith inside to two different spots where you're like, kind of feel like we've done better. Hell, I even think Tyler Biotish has been better than I anticipated. Again, not the best, but I can't have an entire line of Zach Martins. I think he's been better than anticipated as well. Is another one I've got on there is this running back room is a beast. Okay. I felt like we had hoped that was the case, but Zeke still shows you that he has his struggles. And I know we're going to do this topic at some point coming up, I believe at 1 o'clock. I think you can make an argument that the Cowboys have the best tandem of running backs in the league. And if you don't think it's them, I certainly think they should be in the top 3. I could see if people think they're second, but I think they should be second or third. And then Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs, I feel like, has evolved once again and gotten even better. Take these rankings for what you want, but Pro Football Focus had him as the top-ranked deep cover corner in the league going into last week. And so I think that the evolution of Trayvon Diggs has been tremendous. From the 4.69 turpentine, that's it.
Really? I mean, he's been good
for return. I will tell you this, Mike, and I actually have no idea where you stand on this. Is I am not a person who thinks you necessarily have to get Kevontae Turpin significantly mixed within the offense. I just like the fact that you have one of the best return people in the league. And I'm pretty stoked about that.
You think that's a TCU fan texting that in?
No, not necessarily. I actually, Mike, I don't think so. I think there's a lot of people that feel that exact same way. From the 4.69, Brett Maher has been very solid.
Yeah, that's true. And especially when we were interviewing the Texas Tech kicker, in training camp, and thinking that was the new kicker, and then that didn't work out. The other guy, who I already forget his name, didn't work out.
Yes, no, that is absolutely Harulahu. Now I want to read this, just so we get an idea of how some people think. From the 609. My God, Micah is a generational talent. Have you guys watched how he's been completely neutralized the last 4 games? All right. I don't know if you're not paying attention to the games or what's been happening, but let's just take the last 4 games where Micah has been completely neutralized. In those 4 games, he has 22 tackles, 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 1 fumble recovery, and a touchdown. Those and 2 passes defensed. Those are the 4 games in which he's been neutralized. He's averaging more than 5 tackles per game, a sack per game, and almost a turnover per game, and he has a touchdown.
I feel like they intentionally do that to try to set us off, because there's no human that can believe that. It's kind of like the same person that texts in, Luka's not that good.
Right.
It's like, I just think I think they're just trolling to see if they can get a response.
Okay. Well, you might be
But I'm glad
right.
you said it. I'm not saying maybe that person really believes that. And you know what? You can believe whatever you want.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, you're the only human being on the face of the earth that believes that. Every single coach in the NFL, every single player in the NFL doesn't believe that. Most everybody who's watching Dallas Cowboy games, whether it's the opponent or whether it's us, the fans of the Cowboys, don't believe it. But You can go ahead. You can believe whatever you want.
From the 817, they're not a positive development, but if it happened, I think a lot of people would be very high on this. How much do you think it would cost the Cowboys to get Odell Beckham Jr.? No more than $3 million is my prognostication, because I think he'll be able to play about a third or a fourth of the season, and I think that would be fair market value. But look, regardless, you can afford him in your salary cap. If people are upset that the Cowboys didn't make the move for Brandon Cooks at the trade deadline, or whoever the hell else it was, we'll have Jerry on tomorrow, because Steven said they had multiple things in the works, and I really want to get his thoughts about that. You can absolutely fit Odell Beckham Jr. into the salary cap. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate all of the feedback. And then remember, tomorrow we will have to do the negative. But there are some more positive is from the 214, Dorrance Armstrong, from another 214, Leighton Vander Esch. And they said, and not because we share the same name, the whole same name, or just the last name of Vander Esch. And from the 817, Deron Bland.
It has to be Leighton. There can't be that
okay,
many Vander
that
Esch's.
actually, I don't know. I hope that
There's
person
more
follows
Leightons.
up. You're probably right. I will definitely concede that. I want to know if your name is like Steve Vander Esch. I hope you follow up and let us know about that. So a lot of positivity happening for the Cowboys. Just remember that when we have to do the negative tomorrow. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or does he not think Mike is that great? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, you've heard so many of us up here.
every day.
And this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. You can visit them at truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know, because it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in that conversation. Now, I'm going to start with something potentially more serious. And by the way, I'm hoping ESPN has updated their article, because the article says Commissioner Adam Silver disappointed Kyrie didn't apologize. And then in the fourth paragraph, it said, quote, Kyrie Irving made a reckless decision to post a link to a film containing deeply offensive anti-Semitic material, Stern said in a statement. Now, my assumption would be they did correct the article. Oh. That was in regard to former NBA commissioner and saboteur of the Dallas Mavericks, David Stern. But it is Adam Silver. And he went on to say, while we appreciate the fact that he agreed to work with the Brooklyn Nets and the Anti-Defamation League to combat anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination, I am disappointed that he has not offered an unqualified apology and more specifically denounced the vile and harmful content contained in the film he chose to publicize. I will be meeting with Kyrie in person next week to discuss this situation, because it was really interesting. And that's one of the things I kind of sort of joked. I know it's not really a joking matter, but how much would you pay not to have to apologize? Is because him and the Nets are donating $500,000. But if you look at his statement, he absolutely does not apologize, which is a weird bit.
Yeah, I mean, Kyrie is an interesting person, to say the least.
Yes.
There's a lot of things. If you love Kyrie, you can point to a lot of the good that he does in our country, in communities that he's a part of. And then there's a whole bunch of other things where he falls way short of being, I don't want to say a good person. This doesn't, because a good teammate, I guess.
Yeah.
A good employee. So Kyrie's a very confusing person. I think he made a mistake here. I don't think he believes he made a mistake. Now, I know he's come out and he said some things that get close to an apology, right? Have you seen kind of where it's like, he's about to do it. And he's like, no, I'm not. It's kind of like, I got close, but I'm pulling back here. And so Kyrie is one of those guys that I don't even know who to compare him with in the history of sports, in that he's very unique, and he does have a championship, and he hit that shot over Steph Curry to win the championship. I know LeBron James got the MVP, and LeBron James was their best player, but that Game 7, it was pretty much down the stretch Kyrie who ended up winning the game. So he has the ability to win a championship, yet I don't even know if he's going to be remembered at all as a positive player in the league.
That's really interesting, because I was immediately thinking, but he'll probably go into the Hall of Fame, right? I know that's not always the easiest.
I guess because of his all-star appearances and winning the championship. Yeah. I mean, and obviously the Basketball Hall of Fame is very weak. It's not like MLB or NFL. I mean, it is a Christian Laettner's in there. And I know you love Christian Laettner.
I do.
I respect the heck out of Christian Laettner's college career. He was an above average NBA player, but didn't live up to expectations at all out of Duke. But he's in the Hall of Fame because you have to include what they did in high school and what they did in college and what they did overseas and what they did in Olympic basketball. Right. And I know that he didn't do a lot in those aspects, but it's just a weird Hall of Fame. I really wish the NBA would strongly consider making an NBA Hall of Fame, because what I've heard from people that visit Hall of Fames, it's a pathetic Hall of Fame too. It's done poorly. That if you go to the NFL Hall of Fame, if you go to the MLB Hall of Fame, you're blown away by the way that they do it, especially from what I've heard. I've never been to Cooperstown. I have been to Canton in 1999, but I've never been to Cooperstown, and I've just heard from people that have visited both. They're like, it's amazing. And then you go to, is it Smithfield? I can't even remember that. It's just pathetic. They just say the NBA Hall of Fame is like, hey, they put a building up and said, hey, here's a Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And I just wish the NBA would strongly consider let's make a new Hall of Fame, still have the Basketball Hall of Fame, and let's have the NBA Hall of Fame, where it's just on your NBA career. Has nothing to do with anything else except how did you do in the NBA? Because Major League Baseball isn't putting, as far as I know, whatever his name is, Harasada O or whatever, who has the most home runs in Japanese baseball history. Like, he's not in the Hall of Fame here. Like, there might be things that are in there, but he didn't make the Hall of Fame here because it's like, no, we're not taking all the best Japanese players and putting them in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame.
From the 817, my buddy's an idiot because he thinks Miami overpaid to trade for Chubb. Now, man, reflecting on that, I really wish I would have used the entire name. But also, this morning, the Dolphins got their extension done with Bradley Chubb. It's 5 years, $110 million. So now he's tied to the Dolphins because he still had one more year left on his deal. He's tied to the Dolphins 6 years, $119 million. If you look at the breakdown, maybe I'll bring that up in Gridiron. If you look at the breakdown of what the Dolphins parlayed out of that, what was essentially a Trey Lance trade, they're doing just fine. And I do not think that they need to feel bad whatsoever about the trade that they made for Bradley Chubb. Actually, you know what? I'm going to throw out another one of my own. Where do you fall on the Nets and the Celtics when it comes to the Ime Udoka situation about who's the idiot? Because Marcus Smart said this, I think it might have been yesterday or the day before, via the Boston Globe, about Udoka. Obviously, we wish he was here. We have no control over that. It definitely sucks. I guess it was deemed that whatever happened was enough for him not to be a coach here. But I guess not enough for him not to be the coach anywhere else. He got his name slandered and slaughtered. He'll probably never coach again. And a couple months later, now he's going to possibly be the coach of one of our biggest rivals. That doesn't make any sense, but I have no control of it.
We need to know what happened.
I know!
As a public, I hate doing this. And you know what? And probably it shouldn't, because I'm going to assume the women that were sexually harassed by him, whether it was just, verbally or also physically, which it sounds like both were happening. I think that when people defend when Marcus Smart defends Udoka like this, we need to know everything because, man, I'll tell you what, I'm not a fan of Matt Barnes at all. I'll be honest, I hate that guy. But when he backed off of everything that he said, which was very similar to what Marcus Smart just said when he got new information, which he won't share with the public, which I understand. He feels like it's not his platform to do. I feel like in this situation, if people are going to come out and say, I can't believe you guys destroyed Udoka's career like this, I don't know what he did and didn't do. So I don't know what to say. I don't want to say, hey, I think he should deserve a second chance. He didn't really do anything that bad. I don't know what he did. Maybe he raped people. We don't know.
Because I'm not saying you shouldn't cheat. Let's try this again. I'm not saying it's okay to cheat on your fiance or whatever with somebody that you work with, but that alone does not feel like what's going to disqualify you from ever being able to coach basketball again. And they're like, well, we want no part of him. So much so that the Celtics are like, you don't even need to trade us anything. And so that is kind of a weird bit. And so I honestly don't know where this all falls. By the way, suspensions, the way they do them sometimes are so dumb. Did you see that Bill Self has been suspended 4 games to start the Kansas basketball season?
No.
Oh, no. What are they possibly going to do? I mean, they didn't need to suspend him for the championship and stuff that they want.
They probably start off with Kansas Christian, Kansas Baptist, Oklahoma Central, and Northwest Texas State.
They do have an important game in there if you believe in the importance of a November basketball game, which I've always been very sketchy about that. They opened the game against Omaha. Did you know Omaha had a basketball team?
Yeah, it's called Creighton.
And then they're going to play North Dakota State and also Southern Utah, and then they have a neutral site game against Duke.
Okay, so
I get that's a big game, but who cares? So if you lose to Duke in November, what difference does that make?
Yeah.
You will play them again maybe 4 months down the road, and your coach will be back, and your team will be totally different. And so, oh no, what are they possibly going to do?
Yeah, and they don't have Coach K, so I don't know. Maybe they'll get better.
Wow, what are you doing? They just made it to the Final Four.
Taking a shot at you.
Are you familiar with, it's not the basketball player, I'm going to warn you, because that's what you're going to want to say, Goran Dragic.
I have no clue.
He's a former heavyweight boxer.
I know Dragic is actually doing pretty nice, and I wish he was a Maverick.
Yes, he is. He's 43 years old. He was caught with, I want everyone to speculate on this, with 20 tons of cocaine. What do you think is the value for
20 tons?
Yes, for 20 tons.
I'm going to make up a number because I don't know, $2 billion.
That is actually not a terrible guess. It's approximately $1 billion. Okay. And he was arrested on Sunday and indicted in New York. According to the press release from the Department of Justice, they said it was one of the largest drug seizures in United States history. So this former boxer was arrested with 20 tons. I believe that is 40,000 pounds of cocaine, which they're saying has a value of more than $1 billion. I'm not sure specifically how much more than
maybe inflation gets it to $2 billion.
Yeah, look, I'm trying really hard to stay away from some of these topics, but I hear what you're saying. Is from the 682. Now people are speculating about what exactly Udoka did. And they was like, I thought he just cheated on his wife. And then maybe he had an affair with one of the boss's wives. But even then,
yeah.
I don't see how that would make you like toxic in some circles, but apparently he's not anymore, just to the Celtics. So I have no freaking clue whatsoever.
Do you think, let me ask you this. How many times do we hear, let's just talk about our 4 organizations that we really follow closely here, that once a player or coach moves to another team or is out of your organization, how much dirt is revealed on those players/coaches once they are out of that organization? Quite a bit starts coming into our hands all of a sudden about why Des Bryant was such a bad guy here and had to go. And after you're like, didn't you guys defend him and say we were all lying for 9 years if we said anything negative about Des Bryant? And not that Des Bryant was a negative player. He's a positive player, but there are things that they covered up.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they let him be like, well, he's dealing with this and you have to deal with that with Des Bryant. And I'm just using that for an example.
Yeah.
He's not a great example because he was a good teammate for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not trying to take any shots at Des. But I think if Udoka signs with the Nets as their head coach, I think all of a sudden the Boston Celtics are going to start leaking out information, whether it's to Woj, whether it's to Shams, whether it's to the New York Post, where all of a sudden we're going to start getting some more information on what Udoka did. And I can't imagine if everybody got suspended for sleeping with women, there would be no professional sports.
Oh, man. Or just the quality would go way, way, way down. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the NFL Fireable Coach Rankings. Who should get sacked first? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
What better way to celebrate #National Sandwich Day than with one of Twin Peaks' game-changing sandwiches? Step up your game with the Nashville Hot Chicken Sandwich, smothered in Nashville Hot Buffalo sauce and is all things crispy and satisfying. Or go for the savory Southern Fried Chicken Sandwich topped with Swiss cheese and bacon. Ask your Twin Peaks girl for details on how to get yours. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Let's talk about Platinum Chevrolet. In the last 3 years, my family has bought 3 cars.
The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay for full market value for your trade. Find new roads. Visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip?
Oh, it's too late.
I was scared. I didn't know. I had my mouth ready to say
what?
Buttermilk dip.
All right, can we rewind that?
All right, you know what?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, he's not going to be here tomorrow because of that.
Yeah,
he was going to be here tomorrow.
You just got let go.
But I need you to finish the rest of the show. Actually, you know what? I don't know. I'll check and see if Carter can
Come on,
run the
Ruben,
board or not.
stick around. You got 20 more bucks to make.
Oh my God, dude. What are you doing right now? All right. It's time for some gridiron gravy where Mike always likes to make my job more difficult. All right. Do you want to talk about fireable coaches or do you want to go back to the saga of Xavier Howard? Remember, he allegedly gave an STD to a gal and she's suing him.
Yeah, and she's an STD tester, right?
Yes. Among other things, she works at a lab.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead. I mean, that gives us a background on it.
If I told you in a text exchange that Xavier Howard had texted this gal twice, how many texts back is appropriate?
Xavier Howard text this woman twice. Appropriate, I would guess maximum 5.
Okay.
I would think 2 text backs. For every text you get, you send a text back.
Yeah.
But maybe sometimes you send a text with 2 sentences and then you're like, oh, you know what? I forgot to add this. So you add this to it and then you do that to the other one. That would get you 4. And I will even go as many as 1 more to give you 5 texts back from the 2 texts you receive.
But you probably would not say 26.
That would be a lot of text back just... I'd have to see, did Xavier Howard ask 13 questions per text?
All right. I will tell you, Ruben, this might be your chance at redemption. Be prepared with the dump button. I'm going to try to censor this as well as I can.
Why are you putting this on Ruben?
This is from the gal to start. B, I'm outside. No response. I'll be at your job tomorrow to pick the money up. No response. Because what you not finna do is keep playing with me and disturbing my peace and think you just gonna F me when you want and think you not finna do nothing for me. No response. You got me all kinds of effed up. No response. Little cheap ass B. No response. Oh, I take it back. Then Xavier Howard did respond. Stop coming to my crib. And then she responds, stop me from coming. Crybaby B. And he responds again, bet. That would be his last response, but most certainly not her last text message. I'm going to come to your job tomorrow and cause a whole scene. Watch. If I look, there these next
keep going.
Some of these are really difficult because there are so many censored words, and then some of them also have words that I most definitely do not want to even approach saying.
What letter does it start with? Do I know this word?
You definitely know this word.
Is it the C word?
No, it's
F word.
It's the N word.
Oh.
So some of those texts have that in there as well. So I'll skip down a few. There's more. B, you done tried me way too many times. I bet this is hilarious to you just for you to go talk S about me and then say I'm mad because of nothing. I should have been telling your ass the same thing. Go home to some of your other hoes and ask for some pee. And she goes on and on and on and on and on like this for quite some time.
Are you done?
And there's more, but I think I'm going to stop right there.
All right, since he stopped right there. Ruben, so here's your job. We do this thing called Masterpiece of the Week at 1:30 on Fridays. You can just do a whole Masterpiece of the Week on about 6 of the sentences that Kevin just said, which is why I didn't want to say anything and wanted him to keep going. He said that's enough, and we have enough for 2 Masterpieces of the Week for all the sentences he said, and we need all those for drops
and I
for the
got
rest of
you
our
on
lives.
this piece of paper. So this piece of paper is for gold for Masterpiece of the Week.
That's the rest of, I feel like you just dropped the rest of your life for everything you say. We have now a button for whoever is doing our show.
Okay, look. The whole point of that was going to be to tell you that Xavier Howard says that she's a scorned lover and threatened him several times.
She does sound like a scorned lover.
And there's no legitimacy to her accusations.
I would agree with Howard on this one at this point in the evidence that we have on KNC Masterpiece.
All right, let's go from that to...
That was amazing.
You talked about it earlier in terms of with Mickey. I regret so many things. Who will get a better viewership? But it is interesting because you think about it, the Eagles and the Texans are playing tonight on Thursday Night Football while the Phillies and Astros are playing in the World Series. This is actually, and I would not have guessed it's happened this much, the 7th time a World Series and NFL game take place on the same day involving the 2 same metropolitan areas. I'm surprised it's happened that often.
Did it happen with the Rangers one time where they took on the Giants for like a Sunday night football
And then they were
game?
also playing, the Cowboys were playing the 49ers. I mean, so it's happened. This is the 7th time. It's happened a pretty decent amount of time. All right, let's go from that. I know you're really curious about this. The Cardinals claimed Tristan Hill off of waivers from the Cowboys, so we'll see how that goes. All right. Speaking of the Cardinals, we talked about DeAndre Hopkins. Since he came back, only a couple games, but 22 catches, first in the league. 262 yards, first in the league. 13 plays that either resulted in a first down or a touchdown, first in the league. In that sample size since he's come back, he has undoubtedly made an impact for them.
Yeah, he is one of the best receivers in the last decade, and I've talked about his stats. He's accumulating stats that very few human beings who've ever played this game will beat. It's just that he's been a Texan and he's been a Cardinal, and he doesn't really get recognized, and it just goes to show you he is playing in an organization that also had Larry Fitzgerald, who did get to play in a Super Bowl.
He did.
But he didn't get really recognized maybe as much as he should have because he wasn't on a Dallas Cowboy team or a Pittsburgh Steeler team, a team that gets a lot of national hype and then gets a lot of nationally televised games. So DeAndre Hopkins is spectacular. He does have to, in a weird way, football doesn't matter. You can do steroids and nobody cares. It's like Fernando Tatis Jr. I've talked to multiple people that are like, look, there's always going to be a stain on him no matter what.
Yeah.
And yet for football, it doesn't matter. Does that make sense?
Yes. No, absolutely. Now, I want to go from that to, do you want to give Ruben a chance at redemption?
Ruben...
Or you think he's already redeemed himself?
I think he's already redeemed himself by he already knew to cut 17 sentences that you said, B.
Yeah, son of a gun. All right. I got the top 6 from For the Win fireable coach rankings. How many of the 6 do you think you could name NFL coaches most likely to be fired?
By name? Very few.
Okay, tell me the team. I'll give you some partial credit.
Okay. By team, Washington, and I do know that's Rivera.
They are not in the top
because they're
6.
4-4 now.
Yeah, they could be a playoff team.
Granberry's own or Glen Rose's own, Dan Campbell.
Shockingly enough,
I'm 0 for 2.
Not in the top 6. Ruben, do you have a guess? It is not going super well to start things off from Mike Bassick.
What was the question?
Nope,
Bro?
you're out.
Coach
Coach Bro is correct. Coach Bro is number 1 on the list, followed by Nathaniel Hackett with the Denver Broncos.
That quick?
Yes. Remember, we talked about that
This
yesterday.
is first year, right?
Yes. But the next person, it's their first year too. Josh McDaniels with the Raiders. Dennis Allen with the Saints. So you don't get any time anymore. This one feels too harsh.
Panthers already fired their guy.
Todd Bowles with the Bucks. That feels too quick.
Jeez.
And then,
I don't feel that bad at my guesses now.
would you feel bad about this one? Brandon Staley for the Los Angeles Chargers. I do kind of wonder.
I do think that his disregard for a feel for the game, because all he's doing is computer.
Yeah.
What's the point of being a coach? If you're just going to do a computer-generated model of the game, what's the point in being a coach? I get you should use those things, but when that's your coach, then you have no value. You have no feel at all? You're just going to go with the percentage on the computer screen? And I get that that's what a lot of people think is actual coaching, is actually not coaching. But I feel like you have to take that information, and yes, you have to use that information. But there's also a feel for the game. There's a feel for your team. There's a feel for what the opponent has done so far in the game. And he seems to just go, I'm just going to do what the computer says.
We talked yesterday about the Snyders they picked up a bank to potentially sell the team. I don't know if you believe in coincidence or if you think this was absolutely timed out. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Virginia announced yesterday afternoon that they had opened a criminal investigation into allegations that the Washington Commanders had engaged in financial improprieties. Now, remember, a lot of the stuff that's been accused of Daniel Snyder is like other things with the cheerleaders and with workers and everything like that. Now, the feds are investigating them for financial improprieties, and you can't help but wonder if that is directly tied to the announcement made earlier in the day that they were looking into selling maybe a minority stake, but maybe the entirety of the Commanders franchise. Let's go from that to, we didn't get a chance to mention this earlier in the week, but big news for Bill Belichick. He surpassed George Halas for the second most wins by an NFL head coach. He now has 325, including the postseason. Only person he still has to track down, Don Shula. It's interesting about Don Shula. He has the most wins. He has a couple of Super Bowls. I feel like he is not necessarily at people's top of the list when it comes to all-time coaches. I feel like it's much more likely to be even Landry or Lombardi or now Belichick ahead of Don Shula.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. He'll eventually get named. I don't know if you can go past 10. Obviously, Walsh would probably get named before him.
I would name Bill Walsh ahead of him. Don Shula is an all-time great coach.
Right.
But I'm surprised that you don't usually hear people say he's the best.
Yeah, if you say most wins, you'd say arguably the best.
Yeah.
But I don't think Don Shula really enters that conversation. Maybe we're way off on that, and people in Miami are really upset the way that I think I do get upset with at times the disrespect of Emmitt Smith.
That is very fair. And the last two things for you, Derrick Henry was named the AFC Offensive Player of the Month. And then sad news, Hall of Fame punter Ray Guy died at the age of 72. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Mavs Jazz, plus why this particular aspect of Luka's game is not sustainable. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about diamonds. Luka's a diamond. Have you ever seen a diamond?
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to talk about this particular aspect of Luka's game that just might not be sustainable. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 4 to talk about that Mavs-Jazz game.
Dallas up 4, 3 minutes left in the game. And Luka, top players in the league this year on the post-ups. And El Nino Montevilla goes down in the post and scores again.
Now, that was a big deal right there because it got Luka to 30-plus points yet again. He is the first NBA player to score 30 or more points in the first 7 games of the season since Wilt Chamberlain did it in 1961-62. That was one of 2 times that Chamberlain did it. The only other person to do it, as I'm sure you remember,
something Knight, was it?
Jack Twyman.
Twyman. I was thinking Twilight, Twyman, Knight.
Okay.
I couldn't remember. They showed it last night on the game, and I was like, I don't, because my son asked me about him. I'm like, he was playing obviously that year, 17 years before I was born.
He is not in the NBA Hall of Fame. He is a 6-time NBA All-Star and 2-time NBA All-Second Team. But when you're on the same list as somebody like Wilt Chamberlain, that's pretty damned impressive.
It is. Now, he has a long way to go, as they showed last night. The all-time record is Wilt Chamberlain, who did it 23 straight games to start a season. So we're still a ways off from matching that, which, honestly, when we get into this segment, I don't know if I want him to get to that streak.
All right. Now, the Mavericks win, but you had brought this up to me the other day. And so I wanted you to do a little bit of research to check it out. Is Luka last night, he took 20 shots.
I like that number.
He was 12 of 20. And
I like that number.
I think that's exactly where you want him to be. And I'm telling you, if his 3-point shot gets going like it has in the past a little bit later into the season, holy crap, I think that he is going to be an unstoppable offensive machine. He's great offensively right now, no doubt. It's just I feel like the poor selection on 3-pointers is holding him down from being an unstoppable juggernaut. But you brought up, before this game, he was taking 25.5 shots per game, which is a lot. And it's still at 24.7. I looked throughout his career.
Which is a lot.
Yes, that is a lot. I looked throughout his career, and if you want to kind of discount the rookie year, he's finding his way. Took 16.5 shots per game. The 3 years after that, so the 3 years when he's developed into like
first team All-NBA.
Exactly. Is he's taken 20.6 shots a game, 20.5 shots a game, and 21.6 shots per game. So pretty consistent. Here's where he sits in the NBA in that run. 3 years ago, 5th most shots per game. The leader had 23. 2 years ago, 5th most shots per game. Leader had 23. Last year, 2nd most shots per game. The leader has 22.
Do you have the names of the people who led the league in shots per game?
I would have to go double check on those because my research was more about getting to another level.
Okay.
But I can go double check on that.
I don't want to take us.
Did you know in the last 20 years, Monte Ellis led the league in most shots taken twice? So there's your fun fact. All right. But over the last...
That didn't lead to a championship.
It did not. It did not. The last 20 years, how many times do you think a player has taken more than 25 shots per game?
In the last 20 years?
In the last 20 years.
Russell Westbrook comes to mind, but I don't know if he did or not. I'll say 25 or more. You know what? I'm going to go with 1.
Okay. Who would be your guess?
Russell Westbrook.
Okay. And if I told you Russell Westbrook never hit that threshold, him and James Harden, I think, got to like 24 and changed, but they never hit that threshold.
I'm going to go with 0.
0. Okay. The correct answer is 2.
Now, can I try to guess those 2?
Yes, you can.
Kobe?
Kobe is one of them. Who's the other one? They're 2 different people. So Kobe didn't do it twice.
Right. In the last 20 years. That brings
years.
In a lot of people. Shaq?
Allen Iverson.
That makes sense.
So I decided to go back and look, and this is why it's unsustainable. And don't get me wrong, this is not a knock against Luka. He shoots the ball too much just because of him. It's also a knock against the rest of the team and the setup of this organization and this roster about why he has to shoot the ball too much. Now,
because real quick, he is shooting it 25 times at over 50%. So his percentage is great on his 25 shots.
Absolutely. And the Iverson season was the 01-02 season. He shot more than 25 times in a game. Guess what happened to that team?
That was not the NBA Finals team.
They lost in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
05-06, Kobe Bryant. I believe that year he shot 28 shots a game, 27 or 28. Guess what happened with that team?
I want to say that year they were the 8th seed that lost to Phoenix.
They lost in the first round of the playoffs. So I know your concern is, because we've talked in the past about usage rate, which usage rate more complex in terms of not just shooting the ball, but your usage of which, how much time you have the ball, distribute the ball, etc. It's only happened twice in the turn of the century. It's only happened twice. Both of those teams were led by star players, because I think we'd all agree, Allen Iverson and Kobe, they were great.
That was at somewhat of their peak.
Yes, absolutely. They were great. What happened? They shot the ball a lot, and their teams lost in the first round of the playoffs. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your concern going into this and why I wanted to do the research on this is your concern is Luka is great, and he shoots the ball a lot, but that does not lead to team success.
Yes. Is that he's doing it based off of he has to do it. Last night when they got down 64-49, Lucas started taking over the game, and he was like, I'm going to go to the basket. I'm going to get some easy buckets here, at least for him. And so he didn't really look to his teammates, because there were a couple times where guys were open. He's like, screw you guys. You haven't hit your shots tonight again. And so I got to take things over somewhat, and I got to get to the basket. I either got to draw fouls or I got to make these baskets. And he did, and he got the team back into the game, and other guys did too. I gave credit to Dwight Powell earlier in the show. I gave credit to Christian Wood earlier in the show. There were guys that ended up stepping up too in certain situations. But I think Luka right now shooting at 25 times this is the only way we can win right now. And I'm hoping that changes as the season goes. I just don't know if it is. I don't know what guy can step up and get you the 15 shots per game and be a consistent shot maker.
And I don't think you're going to like this either, because the last 4 people to lead the league in shots, LeBron, they didn't make the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
The 2 years before that, Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're not looking at Washington for any great shakes. And then the year before that, James Harden. They got bounced in the second round of the playoffs.
And that was when he was with Houston, and then he quit the team?
Yes.
I mean, he did, right? After that year, didn't he go, then I quit?
Yes. And so that part is concerning, is not only if you reach 25, it's only happened twice and you lose in the first round of the playoffs. But the other concerning thing is if you look at the last several seasons, whoever leads the league in shots, their team does not have a great deal of success.
Yeah.
Even the year before that, take this for what you will, Russell Westbrook led. Guess what happened to that Oklahoma City team? They lost in the first round of the playoffs. So you look at it. You have teams that don't make the playoffs, and no team in the last 5 years that has had the leading shooter in terms of most attempts has made it past the second round of the playoffs.
I was at a middle school football game yesterday, and Luka's name got brought up. And one of the moms, who's a big basketball fan, said Luka's a ball hog. I think 33% of our audience right now also are with her that Luka's a ball hog. I think Luka's a willing passer and wants to be a passer. He does over dribble at times, and that's also part of the game today that I don't appreciate or like. I don't like how much the ball dominant player sees how much air is in the basketball, and Luka does fall into that category.
And we talked after what was the first 3 games, how at the end of the game he'll play some hero ball on you.
Yes.
And we're not thrilled about that.
Right, we're not thrilled about his bad shot select. And it seems like he also has been told or realizes those were kind of bad shots. Let me try to get a better look, and it didn't work out. Reggie Bullock missed his 3. He missed an 18 to 20 foot jumper the other night when they against Oklahoma City when they lost a 16-point lead. The ball didn't go in, and they had a bad overtime. But my thing about Luka is I don't believe he's a ball hog in his head. Like, that's not what he wants to be.
Right.
Russell Westbrook wants to be a ball hog. He doesn't want to pass the basketball. I think Luka does want to pass the basketball. If you go back to his upbringing when he was an MVP in the second best league in the world, he was a passer first, a scorer second. I think he wants to be more LeBron than Russell Westbrook. But this team, the Dallas Maverick team right now especially, is dictating he be more of a ball hog. I think he would love to pass the ball more. They just have to prove to him and do a better job of knocking down shots or be a better facilitator in general, is that when you kick the ball to a guy in the corner, that they can do more than just catch and shoot the ball. Because what happens when Reggie Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith and Maxi Kleba don't get the cleanest look that they want? They don't shoot it. They can't do anything else with the basketball. Dorian Finney-Smith did have a really nice drive from the baseline last night, but pretty much they're like, I'm pretty much useless if I don't get this shot off.
Right.
I have to now give it back to Luka, who most likely is 40 feet away from the basket, and you have 7 seconds to do something.
Now, one of the things that came up is some people have a couple of questions. What happened to Bertans? And I don't know if we dove far enough into this the other night. Jason Kidd was asked about Bertans and Ntilikina, and he said nothing like imminent on that, and that could mean a week, that could mean 3 weeks, but it sounds like you're still a minute away from seeing either one of those, because Bertans is one of those guys that I'm not looking for him to defend to help me out, but if you find him open, he can get on a heater for sure and tear it up.
And he has a very quick release, and he's not afraid to shoot the basketball. Same thing with Tim Hardaway Jr. was horrible last night, but that's what you have to do. He's Swaggy P. He's J.R. Smith. He fits into the category of when he sees the ball. With my kid last night, I said, let's see what he does when he entered the game. He touched the ball 5 times, 4 times he shot it. There was one time in his first 5 times of touching the basketball that the ball didn't somewhat go up. It didn't have to immediately go up, but he touched it. He said, I have to shoot this basketball. The one time he didn't, he dribbled the ball up the court because they denied Luka the ball, and he dribbled it up, and he's like, okay, this time I will not immediately shoot it. That's who Tim Hardaway Jr. is. He's, we call him in our house, he's a black hole. When you touch the basketball, he has a teammate of his in middle school, James, who's his teammate, and he's a black hole. As soon as he touches the ball, we know what's happening. The ball will be shot. And so it's okay. That's who Tim Hardaway Jr. is. There's going to be games where Tim Hardaway Jr. goes 10 of 13 for 26 points in a game because that's just who he is. And then you're going to have to deal with these nights where he goes 1 of 9. He's not going to stop shooting. It's just that he's just not hot right now to start the year. Tomorrow night, Tim Hardaway Jr. might be the MVP of the game. It's just who you have to deal with Tim Hardaway Jr.
The overtime game, when he hit the first 3-pointer, I was like, we're going to win for sure. Because when he gets in that mode, to your point, I always think we're going to win.
And he's never going to turn down a shot, which that's just who he is. It's fine. That's the basketball player that you signed.
And some people are asking about how you move on from him. We've had this conversation a bunch off air. That's why, and it's no disrespect to Tim Hardaway, the human being, didn't love the contract when it got signed, and we warned ahead of time, if you go at the numbers that people are talking about, you're going to regret that. And I don't think there's any question that the Mavericks sit here and they regret that deal.
Yeah, he was according to all the analytics, everybody who is writing articles, Tim Hardaway Jr. is really a $12 to $13 million player. Yes, he had a little nice run against the Clippers in the playoffs, but you're going to way overpay if you give him more than $12 million. And we were like, dude, what if you take that money and something else and you go get a Zach LaVine? What if you do something with this money? As much as Tim Hardaway Jr. looks like an asset on this team, what if you do something different? And I don't want to make a Tim Hardaway Jr. shot segment here. He's on your team. You're going to have to deal with him. He's very tough to trade because of the contract you have. But in this 25 shots per game for Luka, I love that you did this research. This is going, if we keep this
up,
it
leads to playoff
you're not going to make it out of the first round.
Yeah.
If this is the strategy of the Mavs, Luka's a 25-shot guy a game because that's just the team we constructed. You're going to be out in the first round.
And you mentioned it at the very beginning, and I think a lot of folks would feel more comfortable in the 20 to 21 area.
Yes, and that's last year he shot 21.6, and you made it to the Western Conference Finals.
Fine with that. 20 or 21, I think you're clicking.
Yes. And I'd love for him to be at 21 shots and 51%. He's at 51.4%. So his shot selection, at times we can question his three-point shot selection. The dude is shooting 25 times a game at over 50%. That's pretty spectacular.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, I'm really looking forward to this segment. Who's your favorite athlete you've ever gotten an autograph from, and how did you acquire that? Plus, we'll tell you some charity news, and Mike likes it. All of it is part of the Lunch Rush next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, trying to figure out what y'all really want. 877-881-1053. I brought this question up because the other day somebody texted us and they were like, hey, y'all don't really like talk collectibles as much, or you haven't been talking collectibles as much. And they were asking about like value of Micah Parsons versus quarterbacks and everything like that. And so I thought this could be a good spot, but with a broader question that also involves people who aren't like super into cards. Because I know there's a lot of people listening to our show and they're super into cards and memorabilia and everything like that. And by the way, we're going to have an amazing amount of that stuff for Peace-a-thon in a little bit less than 3 weeks. But
I'll put a little bit of pressure on my former teammate, Michael Young, as our kids sometimes practice baseball together or it overlaps. I have a couple of Michael Young rookie cards that I've picked up recently.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that I can get him to sign, selfishly, one for me. And selfishly, not selfishly, one for Peace-a-thon, where we could have, and people probably don't know this, his rookie card, he's a Toronto Blue Jay.
Yeah, I did.
Like a lot of people are probably like, what? Michael Young was a Toronto Blue Jay? Yes, it was a trade for Esteban Loaiza that we got Michael Young, but I'd love for him to sign that card and then put it in the auction to raise money.
And so I figured this was as good of a time as any, because people have also been asking us about Dallas Card Show and everything like that. And we're going to be out there. I know you're going to be out there. I'm going to be out there
Friday
this weekend.
and Saturday for me.
Yeah, in Allen. And so I got to thinking about it because one of my favorite autographs I got is they frequently have Bob Lilly out there.
Yeah.
And he is going to be out there again this weekend. What's your favorite athlete you've ever gotten an autograph from, and how did you acquire it? And so Bob Lilly is up on the list. I always talk about him, even though he quit playing before I was even born. I just went back and learned so much stuff about him. And then when I got a chance to talk to like Rocket Ishmael, and he was like, oh yeah, I'll sign a thing for you guys and everything like that. And he's going to be out at the show. I just think it's so cool when, like, even if it's in a spot where I know they charge for autographs and everything like that, is you get to go up and like actually meet somebody and actually talk to them or shake their hand or get a picture or whatever the case may be. It just feels so much cooler than if you just like, hey, I purchased this thing off eBay or, whatever. So
I'm with you because I have some great autographs that I've gotten that people have given me or that I have purchased off of eBay, but it doesn't feel the same as getting that person when you hand that item to them for them to autograph it, and it feels like a personal autograph to you when you get to meet the person and they autograph it for you.
And these are the kind of stories that I freaking love. And so like somebody sent in, I got an autographed baseball autographed by Ken Griffey Jr. and Sr. on the same ball. What I would love to know is, did you go procure those autographs and you're like, hey, I got your dad to sign this, or hey, your son signed this, and like, did you do the same, or did you buy it? Because look, I get it. Like, if you bought it, I can still see how you would love it.
Yeah.
But if you got it, I could see how there's no amount of money that would make you want to part with that thing.
Yeah.
Like, for example, from the 469, Kevin, my daughter and I got Tony Dorsett's autograph at a signing in Rowlett a few years ago. He let us come to the front of the line because we were the only ones wearing a Pitt jersey. And like, those are the kind of things that I think are super cool. And then this is another one from the 828. I have a baseball signed by Hank Aaron. It was given to me by my cross country coach when he retired. So like, at least that has that sentimental feel. And I got a story for you.
Tell me. This is story time because we're on the radio.
I don't believe you've ever heard this story. And I think you might think it's neat.
All right.
When I was a kid, and if you've heard the show for any amount of time, my dad was not around. He was alive, but just actively chose not to be a part of our lives. And so I was in the Big Brother, Big Sister program. Eventually got paired up with a guy named Jesse, who's awesome. Still talk with him to this day. So I don't know exactly how it happened, but Big Brothers like reached out to us and said, hey, would you like to go meet the Dallas Mavericks?
Wow.
And I was like, yes. This was the era of Dallas Mavericks basketball when they were really, really, really bad.
2016. I'm guessing.
It was
in the 90s.
It was in the 90s.
Okay, when Chris Gatling made the All-Star team.
It was probably around that era because it was right after the 92 draft when we took Jim Jackson. And so
we had like Donald Hodge and stuff on the team.
Yes.
Mike Izzolino.
I don't know if this clip exists out in the world, but I got to be on the news portion with Scott Murray.
Okay.
And he did an interview and everything.
Radigan was his backup.
Yeah, and I got to meet Jim Jackson when I was a kid, and he autographed something for me. And it's one of those things where I know monetarily, if you tried to sell it on eBay, the value might not be there, but I would never want to sell that because it was a really cool moment in my life. Also, they had me shoot 3-pointers and I couldn't make them. But then when the video came out on the news and everything, they showed me shooting a 3-pointer and then showed a ball going in the basket. And I was like, nope, that wasn't me. Like, I was not the person who made that because the NBA 3-pointer. But like for me, that's my favorite. And then for my son, it was several years back. You know, the Fan would always run the Dirk charity game. Like we were there doing that.
Heroes game in Frisco.
Exactly. And Corey and I were there when it used to be the Madonna game. Is my son got an autograph from Dirk on a baseball, and he still has it to this day because Dirk signed it for him, and he thinks that's the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah, to your point, my son has an autographed Heroes hat as he got to be in the dugout with me, and Dak Prescott autographed it, Dirk Nowitzki autographed it, I believe Des Bryant autographed it. This made me feel good. I said, don't have me autograph it, but he's like, Dad, I want you to autograph it too.
He's not going to sell it. I
know. It's on his mantle in his room, and sometimes he asks me a couple of the people, and I'd have to go back. There's a few other guys, but I just know that Dirk, Dak, Dez are three of the main people who autographed it. To this day, Des Bryant ruined my glove. As there is multiple gloves in there, and he picked up. I didn't know he took mine, but he doesn't know how to wear a baseball glove.
Okay,
and he also has a bigger hand than I do. And so I still have that glove. It's a $300 glove.
Sure.
They're premium gloves, Rawlings Heart of the Hide or Pro Preferred gloves, and he ruined the thumb because he didn't. He was trying to squeeze the glove so tight because he doesn't know how to use a baseball glove. He uses his hands to catch footballs. He doesn't know how to use a glove to catch a baseball. So every time I put on that glove and my thumb gets ruined by it, I'm like, Des Bryant ruined this glove.
Okay.
Which is kind of a good story.
I know, that is a very actually cool story. I got an autograph from Colby Lewis in Seattle. I would always think it would be cool to get the autograph for your team, but not in your market. So like, for example, the 817, I got an autograph from Luka. I saw him playing at Madison Square Garden and got down to the court before the game in the fall before COVID hit. And so I think that's super cool because, like, I'm sure for Luka, everybody's like, hey, Luka, hey, Luka. But if you're Colby Lewis and you were pitching up in Seattle, like, how many people do you think legit had a Rangers jersey on? It's like, hey, Colby Lewis, like, probably not a whole lot. And from the 903, this does not surprise me whatsoever. Derek Holland gave me an autograph at a Mavs game, and then he also bought me a beer. By the way, Derek Holland will be back on the show tomorrow. He said he had so much fun. He wants to come back tomorrow. Derek Holland, super charitable fella. If you want to go check out 60feet6.org, I am sure he would appreciate it. From the 469, Sean Lee signed my Sean Lee jersey at a restaurant I used to work in at Dallas. Man, in Dallas, if you were just wearing that jersey that day, how would you not? Like, just say, hey, Sean Lee, I'm wearing your jersey. Will you wear it for me? And I think that is super cool. From the 214, we'll see if we can make that happen. If I got Mike's autograph, it would be my favorite.
Oh, wow.
They said for now it's either Dak or...
I'll autograph whatever. I'll be at the Dallas Card Show tomorrow and Saturday. If you're going out there and you see me, please come up to me. I will sign that for you. And I know we're running out a little bit of a time here. We have a lot of more, but...
No commercials, baby. Let's talk about it.
Mine is at the Heroes game. I got Dirk Nowitzki to sign the 2011 Sports Illustrated where he's on it. And they're, it's the Sports Illustrated where they win the championship. And he signed that for me. I still have that. And I'll never get rid of that. That's probably, for me, the most special autograph. The other one for me probably is after I gave up the home run to Barry Bonds. If you don't know this, I pitched in the major leagues. I'm the guy who gave up the home run to Barry Bonds when he broke Hank Aaron's record. And so as the game was still going on, I pitched 5 innings in the game. I believe after 5 innings or 6 innings, they took Barry Bonds out of the game. So I wanted to go congratulate Barry Bonds during the game before all the media that was there. You know, I didn't want to go into the press conference and meet him and say, so I went in there.
Hey,
and
Barry, thanks a lot. Yeah.
At the time, Omar Vizquel and Dave Roberts were on the Giants, and they were both my teammates on the Cleveland Indians. And so when I went into the other team's clubhouse, shook his hand, thanked him, he gave me he autographed a baseball bat to me, one of his game, not that bat.
But from that game.
But yeah, so he had that bat, a game used bat, and autographed that bat to me. And so I still have it. I've been offered money for that bat.
I imagine.
And I'm not saying I would never sell that because my kids are going, one is about to go to college. The others, I hope to go to college someday. So if that helps pay for a semester of college, I'm not opposed to possibly selling that bat because it's kind of one of those things where, look, the memory of getting that autograph is a little bit different.
Yeah.
Just because I was a part of that. It's very cool. And I'm, you know, but if somebody's like, yeah, here's $25,000 and I can pay for a semester of school for my kids in college, I might consider selling that.
Now, by the way, the person with the Ken Griffey Jr. and Senior ball followed up. And this is a really cool story. We're asking folks, who's your favorite athlete you've ever gotten an autograph from? And then how did you acquire it? He said, or she said, excuse me, my grandfather got it. He was raised about 30 minutes outside of Seattle, and he gave it to me about 2 years ago, right before he died. And he's had it for a really long time. Like, that's the kind of like personal connection is your grandfather loved baseball. He got it and passed it on to you. That is, I think that is super cool. From the 817, I got a Cal Ripken Jr. autograph his rookie year at the original ballpark.
That's awesome.
That is so cool.
I can remember getting Pete Incaviglia's autograph, which I don't have anymore, when he used to go to the Olive Gardens around the Metroplex and sign autographs. Like, I'm sure Olive Garden paid him to do it, but it wasn't my dad. It was like one of my friends was like, hey, my parents are taking us to the Olive Garden and Pete Incaviglia is going to be there to sign autographs. So I can remember that one. And then I do have a Mickey Mantle autographed baseball to me. Now, my dad got that for me because he got to be friends with Mickey Mantle through the years because one of my dad's managers in Texas was Billy Martin. Billy Martin and Mickey Mantle were best of friends, or at least really good friends. And so later in Mickey Mantle's life, after he was done and living here in the Dallas area, my dad got Mickey Mantle to autograph a baseball to me. But I didn't get to meet Mickey Mantle, but I do have an autographed baseball from Mickey Mantle to me.
That is actually super cool. From the 903, Michael Irvin, I was 16. My uncle got sideline passes to training camp when it was around Austin. And I also got Jerry's autograph, but I was most excited about Michael Irvin's. This is a name I haven't thought about in years. From the 561, back in the 90s, they had a Skating with the Stars at Reunion Arena, and I was skating around with Arturs Urbe. Is one of my most cherished moments. That's an old goaltender, and I'd actually forgotten that he had played on the Stars, so that is a fantastic shout out right there. From the 214, my dad was a valet driver for the Dallas Country Club back in the day, and he got autographs of Roger Staubach, Troy Aikman, George W. Bush on their valet tickets. That is incredible. And then from the 817, Ed Too Tall Jones randomly at Six Flags once when I was like 9 years old. And that's the thing that would trip me out is like,
Ed Too Tall Jones was at Six Flags?
Man, what ride did he ride?
What that mini mine train, there's no way his knees are fitting on that thing. Even at 6'2", my knees get beat up on that with my kids. So I'm like, what roller? Even, I'm trying to think, the Texas Giant at 6'2" is a little bit uncomfortable. The Titan's a little bit uncomfortable at 6'2". There's no way. Like, what ride did he ride?
From the, or maybe he was just there as like a, an emissary for Six Flags. I'm really not sure. From the 806, I saw Michael Finley while traveling for business in Minneapolis. Got him to sign a birthday card for my son. He was super nice and my son loved it. That would be crazy.
Yeah.
Like, hey, here's your birthday card signed by Michael Finley. And you're like, wow, Thank you for that.
I have a picture that I just remembered that is like in like a photograph thing where I wanted to get autographs of different people. I think I still have a picture of Michael Finley, Steve Nash, and Dirk Nowitzki, which none of them have autographed. But I always thought back in like, let's just say 2000 or 2001, probably 2001 when I got that picture, I was like, I want all three guys. I want to meet these three guys and get all three of these guys to autograph it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm over so far.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, look, I didn't want to dissuade you from continuing to go for it. Now, this is the point that you were talking about things going beyond monetary value. I got Fernando Valenzuela and Tony Gwynn on the same baseball when they played together for the Padres down in Houston.
Wow.
No idea what the value of the ball is financially, but it's still awesome to me. And I think
like $200 to $300.
Yeah, but I think the point is like
if you're asking us, that would be my guess is that somebody might give you $200 to $300 max for that ball.
But I got the sense from that text is they're not selling.
Right.
Like, I don't think there's a price that Brandon would sell his Dirk autographed baseball for right now. I just think he wouldn't because he loves it too much.
What if somebody gave him $10,000?
Well, then I might step in and be like, look, we'll figure out ways to recreate amazing moments from your childhood. But no, I definitely
want to go to UT?
Yeah, I definitely understand your point. And
I don't want to pay for that school, but I'll tell you what, this ball will.
And one of the former KNC Masterpiece people, Marty Turco, is who frequently helps out with Peace-a-thon.
That's awesome.
And has been a guest on Peace-a-thon. He'll be at the Dallas Card Show too. So we're just saying, like, if you're interested, lots of autograph stuff happening there, and I'm probably going to try to hit him up for some more stuff for Peace-a-thon because he's always been super generous and he's been on our show tons of times.
You know what? I was a huge Dallas Cowboy fan. I'm still a Dallas Cowboy fan, but just in a different way.
I think you're just waiting for it to reemerge. When they make that run, it's going to reemerge like a phoenix.
Back in the day, I have all three of the Wheaties boxes that the Dallas Cowboys, when they win the Super Bowl, they used to make a Wheaties box. And
27, 20, and
those
30,
Wheaties boxes, I believe, were made in Buffalo, New York. So when I was in Buffalo, I have them where they have never been folded or anything. They're just laid out and never have been folded, where I think other people might have that Wheaties box. And hopefully maybe you carefully opened it and took out the Wheaties. Because if those Wheaties are 30 years old, I don't know
gross, right?
if that's like, I don't know about that box at that
I have
point.
always been curious about the resale of Wheaties boxes as well. I don't know the answer to that.
I think Kenny Gant might be one of the players on those boxes. I actually have Daryl Johnston autographed one of those for me because he's one of like the 5 players. Obviously, Emmett and Troy are on all of them. And I think Michael Irvin's on all of them too. I have Michael Irvin who autographed one of them. And I also have Daryl Johnston who autographed one of them. But they're different ones because they weren't on the same box. I want to say Kenny Gant might have made one of those boxes because he was dancing in the shark. I need to check that out today.
He's going to be there.
I might take that box and be like, I don't know how you made this box. I love you, Kenny. And I know you were a special teams wizard. Really, you were a special teams shark.
That's right.
I'm like, maybe I should get Kenny Gant. If he's on that, I'm going to get him to autograph that.
I absolutely think you should. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got Mike likes it. Give me just 1 second, though, as long as we're talking.
I might not have 15 minutes worth of content.
Okay, well, that is not a good way to tease that segment, Mike. Thanks a lot for that. Oh, my gosh. I wanted to let you know, in case you missed it, is coming up December 11th, 2022. That's this year, of course. Right. I don't know why I said that. Last part. I'm still rattled by you like tanking the rest of this segment.
Is today 2022?
For December 11th, it's the 6th annual Swinging for a Cause, all right, for the Sandlot charity that Jared Sandler does. And Jared Sandler's another person who's been super generous with Peace-a-thon, and he has a lot of giving in his heart as well. Remember, his original musical guest was going to be Coolio.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, of course, Coolio passed away. And so he has announced, in case you missed it yesterday, Bowling for Soup is going to be the replacement band. And if you want to go to 1053thefan.com/Sandlot, you can buy tickets for the event at the Topgolf. And it's going to be a concert with Bowling for Soup. Plus, we're going to be out there for Topgolf. There's going to be live auctions. That's where I got my autographed Undertaker hat last year. It's a great event. And as we've established, it happens in 2022. So December 11th. But yeah, if you're interested, you love Bowling for Soup, 1053thefan.com/Sandlot. Go check that out. We will be out there for that event as well. All right, Mike. I believe in you that you can make this happen.
I have 3 topics, and I'm pretty sure we're going to hit all 3 of them, and we'll get to the break, and we won't be like, oh, no, there's still 3 minutes left.
Okay, because otherwise you can buy a bat from Ty Cobb from his rookie year if you're interested.
That's pretty cool.
You can't afford it.
Now, take away either your love or your hate of politics and the politicians that you love or hate for just a second.
Okay.
And I'm asking really the whole audience. I know that you don't love or hate President Joe Biden.
Right.
He did bring up something that I do like. Okay.
From a non-political standpoint, I get it. I get it.
He is, I'm trying to find the tweet. I believe it is today at some point. But he says, hey, these ticket fees that these ticket places are charging, whether it's Ticketmaster, whether it's Vivid, whether it's, there's a whole bunch of them, but I'm just bringing up those 2 are ones that I've used before.
By the way, secondary markets can be really shady because the automatic default is the tickets without the fees. And you have to actually like go click on the thing to say show price with fees. And I'm like, well, why the hell would I not want to know what the price is with the fees?
So he did tweet out, I believe today, about this, and he said he is working to lower these because you brought up the Georgia-Tennessee game, and you said $650 just to get in. But that's before the fees. I guarantee you, because when I went to the Game 5 and Game 6, tonight is Game 5 of the World Series. Saturday is Game 6 of the World Series, and there's a possible Game 7 on Sunday night. It's $600 for Game 6 in Houston. It's $700 tonight for Game 5 in Philadelphia. That's before the fees.
Yeah.
Add another $100 to that because that's what Ticketmaster or that's what all those other places are going to charge you because they're taking money out of the seller's pocket and they're taking money out of the buyer's pocket to get a whole bunch of money, at least 10, if not 20% of the fee. And he is saying he is going to try. I don't know how he's going to do it. I'm sure it obviously has to go through Congress and all that kind of stuff. But he's saying, look, this is silly how much money these apps are making off of you purchasing these tickets, whether they're concert tickets, whether they're sporting event tickets. And so, look, whether you love or hate the guy, he is our president. And I do think this is something that we can all agree on, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you hate them all or love them all, is like, this makes no sense how much money they're charging for you to purchase a ticket on the secondary market.
Dude, I'm with you. And obviously the more expensive the ticket is, the more the fees go up. I remember not this past WrestleMania, but WrestleMania, I believe it was 32 that was here in Arlington, is I almost rethought going to the show because I had tickets for me and the kiddo and we were going to go. And then I was like, all right, I'm willing to spend a good amount. And then the fees came in. And then I honestly, like in that moment, rethought. I was like, this is ridiculous. And sometimes if you get the cheaper tickets, like the $20 tickets and stuff, those fees almost approach the price of the tickets at times. And they're like, oh yeah, plus there's a convenience fee. And I was like, for who? For you?
Yeah.
Or for me? And I'm with you. It is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, so hopefully...
That's a nonpartisan issue. I feel like everyone's like...
Hopefully President Biden can... I understand that those apps have to make money. I understand that. And I understand they have to charge some... But it's out of hand.
Yeah.
Because if you want to buy that, I don't want to click on it, but I've been looking at I'm going to be in December, the start of December. I want to take my family to New York. We already have the hotel and we already have the plane tickets. We're going to New York December 1st through the 5th. Who would have ever known that the Dallas Mavericks are in New York and I can go take my boys to Madison Square Garden to see the Mavericks take on the Knicks?
Yeah.
The cheapest ticket in the upper deck right now is $109. Once I click on the fees, those tickets are going to be $140 a ticket.
Yeah.
That's not right.
Yeah.
I understand you need to make some money. You don't need to make $30 per ticket off of me. Ticketmaster / whatever other app.
And I
know I'm picking on Ticketmaster. It's not just them. They all do it.
Yes, no, absolutely. They all do it. I think this is something that, and there was even a joke about Ticketmaster like years ago that The Simpsons made that like attacked this exact same thing. And yet here we still are.
Okay. That's topic number 1. Dude, I only have 6 minutes left. I'm already running out of time.
By the way, as we transition to a new topic from the 972, back in 96, my wife was modeling clothes at a charity event in Los Angeles. Muhammad Ali was there, and I got an autograph, and my wife has a really cool picture with him that we have to this day.
Very cool. The women of Philadelphia. Last night,
oh no,
the Philadelphia Phillies get no hit. It's tied at 2. Tonight, last game in Philadelphia. I'm not rooting. People keep asking me this. I'm not rooting for Philadelphia. I'm not rooting for Houston. I was part of the Phillies organization in 2005. I was there, went to big league camp, didn't make the team, went to Scranton Wilkes-Barre and played the whole time for the Red Barons. Didn't go back to the major leagues, didn't make the major leagues that year. That doesn't really feel like a connection to the Phillies for me. I don't have any connection to the Astros. I chose the Rangers over the Astros. If it makes you feel better, Ranger fans. The Astros and the Royals offered me very good deals, and so did the Rangers. The Rangers were not the best deal. The Astros were the worst deal financially, but could have been maybe a better deal for making the majors. But I really wanted to be a Texas Ranger, so chose the Rangers over the Astros and the Royals.
You still feel good in retrospect? You feel good about that, right?
100%. I don't know, in a weird way, I don't know if I get these jobs if I'm just a former major leaguer. But because I'm a former Ranger, I think it does help out at Fox Sports / now Bally's.
I see where
that
you're
I was
saying.
a former Ranger. Even for a very short amount of time, being a former Ranger rather than a former major leaguer, I know helps. I know that I'm a local kid.
Yeah.
But
I get it.
But I do think that helps. Well, the women of Philadelphia are fighting each other. Philadelphians are fighting each other in the bathrooms. It does look like an episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's like, dude, sometimes we get the testosterone and the man and the drunkenness and like they're going to fight. But it's these videos of women in Philadelphia at the game in their Mike Schmidt jersey or whatever, like just trying to beat the living crap out of each other. And I know that there's been videos of women in the bathrooms at AT&T Stadium that are Cowboy fans doing it too. So I don't want to totally leave out our women of Dallas-Fort Worth that are trying to kick each other, you know, and it just seems disgusting to do it in a bathroom. Do it somewhere else. Like maybe there's not urine on the floor in the women's bathroom, but there is in the men's bathroom. I'm going to tell you, we spray, and I don't think women do. But still, your feet are on the ground, and maybe by accident when you're peeing, maybe when you sit down to pee, maybe nothing sprays. But I don't know. It's just disgusting to fall on the ground in the bathroom. Maybe it's nice to fall on the ground in a woman's bathroom, but there's these women.
Probably not, right? Like, there's probably not scenarios in which it's nice to fall on the ground.
Yeah. So I just don't. Philadelphians just seem to be different because there's multiple fights happening. It's not just one fight. There's multiple fights in Philadelphia. And now it's with the women.
There is something about competitive athletic environments that brings out the worst in people. I have never in my life been to an MMA fight an MMA event that didn't have a fight in the stands.
Okay.
Like, there's just something about those environments.
I brought up Always Sunny in Philadelphia, that it seems like an episode of I am a big fan of Always Sunny in Philadelphia. There are episodes that make me cringe. There are episodes that when I go back aren't as funny as I thought they were back when I watched them when they came out. I think obviously comedy changes. Back then, that was really funny. Now it might be, I don't really want... Yeah.
You ain't going to see some of these episodes in syndication.
Right. And I'm like, that was over-the-top racist right there.
Yep.
And back 15 years ago, pretty funny. Now, in context of 2022, you're like, I guess that was funny in 2005, not as funny in 2022. And I think, obviously, comedians will say, yeah, hey, we're making comedy for the moment. And you might look back 10 years from now and go, that's not funny anymore. And you're like, but it was in 2012 or it was in 2005. But at the World Series, they have one of the cameramen the other day was Green Man.
I saw that.
And he was wearing a hat and he was wearing shoes. So he can't totally, like if you're like, they're just trying to eliminate that person from the moment.
Right.
I'm like, are they? Or is he doing an Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Because Charlie was Green Man and would dance at, the World Series. Or I'm going to wear my Green Man costume to the World Series. And I'm like, is it because it's Halloween and because it's Philadelphia that guy is doing a bit, or is he a Philadelphian at heart? And so he wanted to do Green Man in Philadelphia for Always Sunny. I'm trying to figure out where this cameraman is. In Houston, there's no way it's a Green Man in Houston, right?
I mean, I would think no.
Do they have to be Green Man?
I was hoping you were going to come to the table with further investigations about Green Man. I thought you were going to have the answer for me.
I don't know. I think it's an homage. Is that the right word?
Yes.
To Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Because Rob McElhaney, who also owns Wrexham, he is on the show Always Sunny. He caught the first pitch the other day they had two first pitches. It was Chase Utley and Jimmy Rollins throughout the first pitch. And Rob McElhaney was one of the guys who caught it, who's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And maybe you know him better now for owning Wrexham.
Or being on Mythic Quest, which is awesome.
Okay, I don't know that. So
you should watch that show. It's great.
Must be awesome. But anyways, Green Man is one of the guys running the camera on the field, and I didn't know if – I'm pretty sure that's just a Always Sunny in Philly deal, and that's not what they have to dress up as when they are doing World Series games.
Okay. Now, I think
I didn't even get to. We're out of time. I had plenty of time. I just worried that I only had 3 topics. I didn't even get to Joshua Primo, who is getting sued by their team psychologist, is the person he was showing his private parts to. And she's also suing the San Antonio Spurs.
We'll investigate that a little bit more on Forgiveness Friday tomorrow. How about that? Because I don't know if he deserves that forgiveness. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, in the year of running the football, did the Cowboys have one of the best, maybe even the best, running back duo in the NFL? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. My question for everybody right here, this is the year of running the football in the NFL. Now, I know for like the last 20 years, it's always the year of passing the football, but...
What is the year of?
Running the football.
No. Come on. I've already given up. It is the year of Geno Smith. Reggie was right. I thought it was a complete and total joke to start the year. But he is the 5th best quarterback in the NFL, according to the power rankings yesterday. So it is the year of Geno Smith.
That is very fair. Now, putting that aside,
the Jets probably really are upset they released him.
He's better than Zach Wilson right now. That's a weird
They should have just stuck with it. 8 years later, they were right.
But don't you think, I can almost guarantee you could buy 10 Geno Smith cards for every one Zach Wilson card you could buy.
Yes.
And all right.
And can you imagine if right now they're having this? I know I'm ruining this segment already. Sorry. Can you imagine right now if in New York they're like, listen, I know it's not going well. It's only his 2nd year. 6 years from now, look at what Geno Smith is doing. If we just stick with it, in 2030, this guy is going to be dominating the NFL.
Yeah, I don't think people are willing to wait that long. So my question is going to be, where do the tandem of Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott rank among running back duos across the NFL? Because I think you can make a really strong argument that they're second. But this is the year of running the football. It's pretty astonishing. Right now, the Bears lead the league with 188.4 yards rushing per game. That's the 3rd highest rushing average at this point since 1990. And if the Bears can run for 225 yards again in their next game, they'll join the 1976 Pittsburgh Steelers as the only team in the modern era to run for 225 plus yards in consecutive games. Now, to go along with that, 2022, highest yard per carry, 4.54 yards since week 8, since 1970. So this is the highest per carry average we've seen in 52 seasons. The amount of rushing yards per game is the highest it's been in 25 seasons. 35 seasons. So again and again and again, you see that this is the year of running the ball. So my question is, do the Cowboys have the two guys that put you towards the front of the pack? Because there's only one tandem that I can actively think of that I believe I would rank above Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott. And it is Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. Though for the record, I am not going to use the nickname that some people have suggested. But
Hunt and Chubb?
I mean, that's a lot better than the other one, which I definitely would not want to say.
Chubb and Hunt.
So some of my candidates are the Browns with Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb. The Eagles, the Patriots with Damian Harris and Ramondre Stevenson. The Bears with Khalil Herbert and David Montgomery. The Packers with Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. Now, one of the things is I didn't count... Like the Ravens are a little tricky, as are the Eagles. If you want to factor in Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson, that changes the conversation just a little bit. But Tony Pollard is the 2nd highest rush per carry person in the league right now for folks who have at least 75 yards. So with all that in mind, where do you think you would put Pollard and Zeke in the running back combo hierarchy?
Yeah, top 5.
Okay.
I know you want me to be really specific here, but yes, I would rather have Cleveland because they have the best running back by far out of the 4 guys.
I think that is fair. And by the way, I've got numbers for that if you're interested.
I personally, it doesn't mean they're having more success.
Sure.
When I watch Green Bay, I kind of like the Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon combination a little bit better because Zeke is solid. He's a grinder. But I think Aaron Jones and Dillon are both better than Zeke. And I think Pollard's in their category.
Okay.
So I would rather have the two guys that I think, I think Aaron Jones, maybe it's just because of experience, he's been there more. I think he's the best out of the 4, even though Pollard's making a case for being the best. And then Dylan, I think because he's younger and less wear and tear, is better than Zeke. But I don't want this to be a shot at Zeke. I think the Cowboys have arguably, to your point, the second or third best combination of guys.
Now, there's one specific spot where the Green Bay tandem falls short. Although you heard in one of those post games, it's not necessarily their fault, is Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon combined for 930 yards rushing thus far this year. Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott have 949 yards. So, pretty darn equivalent.
Right.
The difference is those two have 2 touchdowns rushing, and Pollard and Zeke have 9. But again, is that a byproduct of the Cowboys are just better? Is it a byproduct of the Cowboys are a better team? Or is it a byproduct of Aaron Rodgers like, the hell with you guys, I'm going to throw for a touchdown pass?
Yeah, I don't know because
Jones and Dillon think it's a third one.
On Sunday night, he said, the hell with passing. We're handing the ball off. I don't care if we're down by 17 points.
That is...
we're not going to pass the ball successfully, so I'm just going to hand it off almost every... It's just amazing to me. I'm like, wow, Aaron Rodgers has, conceded to passing doesn't work with this team.
And somebody... That is a weird deal. And somebody brought this up. I did not factor it in like this, but this is a fair point. The best running duo in the league is Lamar Jackson's left leg and Lamar Jackson's right leg. Now, I told you Tony Pollard's second in the league in rushing at 6.25 yards per carry. First is Lamar Jackson at 7.37 yards per carry. That is astonishing. He is more than a yard ahead of his closest competitor when it comes to rushing.
I'm surprised there's other guys averaging as many yards as Tony Pollard, and they're not combo guys. Well, I guess Khalil Herbert is. But Travis Etienne is also averaging 6.2.
He is.
Averaging over 5 yards per carry is freaking, studly, and I just didn't think there were other guys averaging 6 yards a carry.
Well, and one of the things is, and that kind of goes into what we were kicking off with, is 4.54 yards is the average now this season. And so, I think that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Now, somebody brings this up, and this is an intriguing hypothesis because this move just got made. The combination of Jeff Wilson Jr., and Christian McCaffrey. Because when you factor that in now, I would certainly be willing to listen to that because Jeff Wilson Jr. has had a really good season. And obviously, you know how good Christian McCaffrey is. And so if you want to factor that in, I think that is probably fair. I think I would take...
But how do you do that when he's not on the team anymore? Jeff Wilson Jr. got traded to the Dolphins.
So I guess then would you say Debo is the guy that you would sub in, but he's more of a wide receiver?
Yeah, I can't call him a running back.
All right, so then...
If you're going to run the ball 3 to 4 times a game, you're not combo running, because I'll go find Derrick Henry's guy who's running the ball twice a game. And be like, well, I guess I'll take Derrick Henry and that guy, because I have, arguably the best running back in the NFL with the other guy who runs the ball 3 times a game.
And so that's a thing. So while the 49ers run game is effective, it's probably not that's probably not a combination you're going to go with. So I still think I would put them at second or third. Now,
that's why it's a combo here. Now let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you this question.
Okay.
Would you rather have in the future, because this combination's getting broken up, most likely Zeke's done. After this year, Zeke's not a Cowboy anymore. Would you rather have in the future one premium running back, very much like Tennessee has?
Yeah.
Indy had it last year, and obviously that went away quickly. Would you rather have one premium guy for the next 4 to 5 years, or would you rather have a combo of there's 25 carries and there's a shared aspect of 15 and 10 or 13 and 12 situations?
I think I really would rather have the combo because of the person that you made reference to in Jonathan Taylor. Is, we talked about this maybe last week.
Or McCaffrey, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that went away in a hurry. Hey, he's great. No, not anymore.
And then you still see flashes of his
Saquon
greatness.
Barkley's great. Well, I guess he is right now until he gets hurt again.
And so I think that's why. But I thought Jonathan Taylor, who had no track record of injuries, I thought he was primed to be the dude. And I know he's still good. I'm not saying he's not good, but he's been hampered by injuries a lot. And for as good as Derrick Henry has bounced back, just got AFC Offensive Player of the Month, it is concerning that He was also hurt a bunch of the time last year. And they sometimes limit him in practice and everything like that. And so that's why I look at the combination of like Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. But even then, are you like, is that a great combination? Or is it one of them carrying the most of the load? And Kareem Hunt's like, he's solid.
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of trying to look up things here, and it's interesting when I was looking up yards per carry and how bad Najee Harris is. Is Najee Harris a bad running back, or do they have a bad line, or is it because he has a bad quarterback? They just load up on him.
He has had a lot of struggles, to be sure. And on the San Francisco front, somebody brought up, well, what about Elijah Mitchell when he comes back? Well, sure. When I see him come back and we see how the combination works with McCaffrey, there is potential there to be sure. But Elijah Mitchell has been in the league now for 2 years. And he immediately got hurt.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm willing to concede that the combo running back of the 49ers, who both frequently are now showing that maybe they're injury prone, I don't know about that.
I was listening to the G-Bag Nation yesterday. They were having a great conversation on Tony Pollard and how Tony Pollard, after 14 carries, said, "I'm done." Now, I know it might be exaggerated a little bit, and I'd have to go ask. I remember they were talking about the article. I'm sorry I forget exactly where it came from and the person who it came from, but it was a very reputable source. Is if Tony Pollard literally is telling you, I cannot be more than 15 carries a game. I don't want to be. I can't be. Not going to happen. That kind of lessens his money in the offseason, because if he's saying that and it's public and it's true, then if you are another team, whether you're, I don't know, a team struggling with running backs, I'd have to look up, Houston obviously has Pierce, who's the good, rookie running back. But I don't know. A team, Miami Dolphins, who just traded for Wilson, if they're looking to even extend more playmakers to Tua T, like, hey, Tony Pollard, but they're like, dude, the guy only wants the ball 10 times a game.
Right.
How much money do we want to give give money to a guy that can only run the ball 10 to max 15 times? Right. What does Tony Pollard and Bijan Robinson look like next year? If you were to take him as the 1-2 combination, would he be more of a guy you want 20 times? You just say, no, you're going back to 2016 Zeke, or you're going, no, what we want is a combo.
I would much rather spend the draft capital and go get Bijan Robinson. I really would, than to do any other combination of anything else. That means more than putting Tony Pollard as the lead back and giving him money. I would rather get Bijan Robinson in here, because I'm also to the point where I'm fine with just churning
the Zach Wilczek.
Yeah, I really am. I really am fine with just churning the running backs in and being like, hey, thank you for your service. I hope you get paid, and I hope you get paid just not here.
Yeah.
It's
a great conversation they are having. I didn't know about the whole Tony Pollard saying I'm done after the long run.
Yeah. But also, I can't help but wonder if that was just a product of the score of the game, too. So
I don't know.
Because at that point, the game's over.
We call those guys on the starting staff 5 and dive.
Oh, which does not feel like a complimentary
thing
to say, because you just wanted to qualify for the win, and then you're out.
Yep, I'm a 5 and dive guy.
No, I absolutely understand that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Philly plays tonight, but Brandon Cooks does not. What's been the key to Philly's success this season, and how much longer can they stay unbeaten? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. Back here on 105.3 The Fan, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation coming up in just in one segment. Not in 1 minute, in one segment. But you have to talk about the Philadelphia Eagles. I know that is kind of a bummer and people aren't super excited about it, but they are. I know we talk about the rankings and everything, the power rankings and everything like that. Where do you put Philly? Do you put them third, first?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Buffalo 1, Kansas City 2.
Okay.
Because right now, if we were in Arizona going to the Super Bowl tonight, I would say Buffalo will beat them. Kansas City, I think, will beat them. That's where I'd be at.
Okay.
And a lot of it is, I just think Josh Allen, I don't want to make it as basic as the quarterback. There's a lot that goes into winning and losing a football game. The quarterback does have the biggest influence on the game. But I have a tough time picking Jalen Hurts to beat Josh Allen or beat Patrick Mahomes in a neutral situation.
So I wanted to talk about how much longer you think they can stay unbeaten as they got Thursday Night Football tonight on Amazon, but also what has been some of the keys to their success. By the way, Brandon Cooks not playing tonight against the Eagles. There's been
You think he's just mad he didn't get traded?
Yes, I do, because immediately after
I get traded all the time.
It felt like almost immediately after the trade deadline passed, he posted something about messing with his career and everything like that. So, yes, that is exactly what I think is going on. All right. So, for the Eagles, we need to talk about Jalen Hurts. All right. He turned 24 in August. He's won his last 10 regular season games and is the 7th youngest quarterback in the Super Bowl era to win 10 consecutive games.
Who's this?
Jalen Hurts.
Oh my God.
I know.
He's great.
I know you wouldn't
I was wrong.
You're not gonna like the first part of this segment. Is if they win tonight against Houston, he can tie Peyton Manning and Dak Prescott for the third longest winning streak by a quarterback under the age of 25 since 1990. So Peyton Manning, 1999, 11 straight wins. Dak, 2016, 11 straight wins. So that would put the only people he's behind if they win tonight. And I feel like, don't you feel like when they win tonight, they're
13-point favorites. So
wow.
I think they're going to win.
I do feel comfortable saying when they win tonight. So the only people that he would be trailing is Ben Roethlisberger, who won 15 straight, and then Lamar Jackson, who won 13 straight before they turned 25. Jalen Hurts can also become the third quarterback under the age of 25 to start and win each of his team's first 8 games since 1950. Now that has a good one and a bad one. The only other 2 people that have ever done it, Dan Marino in 1984 and Jared Goff in 2018. So you have one of the all-time greats, and then a guy.
Look, Jalen Hurts is good, and I'd put him in between those 2 guys, honestly.
Okay.
So I don't think we kind of found out with Goff, not that he's horrible in Detroit, but he's a below-average starting quarterback.
Yeah.
And they were right in L.A. to move on from him. Jalen Hurts is good. I don't want to take that away from him. I don't want people to go, man, you're so close-minded. You just thought he was bad before the season started, so you're just going to stick with it. No. He's gone from a below-average quarterback to an above-average quarterback. I cannot put him in like a top 5 category yet. He can change my mind on that as his career keeps progressing. But I think he's really good. I just can't get to the point where these numbers you're giving, they're all factual numbers. I just can't get to he's one of the best quarterbacks I've seen in the last 5 years of football or something like that.
I think the thing that's a little scary is you're much more apt to believe in the Eagles' team success than Jalen Hurts' individual success.
They've done a great job of putting a team around him that can make him successful. Give the Eagles a lot of credit for this is what he does well. This is what he does bad. How can we make him the best quarterback possible with the traits that he has?
And I think that's the part that's a little bit scary about this is because I told you he can become the third quarterback under the age of 25 to start the season with a win in each of his team's first 8 games.
Yeah.
The 2 that I referenced Dan Marino in 1984, Jared Goff in 2018. Both of those teams went to the Super Bowl. Now, they both lost, but the point is they both made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And here's another thing that I think should have Eagles fans hyped up, is hopefully maybe you don't live in Philly. No, I'm just kidding. Is the Eagles have a league low 2 giveaways this season. In the Super Bowl era, they're only the second team that had 2 or fewer giveaways this far into the season, joining the Kansas City Chiefs in 2017. So whether it's quarterback play, roster construction, limited amount of giveaways, and the undefeated record, there are a lot of things that are pointing this Eagles team in the direction of potentially the Super Bowl.
I hear you. You're probably right on that. Right now, they are definitely the favorites in the NFC. I do think the Cowboys pose matchup problems with them. We'll find out on Christmas Eve. I know it's a long way away, but on Christmas Eve, that's when the Cowboys host the Eagles.
I think the Cowboys are going to be favored in that game, by the way.
I haven't seen, correct me if I'm wrong, Eagles fans, unfortunately, I know you're listening. Have they had to play from behind this year yet? I remember the first game where Jalen Hurts put up 38 points against Detroit, and Detroit was pushing them, and they had to keep scoring. I'm just assuming they'll have 2 playoff games most likely to get to the Super Bowl. What if Jalen Hurts gets down the way Dak Prescott got down his first ever playoff game? Dak had to work his butt off down 21, and they did tie it up. Unfortunately, we know what Aaron Rodgers was able to accomplish. But I'm just wondering, in Jalen Hurts' rise into this quarterback greatness that some people think he's gone to, how would you feel if there was 15 minutes left entering the fourth quarter and Philadelphia was down by 10? Do you feel like he's the quarterback to bring you back in that situation?
I don't.
Because we know Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes are definitely a major threat in those situations.
See, your question is interesting because my answer is yes, they've had to play from behind. However, both of those scenarios were not necessarily high pressure yet.
Okay.
Is they fell behind by a touchdown in the first game to Detroit. And then you should remember this better than anybody. Remember, in that first quarter, Jacksonville was putting the friggin' boots to them. It was 14. It was 14. I'm not trying to.
That's what Trevor Lawrence does, though. The first drive, Trevor Lawrence is like, yes, and then he has to play the rest of the game.
Yes, and then it is not as advantageous. But to your point so in that game, at least, in the first game against the Lions, they were down in the first quarter 7-0. And then, obviously, in the Jacksonville game, they were down in the first quarter 14-0. But I was looking into this. They have not trailed beyond the second quarter. So they have not trailed at any point in the second half this season, which I think that speaks more directly to your point. I didn't think you were saying, they're losing in the first quarter. Who cares?
I don't know. They beat Minnesota already. They turned over Kirk Cousins a lot. And, that was a primetime game. Kurt did what he does in primetime. But I'm just wondering, let's just take Christmas Eve, for example.
Minnesota's the only loss.
Yeah, Cowboys are up 24-14 going into the fourth quarter. Eagles have the ball on their 30. Do you feel like, hey, man, we better keep scoring because we know that Jalen Hurts is about to get hot here, the way that you'd feel like if you're playing Kansas City or playing Buffalo, you'd be like, hey, we got to watch out here because this team could explode any second. 24 is probably not getting it done.
I do not feel that way. So I definitely understand your point. However, there have been a lot of narratives that have been disrupted thus far. And somebody brought up this point is they think the Eagles are the Cardinals of last year. Remember, the Cardinals started off 7-0.
Yeah, and I was a big believer in the Cardinals last year. I picked them before the season, and it looked great until you got to after Thanksgiving.
And it spun out pretty hard. So
I think they're better than that. I do.
I do too. And right now, their quarterback is playing better than Kyler. Like, honestly, I'm not saying that by the time their career is over, he'll be better. But right now, he's playing better. So here's my question. And I see this already from the 4-6-9. The Eagles have also had an easy schedule.
True.
However, and you see that from the 7-0-4. However, somebody pushed back from the 9-7-2. But yeah, they have an easy schedule going forward as well.
True.
And so I think that is my concern. And my question for y'all and for you, Mike, is where does Philadelphia lose? So if the schedule goes like this, tonight at Houston.
Yeah, that's a win. That's easy. This is their easiest game left on their schedule.
Next week they host Washington.
That can be a close game just because of division stuff, but I think they're going to win that game. They won 24-8 at Washington earlier in the year.
Next, that would put them at 9-0. Next, at the Colts. The Colts just lost to the Commanders.
Playing Sam Ehlinger. The Colts have almost quit the season.
Yeah. So that would put them at 10-0.
Yeah.
Then they play back-to-back games that actually they play 3 straight games. If they come through this still undefeated, holy crap.
Okay.
Host the Packers, host the Titans, at the Giants. And I know the Packers have
to your point, they'll be favored probably in all those games,
Yeah.
but I could see them slipping up and losing one of those games.
And so you're 10-0 going into, I know the Packers aren't the Packers they were. Aaron Rodgers has had struggles with his weapons and everything like that. Tennessee has quietly, maybe very quietly, rolled off 5 straight wins.
It just matters if Tannehill is back. Tannehill is back and playing well.
Yeah. Or maybe,
that's a losable game.
Maybe
so
Malik Willis has put his stamp on the franchise by then.
You have named 4 games now in a row that are losable games.
Yeah.
They won't lose all of them, and they probably won't win all of them.
Okay, so that's the section. So the Sunday after Thanksgiving and then the 4th and the 11th of December, that's the 3-game section where you think a probable loss is sitting.
Here's the issue a little bit. Taking it to Cowboys versus Eagles. When you get to Christmas Eve, how much will that game matter? Because if they've only lost 1 game, I hate saying this, Cowboy fans, but probably out of your next 2 games, you probably lose 1. Just like out of that 4-game stretch for the Eagles, they probably lose 1 or 2 of those games.
Right.
But if you're sitting there with 3 losses and they're sitting there with 1 loss on Christmas Eve, hey, that game still means quite a bit. I'm not saying it means nothing, but it's just tough when you start going through the Philadelphia Eagles schedule, unless they have major injuries or major upsets happen. It's tough to see how the Cowboys win this division.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting. What I have also found fascinating is I'm kind of looking ahead at, this is just take this for whatever you will. This is ESPN's matchup predictor and everything like that. I'm pretty sure the Cowboys are favored by the computers to win every single game the rest of the way.
Okay.
So, again, will Vegas actually install them as a favorite at the Vikings? I don't know. I think they will install them as a favorite at the Packers. But will Vegas actually put them in as a favorite? So, what if it was, Mike, a 2-loss Cowboys team against a 1-loss Eagles team? Well, then that game means all kinds of stuff. And then that's a whole complication of, we're going to do a segment at some point down the line when this game approaches is, are you going to bail on family commitments to watch what could be one of the bigger games of the NFL
It'll
season?
be later in the year. I do hate that's on Christmas Eve. I really do.
And
I get it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be a huge game. All right. So you got to pick right now. I think that the Eagles lose to the Cowboys if I had to pick right now.
Okay.
But do you think they're undefeated by that point? And if not, who do they lose to? You got to pick a specific team. I know we marked out that corridor of 3 games. And for the 8-0-8, if you think the Eagles have had it easy, who are the Cowboys playing? Exactly. Like I said,
schedules are very similar.
I think they could be favored the rest of the way.
They lose, you son of a bee. They'll lose. The Packers will go in there and beat them.
Okay.
It's tough. I'm gonna go with the Packers. Beat them. I don't believe in the Giants, but maybe at New York. So that's your hope. My hope is they lose, let's say, the Packers and at the Giants. So they're coming in to the Cowboys with 2 losses, and the Cowboys at that point, let's just say, only have 3 losses.
Which that would make the stakes for this game incredibly high.
But you're looking at 2 teams that could go 14-3 on the year, and one's going to be the 5 seed.
Man, that is going to be incredible. They are going to be if that exact scenario played out. Can you imagine them, the Cowboys or Eagles at 14-3 going on the road to play, let's say, the Falcons in a playoff game? What the hell is that point spread going to look like?
And you never get a home game the rest of the way. Most likely. The only way you could do it is
Unless
NFC Championship
massive
game.
upsets.
Right, but you're most likely, you're the 5 seed, you go road to try to get to the Super Bowl.
And from the 469, how and why would you say that the Cowboys will beat the Eagles? It's pretty simple. The Cowboys had a -3 turnover margin on the road with their backup quarterback, and they lost by 9 points. Like, that is not out of the realm of expectancy, that getting your quarterback back, hopefully not losing the turnover battle that you've been winning all of the other games, or at least even all of the other games, and being at home would make a massive shift. And so I do think that the Cowboys can beat the Eagles. And then from the 214, now you know what? I think the Eagles lose tonight. If that is the case, you need to bet that thing on the money line, because you can make a crap ton of money off of that. By the way, one more Eagles note for you. They did put Jordan Davis on injured reserve, their first-round defensive tackle. We talked about the high ankle sprain, and it looked like he was going to be out maybe 4 to 6 weeks. He has, in fact, been put on injured reserve, so out not only for tonight, but at least the next 3 games. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellows from the G-Bag Nation.
The Sports Spotlight.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay for full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference. Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by the good folks at DMM Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Now, I got to know, have you seen the folks who have now stepped up their game at being angry at Jerry Jones?
No.
So,
is this new?
I mean, I'm surprised this didn't happen earlier.
It's a weird time for it.
The director of the National Federation of the Blind said that his Halloween costume
didn't see it his way,
is very offensive. And he said he does have blind Cowboys fans. They show up at games, they put on headsets and listen to the radio. That might be something for him to think about, because he said that the idea of the costume was not only that they were blind, is that they were incompetent, and further stereotypes that people who are blind are not intelligent, and it's harmful.
Yeah, if you're blind, you can't officiate. Sorry to break it to you.
I mean, you would think not.
Well, that's insensitive.
Do you think we should ask him about it, and do you think he will give an apology, or he'd be like, I mean, come on, it was a Halloween costume?
You could probably get an apology out of him for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then do you think he'd apologize for firing Jimmy?
No, that's never happening.
That's where he draws the line.
Okay, I was just curious if we could just start throwing things.
Well, you
out
can
there.
ask him about
He
Jimmy's...
doesn't see that as a problem.
Yeah, he doesn't. You can ask about Jimmy's memoir and the comments in there.
Oh, yeah. Have you read it at all yet? I know there was...
I just saw a couple of...
I know there was a copy circulating around here.
I'd
We're
like
Cliff
to
Notes
read it.
guys,
Yeah, I'm a Spark Note, Cliff Note kind of individual. That's how I got through high school.
Just straight cheat here.
Yeah, no question.
So how are you going to phrase the question to Jerry? Have you thought about that?
That is a good question. I have not yet. I needed to workshop it with you guys first and see if this is appropriate to bring up, or if we should all just move on with our lives.
I'm moving on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to officially...
Dawson, I feel like you're a move on guy.
The blind deal or the Jimmy book?
The blind deal, not the Jimmy book.
No, I'm going to bask in the Jimmy book for a while.
Yeah. All right.
Go for the Jimmy book, though. Some good stuff in there.
Okay, absolutely. Now, do you want this person to lose? I don't know how you feel about these types of bets. Somebody has bet $185,000 on the Eagles tonight on the money line to win $24,000. I actively root for these people to lose.
Well, I want them to take the casino's money, man. I mean, that's a lot of cash.
That is true.
You know, and these kind of bets are fun to try to do, where you're like, well, I'm just going to bet on the heavy favorite because there's no way they'll lose.
Right.
So
then you get that inordinate sweat, though, if it is closer than anyone anticipates.
I like doing it the opposite. I like going for long shots. Like I want to bet $20 and try to win $1,000.
I know. Every time I hear you, it's like, if it's a home dog, you're like, I'll take it. I don't even care. Let's.
So
I know.
The last game, I couldn't believe the Texans were on a nationally televised game, but they were at 3:00 on Sunday. And obviously, the city of Houston forgot they were playing a football game because nobody was at the game, which is amazing. Isn't it amazing that we're here and we just think, yeah, 1 million people want to go to an NFL football game. And then, you go 5 hours down south and there's like only 30,000 people that will show up to a Houston Texans game. Like, we don't want to go to this crap. We don't care. I'm wondering tonight with the Astros in Philadelphia for game 5, if there'll be 25,000 people in the building to watch that game.
I'd go under there.
I'd go under as well.
Yeah. I mean, Brandon Cooks isn't playing. I mean, that's a team that they're 2 touchdown home dogs.
Yeah, that's pretty
It's
bad.
embarrassing. I mean, Mike, what do you think? Should we get action on this one?
I don't want that. I mean, I would take Philadelphia on
You need to make that money line bet as like 1-6
Just,
or whatever.
I kind of want to just go with the Texans just for fun.
Oh, my
Does it take
gosh.
plus 13? If you want to, you can.
Just for funsies on this.
All right.
It's a home dog. I'm surprised Dawson doesn't want to jump all over it.
I know. A double-digit home dog. How often do those come around?
I mean, honestly,
like, there's no way the Texans win this game, right?
Right. No,
There's
I saw
no way.
they're starting 9 rookies.
Yeah, they're bleeped.
You're building for
And
the
the
future.
Eagles should cover this, but just for rooting interest,
I'm going, gosh, even if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, you'd have to not be a Phillies fan, because even if you're in Houston and you're a Philadelphia fan, you want to be at home to be like, hey, I want to be able to flip the TV, or I want 2 TVs on. There's no way I want to go to the Texans-Eagles game, because now I'm going to struggle to watch the Game 5 World Series game.
Yeah. I wonder how many people are going to be there to watch the football game, but then also have like an iPad or something
Well,
that
what the
they're
Texans should do
watching the baseball
is on
game.
the big screen.
For sure.
They should also have the World Series on. No replays. All right? We're just streaming the World Series simultaneously.
And
So
then you
come
get
watch
false
the game.
starts on your own team because let's say the Astros get a big double as you're trying to snap the ball on 3rd and 4, and you just hear the crowd go nuts, and that you false start because your crowd went crazy.
I want to see a home run when you give up a touchdown, and everyone's like, and we're like, what the crap in hell, dude?
So they're cheering for the World Series. It's not for us.
Mike, what do you think the Cowboys' attendance would be like if the Cowboys were this bad as Houston
Still
is?
sold out.
Still sold out? What about the attendance?
Oh, like how many season ticket holders would just be like, I'm just not going?
Yeah.
I feel like in these situations,
40,000, right?
Haven't we seen it, though, that then the other team just comes in and buys all the tickets from the season ticket holders?
Yeah.
they show up.
Yeah, you have an
quite
influx.
a bit. Yeah.
I mean, we are kind of Wrigley Field in a way. Like, it doesn't matter. You're going to have 80,000 people in that building, no matter how bad they are.
I would hate to have to watch that. That would be miserable. And I guess you're getting to see the Eagles, Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, what'll happen
they don't have their
is
quarterback. They don't have any players.
Well, what'll happen?
Damian Pierce break a couple tackles.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You could see like people that don't normally get a chance to go to a game.
Yeah.
Go to a game.
That's
They
a
get
good
super
point.
cheap on StubHub.
The tickets will be dirt cheap, and then they'll say, you know what? If this team was doing well, we couldn't afford it, but let's just go see the team. Let's go see the stadium.
It is a fun experience for
I
sure.
think that about preseason games sometimes.
It's true. That is absolutely true.
Is okay. And if any of y'all have a story that you want to share, I'd definitely be glad to hear it. But we were talking earlier about what's your favorite autograph that you ever gotten. And like, how did you procure it? And some people did say it was just a thing they bought because they just love this player. And then we had somebody who said their grandfather passed down a baseball to them that they got autographed by Ken Griffey Jr. and Sr. I thought that was super cool. Is there an autograph, or are you autograph people? Because I know some people are like,
When I was a kid, I definitely was. When I was a kid, it was huge for me. And I think the one that stands out the most was going. And this was when Madonna and Turco were still on the Stars, and there was like a huge event. I think it was before the season. I don't even think it was an actual game. I was pretty young.
Was it skating with the Stars?
Yeah, I think it might have been. It might have been skating with the Stars, and you get a chance to really interact with these dudes afterwards, and like personally get them to sign your stuff. And that is probably the most unique autograph experience for me.
Are you a good skater?
It's been so long. I'd be terrible. I used to love going to was it Grapevine Mills that used to have the ice hockey rink?
Galleria.
The Galleria has one.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can't remember if Grapevine did, but I used
They
to
might.
love doing
I just
that
know the
back in the day.
Galleria.
Well, I used to do the X Games skate park at Grapevine Mills, which was a blast as well. But I could not ride a skateboard or do ice skating right now with any success.
So I actually have something that I might donate to you guys for Peace-a-thon if you're interested.
I am interested.
It is a game-worn and signed Julius Jones jersey.
Oh,
that I've
okay.
had for many years. Okay, and I've since
Notre Dame's own.
I've since kind of hit it because Julius didn't really pan out the way that I wanted him to. But for a moment there, I was very in love with Julius Jones until Marion Barber just took away all the shine. And I still liked Marion Barber. I didn't hold this against him. But my favorite autograph, surprise, surprise, it's an Emmitt Smith autograph that I have that I got for my graduation. My parents knew I was Emmitt Smith obsessed. And I also have a Bill Bates one that I got with my grandfather. I was a little baby. And my grandfather loved Billy Bates. He was one of his favorite players growing up. And he waited in line. He was like signing autographs at a Sam's Club or something. And we waited in line, and I got that.
Probably J.C. Penney's.
I was
feel
like
the Cowboys
1-year-old.
of the 80s were
Maybe it was J.C. Penney's.
Penney.
Yeah, it could have been. It very well could have been. But I still have that hanging up in my room.
It was the early to mid 80s. Let me see if I can pinpoint this.
Oh man, this felt like a great start to the story.
I think it was 83. And my grandfather from Huntington, Indiana, was out visiting us in rural southwest Washington. Jumped on a train, went up to the Kingdome, where we saw Spike Owen and the Mariners in his rookie year take on Reggie Jackson, Rod Carew, and the Angels.
Oh.
And my brother and I each had a baseball. I got Spike Owens' autograph. He got Reggie Jackson and Rod Carew. But it was really cool.
That does not feel like the most equitable distribution.
Yeah.
And I was curious, and I also know spending so much time in sports, that's like usually kind of frowned upon sometimes to get autographs, but if you got one.
Yeah, no, it was funny because I actually did this for my boss, Ron Wolf. He had every Heisman Trophy winner's autograph.
Cool.
So when we go to the combine, it was on a 3x5 card, and I just had to get their signature, whether, whoever it was, I'd say, hey, listen, and I would explain, what it was for. And so, but my favorite one I ever got was Mark McGwire, and it happened when he was in the home run chase, and I got it for one night. I went to a hockey game at the Phillies Flyers game.
Good story.
And the ball fell from the press box 100 feet above the ice, and it hit a kid in the face.
Oh my God!
And it busted teeth, and he had to leave, and he missed his first Flyers playoff game ever. And literally, it fell 100 feet, and Kate Smith was singing "God Bless America." And the next day in the paper, it's Father Vito Antifermo. That's really not his name, but it was one of those names. He was saying, I can't believe somebody would throw an object at my kid and all that. Ron Howard, who was our PR guy, goes,
Director of Apollo 13.
I go,
And A Beautiful Mind.
Yeah, I go, Ronnie, we got to tell this guy what's going on. He goes, no. Hell no. I'm not going to tell him what's going on. And I go, no, we got to apologize to the kid. He's like, no, absolutely not. This guy will kick your ass. And I'm like, well, okay. So the next night, I went back to the batting cage, standing there again, and Tony La Russa comes up like, hey, what's going on? I go, hey, Skip, how's it going? And Bob Ford, a writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer, came up and goes, hey, did you tell him what happened to your ball? No.
A writer knew?
Yeah, Bob Ford, because the ball hit his shoulder. The ball hit his shoulder and then went over the side because we were in a double-decker press box. So it bounced off his shoulder and went over the edge. And so I'm like, no, I didn't tell him. Tony goes, what happened? And I told him the story, and Mark was slamming him in the 700 level there at the vet. He came around the cage, got another ball. Tony goes, Mark, sign a ball for Brian here. And Mark looked at me and goes, I signed one for you last night, didn't I? I'm like, yeah, it's a long story. That was it. And then that was it. Yeah, I went from getting an autograph ball, running across the street, losing it, and then having to get another autograph from Mark McGrath the next day.
That's an amazing story. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. Hagee Berry Church at 4.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. KNC, we'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Two of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We got the top stories of the afternoon every day at this time.
We got this thing figured out, don't we, General?
We sure do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
General at your service. Salute to you. Thanks for making this part of your day. We do have Barry Church coming up at 4 o'clock. Always look forward to talking Cowboys football with him. And we do have quite a bit of NFL news here to get to. Mavericks, World Series, stuff like that. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo. Got Carter Freeman coordinating your video back there. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105 Through the Fan. You guys enjoy that Mavs game or what?
Yeah. It was a fun game. It was nerve-wracking.
It was.
Yeah. I'm about getting sick and tired of watching JaVale McGee.
Yes, that's true.
He's about making me want to throw up in my mouth.
Yeah. McGee's he's troubling. And the whole time that we were concerned about losing, on the other side, Danny Ainge was just as nervous as well because his team was looking respectable once again to start this season. He was nervous as hell till the end. When that final buzzer went off, he was partying harder than the rest of us.
You could see all of his hair turning gray. He was biting his fingernails. What's going on, guys?
Shaking his head like, why are we good?
Is this coach 17 years old?
Yeah.
Did he hire like a 17-year-old coach to try and tank this thing? And this kid's actually calling meaningful timeouts. He's got to get, setting up for last shots. I'm like,
it was jarring.
It was
to see him.
Yeah,
a well-coached basketball team.
You see guys like Pop and those old guys, and then you see this. He's like, kid looks like he's like 18, coaching a pro team.
And you're used to watching the Jazz and seeing the guy on their sideline, on their bench,
Quinn Snyder, all disheveled,
cocaine-y Quinn Snyder. Who just got off another bender.
This is his thing. He's long. I mean, this goes back years now.
I've been calling him cocaine-y for many years, and if you Google up Quinn Snyder right now, you will all agree with me.
Yeah, the eyes.
I thought they don't do any favors. I thought we were going to
look at
slander going
year
on.
One in Utah, Quinn Snyder, to year like 9 or whatever it got to. That is a different man.
He aged drastically. The feud between Mitchell and Gobert, I think, really took its toll on him.
Yeah. And he's a heck of a coach, too. You know, he had a good run, but it was time for him to go, and now Will Hardy's making a run at this.
Will Hardy. What are the Hardy Boys?
And it was nerve-wracking, though. And I was having to tell myself, well, I guess you're going to have to justify losing to a team that's going to now be 7-2 when they beat the Mavs as they go up double digits in the second half, but a great fourth quarter. I had an issue last night. I'm not sure anybody else did.
You were in the middle of the game cranking up the excuse machine?
I was.
Like waiting for
I was like, crap, what's the narrative?
Well, he's
How
like,
do I
I'm
stay
a 60 win
optimistic?
predictor. I gotta find a way to spin
it's going to
this.
be okay.
Never could get over the hump, you know. Oh, they're within 2. Now they're down by 20.
I'm ready to talk up Dwight Powell today.
How many 14-point deficits do we have to overcome in this game?
That was, and it did. It was definitely a nail biter type of game. But my app on the Fire Stick didn't work, and I want to know if this happened to anybody else and how you fixed it, because I couldn't fix it. I ended up having to watch on my phone. I hit play. I was on the Bally's app working through the Fire Stick. It goes to a black screen that had a play button in the middle that was turned sideways, like the sideways triangle. I kept hitting OK. I tried hitting play. I kept hitting fast forward. Wouldn't play. I was frozen out of my Bally's app, and I'm like, listen, if you're going to make me pay $20, can the app at least work?
Yeah.
It was the first time that I can remember having a subscription service or something to a sports game, going there and it just not working. And I was living.
Who do you have cable with, by the way?
I don't have cable. I have Hulu.
Okay.
I'm a streaming guy.
All gravy.
So, but you were on the app last night. It worked fine for you.
I was on the app. It worked fine.
And
for
you're
me.
on a Fire Stick.
And I don't know what to. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I wish I had
On the
some
Hulus?
advice for you.
I went in there to the Fire Stick and thought, do I need to update the app? You know, so if anybody has any help or experience like that, you know, they do host the Raptors tomorrow. I'd really like a solution before we get there. Maybe I'll try it out for the Stars game tonight. But, yeah, Mavs now 4-3. Christian Wood was terrific scoring the ball. I don't think they would have made the comeback without him. I think you lose that game if you don't have Christian Wood. 21 points on 10 of 15 shooting in 23 minutes. He was on fire, also had 10 rebounds.
Yeah.
And Jason Kidd complimented his energy after the game, said he looked good out there.
He turned it on. He was bad in the first half, but the rebounding was a big issue yesterday. And a lot of that has to do with JaVale McGee. Boxing out was not a thing. I don't know what the hell was going on with that team. They were getting out-rebounded. The second and third chance opportunities for the Jazz was driving me crazy. But you could tell in the first half what we were talking about yesterday with Christian Wood, the effort, the buy-in, and then he really turned it on in the second half. Like, the offensive capability is there. But you
special.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's like effortless with him. Yeah. He's got all the traits, but you can see what the Mavericks are talking about.
The defense is effortless, too.
And Dwight Powell has all those traits. Right, it is, exactly. Yeah. Dwight Powell is giving you all of that. If you could just take the hustle and just put that from Dwight Powell and insert it into Christian Wood, you'd have everything you want.
He was everywhere. Powell was freaking everywhere as the comeback was happening. He was a huge catalyst.
Do you ever watch Powell play and just kind of laugh because how well he looks, and then you think about Mike Bassick?
Yeah,
like you're like, oh, Mike, that looked pretty good.
Well, I think Mike.
You need Mike, like it's green. It's green and Powell. That every time they do something, I think, Mike, did you see that?
So you want to start Powell in the All-Star team? Brian?
No, I just was saying though. Hey, man,
he wants to give Dwight Powell.
Oh, you saw what
carries.
When he did when he after the game gave him his flowers. I mean, he did. He said, hey, listen, you don't realize what this guy does for us. I mean, he went on. I'll tell you
when he went on like a 3-minute Dwight Powell monologue, just showing him all the love there. And to be fair, he was a catalyst, as you mentioned, and a plus 25 for the game.
Yeah, they wouldn't have won last night without Dwight Powell. And I understand, playoff time, he's not going to give you anything. But you got a long way to go before the playoffs start. Dwight Powell can give you something in the regular season. You need to win some games. And I think he's going to start getting some more minutes from Jason Kidd.
Yeah, Utah has been beating teams all year, well, at least through the early part, by bench scoring. And you outscored them off the bench last night, which was good. And then you had 60 points in the paint. When's the last time you said that about a Mavs team, that they were able to dominate in the paint as well as they did last night?
Okay, 254 says, I exit out of the app if it has the triangle, then open it back up and it'll play. So that's what I needed to do. Maybe I needed to power it down or something.
Damn, the restart.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, it was just that easy, right?
Just turn it off and on thing?
Yeah, that's all I had to do. Yeah. The IT guy was like, man, I got a major problem with my computer. And the IT guy just showed up and was like, well, have you tried restarting it?
That's happened to me so much.
So it's like unplug it for 3 seconds, plug it back in.
Well, I guess it's cool we can watch on our phones or tablets or whatever these days. So I did get through it. And Jason Kidd, after the game, he was talking about how they're moving more to zone defense, saying, since we can't defend man-to-man right now, we're going to play zone whenever we get a chance. So look for that, and maybe it is a temporary solution. You can't go into the playoffs without being able to go back and forth and play at a high level, but at least now it should buy him some time and hopefully get some results. But I think he called out the defense. I think he really did once again. Okay, Texans are going to be without Brandon Cooks tonight. He's missed practice with personal reasons. Very frustrated. Trade talks with both the Cowboys and Packers fell through late in the process Tuesday, and he's mad at the Houston front office. Do you think that maybe the GM down there was trying too hard to win the deal and it caused him to stay in Houston, Brian?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I talked to a bunch of folks last night on the way home, and you don't, folks out there, the Cowboy fans, don't want to hear this from me, but they did try to get this thing done. And they're saying, listen, we thought we had this thing done. And they felt like that Nick Cesario overplayed his hand down there. And they had this thing ready to go. And he just came back with some things that they couldn't agree on, and then the deal went by the wayside. But yeah, they honestly thought that they had this deal wired.
I mean, the Packers are barking up their tree pretty hard too, and they said no.
Yeah.
So I think in the end, while it's frustrating we didn't get our guy in Cooks, it's another reason or another exhibit on how Houston's being horribly mismanaged right now.
Absolutely, and I think what they need to do is just make the situation right. And you just release the player, you let Brandon Cooks just sign where he wants.
Well,
and I think that would probably be the Cowboys.
Well, he's subject to waivers.
He's going to go to Philadelphia.
No, absolutely not. He's going to sign with the Cowboys.
Oh, waivers. There
he's subject after the trade.
Crap, Brian, don't be logical here.
Well, I'm just
picked up
no.
by
Damn it, here he comes. Trust
but
he was
might,
making sense.
But no, it's just vested veterans usually get the opportunity to go, but after the trade deadline, everybody now is part of waivers. No matter if you're vested veteran or not. But the thing about it is that's that $18 million that you have to think about.
Yeah, they won't release him.
So maybe a team, Bobby and I talked about this on the Love of the Star last night, that maybe teams would not claim him because of that guaranteed money. But then again, you might have a team that's bad and they're like, listen, we're just starting over in 2023. This would be a good guy to have on our team. We'll go ahead and pay
Bears or someone that just traded for Claypool.
I mean, it makes no sense for the Texans to release him knowing that they weren't willing to accept any of the trades. So why would they just give away? I mean, obviously.
Well,
they have some history.
Extremely sarcastic.
Yeah, no, and I love that. I love that. But if they were to release him, then it would be a huge sign of just massive incompetence going on with the Texans here.
100%.
I am blown away that they are a team that would refuse any draft capital for that guy.
I'll tell you what, though. Let's go back in history. They held on to Deshaun Watson through all of that, and look what they got from the Browns on that whole thing. So yeah, I mean they did not. They could have sold. They could have got out of that, and they're like, no, we'll just make him inactive every week.
Well, they'd be the first team to not get a first for Cooks, so maybe they were just like, well, what the heck, man?
Well, they were probably going to get a 2 for him.
And he's pushing 30.
Gosh,
I feel like how do you not take a 2?
Texans,
I don't know. It's crazy.
Okay, 682, go to the App Store on the Fire Stick, download App Manager, and you can manually close the app. Okay, thank you for that. They also thought they had Randy Gregory done, Brian. Not saying it didn't work out, but maybe they're not the deal makers they think they are.
No, the Randy Gregory thing was, and seriously, if you go back and look at that whole deal, I'm not trying to shill here for Jerry and Steven. And I'm just telling you, though, you had an agent that's in Denver, Colorado that was interested in doing a favor for a new regime in Denver. Randy Gregory, Dallas made a significant offer. Dallas thought they had the deal done, and the agent pulled the rug from underneath them and then took the deal, shopped the deal to Denver.
Yeah,
it's a local agent helping a new regime.
Randy's agent's based in Denver.
I agree with that. I think it's also true, though, to the texter's point that the Cowboys are a little inflexible.
Oh no, I no, but the fact that they even got to this point where they were trying. Just to me, they could have just let this thing just whatever. We're fine. We'll just James Washington will play. But to me, the fact that they identified and said, listen, if we can add a receiver to this thing, we might be all right. And they tried. But sometimes, I think there's a lot of things we could blame the Cowboys front office for. Number one, firing me. That was a clear mistake on their part.
They should never have done that.
But to me, this is where sometimes they've had such a history of not doing the right thing or trying to do the right thing that you kind of jump on them. And then but trading's a two-way street. Sometimes you get a general manager that's just not willing to pull the trigger on the deal. I think that's what happened here.
I like the motto of always do the right thing always. You know, if we're getting down to it, that's what I'm here for.
Well said.
Hey, what we got going on here with the World Series is Astros win at Game 4, combined no-hitter. 4 pitchers got the job done. The series is tied 2-2, Game 5 in Philadelphia tonight. Dallas Stars are going to be at the Coyotes.
Yeah.
So enjoy that, all you hockey fans.
5,000 seat stadium there on the campus of Arizona State, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jesus Ferreira wins 2022 Best Young Player in MLS and named the MLS Best 11, which is like all pro. Just like we were talking about yesterday, Germany forward Timo Werner ruled out of the World Cup in Qatar due to an ankle injury. He was playing for Leipzig, and boom, he scored 24 goals in 55 appearances, was taken off in the first half of their Champions League win against Shakhtar Wednesday afternoon after a knock on the foot in the 13th minute. He's a top player, and that's a tough one there for him and for Deutschland. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, I'll take you around the NFC East. Is there any hope for getting some help in the standings during Thursday Night Football? We have the G-Bag of the day, the top audio in the world of sports, coming up here at 2:30. I want to chat Men's T Clinic, though.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is 8 minutes away. Let's see if I have so much around the NFC East content. Let's talk about them here at the bye week. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels. 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. James Harden is out a month with a right foot tendon strain, so it's tough out there in Philadelphia as they try to get this thing figured out. Okay, first thing to know around the NFC East is everybody is now 500 or better. Washington has won 3 in a row now to get to 4-4. So I don't know. Is Washington going to continue to win? Has they found something with Heineke? What do you say, Brian?
Well, they get Chase Young back, too, this week to help their defense. But, yeah, Heineke has come in. He's not turned over the ball. They've won games with him before. So, yeah, we've talked about the Commanders and the skill players they have at wide receiver. I mean, they've done a nice job of adding picks. They got one of the better tight ends in Logan Thomas. So, yeah, all it really took was a quarterback that wasn't going to make mistakes. Their defense is good enough to win games. They just needed a quarterback that wasn't going to let them down.
And it appears they got that, and they have they've won some games here against. It was the Bears, and then the Packers, and then the Colts, and they're not scoring a lot, so it should be light work when the Cowboys come back around to them. But it's just amazing now that they would be in the playoffs too if it wasn't for a tiebreaker. That's how Washington would miss the playoffs if the season ended right now. Everybody in the NFC East would go otherwise.
Wow. That's wild.
Well, they're in a situation too. If you remember, Dallas, the most trouble they had running the football this year was against the Commanders.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah,
you got those two big D tackles in the middle.
Absolutely.
Okay, Eagles are in Houston tonight. Mattress Mac inviting Eagles fans to his suite. He's inviting 18 of them. He said, if you're an Eagles fan in Houston, reach out to us, and my guy's going to vet you. And if we vet you and figure out that you're really an Eagles couple, then you're welcome at the stadium. He's trying to make up for his being at odds with the folks up there in Philadelphia. I don't know if I want my owner doing that. I think, you drew your line in the sand and there was a showdown. I don't know if I would want the owner inviting Philadelphia fans into the box, but whatever. He's trying to resolve things like a businessman right now.
Do we think if the Astros are down 3-1 and they don't have that combined no-hitter last night to even up the World Series, he's doing this?
I don't think so.
No.
I think this is, it's all good now.
Yeah, it's 2-2, baby. We're good.
Okay, how about this? Eagles defensive tackle Jordan Davis, big part of their run defense, put on IR.
Yeah.
He'll miss at least the next 4. Texans, Commanders, Colts, Packers. It'll be Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave. You're going to have to pick up the slack. Won't be nearly as fresh to rush the passer, Brian. How much of an impact is that going to hurt the Eagles?
He's done a great job with them, and he's a guy that really is just a straight-ahead player. Hard guy to move, much like what you got with Hankins. A lot younger guy. But, man, you talk about his ability to get outside the tackle box is much better than Hankins, but still both have that ability that hard to move inside.
So New York and Dallas have the bye. Washington and Philadelphia in action. Of course, Philadelphia tonight, I would be shocked. They're 13-point favorites. Houston starting 9 rookies. We're getting no help tonight. But Washington is going to be hosting Minnesota, who is 6-1. Who are we cheering for in that game? Is it Washington to get to 5-4 and deal Minnesota a conference loss that could be a tiebreaker down the road? Or is it Minnesota to keep Washington firmly in the rear view?
I think you're okay at both ends because you play the Commanders one more time and then you also play the Vikings. So you can kind of take care of your own fate there. If I had to choose for one, give me a Viking loss. Give me a Vikings conference loss.
Yeah,
would be my ideal scenario there.
Okay, next topic as we're going around the NFC East here, guys. In New York, the front office is saying we want to retain Saquon Barkley. He's in year 5. They say he's a culture guy, kind of how they talk about Zeke. So they're looking to do a contract.
Hell yeah, good.
Would you?
Hell no, I wouldn't do that. You don't pay the running backs.
It's the philosophy, Wolchuk.
Don't pay them, baby. I'm sorry. I don't care how good you are. You just don't do it anymore. Turn and burn. I want those fresh
What's your limit?
What's my limit?
Yeah.
5 years.
No, I mean, what's your limit on what salary you'd be willing to give a veteran running back?
I'm not paying more than $5 million a year.
Okay.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, and, with a guy like Barkley, too, and he's had a really good season for sure, but he does have an injury
Convenient,
history.
right? A contract year?
Yeah. Oh, and he's playing well. Yeah. Well,
When he's healthy.
He's been banged up in the past, so that's another thing that you have to like with Tony Pollard. At least you're thinking, hey, there's not much tread on the tire. That's a guy that hasn't really been banged up.
You can make a case for Pollard.
Yeah. With Barkley, it's like, can you trust that he's going to be healthy? He's done it this year, but I don't know that you can really buy in on that.
Man, he hasn't played very much, has he? I mean, he's only been hurt, right? I mean, if you start to talk about wear and tear on him, he hasn't played a lot of games.
Yeah, I would need to look at the touches. Like at Penn State, how much were they running you into the ground? And then those first couple of years in New York, like that rookie season, he was a Mr. Do-It-All guy. I think they would throw it to him quite a bit. So, I mean, I think there's some wear and tear on there, but the injuries, so that would be concerning. And if you're Brian Dable, you're thinking to yourself, bro, like I don't need a Barkley to make my offense work.
He's played 52 games in his career.
Yeah, but the injuries count as like 10, 15 games each if they're a big one. Like catastrophic ACLs and stuff like that, season-ending injuries, that causes wear and tear too.
Yeah, but he's come back from them, though. I mean, that's the thing about it is, I mean, he looks stronger now than when he has in previous years.
No okay, so what are you giving him? Are you bringing Barkley back?
Oh no, I'm just trying to say though, if you're going to make a decision on him, you could say he hasn't played in a lot of games. That's the thing. I mean, that if you look at that, I mean, because
that's why I could be talked into it. Yeah, he's still young.
Yeah, he's still young. He's shown that he can survive the season. Maybe he can survive the season because of this offense and the way they're playing him. Yeah. But you guys aren't wrong about the money. I mean, you're not going to pay it back. I'm just saying if they're going to make a decision, it's probably going to be like, okay, well, this is what we see. This is how we're going forward with the guy. And by the way, he's only played 52 games. And what, is this his fifth year?
This is his fifth year.
Yeah, 10 games a year?
The other thing they're talking about in New York is how they get better in the second half of the season and maybe try to become a real-life contender. They're talking about the passing game coming around. Darius Slay leads them with 232. Nobody else even has 200 yards. They've played 7 games or 8 games. Yeah, they played 8 games.
Played 8 games.
And they're trying to get takeaways, but they're getting no pressure. So I don't know if either of those things is going to come around for them in the second half. I think they're going to remain the team they are.
Yeah, this is, and I trust Dable. They can still win games, but ultimately you don't have good players. I mean, especially on offense, when you talk about the wide receivers, you don't have anybody. So they're making the best of what they can, but they've pretty much squeezed all the juice out of it, is the way I would look at it.
Leonard Williams didn't play the last time that the Cowboys went there, right?
That's right.
Correct.
Yeah, and everybody up until that time had not run the ball on the Giants, and the Cowboys caught a break there.
No, that's their
Big
best
Lenny
run
back
defender.
in there.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the best run defender. And getting Kayvon Thibodeau, now he missed the first few games. That might help their pass rush a little bit, but offensively, I don't see their passing attack really getting much better at all.
So then you have in Washington, who might buy the Commanders? Jeff Bezos of Amazon's a big name. He owns a home there, and he has family in D.C. He's worth $140 billion. He could write that check for $6 billion, no problem. Josh Harris is a billionaire from the private equity world. He also owns the New Jersey Devils, the 76ers, and Crystal Palace and EPL. And then Todd Boehly, who owns part of the Dodgers, the Sparks, as well as Chelsea. He grew up in the D.C. area. So those are your 3 top candidates, Brian.
Remember an actor or a comedian named Byron Allen?
No,
I can't say that I do.
Yeah, it was a Weather Channel. Byron Allen used to have a TV show like 3 o'clock in the morning where he interview comedians and whatnot. Byron Allen got all the paper out here,
he
bro.
does. He has a lot of paper, and this might be one of those things they look to get a minority owner in. Byron Allen is going to make a run at this football team. Keep an eye on that one.
Very good. Thank you, Brian. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius. Slate, not Slay. My bad. Slay's the cornerback for the Eagles.
Minority owner like what? A lady? A white woman?
Well, minority
can cover a whole lot of things.
Minority African-American owner.
Okay, there we go. You just got to get clear nowadays because, man, they show like
I should have been more clear about that.
Well, I'm just saying, things are weird.
No,
things are weird.
Things are weird.
There's going to be a push.
Things are weird.
There's going to be a push there. There really is going to be a push.
All right.
Hope he has a chance.
You think those good old boys will allow that?
I think, you know what? I'm going to say they will.
All right.
I'm going to say they will.
All right. I'm with you, bro. I hope so. Let's see. Jerry Jones is our winner. This is number 5 right here for this guy, right?
He's going for 5.
This is number 5 for Jerry Jones. Talking about Emmitt Smith's running style or his days at the White House, the Cowboys' White House I'm talking about. All right, here we go.
He could keep his center of gravity. He could move it over like that a little bit. And with those powerful legs below the waist, you would have thought he was a 300-pounder with his calves and his thighs. and a huge man below the waist. And, boy, I'm telling you right now, he knew how to use it, and he would hit that hole. He'd be the first to tell you that he had a lot of holes, but that's not the end of it, boy. Then he would efficiently make a little zig or zag, and then he'd put all of that power to it at that particular time.
That's not the end of it, boy. I'm telling you.
Not the end of it.
Man, why does Wolchuk keep getting so excited whenever we play this cut, though?
Yeah.
I knew you were a fan.
Living through Jerry and Emmett.
You don't even know. You need to go to his bedroom. You'll find out how big of a fan
I've
Emmett
got a
really
shrine,
is.
baby.
He's
Not
got a
too
fat
far.
head of Emmett.
Looking for five right on the
Fat head, huh?
A fat head, bro.
Fat head.
300 pounder.
The guy that created it. Guess what? I'll call it a fat head. Inspired by Emmett. Okay, now this was sitting in a folder for a while, and I guess I'm going to play it now. Wolchuk not listening. I didn't know what my man Eric was going to do with this.
Oh, no.
And we missed it for 2 days.
That's on me. I'm glad you used it. Thank you for saving me.
We're going to get to this.
I forgot about
because
this.
everybody's got to hear this.
No.
Dawson was talking about Kyrie Irving and Ben Simmons and everything. And bro, listen to this.
Kyrie Irving last night in their game, hollering at Ben Simmons, shoot the ball. He passed it to him. Ben receives it in the paint and turned around. He was like, I'm gonna kick this baby back out. Kyrie after the game said, he's just coming back from a long absence and a back surgery, so give him some bleeping time. Yeah. Is what he told the assembled media. And maybe that's all it's going to take.
I have a theory about that, and Sean and I talked about it yesterday. I think Ben Simmons fouls out just to get out of the game.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to deal with the pressure anymore.
I think it's messed his mind up.
Kyrie literally begging him to shoot the ball.
Yeah,
Thank you for paying attention to the
Well,
program.
I'm replying to some of the texts that are coming in.
No, you got it.
Kyrie, though, then did
You just made a mistake I normally
did.
make.
I apologize. That's totally on me, and I own that. But Kyrie afterwards did then defend him to the media. Once again, baby. Yes, twice.
Yeah, this is my bad. I totally own that. But did you know?
He's like, I can make up for it with some new information.
I got this.
That's
No.
hysterical, bro.
That is so good. It might trip up Jerry on the doorstep to greatness.
I'm so sorry.
That's
I'm
hilarious.
so embarrassed.
That's funny, man.
It is.
Yeah. We had a group chat situation the other day, right? I played some group chat audio.
Yeah.
The guy had a smelly co-worker at the McDonald's in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
He was 2 of them. So this right here is a friend praying for another friend in the group chat. I guess a friend sent out a text, hey, y'all pray for me, man. I'm going through something right now. So a friend just said, all right, I'll pray for you, bro.
I don't know what you're doing right now. I don't know if you're at work. I don't know if you're at home. I don't know if you're at home, but at work. But I want you to know that the Lord is doing it. He's doing it right now. There's many things he's doing right now. And whatever it is that you need, he's doing it in real time. Oh, he's doing it in real time, Derek. He's doing it. It is done. And it will be done. My God, we serve a God of the multiverse. He's God of all time.
Bro, what?
Huh? He was God. He is God. And he shall be God. Hallelujah. I love you, bro. This is random, but you know what I'm saying is.
It ended up being a young guy.
Yeah, it's a young dude, man. Yeah. He said he's a god of the multiverse. My God is a god of the multiverse.
Man, I'm imagining like a pastor in his 60s.
Collecting all the stones.
And boom. Talented individual right there. Any of the nominees, Lucius?
Sure, we have a father that caught his kids making a mess. And listen to this kid. Like, he's going to be a lawyer one day.
What the hell you in here doing? Nothing. I was not doing nothing.
Equally important for the Gators, Sterling Lester with that outstanding.
How'd you find me?
Victory in the 800-meter section.
How'd you find me what I was doing? You know I'm about to whoop your ass, right? I was not doing nothing. There was wisdom. I was there, jumping around in there, and then I would drink some water. Yeah. I drank all the water.
It was random. I love random.
But for real, how'd you find me?
You're forgiven, kid.
Just drink all the water.
Any of the nominees before we vote?
Nah,
Lucius?
that's it. I get. Let's see. Oh, this guy that got finessed out. He thought he was buying 2 guns for $100.
Uh-oh.
But he ended up being like fake BB guns for two fake BB guns for $100 is still a deal, I would say.
Okay.
I would say. But he's crying.
Hazy brands, yeah.
I got $100 right now for 2 BB guns.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
He's crying though.
How much you buying for?
100 for both of them.
100. You thought you could get 2 Glocks for $100?
Bro, I thought it was 100. I don't know, bro. I thought it was a deal.
Look at this. Are you serious? I would have knew that.
How you gonna know when it look real, bro? Like what's fake about it? It say Glock ain't.
I don't know. Take the magazine out. Look at the caliber.
Somebody tried to sell you a TV at the gas station, at the car wash. It's not a TV film.
Man.
It's just a box with a brick in it.
Jerry, forget the 12-pounder. Emmett's a 300-pounder. Woolchuck not listening. Group chat audio. Friend praying for another friend on another level. Father caught kids making a mess.
Let's be honest. It's out of Jerry and Woolchuck.
Yeah,
Come on. Let's be honest.
I'm going to vote for Woolchuck.
No.
Give me old Jerry.
Thank you.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, I'm going with Jerry.
It's 2-1, Zach.
Perfect. Jerry 5 times.
3-1.
I'll vote for Woolchuck.
By a score of 3-2, meaning Jerry Jones is now immortalized and eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. It's Jerry Jones. It's been vacated. Tune in tomorrow at 2:30 to see who will be your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Yeah, guys, when is it bad to win? We'll talk about that next.
All righty. I'll tell you what. You'll be a big winner if you're looking to lose.
traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you, Lucius. Here he is, King of the Crusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Let everybody know out there that Ben Franklin will be suited up tomorrow.
Okay. Bet payoff?
Bet payoff tomorrow for
how's it coming together?
It's I had to buy it really at a piece at a time.
Okay.
To get it to come together. But the one thing that I do have that I didn't need to purchase was the white hair and the baldness.
There you go.
So everything else though is it was all it.
You rocking glasses?
Well, I have to use these glasses because I can't see.
It's all gravy.
I can't see.
Still gonna look old.
Okay, so you still need to purchase the white hair and the baldness.
No, I have it.
You got that.
I've got.
Look at it.
Well,
Look
that's natural for you.
Yeah, that's built in.
But
Yeah, so
wait
I've got
till you
that.
see what I mean. I had to go for the.
You got
full,
the ruffled ass collar and everything.
That's got the ascot and everything.
Do you have the Dickie?
It's called the Dickie. Yes,
You got that?
I got that.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
me and Emmett Smith have the
Damn.
Dickie. Yeah, we have that. Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
But yeah,
Is yours
that
300
the coat.
pounds?
Yeah, it's funny. This outfit is it's like kind of all one piece. It's like
It's
a
good, man.
jacket with the shirt, and then you wear another shirt, and then so yeah,
A lot of layers. Well, so
Yeah.
I'm going to ride with you to work tomorrow, and
Yeah.
you're going to be going into some local
I have to
restaurant
get food for
some
Lucius
lunch for
and them
the
tomorrow.
boys.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'll be doing a little filming of that so that we can watch Broaddus go into a public place dressed as Ben Franklin or one of the Continental Congress members.
Yes, I've already got.
It's amazing.
We got I've got the trousers, the long
Yeah.
socks,
the breeches,
and then the shoes. My tuck shoes,
my knickers.
my tuck shoes is what I've got working at.
I love it.
So this was pretty. This is gonna be. It's gonna be fun because again, everybody thinks I should be like on a dollar bill or something like that. You know,
You're looking
I
forward to this one.
He's excited.
I like paying off my bets. You know, I'm one of those guys.
He's a man of his word.
I'm a man.
Do you have
of
a
my
kite?
word. No, you know what? A kite. Should I put it? Like get a kite and put it on my bet? But that kite he used. Do they have these old? I don't know if I could find an old
Probably
wooden
not.
stick kite.
I don't think you could.
It's okay.
Like
You could make
remember
your own,
did
but-
you guys have bat kites by the way?
Bat kites?
Bat kites.
With Batman?
Well, it was a kite shaped like a bat.
No, I don't remember that.
You never had that?
No.
I mean,
Well,
I'm
that's
a
way back
seam
in-
head, but I've never heard of that.
We used to take razor blades and like tape them to the edge of the kites, and we used to have kite wars. And you tried to cut the other guy's string.
My God.
With
Wow, that
with
sounds dangerous.
Yeah, what are we
And
doing?
boring as hell. What a life you had to live.
Oh man, we used to
man.
jump
Lord.
trash.
Dogfight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Though
There were no video games, boys. There was no internet. Calm down.
He said we used to jump trash.
Yeah,
We used
wasn't
to jump
a ton of
trash
internet when
cans
we
and
were
stuff
young.
like that.
Trash
man.
can jumps.
Yeah, remember that, Lucius? You ever do that? Anybody?
No, we used
Yeah,
to
you did
knock
that.
on doors and run. Yeah, that was our excitement.
Yeah.
No, we didn't.
I
Don't
tried
be the
to-
last guy.
I tried to
Don't
jump
be
a couple
last.
trash cans. It didn't go well. I broke a Huffy bike, and then I totally biffed it on a skateboard attempt.
Okay, so you would build up a ramp. You weren't
Yeah.
like running and
No,
jumping.
no.
You were
You
actually
take
like on a bike or
like a
something.
like a 1,500-pound bike that we used to have back in the day.
Okay.
Made out of steel.
That's cool.
And then you build a ramp and you try and jump trash cans.
Oh, the
Yeah,
original
yeah.
BMX.
And then you just land and you Evil Knievel like at Caesar's Palace. You know, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Google that.
Oh, absolutely.
Just body flopping all over the ground.
That's
Kind of like
awesome.
Super Dave.
Super Dave.
They never went right.
It never went right for Super
R.I.P.
Dave. Never went right. All right. Yeah, get ready for Ben Franklin tomorrow. Should be fun. Appreciate that, Lucius.
Got you, dog.
I'm ready, bro. And Walchuk has brought us. That's gonna be good. He said he's gonna shave his
I do
face
have,
and
I do have
everything.
Wolchuk.
I did not say that.
Taking care.
But yeah, no, Broaddus took care of me. I'm just praying this bald scalp and white wig come in time. It's shipped right now. It's on the way. I think it's in Hazlitt, so I'm hoping I should be okay. I paid for the fast delivery.
All right, I teased this. This happens to do with the NBA lottery system. This Wembanyama, right?
It's Wembanyama.
Wembanyama?
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
There you go.
Anyway, we're trying to get this guy, right? Well, teams are.
Everybody is.
And there's talking about tanking because Utah was a team that was supposed to be tanking.
Yeah.
Spurs, they're winning, supposed to be tanking and all that. Well, there's been a study for how many games you can win and still get the first overall pick.
35?
No. You can probably win at best, like, especially in a year like this, I would think like 15 games.
They flatten the odds.
They flatten the odds. General's right.
That's a good call.
General's on top of this. And so the old odds back in the day, the NBA flattened their odds in 2019. Now teams with the 3 worst records have the same reduced chance of landing the top pick.
They all get the same amount of balls in the
hopper, yeah.
Yeah.
And overall, the new odds make it so that the 3 worst records, especially the worst 2, are less likely to win the lottery, while teams 4 through 13, especially those in the 6 to 9 range, are more likely to win a lottery than before. And the old odds, you had a 25% chance if you were in slot 1. The new odds are at 14% for new. Second slot was at 19.9. Now, new odds 14%.
Make a lot more competitive games.
Yeah.
Harder to win 60.
Yep. Third slot, old odds, you had a 15% chance. Still now 14-4.
Dang.
So, with all that being said, how many wins do you have to would be too many to take you out of these? And
you want to stay inside the top 10 still?
You want to
stay inside the top 3, really.
Yeah, you want to stay in. You really want to stay in. But it's fascinating to me, though, that the more wins you have, that you still have opportunity.
Yeah, you said they boosted 6 through 9,
Yeah.
so that might be the sweet spot where
Exactly. So they're kind of encouraging you to okay, try,
but
if
we're not going to kill you.
Yeah,
we're not going to kill you
We're
if
not
you
going
win.
to punish you. We're not going to punish you. So this is coming from the Ringer, and they built a model, and this was based on the final standings from every 82-game season since 2004-2005, when the league expanded to 30 teams. And their model predicts the possible pre-lottery positions that a team might have, which then allows them to predict who the number 1 odds were at every win total. The model shows there's very little difference, as we said, between the number 1 pick and equity here. And here we go. At 10 wins, a team has 14% chance to land number 1.
No way.
10 wins.
Oh, 10 wins, not the 10 spot. Okay.
10 wins. At 15 wins, you still have a 14% chance to do this. At 20 wins, you're at 13.8. So it's only gone down slightly there. At 25 wins, you're at 11.6. At 30 wins, you have a 7.7 chance.
Okay, it's starting to fall here.
Yeah.
Now you're at half the odds of the worst team.
At 35 wins, you're at 2.7.
Ooh.
And at 40 wins, you're at 0.6.
So we either want 60 wins or 29 wins for the Mavs. One of those 2 results would be great.
Yeah. They're saying beyond 25 and especially 30 wins, each additional victory carries a heftier cost, but there's minimal penalty before teams get to that point. At 10 wins, a team has a maximum of 14% chance to win the lottery. At 21 wins, more than double, it still has a 14% chance of the rounding. So their breakdown explains why teams project to finish among the league's worst shouldn't sweat out their surprise of early wins. We've seen teams with the early wins, like we were talking about with Utah and
even San Antonio.
So these teams are a long way from that 25 win mark where it actually starts to hurt.
At 6-3, though, you're already starting to impact your odds pretty good. You better slow down real quick. Because you don't want over 30, and at 35 you're down at 2%. That's like the drop dead. I would say when I was estimating it at the start of the segment, 35 wins is too many. You want to be under 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure you do. But that's pretty cool the way they have that. One of these teams is going to end up picking the team that tanks their balls off and gets the first pick, and then they don't actually actually get the first pick, it's going to be heartbreaking.
The only real benefit is how far you can fall, right? So if you have the best odds, you're the worst team, the farthest you can fall is 4 or 5, right? Only so many teams
you can always fall to 5.
You can fall to 5.
5,
But for this year, it's all about that one, man. It is more surefire than even the Zion draft.
What kind of a nickname are they talking about with Wembanyama? Are we going Wemby? Are we going Yama?
Wemby. I'd probably be going Wemby on it, but
Yama
that's
Jamma?
a good question. Well, I need to do some Googles.
Lots
on
of options. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time for hour number 2. Thanks to Broadus and Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Sports Mix is coming for you tomorrow. Okay, a bye-week edition. When we come back, though, 10 biggest stories from the Cowboys' first half. What's your final takeaway on these topics? It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Listen.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. I do have the 10 biggest stories from the Cowboys' first half of the season as presented by the Morning News. I'll give you the story. You guys give me your lasting takeaway. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. Have a couple of bet payoffs coming tomorrow. He'll be dressed up as Benjamin Franklin. Woolchuck is going to be dressed up as Broaddus. Yeah?
I think I'm going to do the swerber for what you're thinking, what you're drinking.
Okay. All
Beer,
right.
tequila, meatball.
That's not a bet payoff, right? That's
no,
just for fun?
That's just to have a fun. Have a fun drink.
Just because it sounds delicious.
Yeah, the Schwarber.
For what?
It's a World Series drink that went viral.
It's a World Series drink.
Yeah.
And you'll do it for fun with put a meatball in your food? I mean, your beer?
Yeah.
Right in
Why
there.
not give it a go?
I love it, Brian.
For festive.
Let's go. With you. I don't mind doing it with you.
What are we doing?
Those are 3 of my favorite things. If we're being honest.
Yeah.
I'll bring the Miller. You bring the meatball.
There he is.
And Lucius will bring the great tequila that he loves.
Yeah.
He's ready to
You're
go.
never going to destroy my tequila with a damn meatball in it, fam.
No,
Absolutely not.
I think the meatball should be a chaser.
Yeah.
It sounds like a
Ground up
delicious
chaser. I thought you just put it in there like an olive.
Yeah, I'm going to go, I don't know. I think I'm going to drop the tequila shot
In
into
the
the
beer
beer,
with
pound it,
and then
I'm
take
just
the-
going to meatball.
Just eat the meatball.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
As the chaser.
Lucius, I got to get for you. I got to get tequila. So give me the name of the tequila you like, and you can just take the bottle home when I'm done.
Well, check
I
your
own
phone,
tequila.
Check your phone.
I don't have any tequila, so I'm gonna have to buy it. But I have a liquor store by the house.
It's on the way.
I'll bring the beers.
I'll bring the beers. I'll bring the meatball and the tequila.
Disgusting.
Right on.
It does sound a bit gnarly.
Yeah, I think we need clarification on how Kyle Schwarber has conceptualized that, don't we?
Well,
I thought it was a Philly. I thought it was just a random meathead
just a
in
random
Philly.
Yeah,
it's just a random
bar
guy?
in Philly
Yeah.
that's created the Schwarber shot.
Okay.
And they have they're doing this, and I think it sounds fantastic. Now, Tamara might want to let me know what kind of tequila she's into because I still for that BetQL show
Yeah.
she allowed you to work a Saturday. I still have her handle.
Well, we'll get it taken care of.
All right, I'm going to get you 10
Have to
Cowboys
slide into those
topics
DMs,
taken
bro.
care of.
All right.
What's your final takeaway on the Dak Prescott thumb injury story?
Not good.
Not good?
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Brian, what the hell do you know? Don't
That'd be a
freak us
thumbs
out.
down.
Thumbs down.
Follow. Let's try over here with Eric. Final takeaway on the Dak thumb injury. What's that story mean to you? Is it's in the rear view?
It just I'm glad that it is in the rear view, and I guess what it means is you might look back on it and it'd be a huge blessing for you because it challenged your head coach and it challenged your play caller offensively to not just kind of go with the flow of what they've been doing offensively that hadn't worked in 10 previous games. So I think you might be looking back on this as just a monster blessing because you won the games.
You did. Yeah. It was so fortunate. Brian?
I'll tell you what. Eric did a great job there of explaining exactly. I think it focused this staff on what needed to be done. Offensively, like, listen, we've been a little reckless here. Throwing it around, trying our receivers. We're kind of have questions about these guys. We're not healthy completely at one of the spots. I think the injury brought this offensive staff and it brought the head coach into, hey, this is how we need to play football. Because if you notice, we're really good on defense and we got a pretty good special teams as well. We don't need to lose games because of us.
No, I think those are both good points. And Woolchuck, I also feel like it's made people appreciate Dak more. Because since he's come back now, it was one rough quarter, and now it's been 7 good quarters of football, and it's not easy to tell how good he is compared to what you watched with Rush for
I
5
hope
weeks.
so. Yeah, because with Cooper Rush, it seemed like people were thinking, man, who needs Dak, right? Cooper Rush can do this. You can win with anybody. But I think you've seen, specifically this last Bears game, Dak definitely is an upgrade there. But I think it forced everybody else to play better as well.
Okay, story number 2 is the rise of Cooper Rush, who played better, but maybe didn't convince anybody that he should be a starting quarterback. Do you want to do an extension with him? Do you feel like you'll be able to afford the extension, or is there going to be a higher demand on him in the offseason?
I don't think that anybody's going to be clamoring for Cooper Rush to be their starting quarterback necessarily. I think teams around the league realize Cooper Rush is probably just a good backup. I think the Cowboys should be able to get him back at a reasonable price, and he is exactly that. You feel great about Cooper Rush as your backup to come in for 4 games or so and kind of just keep the ship with a P afloat.
Okay, number 3 here on the morning news, top 10 storylines of the first half of the season is the 1-2 damn punch. Zeke and Tony Pollard. It's become a huge storyline. We got audio later on of a great podcast Lindale White and Chris Johnson are doing. They're talking about this whole thing. Everybody's wanting to share their opinion on it. Where do you think this ends up as we get towards the end of the year, Chiafalo?
I think they are going to keep rocking with the way it's been as long as Zeke is going to remain healthy, and unless things get haywire and they start losing games and you're pointing at the offense and they're like, okay, we got to tweak some things. But I think with the way their schedule is and how pretty easy it is, they're going to continue to win games. And this is what they want with Pollard. Like, they want him to be like 15 touches max in a game. And Zeke is still quality enough to where they're going to keep it going just like this. And then where I'm interested is when a big game is in the balance. Now where are you going here? You're going to look at Pollard and say, well, gosh dang it, we've given him the ball 14 times through 3 quarters. Can we use him in the fourth quarter?
Get him some oxygen.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, is he even willing to play in the fourth quarter if he's touched the ball 13 times? But I think they're just going to keep rocking it the way it is.
Yeah, it's very convenient for them to keep starting Zeke, maintain whatever harmony you get with that, like Michael Irvin talked about yesterday. You don't have to start Tony Pollard if you're only going to give him 15 touches. So, and I agree. I think when we get to the playoffs, they'll probably continue with that same game plan. I'm hopeful, Chiafalo, that they would say, hey, let's make it 2-1 when we get to the playoffs, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I think Pollard is a guy that just makes the most of his opportunities, right? Like, you don't need, to that point, Pollard's a guy that he's going to get his 15 touches a game, and you know that he's going to be able to excel in that role, right? I think they've got a really good balance between the two. I do think they've shown in some tight situations in the fourth, even to close out a game, as Brian's pointed out, they will give the ball to Pollard. So in the postseason, when the season's coming to an end, I feel confident that if they feel that Tony Pollard is the better back for this situation, they're not going to hesitate. They will give the ball to Tony Pollard. I don't think that should be a concern for Cowboy fans.
See no reason for him to change. And I think Skip Pete in the story that he did with DallasCowboys.com, Patrick Walker will tell you that, they have their ways of doing things. And they kind of feel like that, one is a racehorse or a race car, whatever you want to call them, and then the other one's just kind of the battering around.
It's a pace horse.
Yeah.
Pace horse and a racehorse.
Clydesdale, maybe.
It is a 1-2 damn punch.
Yeah, but I think they're going to stay with it.
Yeah, I
1-2 damn punch.
I hear you.
Romo told you.
Yeah, it is amazing though, and maybe they got to be in the fourth quarter with the game on the line to really for the light to come on and be like, now what are we doing? We're continuing to run Zeke with the game on the line, and in that situation, Brian, if you have to run the ball a bunch because you're like against Philadelphia and their pass defense is insane, and you've already run it 30 times and Pollard's at 16 carries, Zeke's at 4, you're not running Zeke out there with 10 minutes to go in the game for those 2 drives, are you?
No, Eric was talking about it earlier. They've closed games with Tony Pollard on the field in the last 4 minutes. I think they're totally comfortable with putting him back on the field when they need to at those situations and giving him.
But it's because they save touches for him. They keep him out in the first half. Jerry talked about this on Tuesday, I believe. With the idea that we got to have these plays available in the second half. I don't know. I guess I'd be thinking about conditioning But, hey, they're the professionals. They understand the medical science. They're hooked up to the GPS. They see how the numbers fall off after Tony Pollard has had so much exercise. So maybe we should just trust him on this. Number 4 is the limitless Micah Parsons. How much has it surprised you how much better he's been this year, Chiafalo?
I mean, it has been a little bit eye-opening. These effort plays that you see, and those are, like, it's hard to expect a great player to really do that. It is. Like, you don't see it that often from a team's best player, and he's running around out there in ways that, like, you have Devin White right now getting ridiculed by Buccaneers media and being asked questions about a potential loafing situation from the Thursday night football game. Devin White's a great player. One of the best linebackers in the league.
Yeah, when you lose.
But you're not going to have that with Parsons.
No.
So, and I'm not totally surprised at just his dominance at all, because you saw it last year. And to me, you saw last year, this is a generational player, and you can have an offseason to try and game plan for him. And fortunately, you have a maestro in Dan Quinn that knows how to use him as well, which certainly helps. But like, the production is not a surprise, but some of the, like, some specific plays, the Lions play, the Bears play, those are pretty dang eye-popping, surprising plays.
I guess for me, being around him and the stuff that we got to see at training camp, it's not just – this is a guy that's jumping into every single grouping, right? I mean, he gets bored out there. I mean, he just loves the game so much. I mean, he is just a guy that's willing to do anything at all times for the betterment of the team. So, I mean, he is exactly what you want in your best player, your role model, the guy that's going to set the standard, and hopefully it's infectious in the rest of your team. Just gets, and you saw that a little bit this past week as well with some of the effort plays that were made. I think it was Fowler chasing a ball down. You saw that.
Tank done the same thing.
It was kind of reminiscent of the play that Parsons made, not to the same degree, but yeah, I mean, Micah is just that kind of guy. And maybe off the field, we've heard like he can be a little bit moot, whatever. When the game's on and he's playing football, he's in his element.
Turn it on.
And he's at peace. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. Okay, number 5 here, the Morning News Top 10 list. The NFC Beast. Unbelievable how this division has turned around. I guess we should never be surprised when there's a quick turnaround in the NFL, whether it's the Dolphins or the NFC East going from the worst division to one of the best divisions we've ever seen in the course of just a few months. I guess you're never that far away.
I think the surprise, though, is really about what the Giants have done.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of expected Philadelphia and Dallas to battle for the top spot. But what the Giants have been able to do, they're winning 5 games. 5 of their 6 wins have come in the fourth quarter, with game on the line kind of things. I think that's what's made this division so much better overall. And we'll see with the Commanders and their situation if that improves even more. But I kind of feel like the Giants are making this division a lot better.
Yeah, no doubt. It looks like, at least in the standings, you have 3 Super Bowl contenders in the division. I think it's only 2, but hey, I guess you are what your record says. Number 6, surviving injuries. How the Cowboys have been able to survive with their, a list of injuries that really got hit big time in training camp and just continued all the way through. What's that say? Incredible depth? Who do you give the credit to for that?
Yeah, there's a ton of credit to give. It's the front office for having guys ready to step up. Deron Blands of the world, Tyler Smith, name that player, Cooper Rush. But it's also on your coaching staff, because you had the same front office for the entire duration of the Jason Garrett tenure. And when the player went down, you didn't see guys step up like that.
Well, they always said next man up, and you just kind of rolled your eyes.
Yeah, it wasn't factual. Yeah, I mean, Will McClay deserves it, with the drafting, and certainly Stephen Jones. And Jerry's giving him credit on our station. Like, Stephen's the guy when it comes to players and bringing him in. So Will McClay and Stephen. But Mike McCarthy, and I've talked about this, in my opinion, that was something that I was always envious about when he was with Green Bay. And he plays a lot of young guys and rookies. And it seemed like under Garrett, sometimes he was unwilling to really give those guys opportunities. McCarthy doesn't shy away from that.
Yeah, Dan Quinn's turned this thing around. Dan Quinn's come in. He's been a part of going out and evaluating. Micah Parsons at State College, Pennsylvania.
Boy, am I impressive.
Going in other places and going to the schools and stuff. Bringing in free agents the way they have. George Edwards helped him with Javon Kearse, and that kind of thing. I mean, those are the things you kind of like, you need coaches to help you along the way. And they didn't have that. When you have coaches that can evaluate, it makes the scout's job so much easier.
Okay, number 7, Chiafalo. You've introduced us to a couple of different kind of gauntlets over the years. The Bird Gauntlet.
Yep.
And then what was the recent gauntlet?
Wizard of Oz Gauntlet.
The Wizard of Oz Gauntlet. Is there also potentially a number 1 overall gauntlet? That's what they're running right now. Number 7, playing number 1 overall picks, Burrow, Stafford, Goff, and now they're going to get Trevor Lawrence. That'll be 4 number 1 overall picks once they get through this game on December 18th. And so far, they've beaten all 3 of them.
That's good. It's good that all of those number 1 picks are ones that haven't really panned out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at least for this year, Matthew Stafford, overall, I would say he certainly panned out. And Joe Burrow, when you caught him, they weren't looking like number 1 overall pick type deal. I hadn't even thought about that, though. That's a hell of a gauntlet.
Yeah, it is tough, and it's tough if you get the number 1 overall pick and the consensus guy isn't all that great, too. Number 8, underdogs. Remember that? Remember that whole storyline? We're underdogs to this, we're underdogs to that. I would say, though, you're going to be underdogs to Philadelphia at least one more time, right? You'll be underdogs when that game comes up.
You might be an underdog at Minnesota, depending on how the Green Bay game goes.
Yeah, I could see that.
Sure.
Minnesota
Definitely.
keeps winning.
In Minnesota?
Yep.
Number 9, run defense issues. Will they solve this? Do they need to solve this before the playoffs start?
I feel very encouraged with the Jonathan Hankins numbers that came out, and you're not going to see a rushing attack like the Bears anymore. Philadelphia will present their own challenges, but you're not going to have a team as committed to the run and as dominant at the run with the 3-headed monster that the Bears have. So I think having Hankins in there is going to go a long way for you. And then the development of Damone Clark, a guy that you haven't really had at all, and hopefully by the end of the season, with him being as young as he is, he's playing his best football by the end. I'm not as concerned about the run defense as many others, but it is something that you gotta be consistently decent at. You can't be the worst in the sport, and I don't think they are. I think they're okay, and I think it will get better with Hankins here, and then guys like Damone Clark hopefully getting better and better as the season goes on.
It is something they're going to have to get better at if they want to win in the playoffs. If you want to beat San Francisco, if you want to beat Philly, Atlanta's a team that's going to run the football. We've seen Kenneth Walker. If you end up having to go to Seattle, if they're representing that division, you're not going to beat those teams if you cannot stop the run. So yes, they're going to, and it's not even up the middle. We've talked about this. They get out of their lanes, the gap integrity. Sometimes they take bad angles. It's on Fowler. It's on Armstrong. It's on your edges. And then your linebackers can't be stumbling over each other and take each other out and wash each other out of the damn play.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation. We have Barry Church coming up at 4 o'clock. We have some post-NFL deadline questions and mid-season awards with Zach Wolchuk coming up next year on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 1053 The Fan.
Texas. When you choose Medicare Advantage from United Healthcare, you're with a plan chosen by more people. Medicare Advantage plans from United Healthcare give you more for your Medicare dollar. Get great benefits like $0.
Inventory of backhoes, tillers, box blades, rotary cutters, and post hole diggers, all for hundreds, even thousands of dollars below SLP. Hurry, these deals won't last.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It is time now for some post-deadline questions, mid-season awards. Here is your sports host, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. So, Bill Barnwell, the great Bill Barnwell of ESPN, who does a good job writing some of these articles. He had
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Great Bill Barnwell that does a good job.
He does a good job of asking questions. He's really good with the numbers, the analytic stuff. Some of the questions, we'll see.
No, it's just funny.
So, you're right. The English there was poor. So here, he put together an article on ESPN.
Calling you out, yeah.
NFL trade deadline fallout, answering the biggest question. So I'm going to kick around some of these questions, and we'll get into the midseason awards, see what you guys think. Are the Dolphins good enough to have gone all in? And that seems like that's what they've done. They went ahead, they traded for Bradley Chubb. They just gave him a big ol' extension, 5 years, $119 million. But you look at the rest of the conference. You've got Buffalo. You've got Kansas City. And then there's Miami. And some people might think Baltimore still has an opportunity. I don't think people are considering Cincinnati now that Jamar Chase is going to be out for about another month. But are the Dolphins good enough to go all in is the question from Bill Barnwell. I would say no.
I like that pregnant pause. I feel like you were actually thinking there.
I was thinking.
When you were speaking, you weren't sure which way you were going to go.
Because I like a lot of their pieces.
Sounded like you needed an antihistamine.
Yeah.
I like a lot of their parts. But I don't think they're quite there yet.
What is it that they need? An offensive line?
I think there might still be a lineman or two away. Yeah. And I think Bradley Chubb they were lacking pass rush. That might have been their biggest weakness. And they still haven't had Byron Jones. Has he played all year yet?
No, he was on PUP, and then he's continued. He hasn't even started his 21-day ramp up yet off I believe it's an Achilles injury.
Right. So Bradley Chubb is a huge addition that will fill a big void for them.
Yeah.
But they still might be lacking.
Well, they got Jalen Phillips.
They do.
Drafted.
And Emmanuel Ogbah has been underrated his entire career.
See, that's what I'm
But
saying.
he's been not as good this year. Phillips has been good.
Phillips, I think, is 3 sacks.
He's a resident Dolphins expert here. His dad, he has to watch a lot with Pops.
Yeah.
Well, not anymore. My dad just texted me during the games when we're at the press box doing Cowboys stuff.
So,
it's like, you see this?
Yeah.
Dad, I'm working, bro.
Phillips.
Hell no, I didn't see it, Dad.
The one time I put on Scott Hansen in the red zone, I got an earful from Broadus. This is my fault. I should have muted him.
Freaking sound
I should have muted him.
Oh, no.
Rookie
We're in
mistake.
the middle of the press box.
You should have muted Broadus. Oh, no, you should have produced. Yeah.
No, we're in the press box. We're in the press box. It wasn't like up here where we're doing it. It's like all of a sudden it's like, let's see what happened in Philadelphia. And you're like, and everybody kind of looks over at him and I'm like, bro.
It's a stuffy, uptight kind of place, isn't it? It's not a relaxing environment to watch.
They do make an announcement that says this is a working environment.
Yeah.
And they specifically said no cheering, and I'm wondering, when am I going to get kicked out of there?
Yeah. Walchuk's yelling bleep yes in there left and right. Fist pumping like Tiger.
I'll tell you what, hey, when you're sitting in a visiting press box, you'll hear guys bang on the table. You can't.
Oh, the Eagles fans, the Eagles media will bang on the table.
Bang on the table real fast, and there's something really, like there's like a ball breaks loose and they start banging on the table.
It's the language.
Yeah.
But back to the Dolphins, though, I think that anytime you're considered the third or even fourth best team in your conference, you got to go all in because these are all one-game samples. You're basically right there. And I know it was earlier in the season. I know it was Dolphins at home in a tropical heat storm, and Buffalo was down quite a bit of players due to injury in the game. But the Dolphins did beat the Bills. Like, if you're the Dolphins, you're looking at it going, yes, absolutely. And we're not gonna have to take down Baltimore, Kansas City, and Buffalo through our playoff run, right? You're thinking we're probably gonna have to go through two of these teams. One of these teams, you've already beaten Baltimore.
They might have to beat both Kansas City and Buffalo.
Yeah, and it's going to be very, very challenging. But if
that
I'm
would be the question, right? Like, are they good enough to do that?
Their quarterback looks all right.
Yeah. He's looking really good.
They got what do they have 8? They've had 800-yard games for the receivers.
Yeah,
I mean they lead the league in this. Their offense is explosive. To me, this move is not about now. This is about trying to play these teams in the future. It's about trying to take down Buffalo in the future.
Absolutely.
That's why you make this move. It's not like, oh, we're going to make a run today.
So you guys think
it's within reason.
They're good enough to be going all in.
It's not like the Rangers going all in.
Yeah, they're building to get to 2023 and 24.
I'm digging it. I'm digging what you're saying here. And I like what Miami's doing. I also think I like what Mike McDaniel's doing quite a bit. I think he's the offensive wizard, really.
Bro, he is.
Those
wide receivers are running wide open.
Holy smokes. And Tua, I like he's trolling the Miami media there. Like, what do you guys think about the deep ball action that
He might be better than that guy out there in Los Angeles with the Chargers.
Ooh, than Herbert? Think they made the right decision?
Might be.
I wouldn't go that far personally, but I appreciate it and I respect it. And I do think that what the Dolphins
won
did,
more
though,
games. This guy in Miami's won more games, hasn't he?
He absolutely has. Yes, he has.
Yeah.
But they took their two biggest weaknesses, their pass rush and their rushing attack, and they bolstered them. So I think it's a smart move.
I want to go with the other
fins up
move that probably impacts the NFC and the Cowboys.
We need to get brought.
Do they say fins up for real?
Yeah,
no,
they
I
do.
just did they really?
They do,
Oh, I thought I just
Oh,
kind of said it.
God.
I just said fins up.
Get hashtag fins up going.
Be the Sharks if you're going to do that.
Used to be Land Shark Stadium though. Used to be Land Shark.
Switch. It was.
Well,
it was
after
Land
any given
Shark.
Sunday, they should have switched to the Miami Sharks.
Yes.
Stephen Willie Beeman.
That's true.
The move that impacts the NFC and the Cowboys probably the most was the T.J. Hawkinson to the Vikings trade. Cowboys are going to have to play them in a couple of weeks. Hawkinson's already
He's the
throwing
one
shade.
tight end that's giving Dallas trouble.
Yep, and yeah, absolutely. J-Ron Kearse was having issues covering him. He was running away from Kearse. Now,
Poor Kearse
Hawkinson's
is banged up every play.
throwing shade at the Lions. Like, it's going to be nice to be able to have a chance to win, and that's the first time I can really say that in my entire career.
Oh.
Was the quote that he gave to the Minnesota media. But what does the T.J. Hawkinson trade tell us about the Vikings?
In that they lose their tight end Smith for like
Irv Smith is on IR.
Okay.
But he hadn't even been playing well. Like when you look at the numbers to the tight end since Kirk Cousins has been with the Vikings, they have high expected points added throughout the years when they're targeting tight ends. But this year it was lower than ever. Irv Smith, I think if I'm the Vikings, I might have traded for Hawkinson whether Irv Smith was injured or not. It's something where like
they miss Kyle Rudolph kind of a thing.
Well, they missed somebody who can be a good tight end, and they just got a better one. They got a better one than Kyle
Well, no,
Rudolph.
I mean the guy like that can red zone targets and stuff
they
like that.
probably do, and that's why they made the move.
And somebody that can feast that's going to be wide open.
He's
Because if your
feasting.
defense is, you're going, I have to stop Justin Jefferson, Thielen, Dalvin Cook. I can't really put many resources into stopping T.J. Hawkinson. He's one of the best in the sport. So to me, it's a super smart move for Minnesota, and their passing game has been underwhelming. And so that could be another dimension there that makes it challenging for defense.
It's going to help Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to help. Their entire offense is going to be helped because of this.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins hasn't played that well
Good
at all.
blocker too.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
he
just
is.
in the running
not very
game. Yeah.
good. No, that might do it. And then finally, why the hell didn't the Packers make the move and trade for a receiver? I know they were
Because
trying
they're
to
the
get
Cowboys
Cooks.
North.
What the hell?
We're going to draft. We're going to develop. We like our quarterback. We don't want to go all in too much. And I think it's very telling for the Cowboys. They need to look at that and say, hey, here's a team kind of copying our plan. And they've had a Hall of Fame quarterback. Haven't been able to get back to the Super Bowl in a decade. So we're trying to do it with significantly less of a quarterback. Maybe we need to get pretty aggressive here.
Yeah.
If that game plan is no longer working.
I'm happy they didn't, because bleep the Packers. And I can't stand Aaron Rodgers. I know you have an affinity.
No, I mean I used to work there. I mean
that
hey, I grew up a
quarterback can
Cowboys
go bleep
fan.
him to himself.
Yeah.
You know, he's ripped our hearts out and stepped on it numerous times. Shout out to the 214's girlfriend. It's her birthday today. Not going to say that name just because I think it might be a troll name, and I don't want to get got here. All right, let's move into.
What does her feet look like, I wonder?
Yeah, send those pics.
Yeah,
Black
send those
toes?
pics in. Yo! Did I say something about it?
Yesterday in LA Live.
I found a new, what did you call that thing? Affinity?
Affinity.
Yeah, I got a new affinity for black toe.
An affinity.
Toenail polish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or is it a fetish?
I think maybe it is a fetish.
What was the word yesterday that was mispronounced?
Parody.
Parody.
It's a parody.
Flipping guy.
You guys are overreacting. It's just a parody.
AB. It's just a parody.
It's a pierogi. We're here to get a lot of sandwiches. Shout out to National Sandwich Day. All right, mid-season NFL awards, courtesy of CBS Sports. Your MVP, Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
Ugh, gross. You guys agree or disagree?
Jalen Hurts for MVP?
Mid-season? I'm going Josh Allen.
Yeah, I would still lean.
You're just doing that because you hate Philly.
I would go Mahomes, honestly.
Still?
Yeah.
I'm not going to ever fight anyone that wants to go Mahomes. I still love that guy so much. He's still number one in my heart.
What are we looking at here? 250 yards a game, 10 touchdowns,
Or hell,
2
Geno,
picks.
baby.
Yeah, well, I think what's happening is defenses are saying, go ahead and run your quarterback. I dare you. I dare you to run your quarterback. And the Eagles are saying, I'm your Huckleberry. And it's working. That's the way the game is officiated. That's the way that they have designed the game. And Jalen Hurts is taking maximum advantage of it. So I don't think he's close to the most talented quarterback in the game, but they're doing the best job taking advantage of the rules.
Okay.
Dude, and you could make an argument for Tua, honestly, with how well he's played. And then every game he's missed, they've lost. Every game he's not missed, they've won.
That is the definition of most valuable player.
You have 2 wide receivers now going to be out for the year. One's not as big of a deal, though. It's a bigger name, Michael Thomas of the Saints. But now, breaking news that I'm seeing, Rashad Bateman, wide receiver for the Ravens, going to be out for the year. That's a big blow to Baltimore. They can't afford to lose any of these wide receivers.
No doubt. Coach of the year, Brian Daboll at the midway point, 6-2, number 4 offense, number 9 defense, points per game wise. The other contenders would have been Kevin O'Connell of the Vikings, Nick Sirianni, and Pete Carroll. Good old Pete.
All those, yeah, you can make an argument for all those guys. McCarthy, you can make an argument for. There's a lot of coaches that you could throw in there. Heck, Mike McDaniel, you keep going back to that well, but there's a lot of good coaching performances.
Your guy in Dallas survived 5 games without a starting quarterback, and he's still here to talk about it.
Yes, he is. Offensive Player of the Year, Tyreek the Freak Hill. And he's got 69 catches already, 961 yards, and 2 TDs.
That's crazy.
Thought that was your team.
He's got a 75% catch percentage.
No, but 69 receptions is monstrous. And the yards, he's just not scoring touchdowns, but he's doing everything else for them. And I believe Tyreek Hill is sitting at a place where he's got more yards than like a bunch of different teams. Like just by himself, he has more
He's almost got
receiving
1,000 yards through halfway through. You might have 2,000 yards receiving this year. It's been unbelievable.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill has more receiving yards by himself than the entire Falcons, the entire Giants, the entire Texans, the entire Ravens, the entire Bears, and the entire Titans.
That's insanity.
That's awesome.
Defensive Player of the Year,
a beast.
Who do you think it is? Micah Parsons?
Doesn't it have to be?
It's gotta bleep and be Micah Parsons.
Who else could it even?
It's a shocker who their number 2 option is, and it's a guy we haven't even discussed.
Is it like Hufanga in San Francisco?
It's a guy we kind of considered in the offseason for the Cowboys. Zadarius Smith, who's got 8.5 sacks for the
Minnesota Vikings. I mean, he is throwing shade at the Packers right now.
Oh, Lord. Zadarius Smith is having himself a season, and it's all because of the sack numbers.
Yeah.
But it's Micah Parsons by a wide margin. 36 tackles, 8 sacks, 8 tackles for loss, couple of forced fumbles, and he's got the touchdown. Offensive Rookie of the Year is Kenneth Walker, and Defensive Rookie of the Year would be Sauce Gardner. Comeback Player of the Year, we'll give it to Geno.
All righty, thank you. Yeah, great job by Geno Smith. No doubt about it right there, right? Is Dak starting to dominate? We have an analytics roundup as well. That's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation here. I'd love to chat Frankels with you, though, because if you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, you're going to want to call the Frankels to make sure you do not settle for less. You know, there's still lots of big companies.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Question for you guys. Did Dak give us a glimpse of what's to come, or has he just played crappy teams? Okay, are we about to see the Cowboys have a top passing game in the second half of this season, or was that just picking on the Lions and the Bears? Dak Prescott through 3 games now, total QBR is 57.6. That is 12th in the NFL. It is tied with Joe Burrow if you include the Tampa game. But since coming back, bloggingtheboys.com here has the numbers for you. QBR 71.1. That's dang near Pro Bowl level. And that is 4th in the NFL. Heck, in this NFL, we might need to adjust what a Pro Bowl QBR is these days because the numbers are coming down so much. EPA per play, he is 2nd, and CPOE, which I have no idea what that means, but it's probably a good offensive quarterback thing to do. He is 2nd as well, Chiafalo.
That's the completion percentage over expectation.
Yes.
All righty. So for me, I expect a mixed bag, and I think that's what you're going to get in today's NFL, no matter the quarterback. But it is very encouraging that some of these numbers are right back in the top 5. You know, the worry that he was deteriorating and that the injuries might have taken something off of him, I don't know about that one. I think we're just back to the narrative that for whatever reason, the Cowboys passing game dominates mediocre to bad teams.
Right.
And still the jury is out. How are you going to do against playoff level teams? That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, and that's a fair question that you're going to continue to have until you see this team and this offense and this quarterback specifically play teams that you have respect for, and you have respect for their defenses, because you've seen for so long now the Cowboys be able to beat the teams they should and then struggle with the teams that you'll see in January. And maybe you struggle with them in January, or maybe you struggle with those teams in October or November. It's just across the board. When you play these playoff teams, the Cowboys oftentimes look like a different team. But you can see the trajectory that the offense is on now, just simply even just looking at the basic stuff. Like they went coming into the game, they were 21st in offensive points. Now they're all the way up to 15th.
Mm-hmm.
They were 29th in total yards. Now they're 24th. And this is just before the Bears game. They were 14th in rushing yards. Now they're 11th. They were 27th in passing yards. They still are, because he didn't throw for a ton of yards in the game. They were 30th in third downs. Now they're 21st. 14th in red zone touchdown percentage. Now they're 9th. They 24th in explosive plays. Now they're 18th. They just got better at everything. 24th in points per drive. 17th now. So you can see, like, the offense is going to be okay, but the question will remain until you see one of these strong defenses, playoff teams. Then that's when we'll really say, okay, this offense is, and this quarterback is ready to go do something special.
And I think specifically also look at the offensive line numbers. This team still grades out as the worst pass blocking offensive line in the sport, and that might improve as the season goes on. At least you would hope it. Right,
wow.
They're still top 10.
Props, dude.
Run blocking.
Yeah.
But I think that goes to show you with Cooper Rush why they struggled so much to successfully throw the football. Now, Chicago does not rush the quarterback very well. They just traded right before that game their best pass rusher in Robert Quinn. So we'll get to see in a couple of weeks when you play Zadarius Smith and the Vikings, who we just talked about, who leads the league in sacks right now, and you play actually a good pass rush, how does Dak look? But one of the things that I think everybody had to notice, Dak's aware of that, getting the ball out quickly. I mean, that ball was out of his hands. He knew where he wanted to go. He read the field well, and I think having these 3 tight ends that can all play and are all effective, and they're kind of really dominating the middle of the field, or, you know, with the screen game is also kind of coming along a little bit with Kellen Moore as the season progresses with those guys. I think these are all different elements that you're going to see evolve and take off for this offense the second half of the year. I'm excited to see what these 3 tight ends can do.
That was good passion and volume, man. We need some of that in the 6 o'clock sound off.
I got you.
Maybe if we do that segment again, you should, duck into the hall, make a call or something.
I'll do it.
There you go.
I kind of feel like it's going to be week to week for the Cowboys.
Well, damn you, Brian.
No, and I say it this way because you're going to play a team like Green Bay that does nothing against the run. Yeah. And then you play a team like Minnesota that does nothing against the pass. So it might not be one of those things where you get a really good read on where Dak is, because it might turn into, okay, we're going to use Pollard and we're going to use Zeke, and we're going to, try and run over the Packers here. And
probe them, figure out what their game plan is. What do you want to stop? We'll do the other thing.
It might not be just, okay, well, you got to come in this game and show balance and all that. I think the Cowboys have done a pretty good job of, when they play somebody that's weak, they figure out what that weakness is and go attack that weakness.
Yeah, Cobra Kai style.
They knew that Chicago, if they got them in 13 personnel with all those tight ends on the field, and they adjusted with heavy personnel, and then they went up tempo, that they couldn't get those guys off the field. I think that's what you're going to see on a week-to-week basis. I think depending on whatever weakness the other team's defense has, that's where I think you'll see the Cowboys try and take advantage of that. So I don't think it'll be all about Dak. I think you'll see at certain games it'll be, hey, you need to run the ball against these guys. Hey, you need to throw the ball against this other team.
Okay, is Dak taking deep shots or continuing to dink and dunk, says the 972. I think he's going to continue to dink and dunk. Even Patrick Mahomes is. That's what NFL defenses are telling you to do now. 469. The questions will keep coming because you ass hats are never happy.
We're happy right now.
I think he's talking to me and you, Brian.
Yeah, you too.
Because the 469 says the crusties in this show are downers and haters, bruh. Yeah, you know what? I'm probably a little bit more objective than Wolchuk. That's the way I like to look at it. I think
definitely are.
Wolchuk, and the show has balance. The show does have balance.
No, my fan hat can definitely be on.
What was the advent of the ass hat?
That's Office Space, I think. No, that was Ass Clown. I don't know where Ass Hat is. That South Park?
I thought we looked that up one time.
Have we done Ass Hat?
I don't think we've done Ass Hat.
I think we've done Ass Hat.
I thought you looked it up one day, Lucius.
No, I wish I'm going to do it now.
Ass Hat might have been South Park, Gavin. I think you might be right.
No, let's see here. I'm trying to figure out at what point in the world were people wearing hats that were ass-like.
Oh, you can buy a fat ass snapback hat from South Park.
I'm curious. I'm looking forward to the origin of this situation.
In Clint Eastwood's 1976 film, The Outlaw Josie Wales, a character orders another to get back in line before I kick you so hard you'll be wearing your ass for a hat. Okay, so I do remember that kind of thing.
Like I'm taking your own head and putting it in your own rear end.
But it did not really seem to come into popularity until the later 90s, which could have been a South Park thing. I remember, Cartman using that quite a bit, or one of those guys, Kyle Stan.
It's a really good one, man.
Okay. Any other numbers here before I get you some quarterback clutch index?
It used to be ass head.
Okay, I can see that.
Meaning fool in the 16th century.
Yeah, butthead.
This goes back. All right.
All righty. CBSSports.com has your NFL clutch quarterback index for week 9. Okay, what they've done here, a quarterback conversion rate on game-tying go-ahead drives in the fourth quarter and OT, passer rating in fourth quarter OT. Both components are split by career, playoff, and 2022 performance, and then weighted equally. And here are your top 5. Number 5 on the list, the most clutch quarterbacks going in the NFL right now, is a quarterback that hails from Brian's alma mater.
Bruh.
He's getting it done, yeah. Lived up to the nickname Joe Cool so far. Number 4 is a quarterback that brought us love coming out of college because his big hands, ability to play in the cold.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's very, very clutch. He ranks 6th in conversion rate on game tying and go-ahead drives in his career at 43%. Number 3 on the list is a quarterback that Brian and I are objective about, Zach's a homer.
Oh, is it Dak Prescott?
Dak Prescott,
yeah.
I'm objective as hell when it comes to Dak.
He's among the bigger surprises here. As he,
you guys are so up your asses, man.
All right, you guys are up your asses, your ass hats about it, okay?
He ranks top 7 across the board in career rankings, including a career passer rating above 100 in late close situations. He does get money. Like when all the chips are down, he's at his best. I just wish he'd play like that for the rest of the game. He's too scared of turning it over for the first 3 quarters. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to do the guessing game. The future GOAT of the NFL, in my opinion, although every year that goes by, he doesn't win a Super Bowl.
Pat Mahomes.
Throws that into question. He's converted on at least 60% of his game tying and go-ahead drive chances in both the regular season and the playoffs. The NFL average is below 40. Holy crap, that's clutch. And number 1 on the list is a quarterback that when he was early in college, they said he's a GOAT candidate, maybe the next Boomer Esiason or something like that. And then they were wondering, can he even stay healthy?
Oh, lefty
he was
Louis
killing
Tua.
it, dude. 11 of 14 on game-tying and go-ahead drive chances in the fourth quarter OT. His career passer rating in the fourth is a 129.8. Tua's flat out getting it done.
Yeah.
Hashtag winner, Broadus.
How about that?
Broadus is ready to Broadus is ready to take Tua over Herbert. And Herbert,
I think
Herbert's
he's playing,
cocky built.
I think he's playing better. I think he's playing better than Herbert.
Oh, he's playing better than
He
Herbert
is,
right
yeah.
now.
Yeah. Herbert got people had the anointing oil out for Herbert.
I did.
I still do.
He was one of my top guys.
I
Absolutely.
have
There's a lot to like.
I got an infinite amount of oil for Justin Herbert. Anytime he wants
That's
it, he
not
can
a
come and get
surprise, knowing you.
All righty, G-Bag Nation, thanks for making us part of your day, and thanks for texting along. You know, even if you hate one or two of us, there's three other guys you can like.
I love all of you, even if you call me a dag homer.
We got Barry Church coming up next
Isn't
here.
even bleeping true. I can't stand him.
Former Cowboy safety joins us here on the Fan.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
Everything you need.
Listen to your favorite shows, get podcasts, and much more.
Yes!
MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to be joined by a special guest as we talk Cowboys here with you on the bye week. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You have Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo, of course. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's do this, Lucius.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls listening from all around the world, I present to you number 42, Barry Church.
All righty, shoot, yeah. Thanks for joining us again, Barry. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing, man. Now that I heard my intro, man, the day is going to be good. The day is going to be great.
Yeah, buddy. Yes, sir. Did you like the bye week as a player, and what was your favorite bye week that you ever did?
Oh, man, I loved it. I'm not going to lie. I loved it as a player. I mean, you got to rest, to relax, and you get to watch some football because you're usually glued to the film study for other teams, but you get to watch and really see what's going on out there. But my favorite bye week, man, I would have to say it was back when I was young, probably like either my rookie year or my second year, because I was getting no playing time. You know, I was on the special team, so I didn't really have to worry too much about making sure my body was right. You know, I was young and the joints were good. So, you know, I was getting after it. As a young NFL player, you know, I was traveling a little bit my rookie and then my second year. But other than that, once I had to start ball, you know, it was kind of just rest and relax during the bye week. But those younger days, man, yeah, I used to get after it during the bye week.
So where'd you guys go? What made it so great?
We used to travel a lot, so, you know, we would either hit up the Cabo a little bit or, you know, we're somewhere where it's warm and toasty. But those younger days, man, I could go on a flight and spend 48 hours not sleeping somewhere and just getting it in, you know, constantly, and then coming back on Monday like, you know, nothing ever happened. If I were to try that, you know, later on in my career, I mean, I'll be hurting for the next, you know, 4 weeks. You know, I'd be on IR for 4 weeks if I tried that. But when I was younger, man, the sky was the limit.
You'd be on the injury report listed with a hangover, questionable for the remainder of the season.
They'd say food poisoning, right?
Yeah, food poisoning.
Yeah, without a doubt. They would mark it as food poisoning, without a doubt.
Illness related. Barry, I mean, later on in your career, when you're a captain, you know, you're one of the leaders of the defense, and you knew the experience going to Cabo and having fun as a youngster. Does that end up getting a little bit concerning? Do you have to play the leadership role and kind of talk to the young guys like, all right, let's make sure we're not getting ourselves in trouble during the bye week?
Without a doubt, you know, Garrett had his whole, you know, leadership committee, and, you know, before the bye, we would, you know, the 8 of us would stand up in front of the team and tell everybody, you know, how to, you know, do their thing, you know, make sure you're getting rest and relax, and, you know, don't be afraid to click the film on. But we all knew it was going in one ear and out the other. Like, guys were halfway out of the parking lot in Valley Ranch back in those days when we started this meeting. You know, everybody else they were getting ready to hit the road, and we knew it was just lip service that they were telling us, yeah, church, we got you, man. We're going to lock in during this bye week. We all knew it was lip service. I mean, but when you're young, I mean, shoot, you know, that's how it goes.
Barry, the big thing going on right now is the running back situation with Pollard and with Zeke. And I just want to know from a locker room perspective, I always say this, that players know who the players are. They know, you know, and coaches will try and play guys and stuff like that, but the players know who should be playing. Is this a situation where the players are thinking like, man, Pollard needs to be playing in this situation?
You know, if it was any other locker room and any other guy, I would say yes. Like, they would feel like, you know, hey, Pollard needs to get his touches here and there. But the kind of leader and the kind of, you know, locker room presence that Zeke presents, I feel like each and every one of those guys in that locker room, similar to when Dak, you know, was gone for 5 weeks and Cooper Rush was playing well. You know, everybody in that locker room knows whose team it is and knows who's that backfield it goes through. And then to me, in my opinion, it's still Zeke. You know, they still understand what Zeke brings to the table. He tenderizes that defense. He brings them down until, you know, Pollard comes in and able to hit the pop, you know, the big one. So to me, I feel like everybody in that locker room, they understand, you know, where that ball should go and who deserves the most carries out there. And to me, I still feel as though they believe Zeke is that guy. He's that bell cow player. And then here comes, you know, Tony Pollard to hit the home run. You know, they have a great thunder and lightning combo they got going on right now. And I think the touches for Pollard are right in that sweet spot. Anywhere between, 14 and 16 touches in a variety of different ways, I think you're going to get the most out of Pollard. Once you start getting into that 20, 25 realm, I think he'll start to wear it down and you won't see the same back week in and week out. So I feel like they got a great mixture going on right now, and they should stay as it is.
What was it like when DeMarco Murray left in 2014?
It was, it was definitely a little sad because that dude, he was balling on a different level that year. Now, granted, that offensive line was probably one of the best offensive lines in the history of the National Football League, so he had some lanes to run through, but that dude was a bell cow back and would run through your soul. And as a defense, we understood that he's going to wear these guys down. He's going to get that time of possession in our favor, and it's going to let our defense get rested, and then we're going to be able to go out there and perform at a high level. So once he left, yeah, we had McFadden, we had some other guys out there, but that bell cow back, that guy that just tore down defenses and let us rest on the sideline while he's doing work, we knew that was gone. And as you've seen in 2015, we took a huge, huge drop.
Barry Church with us here on The Fan. Now, allegedly, Tony Pollard, after his big run, came to the sidelines and was like, yo, I'm done. I'm done for the rest of the game, huffing and puffing. Have you ever seen or heard a player do something like that?
I've seen it happen when a guy is balling out of control in that first half and he's getting all these, whether it's a whole bunch of tackles and an interception or he's running the ball crazy or catching the ball crazy. I've seen where guys are like, man, look, if I go on the second half out there, I might mess up the great day I'm having, especially on the defensive side of the ball. As a guy in the secondary, if you get an interception or a forced fumble or make a miraculous play early in the game, you're like, shoot, I don't want to go back out there and kind of mess my stats up. So I've seen it happen before, but never at the running back position. Usually those guys are like, man, feed me the rock even more. But he had an outstanding day. Pollard had an outstanding day, 14 carries, 131 yards, and 3 touchdowns. I mean, that's a workload, and, he deserved a little break from that.
It's Barry Mother Effin' Church with us here on 105.3 The Fan and the G-Bag Nation. Now, Barry, your former teammate Des Bryant said he thinks this is the best Cowboys team since the Super Bowl days. Obviously he joined the team in 2010. Would you agree with that? You think this is better than some of the teams you had there in 14 and 16?
Oh, man, 16, we were legit, man. Like 14, we were good. We had DeMarco, we had Romo and Dez at the top of their powers, but 16, man, we had a solid defense. We created takeaways, and then that offense, like I said, that offensive line was at the heights of its powers. I mean, we could run through anybody. I mean, when it came to the playoff situation against Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay in that divisional round, I mean, if it wasn't for us defensively giving up that, whole bunch of touchdowns in the first half, we would still be kicking their butt to this day. But to me, that 16 team, I mean, it was pretty legit because we followed that formula, which was lean on that ground game, lean on Zeke, and make sure he takes up all the time of possession. And we as a defense would come out there fresh and ready to go. Like there was nobody on the defense that was tired. So to me, our offensive line was better in 16. Dak is better now than he was in 16, but he wasn't a slouch in 16. And I think Zeke was better in 16 than he is now. So, and you still had Des Bryant out there. You still had Terrence Williams. So I feel like the wide receiver unit was better than it is now. So to me, defensively, they got us because defensively, Parsons and those guys, they're flying out of control right now. So they got us defensively. But overall, I think we were a better team in 16.
Barry, when you come off a bye and you got a mid-season bye here with the Cowboys, are there things that defensive coaches, coordinators, or offensive coaches do game plan wise as far as, hey guys, we didn't show them this the first 8. This is something we're gonna. Do you work on things like that, or is it just you try and hone in on the things that you've been really, really good at the first 8?
Well, definitely the coaching staff, they do like a self-scouting. So they'll go out there, they'll see what, gave us problems defensively, gave us problems offensively. And we'll go out there as a starting defense against our starting offense and kind of show them those looks and vice versa. They'll show us the looks that gave us trouble. So you definitely do a little bit of self-scouting there. And you understand what you've done well and you want to build upon that, but you definitely want to make sure all those Band-Aids or all those cuts that kind of gave you troubles offensively and defensively, you go over. So the entire bye week, those coaches, they're in there. They're working and self-scouting and making sure they have everything sewn up for the rest of this run. And hopefully that's what this coaching staff is doing now.
Barry, as you talk about self-scouting, I wonder what your assessment is of CeeDee Lamb through the first half of this year as he's been a number one for the first time without Amari. And we've talked about, look, CeeDee's been good, but maybe attacking the ball in the air. Like, that's my football. And you played with Des Bryant, who was an alpha, and being a former safety. When you watch CeeDee Lamb play, how do you think he's progressed and coming along?
I think he's progressing well. I think he's playing good. There is some inconsistencies when you talk about catching the football, but once he has the football in his hand, I think he's playing well. He's starting to get that swagger about him. You see, when he's getting first down, he's starting to do that snotty nose more and more often. And I think, with the presence of Dak back in the lineup, I think CeeDee will elevate his game much more. The only thing that I would have to say that he needs a little bit of work on is the body language. I feel like, when things aren't going great, or there's a drop pass here and there, or, the quarterback may not put it exactly where he wants it and it's incomplete, you see that kind of, oh, man, like, oh, here we go again. Like, especially when Cooper Rush was in the building and we saw that Philadelphia game. I feel like every pass that, he didn't catch or wasn't right on the mark and it was an incompletion, that body language it just kind of bothered me a little bit. Because, I played with Des Bryant. I played, with a couple alpha dog receivers out there. And even if things weren't going that way, they kind of all put it on my shoulders. Or they all put it on their shoulders. Like, oh, that was not bad. That was not bad. I don't see that quite yet from CeeDee Lamb. And granted, he's a young receiver still, very young and very up and coming. So maybe that'll come over time. But to me, that's the only thing that really stood out to me, like that body language when things aren't going right. You still have to keep that chin up. You still have to keep that great demeanor. So the rest of the guys looking behind you, the rest of that wide receiver unit, see that everything is going to be okay. But I think that'll develop over time.
We're scoring so many points against Chicago, Barry. Do you feel like the offensive outburst is a sign of things to come, or something the Cowboys really only do against bad teams?
I still need more. That was a small sample size against a defense that was one of the worst against, the run game. So to me, I need to see a bigger sample size. I need to see this team go against a team that's legit defensively and go out there and still put up these points. If the run game's not working, let me see Dak Prescott and this wide receiver unit go up there and put up points, or vice versa. So I understand, they did their duty. They went out there and played great ball. The defense didn't play their greatest of games, but the offense ended up coming out there and providing a lot of points for this team. But I need to see a bigger sample size, and I believe we will with this upcoming stretch. I think against the NFC North. I think they got, Green Bay. They got a Minnesota team coming up, and then, of course, Philly down the road. So you need to see a little bit more sample size, but I feel like they're on their way.
Barry, when as a former safety and having to cover your share of tight ends throughout your career, what are you seeing with Ferguson and Hendershot as far as their games as a safety? How would you evaluate how you would have to play against those guys?
I'll tell you what, man. I would have fought, Ferguson and Hendershot. Hendershot, he looks like he got a little bit of wiggle to me. So I definitely would have respected his route running ability. When it came to run blocking, I probably, no lie, would have ran right through him. But when you talk about, pass catching out there, he got a little bit of wiggle. For me, the surprise was Ferguson, because I thought for sure, after looking at him in camp, looking at him here and there, I'm thinking, okay, he's a blocker. He's an inline guy, straight line guy. He has no wiggle to him. But he's starting to show me, man, he's a better receiver than I thought, especially in that Philadelphia game. He caught that flat route, put it over to one guy's head, made a couple guys miss, and he's in the end zone. This guy has shown a lot of wiggle to me. He's a better blocker to me than Hendershot and Schultz. So he's showing me promise, man, and I respect what he's doing out there. Both of these rookies, they're doing a heck of a job out there underneath Schultz. So to me, this tight end group has an opportunity to be a real force out there as they continue to grow.
Cowboys traded for big Jonathan Hankins. Was that enough at the deadline, or do you think they needed to make another move, bring in a receiver or some other position?
I would have loved for them to, bring somebody in offensively, especially at the receiver position. Because to me, no disrespect, but, CeeDee Lamb, I feel like the only guy that can go out there and consistently beat man-to-man coverage. Like if something were to happen, let me knock on wood, but if CeeDee Lamb were to go down, I'm not so sure. You got, Michael Gallup still recovering from that ACL, Noah Brown, and then, a couple rookies here and there. I just don't know who you would go to. Like, who would be that go-to receiver? Like, all right, I need a 3rd and 8 right now. Let me make sure I hit this guy. If CeeDee Lamb were to go down, I'm not sure who you turn to. So I would love for them to have had a receiver lined up. I heard about the Brandon Cooks thing. Not sure how that all went down, but he would have been a pleasant add to this offense. But overall, I like what they did with Hankins. You know, he should be able to stuff the run out there, or at least keep those offensive linemen from getting to the second level, from getting to LVE, Anthony Barr, those down safeties, letting those guys go sideline to sideline and downhill a lot easier. But like I said, I would have loved for them to add something offensively, but hopefully, you know, they're happy with what they got out there.
By the way, Barry, we really appreciate you actually knocking on the wood there. A lot of people think it's okay to just say it.
Yeah. No, you got to knock on it, man. It makes it real, man. If you don't do that, you might as well not even say the saying.
That's talk the talk, walk the walk. Barry Church with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Speaking of receivers, okay, Tyreek Hill is just dominating the sport right now. Did you ever play against him?
Yeah, I did actually. Let's see. Yeah, in 2018, I played with him against him in Jacksonville, and it was a whole thing. You know, Ramsey versus Tyreek Hill. Ramsey talking and stuff, saying he's only a return man. He's not a real receiver. And, you know, to give Ramsey credit, he kind of shut him down a little bit. Only held him to about 60 yards, but that dude's a freak, man. I mean, just imagine covering that type of speed.
Yeah.
It's unimaginable, man. I would hate to have to go out there on an island against that dude. He makes guys look foolish.
When you think about fast guys you played against and covered, is he the guy that comes to mind, or is it somebody else?
To me, he's that guy. I've never seen a faster human being on the football field. Like, we've had guys that are track guys on the field, no running a straight line as fast as Usain Bolt. But when it comes to getting in and out of your breaks and starting and stopping, you know, they're looking more like 4.7 guys. With this guy, I mean, he runs a 4.2 on the track and he runs a 4.2 on the football field. Like, him coming in and out of his breaks, it's unmatched, dude. I mean, this dude is a freak of nature, and his ability to accelerate, man, it's just out of this world. Like, he eats people's angles alive, man. This dude, he's special for sure.
Love it, Barry. Thank you so much for joining us here at the bye week. Enjoy your weekend, sir.
Will do, man. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Cheers. There he is, Barry Church, with you once again on 105 through the Fan. Thanks so much. It's great to catch up with him, to hear his voice, to talk about the last decade, which he was a big part of here with these Cowboys. Never gets old chatting with him. All right, Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 is coming up. What's the subject matter looking like today, sir?
National Sandwich Day. We've either got the best sandwich chains or I've got the best state sandwiches. What would you prefer? I'll let the Tolos decide. 877-881-1053 plus some NFL news for you next on the Fan.
on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Now here's Wolchuk with the top 10. I think we're going to talk Sandos. Let's go.
Hell yeah, we're talking Sandos. Happy National Sandwich Day. You can go ahead and text in your perfect sandwich.
One of the best inventions of all time, by the way, a sandwich.
Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
Gosh, you can't go wrong with a sandwich.
Yeah, it's second to the ass hat.
It is 877-881-1053, and we will do the top 10 state sandwiches. So we'll save the sub sandwiches chains for the next sandwich holiday that we have is the Tolos. You've been heard, and
well, Jersey Mike's was going to win it anyway.
I love you.
Yeah, J Mike's, man.
Actually,
Facts.
Got to get it the Mike's way, too, by the way.
Absolutely.
Mike's way.
Yes.
Absolutely.
No onions or tomatoes.
Those are our homies.
Mike's way other
Hey,
than that.
I do want to show love to a local Sando shop, though.
Yeah, give it to us.
It's right down the street because I hit the Jersey Mike's a ton by my place, but there's also just on the other side of the highway, it's Colossal Sandwiches in Bedford, and it's I guess it's pretty legendary and swung through there.
Sounds colossal.
Well, it's Colossal, baby.
It's outstanding.
I'm a big fan. Also,
Huge fan.
What's their specialty one you got?
Well, they're doing
It's the Colossal.
I'm just a cheesesteak lover, so I went with the cheesesteak. But they got they got a wide variety of. They got the muffaletta. If you want to, I know you're a big fan of that one.
I am.
But yeah, they got a wide variety. The Cuban sandwich, that's the next one I'm going for. Is the Cuban sandwich?
Okay, I got that thing.
Yes,
that one.
Cuban B.
Yeah, figure that thing out. Yeah,
Fire.
And I'm not going to read what Swaggy Booty said on the Twitch chat, but you can check that out. Look at it. All right, got some NFL news before we get in there and talk about the sandwiches from the best states.
Can
Please.
I steal your thunder for a minute?
Yeah, what you got?
Schefter tweeted out about that teams got turned off by a 2 and a 4.
Oh, for Cooksey?
That's I confirm that.
Okay.
I confirm that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Would you have done it?
2 and the 4 too much.
2 and
Plus
the 4,
the 18
2
million
and the 4 in the
guarantee.
money. Yeah, and this is where like a couple of people over at the Cowboys told me that guy down there, that GM overplayed his hand, and that's what they were talking about. That he was asking for the extra 4. I think everybody was okay with the money and okay with the 2. It's the extra 4.
That is hilarious that the Texans would allow that to be the reason why they're just going to hold Brandon Cooks hostage. And now he's clearly he hates adamant about he hates you. He doesn't want to be there. You're not going to get any production from him on the field. At least not tonight. He's not going to play.
Yeah, there's people
so
saying
stupid.
that he's such a pro that he's going to sit out this game, but you'll get him back.
Yeah, see, I hadn't, and we had some people texting in.
That's just people that know the player. That's
Right.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, and so I wonder, Brian, because you probably did some due diligence on Brandon Cooks, and I tried asking around, and I didn't hear anything, and I've never heard anything bad about him, like as a teammate,
right,
as a person, as a player. The reason why he's been moved around has nothing to do with him being a disgruntled player, a locker room issue. That's not the reason why he's played for so many different teams.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You know, I
haven't heard the disgruntled part. It just seems like though he kind of like his usefulness goes away, you know, which is surprising. But he's been traded. I mean, there's people that have always thought highly of him because he's. I would like to see a player. Maybe there is one that you know the text will tell me of a player that's been traded for more first round picks than this guy. You know, there's been teams that have given up a lot of draft capital to have this guy as part of their organization. But yeah, the 2 and the 4, and that is confirmed.
It's a good update there. NFL lost a legend today. Ray Guy passed away at 72. Former Raider, first punter inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
This guy was a weapon. When you watched him play, you know, big stride, able to extend. I mean, he could also throw the ball. He was a quarterback at Southern Miss.
Dual threat punter.
But no, that's what I'm saying. They used to would do things throwing the ball with him. He was that good. And so, but yeah, you know what's it's unfortunate, you know, the past. I would have thought he was much older than 73. He played in an era that seemed like so long ago, you know, but a hell of a punter, man. Weapon.
Yeah.
In every sense of the word.
And you mentioned earlier, Gavin, Jordan Davis of the Eagles being put on the IR. The Commanders have designated Chase Young to return, so he has started his 21-day practice window. So they might get him back sooner than later.
That's the final game of the year for you right there.
Yeah, against the Commanders. All right, so let's slide into the best state sandwiches here for our top 10.
Now, what do you mean state sandwich?
So this is
like the Juicy Lucy Burger in Minnesota?
So this is like, you know, the specific sandwich by the
heard of a state bird.
Like,
I've never heard of a state sandwich. I like this. What's ours?
Illinois has the Italian beef.
Italian beef.
That's theirs.
Chicago.
Texas
good. Really
actually was the jalapeno cheddar kolache.
Oh, that's a sandwich?
They're considering that a sandwich.
They're considering that a sandwich, as is several burgers.
Can we get other suggestions? Because I'm not buying that a kolache is a sandwich.
Yeah, thank you, dog.
I would say like a brisket sandwich would be our
I'm
steak
with that.
sandwich.
Yeah.
Don't you? Wouldn't you? Like a
chicken fried steak sandwich.
Chicken fried steak sandwich would be a good one. Yeah, that's a good suggestion as well.
Sounds incredible.
I wouldn't go the kolache. You know, to me, I don't think a kolache is a sandwich. We do have quite a few other brisket or pulled pork type sandwiches that will be listed.
That would be Carolina, I believe.
In the top 10, yes. Yeah, the
Tennessee.
Carolinas will get in here. So the honorable mention just on the outside looking in will be Illinois' Italian beef. I was very, very surprised they didn't make the top 10 because you think of Illinois.
It's got a lot going on. That's a messy sandwich.
Yeah, and it looks delicious.
Oh no, it's really good.
What's the
Need a bib to eat it.
What's the restaurant that's
Portillo's?
Portillo's.
Yeah, and that's the one that they're showing right here.
Yeah, I tried that one out of the food truck at AT&T Stadium
when
for
we were
that
out there.
truck event a couple months back, and it was really good.
It didn't. Oh, I didn't actually get to see the one you brought. You ate it so damn fast. I didn't see what it looked like. Did you get it with the peppers and everything on it?
Yeah, I did the whole 9.
Okay. Number 10 on this list is we go to Maryland. Their state sandwich is the crab cake sandwich.
Crab cake sandwich.
Wow, a crab cake sando. What type of bread are we looking at here?
It looks like it's just a nice brioche toasted bun.
It's a bun, and you could go with the like you say the sauce. In Louisiana, you would use that remoulade. You know, like the
I like that remoulade.
Like the
Yeah.
ketchup,
Good sauce.
ketchup, mayonnaise,
and mustard.
Well, it's not mustard, but you could get it. You could put a grainy mustard. I wouldn't say I would use yellow mustard, but you get kind of a little bit of a grainier, yeah.
But gosh, their crab cakes just look. I mean, it's all crab.
Man,
it is all crab.
Yeah, I bet that's. I've never even considered.
You're not a crab guy, are you?
No.
I
think it's
you
weird.
don't like the seafood.
You're not a seafood guy.
Well, he likes shrimp. We know that.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Thanks for remembering that.
Yeah, we know you're a big tackle box guy.
They're claiming that
this is the most
amazing tackle box
Every time I turned around in Oxnard, Dawson was buried in fried shrimp from Popeyes.
That was so good and
every
fresh.
time it was, bro, this is the best one ever.
And they had it out in 3 minutes.
Yeah, they did.
It was so perfect.
Gavin's like, do you guys have a survey I can take? I'm giving you all 10s.
Where's the tip jar?
They're saying the hamburger invented in Athens, Texas. Can we confirm that? If so, maybe we can throw our hat in for the burger.
Yes,
that's a sandwich.
It is a sandwich between two pieces of bread. So I'm with you there. Number 9, top 10 best state sandwiches. North Carolina,
pulled pork
with vinegar.
The vinegar, yeah, that's the vinegar base. Yeah.
Yep, pulled pork. Number 8, we go to Nebraska, home of the Huskers.
That would be. It's got to be something to do with steak, corned beef.
I was going to say corned beef
Corned
sandwich.
beef, yeah, probably okay. Corned beef?
It's the Reuben. So, yes, corned beef.
The Reuben and Associates?
Yep.
Sauerkraut.
Shout out to Reuben, who's still hanging out here. Yep, the Reuben. You guys into the sauerkraut?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now be careful. It'll stink your house or apartment up if you cook it.
That's what we should have put in the mystery mix. Gosh, doggy.
Sauerkraut. Well, we know for one of us have to do that.
Sauerkraut and anchovies, man.
Next time. Oh,
the anchovies would have killed me. I tell you what, if you'd have made me eat a fried egg, I would have thrown up.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
That would have been bad.
Number 7, we go to Louisiana.
Louisiana po' boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But specifically the shrimp po' boy.
Shrimp or oyster, yeah.
Or oyster.
Catfish
Surprised
po'
it's
boy.
not the crawfish.
Crawfish po' boy is really good too.
Oh, hell yeah. But the po' boy. Number 6, we go to South Carolina.
South Carolina.
That's a Gamecock sandwich.
It's the game. It's the, yes, I was going to say
Spread 'em.
something. I stopped myself. South Carolina is the pulled pork sandwich with mustard sauce.
Mustard sauce, okay.
Yes. And,
mustard base.
Gamecock meat sandwich.
Yeah, I was going to say something very inappropriate, and maybe
The Emmitt Smith.
Maybe if we were doing this at 10 o'clock at night,
The Emmitt Smith.
I could have gotten
Feed
away
an
with it.
entire family
Yeah.
with the Emmitt Smith meat sandwich.
Top 5 of the best state sandwiches. We go to New York.
That would be the pastrami.
Pastrami on rye.
Isn't that the single reason why Sharif was out of the morning show today?
Yeah, and
Because
I'll
he had
tell
to
you what,
dial up a good old-fashioned
Who
smoked
goes
pastrami.
on vacation to cook pastrami? That's
Sean
dedication.
does. Sean does, and he's looking for bread and mustard and all. He's trying to do it right.
Well, I'm looking for pastrami.
I give him credit.
I'm coming over to his crib.
He does it right.
I'm trying to get his neighbors to move out so I can move next door.
Yeah.
I'm still full from that Nick and Sam's brunch food they brought up.
How
here the other
delicious
day.
was that, guy?
Yeah,
Unreal,
thanks,
bro.
Nick Sam's.
It
for
looked
that.
so
Delicious,
good.
man. There was like a spicy pork quesadilla, breakfast quesadilla situation that went down that I couldn't keep my mouth away from.
Was it fire?
It was fire.
You don't like pastrami, Kevin?
No, especially not on rye.
No.
That's a weird tasting bread.
And yeah, it is a little bit. It's different. It's unique. Definitely.
Wait a minute.
I like rye.
I'm about to
but
say,
I can understand people
it's got
that
your
don't
heritage.
like rye.
It's got your heritage.
No, I'm all Jewish rye. Hey,
Yeah, Jewish
I was
rye
born,
with
I
a
was
sandwich
born on
is
it,
really
but
good, yeah.
I do understand people that might not like it because
Okay.
it does have a
On a sandwich, it's good.
I
Dark
will
rye
always,
is good.
I'll vouch for it, but I'm
Yeah.
not. If it's not for everybody, I get it.
Kyrie can't stand rye bread.
Hey.
Allegedly.
Number 4.
Very anti.
We go to Florida.
Jewish fry.
The Cuban sandwich.
Cuban. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Now, what's that have in it? It's mustard, pickles.
Yeah, Miami. What's it got in it?
Mostly, it's ham, pork.
Yes, pork.
Yeah.
And it looks like tomato. Okay. That's about it.
No, the pickle.
A pickle. Yeah, 100%.
It's mashed down. Yeah,
Okay.
you got to.
I thought you said the pickle. I apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like panini pressed.
Yeah, you got to flatten it out.
Oh, I like that panini pressing.
Yeah.
It is delightful, bro.
Number 3, we go to Georgia.
Georgia's probably.
It's gonna be like a.
It's got to be more pulled pork too.
Pulled beef brisket.
Ooh, let's go.
Yes, and it looks damn good. But I think that our beef brisket would be better.
Yes.
Number 2, we go to Maine.
I don't know how you're gonna pull
lobster
beef
roll.
brisket.
Yes, sir. The Maine lobster roll.
Is that a sandwich?
That's definitely a sandwich.
It's on a bun. It's like a
It's
hot
a
dog.
roll.
It's on a hot dog bun. It's really what it's on.
Yeah. Served with chips, looks like. Oh, but gosh, it does look delicious.
It is delicious. I told you when you get off the soda plant, I'll get you
We're
one of
gonna
those.
rock with it?
Yeah,
Sweet.
I got you one.
But number 1, the best state sandwich we had 2. The only reason I might venture to this
Please don't tell me
state,
Pennsylvania and Philly.
It is Pennsylvania.
It's
the hoagies.
It is the cheesesteak.
Cheesesteak
on a hoagie roll.
I'm not mad at that sandwich.
I'm not mad at it. I mean, that cheesesteak is so damn good.
Can't be mad at that sandwich.
Yeah, it's
be mad at the people, not the sandwich.
How many are actually made with ribeye though? Like you're supposed to though.
You know
the
what?
ones with the legends were the other day.
So is that the key steak you're supposed to put on it?
That's the key. You gotta chill it. You gotta make sure it's firm enough to where you can slice it, and then that's the key right there. You can't make it like where it's like warm or soft. You got to make sure it's got a little chill to it. That gives it the texture you need.
Is that right? Learn something new every day.
Good question about the 682 though. Why is it called a hamburger when there's no ham involved? I guess you could make a hamburger with ham though.
Just be a beef burger.
Yeah.
It was
Normally
originally
just beef.
hand burger, but people were getting confused.
Oh,
so they changed
got
it to
it.
ham.
Interesting.
Just make that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he pulled that right out of his
I
ear,
totally
man.
bought that. My gullible ass over here. I'm the ass hat today.
Yeah, we'll figure that out at the break.
We should make that a show bit. Every day we award the ass hat award.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Okay, coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, we got the 440 segment. 2 future Hall of Famers are weighing in on the 1-2 damn punch. You'll hear from Richard Sherman. You'll hear from Chris Johnson. CJ2K's future Hall of Famer, isn't he? I think he's eligible for the first time this year. They're weighing in. What do you think? It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up tomorrow morning on Sean.
Watch the latest videos from your favorite fan hosts and listen to exclusive podcasts at 1053thefan.com. It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 1053 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. Everybody is weighing in on the damn 1-2 punch. We'll hear from two future Hall of Famers on the matter. Richard Sherman, CJ2K, Chris Johnson. He's doing a podcast, and they went viral for what they were talking about today. We'll start with Richard Sherman, former Seahawk and 49er, heading for the Hall here in about 4 years. Current TV analyst Richard Sherman asked about Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard. Here we go.
I love Zeke. I'm a good friends with Zeke. Zeke's a good human being. He's a good football player.
By the way, you know what's about to happen when you do all of that loading up. All right.
Yeah.
I love Zeke. I'm a good friends with Zeke. Zeke's a good human being. He's a good football player. But if I'm on that team and I'm watching a guy average 10 yards a carry in the only game he starts and is being dynamic in every facet of the game, the run game, the pass game, and it's just a walking explosive play, I'm gonna probably have some questions about we're making that call based on, like, Zeke is a good player and he deserves the ball, he deserves to tote it, but this guy probably deserves just a few more. He deserves it in every aspect of the game, and he showed that. And when he's not on the field, they're less of a threat offensively. When Pollard's not on the field, teams are happy to go head to head with Zeke and play the physical game as much as you want to. But he creates an element that they do not have without him on the field.
You know, it's like one of the first former players. We just had Barry Church on. You heard what Michael Irvin said. It's to me one of the first former players who's actually seeing things the way that Pollard is going. And in fairness, we're in a good zone right now. We're in a good range. It's just a matter of, do you want Pollard to have more carries or a few less than Zeke, or who you think is the better player? And I was surprised earlier this hour when Barry Church was on and said, oh, no, it's Zeke. The players know it's Zeke. Because Brian asked them the question, like, players in locker rooms know when they talk, and if the coaching staff's putting the wrong player in there, they resent that because everybody sacrifices. It's supposed to be a meritocracy. But Barry Church felt like in that locker room, it's still a bunch of Zeke guys. And I'm just trying to figure out what I'm missing.
I think it's just because you are, unlike in years past where you weren't really getting any Pollard, you're getting plenty of Pollard, and you're giving him enough opportunities for him to show out in a big way and score touchdowns and have explosive plays. So the locker room's not looking at the bench constantly going, why is this guy on the bench? Because even though Zeke is starting, you're still getting, from a player's standpoint, you're looking up, and oftentimes you will see Pollard on the field, and you still see him getting production. So it's not like, wow, we're just wasting away this guy like it felt like they were doing last year and in years prior. So to me, that's the difference. And it's not like every time they give it to Zeke, it's just like disaster. They're still seeing Zeke produce, and especially in was it the Eagles game? Where Zeke had a really, really nice game?
Yes. He was good.
The Eagles game was his best game of the year.
50.
So these guys are still seeing that, and they're like, okay, Zeke's still solid. And then, like, I think they appreciate the 1-2 punch aspect. And these guys also understand the respect level for a guy who's been there for a while, and he
the longevity,
the big name, and so there's respect to the elder statesman, if you will. So to me, that's why you're still seeing players
the leadership
okay with it.
Maybe the leadership aspect of it.
Yeah.
But I do think, this is pretty crazy, and I guess this shouldn't be a surprise because the Cowboys have been one of those organizations that kind of just has a bell cow back. Tony Dorsett, top 10 running back in history in terms of rushing yards. Emmitt Smith, all-time leading rusher, right? They're on pace right now, Zeke and Pollard. First time in Cowboys history to have two backs over 1,000 yards. So they're both being very effective, and the way they're doing it right now is clearly working. So until that doesn't work, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, I kind of think it's broke if you're giving the ball half as much to the guy at 4.2.
Like, no, bleep you, Pollard all freaking day.
I want 2-to-1. I want a 2-to-1 ratio. What's wrong with that? It's 6.2 to 4.2. Let's keep ticking it up until this feared drop-off actually happens with Pollard. If it's going to happen, let's make sure it's a thing. Because as Richard Sherman said, he's a walking explosive play, and it's not a 1-2 punch. It's like a 1.5 to a half punch. I am getting half of the way and then an extra yard 0.2 to a first down. You are going to get the ball twice, and now we still have a 3rd and short to get the first down. It is a massive thing. It is a massive difference. I'm willing to be open-minded about other explanations for why it makes sense, but looking on the surface, I guess for the rest of the regular season, I'm happy that Zeke's this involved because we're keeping Tony Pollard fresh. But when you absolutely need to win, we got to go.
That's what I was going to. I was going to ask you about that. Do you feel like that? Continue on with what you're doing until you get to December, and then when you figure out where your playoff seeding, or do you have a chance to win the division and all that? Or, like I say, I have no problem with what you guys are saying as far as just handing the ball.
No, but I've been saying what you're implying right now. Yeah. That's what I sure have been saying. In big moments, in big games,
come on.
In the playoffs, that's what you want. Because I do think you want to have a fresh Pollard when it really matters.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
That's what we've been saying.
Do you? But that's so you're Gavin. If and correct me if I'm wrong. You're like 2 for 1 right now.
Yeah.
Eric, where are you on this?
I'm okay.
Are you 2 for 1?
I'm 2 for 1 in the big games, as you mentioned. Once you get close to the playoffs, when you're in the playoffs, if you're in a particular game, if you're in Green Bay on Sunday and it's tied in the fourth quarter, I better see a hell of a lot of Pollard because we need to score. So that's where I'm at on it. But I'm fine with Zeke starting, and if you're going to blow out the Bears and you're going to blow out the Lions, then sure, do it because you have the big picture of keeping Pollard fresh. But in a tight game, late in the game, in the balance, a big game against Philadelphia at the end of the year, playoff games, I need to see more Pollard. And the 2 to 1 in those moments are 100% where I'd want to be.
I agree with everything you guys are saying until I hear sounds from the sidelines and he's telling the coach, I'm tapping my I'm tapping my helmet.
Yeah.
See, that's I'm from the school of
It's after he had 150 yards and 3 touchdowns. Like he did his job.
Bro, he tapped his helmet on you.
Yeah, I was going to say, like
he tapped his helmet.
Rookie year Zeke was doing that every game, and I never heard once someone say, well, by the start of the fourth quarter, Zeke was kind of like, hey, put somebody else in there. Zeke was getting the ball 1,000,000 times. Derrick Henry, his whole career, getting the ball 1,000,000 times, getting a ton of yards.
But you're up 20, game's over. You know, I wonder if he's doing that, if it's a tight, game's tied and he's just tied it
he's
up.
playing, but I'm just saying that I'm all about playing the guy as many snaps as you can play him, but that does concern me. That would,
it concerns me too.
Yeah. You know, if you're Skip Pete and you're looking at, and Skip, if you're driving around, call in, tell us what's going on. But I would be like, that would be surprising to me.
Sure.
That he's like, okay, you don't want to play anymore?
Yeah, John Owning tweeted that he played 41 snaps against the Lions, which was 11
Had
more.
a great pass block that saved him on a 30-yard pass for sure. And he's starting to become a little bit more of a complete guy. But that's the thing. If you're one of these fans that wants to see him take more reps, what he said on that sidelines has to bother you a little bit.
Does.
Absolutely.
Oh, it does
It's a factor.
bother me. But one of the things that you're seeing now, and you guys were wondering about this when you talk about the expected yards versus actual yards per carry and saying, hey, Zeke is getting the different kind of looks and maybe because he's getting short yardage and maybe that skews things. It doesn't, because when you look at it right now, Ezekiel Elliott is expected almost 4.5 yards per carry. Tony Pollard, when he's in there, his looks are expected under 4 yards or right at about 4 yards. So, Zeke is getting better looks. Zeke is getting, when he gets the ball, on average, he's supposed to get almost 4.5 yards a carry. When Pollard gets the ball, he's supposed to get just under 4 yards.
Guys have the angles on him. He's got a little bit of the Tyreek Hill factor where he's going to erase your angle. Where Zeke actually is moving so slow, the angles get better as the play develops for the defender. I think it is a pretty stark difference. We got to run, though. I guess we'll get this audio of Lindale White and Chris Jansen talking about it coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll go through some bold predictions. But coming up next, it's time to go around the rim. It is a victorious Mavericks Thursday. Chiafalo, what kind of NBA content do you have for us?
Oh, we got a big injury in Philadelphia, and we have a no-name DoorDasher getting buckets and saving the king.
All right.
Next.
Looking forward to that. But first, I want
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to go around the rim. Here is your sports host, Eric Chiafalo.
That's right, on a thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite. No better time than in the G-Bag Nation to cut the lights out, put the kids to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, the adults going all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance! I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when we get to go around the rim here. Now, we do need to acknowledge our Dallas Mavericks getting a victory last night.
Hell yeah.
And Luka Doncic is a super beast. And now he is doing something that the likes of like Wilt Chamberlain are doing, which is start a season and just go for 30 points every time.
Yeah, he passed Jordan. Now he's going to chase Wilt Chamberlain, who I think did this 23 times to open up the 1962 season. But it's been 60 years since anybody's made it this far with 30-point games to open up a season.
Did you recognize the third name? I can't even say the guy's name. It was some...
I didn't.
Did you look at the name?
I did not recognize that name.
I was like, this guy played the league? All right. Good job, bro.
It was a long time ago.
Seriously.
He was getting buckets, though.
That guy was getting buckets.
I mean, you were in high school at the time, Brian, and you didn't recognize him?
I was selling programs at the game
My
he was
guy.
playing. I forgot about it. I was at the
He was
game.
killing brats.
Yeah.
He was. So, yes, always good to see the Mavs get a victory. It was a little bit tough sledding at times, down by double digits in half number one, climbing back, and then in the third quarter being down once again by double digits.
It was a lot of fun,
Powell.
though. It was a lot, because of the doubt and the way they came roaring back and executed in the fourth.
Yeah, them winning it in the end made the whole thing fun.
Yeah.
The white pal.
No,
it would have been not fun. I always have that argument with myself, like, was that a good time? Can I even say it was a good time when they end up with the loss? Was the last 3 hours, can I consider that fun?
No, it was a waste.
Or, yeah, like, it's a difficult thing sometimes.
I'll tell you what, it's exhausting watching this team.
Yeah.
Your emotions, you're kind of like, okay, they're rallying back, and then all of a sudden it's, they're back to a 16-point lead here.
I
I'm
did
like,
find
what
it
the
comforting.
heck?
The final lineup there with Kleba and Powell and Bullock and Finney-Smith and Luka. It was like, this is comforting. We know these guys. They know each other. We know what we're doing. And look, Christian Wood I thought was great in the second half. He was fantastic. There were some monster plays. Offensively, he was brilliant. He was hustling for loose balls. But Dwight Powell, we got to give him some love. He came in there. JaVale McGee, pick it up. You look like a lost puppy out there sometimes, but Dwight Powell at the 5, we crap on him a lot, and he might not be good for postseason basketball, but in the regular season, that was a game he saved you last night.
Definitely needed his presence last night. That's fair. And he was like plus 25, and last night you really needed that. You could see the difference for sure. And then Christian Wood getting going in half number 2 offensively, still extremely special to watch. Luka talking after the game, hey, we got to make sure we get this guy more looks, more opportunities, and the rebounding.
He's talking about Powell?
No, God, no.
Oh.
He's talking about old C. Woody. How about Mark Cuban, though? Vibe Pickleball League. Mark Cuban is officially going to be owning a team.
Is that a spinoff of the other league that we were kind of dealing with KD and those guys?
Are they going head-to-head?
That's what I'm asking. Is this a whole nother league that we're dealing with here? 2 pickleball leagues?
Yeah, I need to ask because it's Vibe Pickleball League started by Carolina Hurricanes owner Tom Dundon.
Oh, he's the guy that...
he's a Plano guy.
Yeah, he gave all the money to the XFL, right?
Yeah.
He gave him like $100 million.
Yes, I think we've had him on the show.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So, first owner. So, this has to be a new league because Mark Cuban is going to be the first owner in this league.
Oh, yeah.
He's late to the day of the other pickleball league, I guess.
Who's going to watch this? Who's buying tickets to... I guess it's cool to watch Dirk play pickleball. I enjoyed that short clip.
Hopefully he keeps playing. I'm down.
Well, Mark Cuban's quote is...
You're not. Brian's like, I'm not watching this crap.
He says, I've been following pickleball over the last...
Got to watch the Pelicans lose to the Lakers. What the hell was that all about?
Yeah, we'll get to that here in a second. He says, I've been following pickleball over the past few years, and I couldn't pass up the chance to invest in the fastest growing game in the country. And when you start with 0 fans or whatever and you escalate to a few 100,000, that is allowed to be deemed the fastest growing game in the country. So Mark Cuban is now buying in on this. There are too many respectable business people that are getting involved in this for me to doubt it now. Because every time you turn around, Brady is owning a team. Kevin Durant.
They must be getting information that it is going somewhere big.
Yeah.
You know, we have so many sports already on TV. You don't even have time for all the like major ones that have incredible history and tradition and worldwide superstars. You know, like this to me, it's like cornhole on TV.
I knew you were going to say that.
There was a cheating scandal in the world of cornhole, by the way.
Was it worse than the fishing scandal?
The bags are too big.
Too small.
Too small?
Too small.
I knew it was something.
Oh, well, the bigger bags would cause an issue. The too small, that's cheating.
That's kind of a thing they do at the state fair to you, those carny guys.
They would.
So
you can't get
cheat on you a little bit. You can't get the big toy.
That's ridiculous.
I'm calling out the carny people.
Well, the rims on the basketball
Circus
rims are
folk.
a little bit smaller
Small
and the
hands.
balls are a little bit bigger. Yeah, it's frustrating. We also have.
I thought I smelled cabbage.
I love that sound so much. Let's see here. We do need to continue with last night because last night the Lakers were able to notch yet another victory, and good for them. It was over the Pelicans, the team the Mavericks
free throws.
weren't
What the
able
hell
to
are you
beat.
doing, birds?
Yeah, but the guy that made the big shot to send it to overtime and keep the Lakers' hopes of getting a regular season win alive was a guy named Matt Ryan.
Oh, the Colts coach. So he's playing basketball now.
He has pivoted to a different sport.
Good for him.
He says, I'm not athletic enough to play quarterback in the NFL, but I'm definitely athletic enough at 30, whatever the hell years old, to go dunk on some people and hit a couple of clutch buckets. It is not that same Matt Ryan.
Well, no wonder his wife stuck with him after Leonardo DiCaprio, fingered his ear.
Yeah. Whoa, it was a tonguing situation. Okay, get the facts right.
I don't know what happened. But there was something. There was some kind of daring ear play,
and it was Matt Ryan's wife, not Matt Stafford's.
Stafford just told us the story.
Yeah, that's his wife did.
Mrs. Stafford.
So this Matt Ryan is an unknown in the NBA, and he was actually, and he hits the buzzer beater three to send it to overtime. The Lakers end up winning. So he is kind of the MVP of the night, and he is known for being a guy that is just entering the league. And just last year was a DoorDash driver.
That's amazing. So are we.
I know. I'm like, okay, this is really exciting that maybe we have a chance to do something extremely
We
special.
can play in the NBA. We can play for the Lakers too.
I spent many a weekend DoorDashing, mother bleeping my local community for tipping me cents on the dollar.
Dude, I didn't get tipped half the time.
Yeah, I know.
It's like,
how do you do DoorDash and not tip somebody?
I don't know, dude.
Well, and DoorDash is a problem as well. Like, they are completely crushing their drivers.
They're taking all the money from the customer.
Yeah,
Yes.
like DoorDash is known for being worse than the Uber Eats or Grubhub or whoever it is. I'm sure there's more.
It's about
out there.
$20 extra already, so the customer's probably feeling like, boy, I don't have much more to tip.
Exactly.
I'm already paying $60 for a $35 meal.
Yeah, the fees that are involved there that the drivers don't see is insane.
I'm already paying $60, but it's okay. I don't care about it.
So I believe
I do tip still. I just do it a little less now. I do a little less door dashing. That was my adjustment.
Yeah, because it does cost you an arm and a leg, bro.
does.
Like, I can't tell you how many times I've gotten on one of those apps to order some
You
food.
won't even drive on the toll road. What are you talking about?
I know.
He's not doing that.
And then I just bail completely and have sleep for dinner because
When
I'm
you
like,
see the price?
I'm not. I can't bring myself to want to do this.
You're eating bananas.
I am, because that's the best bang for your buck thing you can eat these days, dude. You can buy like 1 million bananas and you walk away. It's like under $10. It's like, all right.
He's telling us about how his daughter won't eat bananas. She's bananaed out. Now Eric's got to eat all the freaking bananas.
Yeah, I'm like, somebody is eating bananas here for a meal every day.
It's me.
And if it has to be me, that's fine. But it's like literally going to cost me 25 cents and I can get like 4 bananas. It's a hell of a deal. Nonetheless, Matt Ryan, DoorDash, big shot, saving the king, which is probably sad for LeBron these days. But we have the sound, right, of Matt Ryan. He's talking with the media, and he gets a little bit emotional talking about like his journey to where he's at now.
How gratifying is it to have these type of moves? All that hard work really is paying off, literally paying off.
It's pretty emotional. It's been crazy 11 months. I was home for a year and a half. I don't know if you guys heard my story, but man, I was driving DoorDash a year ago and here to be a part of the Boston Celtics. It's special. It's special.
To be on this payroll is
Yeah.
You have no idea what this has meant for me and my family.
Thank you, Father.
I don't even need to play all the games. Thank you.
Pippen played all the games.
Oh, man. Yeah, so cool story. Shout out to Matt Ryan of the Los Angeles
Man,
Lakers.
I wish that was the quarterback, Matt Ryan, crying about getting benched.
Oh, that would be pretty good. That would be pretty good. We should have just teed it up that way.
We should have.
Now, we do need to address a couple of things here before we get to some more sound that's pretty delightful. But you had, I didn't realize this, but there was a Bobby Bonilla type deal in the NBA that had been going on for the last few years. Was it
money?
It was former Miami Heat standout Chris Bosh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because of his blood clot thing that they were able to defer payments, and I don't know, it was a whole situation, but they owed him $120 million because the contract, it was like he had just re-upped on a big contract, then halfway through the season of the first year of the new big deal, max deal, he gets the blood clot situation. He can no longer play anymore, but the Heat were obviously still required to pay him out, and so they did installments of just under $500,000 a month is the way it went.
Oh, jeez,
and
amazing.
it was two $500,000 direct deposits a month, starting in November of 2017, and it was November 1st of 2022 where that officially came to an end for him.
You think he screenshots some joints when he come here?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For sure, bro.
Look at this. Well, feeling good.
I'd have a whole portfolio of them. Just like a photo album.
I haven't touched a basketball since 2015.
Walk down my hall of screenshots, please.
I'm so jealous.
Every 2 weeks you get that email in your inbox and you're like, direct deposit confirmed.
Yeah.
You hit it and just
Hell
look
yes.
at it.
I'm cool here.
Yeah, that'll be $300K after taxes.
Yeah, but there was somebody in the accounting office with the Heat. It was just like MFing him the whole time, though, too.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Taking all of our money.
God dang, we have to keep sending him money.
It is pretty special that happened to him. And then you have Jimmy Butler. The Heat are struggling this year. They've won like 3 games. He says, quote,
Oh, no, they won the last 2 at home.
he says, quote,
sorry.
they scrape by the Sacramento Kings,
They
but
win
they've
in
been losing
games.
all over
Yeah,
the place.
okay, yeah.
They're like, I don't know, they're like 3-6 or something, 3-5. They haven't come out of the gates very hot, but Jimmy Butler is still championing that they're going to be the champion. Quote, we're still going to win the championship, and I don't care what nobody says. Count us out. We're going to win the bleeping championship. I'm telling you, I don't give a damn that we started 2-5, is what he said. Now, my favorite thing about this is, you know how Jimmy Butler all of a sudden just appeared with dreads for no reason?
That's
It's
it.
like, what?
Yeah.
How'd this happen?
Yeah, started the season with that.
It was a whole long bit that he did, just specifically because he wanted to just look kind of ridiculous for all of the promos,
The media
and
stuff,
all
yeah.
the
Yeah.
every time that the Heat play a national game and they put up a player's face, it's Jimmy Butler with the dreads and the shave to the bone face.
Mission success.
That was his whole thing. He just wanted to be able to look through like his player pictures throughout his career when he's retired and see like he can point and laugh like, haha, I pulled that off.
Well done,
because
Jimmy.
every Miami Heat thing you see, promotion you see, is Jimmy Butler with the dreads. And he's not playing with them now. So that is a pretty good bit. Salute to Jimmy Butler on that one.
He's out here doing bits.
Yeah.
One of the most
great.
interesting players.
He is. Yeah, he is. And then Tommy Beer, who's really good with some basketball insights, notes that Steve Nash had a 584 win percentage as head coach in Brooklyn, which is the best record of any coach in their team's history. Since signing Kyrie Irving, Brooklyn had a 66-58 record in the games in which Kyrie had played. Brooklyn had a 70-56 record in the games in which Irving did not play. So he just points out, like, man, Steve Nash, when you look at it all, this dude actually had a pretty nice win percentage for them, and it's like Kenny Atkinson gone, Karis LeVert gone, Jared Allen, James Harden, and first-round draft picks all gone, Steve Nash gone, and he's like, and Kyrie's still there. But when you parse out the numbers, Kyrie was not doing them many favors in the helps of winning.
You got to get pretty nervous when they start talking championship, because if you aren't amazing, like reaching the finals, it's over. Like the expectations will eat you alive in this business.
Yeah, you can come out of the gates a couple of weeks, things are bad, and it's just like, okay. And I know this is one where it seemed like the guys started to quit on him a little bit. So
Yeah, they didn't like him.
Probably didn't work.
It was
out.
weird that Katie said he was surprised because in the offseason it was reported heavily that the Stars didn't like playing for Steve Nash and they wanted a new coach. And the team was like, well, you're going to have to deal with it because we're not firing him. And then he did get fired, and Katie was like, yeah, I'm surprised by that. So it's just a total mess. And I don't feel like anybody, feels like they can be terribly candid about that whole situation out there.
The Clippers have like the worst offense in the sport right now.
Well, Kawhi. Kawhi's not playing.
I know. There's a lot of load
and
managing.
For whatever reason,
on.
ESPN's doing stories about like, are the Clippers a contender without Kawhi? Well, of course not.
No.
Well, duh, they're not contenders without Kawhi. We just saw last season what happened to them.
But it does show how well their defense is because the Clippers being basically last in the sport offensively, they're 4-4 with their record. The other 4 teams that are in the bottom 5 of offensive rating are combined 6-27. So the Clippers are 2-3 in games this season when posting an offensive rating under 100, which is just abysmal. The rest of the NBA in those same scenarios is a combined 1-22.
Yeah.
So it just shows you how good they are defensively because they've been so putrid offensively, and teams that are that bad offensively are terrible in terms of winning games. But the Clippers are at 500 right now with playing terrible offense.
They have a really good team.
Reason to have hope there.
Shocking.
It might be 11 deep when Kawhi gets back.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed. And if he does get healthy, I could easily see them winning the championship. Thank you, Chiafalo. Rim session most days here in the G-Bag Nation. When we come back, it's time for the Expressway. The Morning News has a copy of Jimmy's book. Lots of stories being transcribed. One of them is how much Jerry changed when they won, in Jimmy's words. Then we'll get to Bobby Belt coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about D&M leasing before we do that, though, because there's no way to sugarcoat it right now. Rates are rising, mortgage rates, credit card rates, car loans.